Athletes has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Friday edition, the July 4th Friday edition of Sean and RJ. This is a replay of the Sean and RJ show. We will be back on Monday live from Oxnard. No, it's not a replay. We are live, and it is not July 4th, despite RJ Choppy's outfit on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's for the Hulkster, brother. That's what this is for. You should have a white mask over your face.
I tried to put a bandana on. I have a very short head. I don't look good. I have no neck and I have a short head. I don't look good in a bandana. So I couldn't have, because Sarah had a American flag bandana and everything. But it just didn't look good on me. So I got to rock with just the regular American flag shirt, and then the Bogey Bros American flag hat, the bald eagle. So let's go, Hulkster, baby.
Get on the Fan Can, Twitch, and YouTube with the homage to Hulk Hogan, who passed away yesterday from cardiac arrest at the age of 71. And this one kind of hit hard.
Oh, it hit hard. I was sitting in the gym, and when I saw this, it was a Pate that sent it, and it was just a stunner, just like one of those, whoa,
yeah,
kind of hit. Like, it was okay. This can't be real. He's only 71. I just saw him. He did an interview like a month ago. Like, he looked like he was fine. But this thing kind of cuts at the core. It's your childhood.
Yeah.
For me, it's the childhood. My childhood is officially over. I'm 45 years old. Childhood officially ended.
I was thinking about this, and I was telling myself, don't go overboard. But I was trying to think of the athletes that formed childhood the most for me, and I might put Hogan 2, like, all time in my childhood athlete. I know Bobby's going to come in, and we're going to make our wrestling jokes with Kevin Hagelin or whatever, but it wasn't one particular football player, right? Because I love Jim Kelly, and then you go over to the Washington football team and all that stuff. So it wasn't like particularly one person, but Michael Jordan, Hulk Hogan, right there as iconic figures while growing up. I remember, my dad, this very prestigious cardiologist in town, continuing to drop us off Friday night at the video store to go in to see whether the latest Royal Rumble came out on tape. And I remember just like amazing childhood memories, going back home, me, my brother, and my dad sitting in my room watching Survivor Series. And it's just fun. It's like, Dad likes wrestling.
Yeah.
We're sitting there with the Macho Man and the Undertaker and the Ultimate Warrior. And every single Friday, because we didn't know when, it would come out on tape, we'd sit there and get dropped off so the cardiologist didn't get embarrassed walking into the video store, send his kids in to rent the VHS.
It was, it was Jordan, it was him, and for me, and Don Mattingly. Like, those were the three athletes of, like, my childhood. Griffey. But Griffey was like a distant fourth because I didn't get to see him all the time because he played in Seattle. And back then there was no baseball package. And Hogan was on every Saturday, and this even before Monday Night Raw. It just, like 40% of my childhood memories are Hulk Hogan.
And Peyton, you passed the early test. I put in the audio Hulk Hogan music, and I wanted to see what you would actually pick since you and Bobby did not know the Hulk Hogan song about a month ago. Bobby, did this do anything for you?
No. I mean, like I obviously know Hulk Hogan's like stature and who he is, but this is like just on the tail end of my consumption of wrestling or sports or anything else, because I really started getting into when I started watching wrestling at all for a couple of years. That was like 2000, and so like you're exited out of the Hulk years and stuff like that. But yeah, obviously, like all the caricatures and like the societal impact, the social impact that he has, and then just what was a little bit of an up and down last 15 years or so in the media, just with different things relating to Gawker and his divorces and stuff with his kids and
racism.
Yeah, that too. It's a complicated finish to what was, like you said, somebody who was held up as like the god, like he was the god in a lot of kids' childhood of just like, that is my star. I adore this guy.
You may as well go back to the music, Pepe, and just go ahead and keep it on. I thought you did the best job of explaining how you're separating Choppy, because I even felt weird like posting anything of significance on Facebook with any type of comments, because Twitter had the hate, a lot of Facebook Tolos had the hate. I get it. So it's kind of a dangerous thing to sit here and just praise and honor him throughout an entire Friday program, and I thought you kind of separated it last night in your email.
He's a complicated legacy. There's no doubt about that. He was a jackass, and he was a horrible wrestling teammate. He refused to put guys, they call it over. He refused to put guys over.
And what does that mean?
Like, all right, so...
like let them win the title?
Just say, for the lack of a better, let them win, right? Let them win. Hulk had creative control a lot of times, especially at WCW.
They're not saying before the match who wins?
They were, yeah. But like he would say, "Yeah, that's not going to work for me, brother." Like that's the old famous quote. Like the joke yesterday on social media is he wouldn't even put Ozzy Osbourne over. He was that big of a jerk. He wouldn't even put Ozzy over, who died like right before him, right? But yeah, it goes beyond that. Like, so if he was fighting The Rock, and The Rock wanted to do his rock bottom, like, you can't just lift somebody who's 300 pounds that easy. Hulk would have to help him to get up. Hulk wouldn't do that, right? He wouldn't help. He wasn't very helpful. He was kind of a jerk. As a kid, you don't know that.
Yeah.
Right? You don't care. So, like, you gotta. He nailed his best friend's wife. Like, he's genuinely
the Macho Man stuff. Miss Elizabeth or Bubba the Love Sponge.
I thought it was Bubba the Love Sponge.
Okay. I'm like, are we going best friends? Are we going real or fake? Yeah, him and Bubba the Love Sponge were. They were close.
Like one of the biggest egomaniacs said some very racist things at the end. And for me, that doesn't take one bit away from my childhood because those memories are already there.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. Like, this is why I'm like.
It's like me with Theo the other day. Like when I went back to the Cosby Show highlights, I wasn't making sure I hit stop because Bill was on there. I'm like, it's the Cosby Show. Like I want to still enjoy the Cosby Show. I like Seinfeld reruns, despite what Michael Richards, aka Kramer, did. Yeah, I'm able to separate it for the most part.
I am too, and like
if Morgan Wallen has a good song on and the pool party's rocking, I'm not gonna hit skip.
Right.
I don't like Morgan Wallen as a person, but I'm going to try to.
Morgan Wallen likes Morgan Wallen as a person.
I don't know.
But, it's, so like, yeah, like this is why I was like, I don't have a problem with Rob Manfred calling the trophy a piece of metal. Because like the memory is what you're winning. That's what, as a fan, you win. You win the memory. And, the Hulkster gave millions of memories to me as a kid. So that's what, I can't take that away. Despite the fact that he did all those things and he refused to help out Bret Hart and he wouldn't put them on. He wouldn't put Shawn, none of those guys. Which I have my own thoughts on because it's like, I look at, well, getting too nerdy. I look at the heavyweight, at the champion. I don't think Bret Hart would have been a good champion. He was 6 feet tall. I need a larger than life guy.
Yeah.
I don't want some excellence of execution. Stick it.
Yeah.
I want the big guy.
Stature.
Yeah, I don't want the hitman. I want Shawn Michaels to be the champ. So I was like, all right, fine. I always stood up for Hulk then.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so because that is one of the things you saw yesterday. People talking about the complicated legacy, and it's like it's hard for me to reason that. Obviously, not growing up with it. If I grew up with it, it'd probably be different. It's hard for me to reason it because I look at it and I go, what is his positive legacy? His positive legacy is something that was written, something that was not his anyway. He was just the actor. He was the performer. It's like talking about Russell Crowe's legacy of what he was good in Gladiator. Like, I mean. It doesn't.
But he had to have the charisma.
Sure.
You have to be able to promo it.
Yeah.
You have to be able to act it out.
100%. And that's why I said, like, that's why it is still just like actors can have good performances. He had good performances in that sense. And he was somebody who was very charismatic and had that. So not having lived that, like not having lived through it, I lived through The Rock, so I can understand The Rock. But having not lived through it, it's harder for me to reconcile the idea with what he was, because I don't know what he was in terms of living it.
Yeah, his legacy to me, we're the legacy definers here on the show.
Sure.
He is the most famous, biggest, greatest wrestler of all time. He's the one seed. It's not close. Like, wrestling doesn't happen without Hulk Hogan. They rode him to prominence and pay-per-views. I think he was in like 7 of the first 8 WrestleManias. He's the Michael Jordan of wrestling.
Yeah.
Just flat out, period.
Oh, for sure. And like there is no. The WWE and WCW had their wars, but when Hulk started in this, it was like every little city had their own wrestling, and
you should go and watch the Vince McMahon Netflix today or tonight if you get a chance. A lot of it is focusing on Vince's downfall, but just the growth, the development, the scandal, the drama of wrestling. I find it fascinating.
yeah, it was little pockets everywhere.
Because there's some dirty dogs.
Oh yeah. There were some little pockets. Each kind of region had their own professional wrestling. Hulk started in like Florida Championship Wrestling, wherever it is. And then, basically because of him and Vince, like it all became one. And they gobbled up everybody else. And we were talking about a guy who was probably bouncing around 300 days a year from 1980 to mid-90s. 300 days a year wrestling.
And then, unfortunately for him and myself, that all started to change for me when I watched his reality show. And you see the drama with his wife and his kids. I don't know if they even spoke to him as of yesterday. Or
I thought he was
daughter.
estranged from Brooke for the last couple of years.
And she used to date Phil Costa here. Was that it? Was it Brooke Hogan with Phil Costa?
I think so.
And then you get the reason that Hulk Hogan blocked me on social media. That would be the use of the N-word in talking about his daughter's dating life and getting recorded in a video made public by the National Enquirer saying, I guess we're all a little bit racist. Then the WWE scrubbed him. They're like, you never existed here. Get out. They eventually welcomed him back, but he was dropping the N-word multiple times saying, hey, if you're going to sit there and date blank, make sure he's got $10 million and he's 8 foot tall. Just outright racist. So I'm not going to sit here and fight you on whether you want to celebrate Hulk Hogan or not. I'm going to go ahead and start off sticking to the wrestling memories growing up, and then you can talk about him separately, maybe as a bad guy and maybe as a racist.
Yeah, and like I said, that's where my disconnect is always going to exist, because you guys got to grow up in like the peak days of wrestling, where it was like it was still theater and also like not the total understanding yet, I don't think, by that point of what was real versus what was fake all the time. And so like there was more emotional investment in it than I grew up with the WWE or WWF. What I grew up with, it was everybody knew cards on the table what this was, which was a presentation. And so that's the harder divorce for me, is just the idea of like what you did wasn't even real. Like this legacy that we talk about and what you built, it's like it's not even something that's technically real.
Give me the top 3 moments. 123-877-881-1053. Franco injury attorney text line.
Number one's not even close.
NWO.
That's the most.
Straight out of Compton.
Yesterday, like a nerd, I took about 30 minutes and went down Hogan and the biggest heel turn highlights, the biggest wrestling pops, as I was just watching videos.
The Bash
I
at
had
the
to
Beach.
justify to Amanda. She's like, "Why are you watching wrestling from the '80s?" I'm like, "Well, Hulk Hogan died."
I had Julian watch the Hogan Rock WrestleMania yesterday. He was making fun of it the whole time. But when he
Get back to scrubbing, kid.
I know, right? He did the floors yesterday, mopped the floors.
Well
No
done.
loss. His heel turn, that was the most shocking moment in the history of sports. It's not even close. There's nothing. I mean, just the Luka trade wasn't even a silent fart in the history of sports.
I think you got to
compared
put
to this.
Slamming the Giant up there, top
That's
three.
up there.
That was just like a monumental.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is no one could ever do this.
Yeah, and then 3 is probably maybe The Rock, maybe his match with The Rock, or returning, maybe returning to WCW or WWE after he left WCW. But that heel turn at Summer Bash, or was it Bash at the Beach, or
My
whatever the
three,
hell they call it.
my 3 is the Warrior match. Like I felt like a heartbroken kid watching him lose to the Ultimate Warrior. That was the battle of the Titans, Hogan versus Warrior. But there it is. Hulk Hogan dead at the age of 71 from cardiac arrest. Your text messages throughout the entire show here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We are heading out to California on Sunday, but they had another practice yesterday, and that second round pick that every one of our scouts loved in the building is starting to show up in Cali. Inside the Star for your Cowboys practice recap next on The Fan.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Yesterday from afar until Sunday when we're out there, my favorite Dallas Cowboys practice so far this training camp. Good morning, Metroplex. We're taking you inside the star on the home of America's team, brought to you by on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. It's DFW Sports Station with Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. They were getting after each other. I love the S-talking. To me, this was the perfect balance, taking it up to the line that Brian Schottenheimer had described in the offseason of competition and scrapping back and forth. It started with Dak Prescott riding that broomstick, which I think will be the new warm-up, whatever we call this, back and forth, the hip turn.
Which, by the way, when I have tried to describe to you guys how college raucous it is during the OTA practice, that's the workout thing they do at the beginning. So, like, he doesn't always have a broom that he's jumping, but they're jumping and do it like they're going nuts and like going through those bags. That's the thing we were.
It's like Yo Gabba Gabba.
Sure.
Yeah, won a championship.
I don't
Go
know.
crazy. It's a children's show.
I know the show. I don't know anything
that's
about
what they
it.
do. Go crazy, go crazy.
They were going crazy at each other. Dak threw a touchdown to Lamb. He and, is it Kaman Hall? Keeman Hall. They get into it. Hall shoving Lamb. I love that. After a couple of incompletions, Dak threw a touchdown to Pickens. He let the sideline know, putting up his hands, and they were like, get the hell out of here. Run back to the huddle. Milton fired one into a small window to Turpin while on the move. He leaned up against the sideline fence. I do this. Quote, look at God. Ezraku would have had a sack on a speed rush. He held off. Malik Hooker made the one-handed interception. DeMarvion Overshown and the entire football team escorted Malik Hooker down the sideline, going absolutely crazy. So that was just some of the back and forth with the spirited practice and the trash talking that went along with it.
Yeah, this is the environment they're trying to create. And again, we don't want anybody to think that we're saying, this is clearly like this is 2-3 games difference now off of our original projections. Like, this is a Super Bowl contender because they're getting chippier. But these are the things you look for when, to me at least, I think division, whether subtle or loud, has been a problem for this team for years. And it helps to see, all right, there's some nice chippy competitiveness, and everybody seems to be trying to elevate the other person next to
I
him.
heard some people who have been around for a long time say, now look, we're always going to see like a team celebration, a gang celebration after a turnover and everyone hooping and hollering because things get intense with the back and forth reps. But I heard some people say who have been around this for about 20, 30 years say that type of atmosphere that they experienced yesterday, they did not remember feeling or seeing during the McCarthy camps. We'll see what it actually leads to, but one of the main guys getting the high. Actually, let's hear from Dak Prescott on the fighting at camp and going back and forth.
I think it's a good thing. I don't think there's necessarily I mean, maybe one of them we had some punches going, but other than that, I mean, it's football. It's high emotions. You got guys out here practicing and competing for their life, competing for jobs. You've got to have that edge. I think that's the difference. That's the difference right there, is how passionate these guys are. I mean, they're being taught and being told to compete every day, and some guys compete different ways, right? And I think when you put that together at times, you're going to have those disagreements, you're going to have those frustrations, but they've been doing a good job of, for the most part, viping each other up, looking in the face and realizing, okay, this is my teammate. I'm not going to take it there. And just as important as that, understanding that you can't take it there on game day either. So learning from it, controlling the emotions at the same time of being competitive. I mean, Coach says it all the time, we can be competitive without being combative. So I think it's a fine line, and I think we're flirting with it, and I think that's healthy.
Sounds like Dak needs some Zyrtec. Battling some allergies.
You get out there. It's your first couple days in there. If you're not on the Zyrtec,
move on.
You know the new, all the new pollen, the new trees, the new fauna, all the new flora and fauna out there.
I'm way better in California with my allergies than here. I go out there, it's like I don't need allergy medicine at all when I'm in California.
Why don't you just move there?
I mean, you know, they're trading us enough of theirs. So, no, this is. I find it interesting that the line about competitive but not combative, because you remember we played those clips from that Collision Low Crossers book where it talked about that was an issue for the Jets, was that they were competitive but it became combative, and it almost became offense and defense hated each other, and it became something where it was like that side of the building and we got our side of the building, and that created some natural tension. So if they're able to walk that fine line a little bit better, and now it's competitive but they're still like it's rooted in support and love for each other's teammates and different things like that, then that sounds like that would be one of the changes or one of the things Schottenheimer has learned in the 15, 20 years.
All this is very fickle and subjective on how you look at it. If you like the coach, this is competitive. If you don't, this is a lack of control. If you like the coach, the fun is a loose, fun camp. If you don't like the coach, this is they don't take anything seriously. And that's how fickle these training camp days are, because there's nothing else to go on.
Sometimes,
you know what I mean?
Sometimes I don't know that I agree totally, because I mean I loved the Diggs-Dak interaction from 2 years ago when they go to the sideline and they're chirping at each other. That clip that went viral. I wanted more of that during McCarthy camps, and I was not a McCarthy fan, but when that happened, I was like, no, this isn't McCarthy losing control of his practice at all. They need more of this.
The player that seemed to be getting the most praise yesterday, and he was working with Charles Haley in the pass rushing drills, Donovan Ezeraku. Nick Harris tweeted, getting reps with the ones and is dominating once again today.
He is the cleanest technician. He is the most pro-ready pass rusher that came out in the draft. Like there are other guys who have higher ceilings, who are better athletes, who do other things better. I mean, you know, you've got a bunch of guys that went ahead of him that you would look at and say, well, if he's the best, why'd he go there? We're just talking about that one skill set of get to the passer and sack him, and the traits you need for that. Donovan Ezeraku was the best that was available in this draft, and he's somebody that I've said it for the last couple months. I think he's baseline minimum 6 sacks as a rookie, just because he's somebody who, when brought into situational pass rushing and being able to just pin his ears back and go, he's going to be really tough for guys to block up at the NFL level because of how elusive he is, how slippery he is, and some of the stuff that's in his toolbox.
Defense had 3 interceptions on the day. They continue to take the ball away, and Terrence Steele not practicing with a right ankle. I thought Jerry sprained his feelings. That's the reason he wasn't out there.
And they were saying it's nothing super serious is what it sounded like yesterday, but it just always gives you a little bit of pause because Terrence Steele has been banged up the last couple of years. He's had issues with injuries, but there's nobody who needed the coaching staff change more than Terrence Steele on the entire team. And he's somebody who needs to spend time with this new staff and get him right and, build back up his confidence and let him know, like, hey, this is a coaching staff that thinks you're good and wants you here, which is not always the case, or not always what he felt, I don't think, with the last coaching staff. So any amount of time missed with him and this new coaching staff leading up to things, I think is detrimental. So hopefully he gets back out there quickly. It's nice that it doesn't sound like it's anything major, because if that lingers too much, that's not going to be good for their line cohesion.
Calvin Watkins with more of a practice recap. The Cowboys will have a rotation at D tackle, but Solomon Thomas has been the standout so far. Recorded 2 strong QB pressures against Tyler Smith. Joe Milton continues to get more reps than Will Greer.
Right.
Milton had a better day 3 than days 1 and 2. Cavante dropped a touchdown pass from Dak that hit him right in the chest. Outside of that, he had a strong camp. And I saw a pretty sweet Deuce Vaughn highlight in which it looked like he was shot out of a cannon, and Calvin said he looks good catching the ball out of the backfield as well.
And that's one of the things that you're going to want out of their running backs. They want somebody who will catch the ball. Javonte Williams, that's a big reason why he's here. He was somebody who was a good pass catcher out of the backfield. You've got, that's a Deuce Vaughn skill set. Jaden Blue is somebody who people think can run routes out of the slot. Like he's that type of talent when it comes to running routes and catching the football. And then you've got Miles Sanders, who at different points in his career has been a big-time contributor as a pass catcher. And so, yeah, Deuce Vaughn being able to show some of that is going to be big for him. And when he worked in the slot a little bit last year, like did some practice reps there, that was a Schottenheimer idea at the end of 23, that he was like trying to figure out, all right, how do we keep you here? And how do we start trying to diversify you a little bit? And that was what they wanted him to do. So being able to catch the ball will increase his chances of being able to stick around.
Dak held his media session, and it seems like every big star can give advice contractually to Micah Parsons and how to deal with it. And Dak was asked about that yesterday.
It's an every year conversation, whether it's myself, Zach Martin, CeeDee Lamb, now Micah Parsons. It's part of it in a sense. Now, it's something that I wish that any of us are going through. Absolutely not. But I think Mike is doing a hell of a job with it being here. He's a great teammate, showing up, obviously not just on the field and being focused, but whether it be in the camaraderie, hanging out, dinner. He's not just doing it to sign off and say, hey, Jerry, look at me. But he wants to be out there practicing. And honestly, I'm glad he's not. He can't do that to himself. That's the business of it. And that's the business of a holdout. So I do think he's taken some great steps of being here. I don't know if there's a correct way to handle it, to be honest with you. I will say that I think he deserves to get paid, think he should get paid. And ultimately, if I'm going off of the history of what I've seen, he will get paid. Hopefully it's sooner than later.
Dude, he sounded
angry.
He sounded exhausted for Micah.
Mm-hmm.
And he sounded, again, this is really reading between the lines, like, yeah, this organization puts all of us through this for some reason. That's what I heard.
Basically it. And, look, and Bobby's done a good job with this, like, explaining their philosophy. How, even if, like, at Dak at, $40 million, that contract he was on a couple years ago, right? Letting it go all the way to the very end. And even though they signed up for 60, where they could have maybe got him at 53, because they had him at 40, they still see that as a handful of $1 million net gain over the time. I get that. That makes sense. It makes perfect sense. And I wish they would kind of explain that.
Bingo.
But I think they think they're giving away some trade secret if they do that.
Yeah.
What's your point?
Yep.
There's that. There's also the idea of, I think if they so publicly stated some of that, it would also impact their negotiations with guys. Like it would have guys like, oh, okay, I understand the way you negotiate. So now that causes me, not necessarily a trade secret thing, but for agents and players, it causes them to now change the way that they go, okay, I have no reason to show up. Micah would have, if Micah knows that's their strategy, Micah has no reason to show up to training camp. Go, no, I'm a flat holdout now because I know what you're going to do. It's dangle the carrot, get me through to the end of the year, tag me. Nope, we're not doing that. I'm not showing up. And I think they feel like it's just one of the cards they have. Now, they'll pay guys before that if the deal looks like it makes sense to them. Or in Micah's instance, it makes sense to do it because That's such a big cap number. It's $24 million. You can lower that with an extension this year. So I think that's part of it. But yeah, it's Dak specifically. I think that little chuckle at the beginning, it's like, all right, slow down, censor yourself a little here.
Has the G-Bag Nation moved to the home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Another G-Bag embarrassing interview. We have a loaded show for you today, y'all. A final Billy Currington ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock expressway. Worst take at 8 this morning. 8:40, Brian brought us from Cali. At 9 o'clock, the former GM Steve Phillips on the Rangers trade deadline moves. G-Bag on the home of the Buccaneers. Next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning and shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. If you are wondering what's going on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, RJ Choppy paying homage to the Hulkster. Hulk Hogan passing away yesterday at the age of 71 from cardiac arrest.
Man, I did go down a rabbit hole. Pulled some clips for Aid and Peyton. You know, I'm excited. I'm just it's a childhood ended kind of day.
Yeah,
I never understood what my dad meant when he said, like, when Mickey Mantle died, he's like, my childhood felt like it ended. This felt like that yesterday. Now I know what he feels. What he felt like.
Choppy's got a Mount Rushmore prepared. We got the all-time heel turn moment in sports. Of course, we went through the complicated legacy with the personal stuff and the racism at 6 o'clock. In case you're just tuning in, you're like, what the hell, guys? Don't praise him 100%. Hey, my badge of honor is he blocked me. One of, I think, two. Him and Whitlock. Had me blocked. Yep. And I hate Jason Whitlock's guts still today. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. As we have a Little League reversal. The story that we just talked about in the payload yesterday. We have an update.
Marco Rocco has been freed.
Yes.
Marco Rocco.
Good one. Marco Rocco is the Little Leaguer.
Kids still play that, by the way?
Marco Polo?
Dude.
I don't know that my kids don't play that.
My daughters the other day did not know, and maybe you guys won't know. My daughters did not know the phrase "Ollie Ollie oxen free." They have no idea what that means. They heard it and they're like, "What is that?" And I was like, "It's for hide and seek." And they're like, "Nobody says that." I was like, "Oh, okay. I guess no one says that anymore."
Yeah,
I didn't know what it meant.
But you knew
I heard
the phrase, right?
Yeah.
You knew it was during hide and seek. They'd never heard it said. They had no idea.
I was surprised that my kids knew the "Feel So Good" song, the Chuck Mangione song.
I don't know that song.
You know it. This is where you gotta get up here and dance.
Sounds like Ricky Ricardo.
In the rhythm of the night.
I don't think that's it.
Oh, that's DeBarge.
I don't know this yet.
What's the flugelhorn?
Is he gonna sing?
You don't know this?
No.
Oh, there
man.
it is. I got it.
Yeah. This was in my house all day. Big Ralph. Love this one.
Why do we have this song?
He died.
He died too.
He died. Oh, yeah. Like 98% of my childhood ended yesterday. This guy died at 84. Peyton sent this to us. Sonny, you knew who this was.
No, I didn't. I just saw TMZ and I was like, you guys, someone in this group chat has to know who this is. He's 84 years old. Someone's got to know.
But this is on King of the... I guess they play this during King of the Hill, too.
I love King of the Hill. I've never heard this.
Oh.
I have no idea what this is from.
Was it Fugal or Frugal horn? It's a cheap horn. Very cheap horn. It's frugal. It's a very cheap horn. But yeah, he died too, man. But I had no idea that the kids listened to this. They knew this one. But, yeah, that's suspended Little Leaguer Marco Rocco went to a judge.
For the bat flip.
Remember, he was suspended for the state championship game to go to the Little League World Series. And because he flipped the bat. He did a bat flip. Now, this was quite the bat flip. This made Bautista's look like he just dropped the bat and ran it first. This thing, I mean, he threw this thing helicopter, Petey Pablo style up in the air. And, they suspended him. But the judge, Gloucester County Chancery Judge Robert Mailstein, so the Little League hadn't been clear or consistent about its stance on bat flipping, and therefore this was an arbitrary suspension.
No,
and they suspended him. You know what? I'm going to use this.
And they suspended him, or they
revoked the suspension.
Okay,
I'm going to use this on my next speeding ticket.
What are you going to say?
Well, have you let people go before at 78 miles an hour? Right?
Yeah.
At 84?
Yeah.
Do you pull everybody over at 84, or is it clear and consistent?
You better hope someone's a Hogan fan today.
Yeah. That's right.
And you get pulled over.
That's right.
Man, It is. I get the idea of like if it's not a sportsmanship thing, I do understand the like
Safety.
You're just tossing an aluminum bat in the air and like waiting for it to fall on God knows who.
Yeah.
Like I do get a little bit of the resistance.
All right, Roberto, why could G-Bag move on from covering the Cowboys to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Yeah, this is an embarrassing story, I would feel like. So Desmond Watson is a rookie defensive tackle out of Florida. His nickname is Big Dez. And Big Dez is a guy who played at a pretty heavy weight while he was at Florida. He was known to be little under 400 pounds for most of his time. Well, he is at Tampa Bay Buccaneers training camp as an undrafted free agent, and he is weighing in now at 460 pounds. North of 460 pounds. So he is a giant of a man. And he's somebody who they ended up putting on the NFI non-football injury list specifically for weight questions.
Speaking of big guys,
it's got nothing to do with football or anything else. This is about him being just a massive human.
Sando yet, Rowdy?
Todd Bowles said it's about him trying to get better, to be a healthier player, and getting him on the field a little more. That's kind of where I'm at right now. He's working at it, and we're working with him, and that's all you can ask right now. So pretty embarrassing that you end up getting put on the NFI for basically being too big, but it did make me think if G-Bag worked in Tampa.
And the reason Bobby started thinking about that, in case you somehow have missed the audio highlight or lowlight this week, they had on Rowdy Tellez the other day.
What would be a Rowdy Tellez concession item if you got to design it?
Trying to think. Anything probably with brisket. I love brisket. So like a good brisket sandwich, maybe some like onion strings on it, and like a sweet barbecue sauce.
So they proceeded to ask Rowdy over and over and reference his weight.
Yeah, and so that's kind of that is their big focus. They love the weight issue. That's their favorite thing. So I was trying to envision what kind of questions would they ask to Desmond Watson if they were at Tampa Bay Buccaneers training camp right now. And these are some of the ones I think they go with.
And by the way, behind the scenes, Bobby came up with a mock G-Bag interview.
God, so great.
Oh, they played it.
They played it?
They played it the other
How
day.
did they get a hold of it?
I said it to him because I was like, we're not. We're not using it. So I was like, if you want to play, you can.
How long is it?
It's a minute.
Grab that, Peyton. Now that they played
it to him.
This was Bobby came up with an AI G-Bag interview, and we didn't even need to play it because the original questions were so offensive.
They were. We didn't even need the original. Had so much bite to it, literally, because it's a food thing.
Yeah.
So much bite to it, we didn't even need to play.
Yeah, and that was the thing. So G-Bag had done this interview, and it was received rather poorly by Rowdy Tellez, obviously. And so I don't think that would stop them from asking Big Dez questions. They'd probably emphasize, man, you are big. So here's some things that I think that they would probably ask him. Desmond, you went to Florida. I read you always wanted to be a gator. Did that conflict with you being an elephant? Desmond, talk about your mission to raise diabetes awareness just by people seeing you on a football field. I know you were born in Plant City, Florida. Is that an ironic name? Do they not have plants there for you to eat, you carnivorous beast? And then maybe throw in something like, would you rather be known as the fat Watson or the accused sexual deviant Watson? I might take the latter.
Man. Yeah. So there it is. The interview experts, the G-Bag Nation, if they were on the home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station. Did you send it over to him?
I'm trying to get it up on my phone.
Okay.
So give me 1 second here.
All right. We also have to get to training camp over and unders. Bobby and Choppy have a brand new song for Oxnard that we have to get to as well.
I think it's good.
I think it's a pretty good. It's a well done. It's not like, it's a parody song, of course, obviously, but it's very well produced.
I thought that we ended up putting together something really nice. Yeah. I thought your vocals sounded really passionate and bought in, and I was very impressed by you.
And I'm going to nominate another show here at the station in Worst Take at 8:00 for a training camp hissy fit that they apparently threw over Bobby's last training camp song. So I'm going to put the Fan After Dark right in the spotlight at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, baby.
I can't blame them, though. Just because I understand, Nitro, you feel a little neglected. You're not getting the opportunity to talk nearly as much because those Texas Rangers are playing so frequently. So I understand the hesitancy. I understand people being a little frustrated by that, and they just don't want to feel excluded. That's all. They want to be grouped in with everybody else.
I mean, look, I wouldn't know how that felt when I was doing nights. They let me go everywhere, but they saw Superstar.
Oh yeah, that's the biggest
thing.
Oh, you were the superstar was Grego.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so this was the AI interview that I thought was too insensitive to air, but of course, G-Bag.
No,
there's no such thing.
Coming off of not playing a ton, just trying to put the barrel on the ball, put together good at-bats.
So you say you're not playing a ton. So you are down under 2,000 pounds now. That's awesome for you.
Rowdy to Lasagna joining us here on 105 through the fan. So, how have things been so far, in the clubhouse?
Trying to find where I am, find where kind of fitting in.
Oh, Rowdy. They have to have chairs that you fit. It's a Major League Clubhouse, dog.
Rowdy Trace Laches joining us on the G-Bag Nation. So tell us about who you are behind the burger grease.
I like to smile and laugh and make jokes, so.
Yeah, you chubsters usually have to make up for it with a funny bone. More you love, I always say. Rowdy Tater Tots with us on the fan. So were you always such an adorable little butterball?
No. I think growing up I was actually kind of the opposite.
Really? That just seems so impossible to believe. I just can't envision you being Rowdy to lettuce.
Yeah, that's a great point, General. Well, what was being skinny like for you? Did you just hate it so much that you've never gone back to it?
Dude.
Hello?
You still with us, Router Sugar?
Rotisserie Chicken, you there? Okay, I think we lost him.
Which, when I said that, you thought that was an exaggeration. That's almost the energy that came out.
That's almost the same energy they brought at poor Rowdy. I felt so bad. I was so, again, I literally still remember exactly where I was when Rowdy completely laid out on the, have you had a brisket sando yet, Rowdy? When he completely laid out of that question, I was at the Davis and 114 stoplight. I will never forget
Remember that, like the OJ chase?
Yes.
Sean thought we had stopped the clip the first time he heard it because he just paused so long. And then Dawson did just still circle back. Had a brisket sando yet, Rowdy?
Will that be the no
Had yourself
doubt
a brisket sando yet, Rowdy?
Will that be the no doubt winner of Worst Take? 8 o'clock, special time today because we got the former GM, friend of the show, Steve Phillips, talking about the Rangers. And speaking of size, Choppy says the Rangers can add their own big dumper. And no, it's not Rowdy Tellez. And how much have they moved up the power rankings? We'll talk about it as they get set for the Braves tonight in Arlington on the official home of the Rangers next. And the official... A move has been made in the American League West, and it is a name that we have brought up before. Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Friday to you, the 14 of you out there on the roads actually working today. Man. I swear, DFW's already gone to the 4-day work week. No one works on Friday.
Right. That's kind of sounds the way it is.
Is it just like an ongoing rotation during the summer of who's taking their week off, though? Like, is it just like there's always going to be like 15% of the Metroplex taking off a week?
We are getting close to the end of summer. You only have kids go back to school.
Kids go back to school here in like 2.5 weeks?
Yeah, so like this is like your last kind of getaway time.
Rangers, Braves kick off game 1 of their series tonight. There's still probably going to be a lot of, man, when you just think about what TBS did.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think of in imagining the number of Braves fans that'll be there in the stadium tonight.
Actually, that's a really good point.
You think it'll be a decent amount?
Should be. They have a pretty good following.
25%?
Yeah, I mean, like they have. So the Broncos have a huge following because of like they're the only, or they were for a long time, like the only team in kind of that whole region, right? That whole Rocky Mountain region. So they got like Montana all the way down to New Mexico. The Braves are the same in the South. Like, doesn't matter. North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, all the southern states. They control that. And then you throw TBS in there, which, what a wild thing to start your shows at 5 after. Everything was 7:05, 8:05, 8:35. Remember that as a kid? Like, everything started 5 after for some reason. That's how TBS was. They're just WGN with Chicago, the same thing.
Yeah, I can't figure that out, why they would start. I mean, unless that's just the Ted Turner news background, because a lot of news things will do 5 minutes for news at the top.
6:30 pregame tonight on this radio station, 7 o'clock first pitch. The Seattle Mariners have acquired first baseman Josh Naylor from the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, and this was somebody, and the Diamondbacks are going to be that team that is offloading. And this was somebody that a lot of people had pinpointed, could be a target for the Rangers, could be a target, one of the bigger bats that could go. And, Seattle makes the first strike. And this is kind of like, hey, we know that the Astros have kind of taken charge of the American League West. They want to get in on this. And this is a guy who's batting close to 300. Bat like 290 for the year. Pretty decent player. He's come up with some home runs at big spots. His OPS is only just over 800. But he does put the ball in play. And he's not a bopper. He's a big guy.
Speaking of big guys,
he's not a bopper though. He's not going to hit you 50 home runs. But I mean, this is a solid bat.
Yeah, it's one that, I mean, the names that have been floating around the most for a bat the Rangers could go get, it feels like, have been Josh Naylor, and then it was Ryan O'Hearn at Baltimore. Those have been the ones that we've seen the most. So I mean, yeah, it sucks that bat is getting traded within your division, especially a guy who in 23 was somebody who got MVP votes, 24 was an all-star, and then 25 has been playing decent baseball. So that's a frustrating thing when you get into the own division. There may be a replacement name, though. We may have a really familiar replacement name. So the MLB Power Rankings came out at ESPN yesterday.
Cover your ears, Peyton.
And, man, you can just go ahead and play Miley Cyrus's The Climb, because that's what the Rangers are doing. They just keep climbing up these power rankings. They're back up to 15 now.
Oh, baby.
Steady climb. They were like down to 21, I think, a couple weeks ago. So up from 18 to 15 this week. But the most interesting thing about these power rankings is the name that Buster Olney suggests the Rangers might trade for. He says, with Jake Berger and Jock Peterson on the IL, executives with other teams speculate that Texas will add a first baseman before the deadline, whether it's someone like the D-backs' Josh Naylor, who has since been traded, or maybe the Nationals' Nathaniel Lowe.
Oh, baby.
A Nate Lowe reunion. He is, by the way, the change of scenery has done no good for him. It is not anything that's jump-started his bat again. He is looking at across his slash line, all three numbers are the worst of his career.
Stupid-ass take.
Yeah, he needs to be back here. He needs to be thrown in the middle of this lineup.
No.
Because Jake Berger's not it.
Let's get something better than Nate Lowe. That's not going to do anything.
Berger had been fine for portions of this year. Like he ended up hitting a little better as the thing went along. I would say this, if you look at their top 9 hitters on Baseball Reference right now, as bad as this year has been for Nathaniel Lowe, he would be 4th on the team in OPS out of their 9 hitters. That's how bad things are. And his OPS is 689.
I think he's got more home runs than Seager. He's 21st in baseball and runs batted in with 62.
Everything has
RB's eye, according to Corey Majors.
He has a negative WAR. He's at minus 0.1 to be on the season. So at this point, the problem is that his strikeout rate has shot up consistently throughout his career. He's been about 22% strikeout guy. He's 28% this year. His whiff rate's up. His bat speed's down 2 miles per hour. There's a lot of issues with Nathaniel Lowe.
That's not something you want to get into.
All right, so that's what's happening in the American League West, and you're talking about us getting another big dumper?
Another big dumper, potentially. So SI had the some of the predictions and the best fits for Braves catcher Sean Murphy, Padres, Giants, Guards, and the Rangers. Now the Rangers, they don't have the Rangers getting any of these players that are on this list, but this is the original big dumper. This is Sean Murphy. Now Sean Murphy's got a 2.5 WAR. He's a catcher. For reference, Jonah Heim's got like a 0.2 WAR. All right, so it's a big gap. I mean, those 2 wins. If the Rangers get those 2 wins, they're already like in the wild card.
Yeah,
right. Because they're only a game and a half out of the wild card, 2 games out of the wild card. So I mean that's not nothing. That's not nothing. A 2.5 WAR is pretty good, and he's not a great hitter. He's not a great. He only hit like 230, but his OPS plus is like a 127 this year.
Why does he look like Jonathan Lucroy after life beat him down?
He does look like Jonathan Lucroy after life beat him down.
Like
That's
after
a very
Jonathan
good
Lucroy just got
reference.
depressed or something.
That's a very good reference. But,
Totally forgot about
this is the guy they call the big. He's got a dumpy. This is the guy, and I set the stage. I hope he has it in the fan. Can always have it ready. This is the guy who got hit by the pitch that every girl knows about, where he just stuck his butt out and the whole butt jiggled. And the ball shot over into the dugout. You remember that one?
Yeah.
That's a great. I saw that with the first. Like, holy cow.
Tightened it up, stuck it out.
Yeah, just tighten that butt up, pop those glutes out there. Like a quarter it bounced off of.
Hopefully we'll have more credible discussion over trades with Steve Phillips, former general manager at 9 o'clock this morning. Well, never mind. On the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Boy, this would be though if you were to add Sean Murphy again. We're just talking about they like their thick boys. That is their style up there.
Did President Trump just end NIL? What happened yesterday? What executive order did he sign, Bob?
Okay, so I am gonna need to be.
It is the Save College Sports order. Okay.
No, it was like President Trump saves college sports.
Yeah, that's what
I think he threw his name into it. Of course.
Yeah. So this is something where Trump signed an executive order yesterday that essentially blocks third-party pay for play payments to athletes. So they can still have their various payments when the schools are allowed to pay directly to the players. That's going to kind of become the primary now. But the third-party payments from boosters, agents, other people like that, that's done. They can still have endorsement deals with companies, but now that's also going to be the idea is that's going to be filtered through a portal where they can. This is a different NIL portal. This is where they're going to be able to submit stuff in advance and get approval and everything. This is basically just throwing up a bunch of red tape again.
Yeah,
this is completely anti-athlete. It's completely anti-free market. If that's what your end game is, I think this is a joke. This is letting the NCAA off. This is giving them the General Motors bailout again.
It's very good for non-revenue sports and women's sports. It's not great for Texas and Ohio State, right? And these factories that have gobs of money. Because you can't now. Let's say for now, right? If
but this is an attempt to bring more control, right? It's lines.
It's supposed to be more
toothpaste back in the tube. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, well, they're bringing obviously it requires expansion opportunities for scholarships and college athletic competition and women and non-rev sports. Like you said about the third party and pay for play stuff. So right now, if Texas had a player they wanted to get, they could say, hey, come here. Here's $500,000. Post some tweets. This is a fake charity. Post some tweets about this. You could do that. Or not even a fake charity, just something that doesn't mean anything. I think what this is gonna set the stage for is they become direct employees of the university.
Which is fine. But is also completely against what the order the order itself that's been done. The current policy position of the Trump administration is that they do not become employees. Like
this is going to require them to become employees.
But I mean, they are trying. That's why I say they are trying to tighten this up to where they can kind of. This is a college. This is an NCAA lobbying push to get things back to where they want it.
Is Nick Saban happy today?
Yes. This is the start. Now, what they want Congress to act on it. They don't want just an executive order. They want laws in place that will codify a lot of this. But it's not a policy fix. It's a power play. It is a bitter organization that they can't, keep people under their thumb anymore. And that's what this entire thing is about. And I don't know. I think it's gross. It's NCAA corporate welfare.
All right, let's clean up just so we can see if we were right about these sports events. Some ratings news. I don't know why ESPN just continues to lie about their ratings that come out. They tried to say that there was historic viewership for the WNBA All-Star Weekend, that the numbers were up like 89% and then 158% for Saturday night versus Sunday and the game. Christine Brennan, USA Today, friend of the show, female sports advocate, said, why does ESPN continue to mislead its followers? The viewership was not historic. It was a huge drop from last year. Of course, Caitlin Clark did not play. We already saw ticket prices reportedly go down by like 46%. In 2024, 3.4 million watched the game. This year, it plummeted to 2.2. So ESPN trying to cook and fix the numbers that they, I think, even delayed coming out, which RJ always tells you is a sign.
They waited 5 days to put these out. So yeah, like I said, it's like down 30-something%. The ticket prices went from $120 to $64, down 48% when it was announced that Caitlin wasn't playing. Again, they don't have a league; they have a player. But I think ESPN could absolutely sit here and say, and all these networks could, if you had 4 million viewers last year and 2 million viewers this year, but 2 years ago you had 400,000, you can still say, hey, we're up big time over the last 3 years.
Yeah, and I mean, it's no different than the Adam Silver trick of, well, yeah, the ratings are down from 20 years ago, but we're higher in the night than we were. We're winning bigger than we were.
Did Scotty Scheffler cause a golf tune-out?
Not really. It was up. The final round had 4.1 million viewers, which was up 21% from last year. Peaked at more than 6.1, right around the 130 to 145 window. NBC and Peacock averaged 3.5 million during the entire weekend, which was up 24% from last year. So despite the fact that he was running away with this thing, it seems like people tuned into the British Open at a much higher rate than they did the previous year.
Bryson DeChambeau is catching some heat as microphones caught him where he ended up in some mess, right?
Yeah, he was in some of the higher grass, which is very common to find at the Open and links golf in general. And Bryson was in some higher grass. And what they have is they have these volunteers who work at the golf course. I guess they don't even work there. But they're on the course, and they're called ball spotters. And they go, when you hit a shot, you'll see golfers point right or left. You'll see somebody with a stick pointing right or left. And they go, they find the ball, and they hold it for you. They put a flag down. So this guy spotted Bryson's ball. Bryson walks up to it, and that's where the video starts.
Where is it? Thank you. You can move out of the way. Thank you. No, you're fine. Stand right in front of me.
So there was you can move. You can get out of the way.
You can get out of the way.
You can get out of the way now. And people were kind of coming at him like, all right,
standing right in front of me.
This whole Bryson persona change.
I got it all on record.
All a big fraud.
I love that promo.
Is this whole persona narrative?
I don't think so. I'm trying to write this off to frustration, not your best moments.
Right.
But I'm buying the. I think he's in the Happy Gilmore Subway commercial.
Yes, which comes out today.
Ooh,
the Happy 2.
Netflix
comes out today.
You got my hot, exciting Friday night planned.
There you go. He could have said it in a much gentler and nicer tone.
Yeah. Especially when they said the ball spotter was there for like 2 seconds. That's according to some reports.
It was. I mean, he was not there very long. Bryson had literally just walked up to it. He was like, "Is that it? Okay."
I still think he's executed a great transformation from, douchey nerd, kind of being the rebel in the sport, to being really likable, dude.
Yeah, look, he was more brosif. You know, he was brosif before. Now he's just kind of regular dude. So he had a bro little mentality.
How surprising was Brian Schottenheimer's Cowboys hire? Even he didn't see it coming. We go back inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys commercial-free expressway and our final ticket giveaway of the week next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The...
on-time experts, and the HRV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are commercial free on the home of America's team. We are heading out to training camp, Oxnard, California on Sunday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Brought to you by Treeline by Hillwood, a stunning new master plan community in Justin, Texas that RJ Choppy was raving about the other day.
Dude, it looks great, man. The entryway, you got to go over this like kind of quaint looking bridge, a covered bridge. I don't know, there's a bridge that has a roof on it, whatever they call those.
What is quaint exactly? Like what kind of a bridge are you describing when you say that?
I think it looks like a bridge that George Washington would have burnt down at some point.
Oh, okay.
Like an old bridge, old-timey bridge, right? That you would see like in, the far reaches of Montana or Vermont, something like that.
Sure.
Anyway, RJ likes the neighborhood.
Yeah.
We are also brought to you our training camp coverage by Wild Fork Foods, wildforkfoods.com, Elite Game Day Grilling Favorites, and Reliant AC. Brian Broaddus will join us from Cali at 8:40. Are you all packed up?
No, haven't started. I gotta do some laundry. So we'll get the laundry done this weekend, obviously, and then pack. I'll start. I think this is gonna be the smallest I've ever packed.
Are you trying to go with a carry-on only?
I'm bringing 2 suitcases.
Oh, for what? Oh, your alcohol.
Yeah,
your substances coming back.
Substance is coming back.
Well, what are you saving per travel
It's
bag?
not saving.
By the time
it's the availability.
Oh.
A lot of we could buy in California is so, they call it allocated, like they don't give it, and it's California. Nobody really drinks good bourbon out there. You could buy,
so their lack of manlyhood benefits you.
Yes, absolutely, but they still get an inordinate amount of the supply.
So what is it?
Like the brands?
Yeah. What can't you get here?
I can't get. It's very difficult to get like Eagle Rare at regular $40 price. You can find it, they'll mark it up to $300. It's very hard to find it regular. So I get that. There's a bunch of other stuff that I could find there that's very hard to get here.
Okay.
So I just buy it there at regular price. I bring it home.
You bring it home, or Red brings it home?
Last year I brought it home. I think I brought it home.
Has Kristen packed you up?
No. Kristen was feeling under the weather yesterday. But I told her
all the mildew in the car.
Yeah, I told her, I was like, knock that S out. I need to go somewhere, so you got to get this stuff packed, okay? And I was like, just take an Advil and get over it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Our girls are just partying. They have their whole lives planned.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There could be no guilt trip over us going to California because they already got 2 events planned out of the 4 days,
baby.
the 5 days.
I was gonna say this.
As soon as I get dropped at the airport, she's going to a brunch.
A brunch already?
Oh, yeah.
That's
a brunch. They got a concert.
You know what?
Maybe a sleepover. A pool party.
Have her drop you off early. We'll go to the Admirals Club, get some free food. And
Ooh.
Oh, baby.
This is, I didn't even know about that. She didn't even say anything. So we've got this like shared calendar app we use, and I just saw some notification pop up on my phone. I was like, what's this? And it's like brunch with Amanda. I was like, oh, okay. I guess you're just going to be living your best life. And yeah, she's going to the concert. I don't want to hear a word from Kristen this week about nothing. In fact, I'm gonna do the reverse that she usually does to me at camp. I'm gonna be hitting her up, and I'm gonna be like, it's just like whenever I go out of town, you don't ever want to talk to me, and it makes me sad. I'm gonna do that to her now. Living your best life at the concert.
Let them have fun. They should live their best life. 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We are commercial free with how Brian Schottenheimer got here.
I thought this was a really interesting article from Michael Silver the other day. And Michael Silver is...
Oh, by the way, speaking of Brian Schottenheimer, apparently on the K&C Masterpiece today. I thought they were joking. I thought they were pranking. No, Schottenheimer on K&C today.
They just they keep snatching up everybody's favorite guests. That's what they've done. They've done it 3 times now. So they've set a precedent. I think clearly we need some level of revenge extracted on them somehow. I don't know how. We'll have to figure it out. But Michael Silver had a great article over at The Athletic, I thought, where Michael Silver's he cannot write just a quick blurb article or anything. If it's a Michael Silver article, this is 30 minutes of stuff that was in large part probably scribbled on a notepad and stuff that he got in face-to-face conversations. He is one of these true like storyteller journalists that's still out there. And Silver had covered the hire of Brian Schottenheimer. He wanted to find out, all right, what is it that led to Brian Schottenheimer getting this job? What's the story behind it? And so I think we got some details here that we didn't previously have regarding the Schottenheimer hire and how everything happened. It opens up, he kind of paints the picture of who Schottenheimer was 15, 20 years ago when he was a hotshot candidate. He said, as an NFL offensive coordinator at 33, the son of a coaching giant was following what seemed to be a natural course. On this day in 2007, Dolphins owner Wayne Huizenga had come to New Jersey with 2 other team executives to talk to Schottenheimer, who called plays for the Jets, about taking that job. Ultimately, Schottenheimer decided, you know what? Nope, don't need to take this one. Not worried about it. He had turned down another coaching job that had come up to him. It was the Buffalo Bills. He had been offered to interview 3 years later, and he said, nope, no thanks. I don't need it.
It was just going to be a Ralph Wilson handshake to formalize it. It was done.
Yeah, and he said, I was a little bit naive. This is Schottenheimer talking to Mike Silver. He said, I was a little bit naive. I assumed it would always happen, but what I've learned is it's never guaranteed. And so that's something where he's now spent. You go to Georgia, that was a bad situation. The Seattle situation was good, but there was clear tension there with Pete Carroll.
So he goes to Georgia, right? And Mark Richt has him come to the house. And Schottenheimer leaves to make the drive back to Nashville. And like 20, 25 minutes down the road, Rick calls and he's like, let's just do this. Turn back around. Let's finalize it. And Schottenheimer's like, okay. Calls his wife. Hey, we're going to Georgia. And she goes, cool. How much you making? And he's like, I
don't know.
I forgot to kind of ask. So now he goes to Rick and he's like, by the way, how much does this pay? He tells him Schottenheimer has a humongous lump in his throat because of the pay cut, the haircut he was going to take from the NFL. And he's like, Mark, I can't do that. I can't take that type of pay cut. So he has Mark Rick call the university. So it starts off. He's like, I was just so lost. I was in such a bad headspace. I was just scatterbrained. That was a perfect microcosm of where I was in life, screwing up the salary with Georgia.
Nobody wants to coach Georgia anyway. Nobody wants that.
I mean, I think a lot of people do.
Maybe now. Back then.
Well, Mark Richt was actually fired later that November, and when he got fired, because of the awkward conversations Brian Schottenheimer had to have to get the money bumped up, then it was pretty easy to then say, all right, Schottenheimer, you are out too.
You go.
We're done with you. So he had found himself in kind of a weird spot, went to Seattle, worked with Pete Carroll. There was a lot of tension that existed there, but he's clear to tell Mike Silver in this. Pete Carroll was foundational to me. I have a ton of respect for him. That's something we've heard from him a lot in genuine, that he really does respect Pete Carroll for all their differences. He feels like Pete Carroll helped make him a better coach today.
This was the reawakening of Schottenheimer's career.
Yeah.
This helped save his career.
Yeah.
And his philosophy.
Yeah, and he said a big part of it too was the connecting with people that Pete has, which has clearly become a big headline for him.
Pete's a great. Look, Pete has done things that very few have done. Like, he's one of the few that have succeeded at both levels, at college and the pro. And he was much, much better with New England and with the Jets than they will ever give him credit for. Like, go look at those teams were not very good. I think he was like, I think he had a winning record with New England right before Bill got there, and with the Jets, I mean, he was not bad. He just wasn't given a chance.
By the way, we haven't mentioned this today, and sorry for the side distraction, but just to rule out any Cowboy interest, Christian Wilkins cut there in Vegas. His $35 million is now gone. Good player.
You know, he is a good player. They should call his agent and say, hey, what's up?
Oh, no.
Why don't you bring... they would have to call his agent anyway because they've got to call him to negotiate Micah Parsons' deal.
Muffaletto.
Yeah, if you're a good player, there's a good chance that you're going to be represented by David Malou. That's another reason why it just makes sense to go ahead and get Micah's deal.
But is this a huge difference maker that could end up on a team? Or is he damaged goods? Is he rehabbing?
He's a really good player. The fact that this will naturally make teams go like, okay, hold on, wait, what's the deal? Like, why is it? Why were the perspectives so different 1 year later from like handling this injury situation? 1 year after signing a big deal, why is this perspective so different now? That's
Cowboy need.
Yeah, probably. I mean, they signed Osa though, so I mean, I don't know that they would then contribute that level of money again to defensive tackle. But I mean, that is a position that's really important to Matt Eberflus. when Brian Schottenheimer, we're reading this article from The Athletic, Mike Silver's profile piece on Brian Schottenheimer. When Brian Schottenheimer had started kind of the let Russ cook movement and was really advocating for him to push the ball downfield, he says that during a mid-November road game against the Rams, his final season there, Wilson looked capable of scrambling for a touchdown, but pulled up and attempted a high-risk end zone throw that was intercepted by cornerback Darius Williams. Afterward, Carroll was upset and told Schottenheimer, "I don't recognize this offense," and mandated a shift to a lower-risk, run-heavy attack. And that kind of started what would ultimately be the divorce there. Then he obviously goes to Jacksonville, has the weird experience that 1 year with Urban Meyer in Jacksonville. So when he got to Dallas, a big part of it was coming in here and just...
Which, by the way, Urban Meyer goes around the room with these NFL assistants, and he's like, what the hell have any of you ever won? He's like dressing down his assistants, disrespecting him, and Schottenheimer, according to the article, goes, I've won everywhere I've gone.
Yeah, pretty sure.
But his family, he was basically sitting next to his father, who's sick and ill, didn't want to take the Jacksonville job. Urban Meyer would not leave him alone, and his wife and mother basically talked him into the Jacksonville job. They're like, you're getting Trevor Lawrence. Okay, you're getting a once-in-a-generation type talent. You have to take it. Against his better judgment, he took it. Big mistake.
So Brian Schottenheimer ends up taking this assistant role, this role that's basically a consultant. It is a cool gig that I think they've had over the years here in the last 4 or 5 years, where they bring in an offensive coach to work with the defensive coordinator. And that offensive coach's job, and Brian Schottenheimer's job a lot of times was, all right, Dan, you're playing the Buccaneers this week. Okay, here's how, if I was the offensive coordinator of the Buccaneers, I would draw up an attack to get after your defense. And then that kind of gives him the perspective of, all right, where are we maybe vulnerable to the mind of an offensive coach? Because you think differently when you're on that side of the ball.
Yeah.
And so it's a cool job. I think the defensive coaches have felt like it's helped them. I think Schottenheimer and others who have done that feels like it's helped them and leveled them up.
And Dan Quinn is the other one that Schottenheimer is credited, along with Pete, for the resurgence in his passion.
Yeah, and
outlook.
Yeah, and he is somebody who, I mean, they come from the same tree. It makes sense, like Dan Quinn and Pete Carroll together, working together. But he talks about how he ends up getting the offensive coordinator job, something that at first Dak and others maybe were like, okay, is this really what we want? We just lost Kellen Moore. We're big fans of Kellen Moore. But we've all heard that story referenced before from Schottenheimer about the time that he pulled Dak after an interception in practice. He's repeated it a few different times. We've never gotten details of like, okay, what happened? We just know, we had it out with each other. So Mike Silver talked to Dak Prescott, and Dak said, one of our first times bonding was after I threw a pick in a training camp practice. He said he took me out, and I was bleeping mad. He's like, well, you threw an interception. And I go, well, isn't it a bleeping practice? It says an animated conversation ensued, and Prescott remained angry. Afterward, the two men shook hands and talked it out. Prescott says, I was heated and wanting to play, and it was more of like, when do I get to chance my risk versus reward? But it was a great moment of, hey, if you want to pull me, that's the standard, and I've got to eat it. I can't throw picks. I understand exactly why you took me out. We connected over our standards, our love, and our passion for the game. After that, it was a vibe. And that was kind of what triggered them to have a good relationship that they don't talk about a ton here. They don't reference much here, but that's what started the week 5, week 6, come to Jesus. We got to change this offense in 2023. And that they had already built that relationship to be able to have that credibility with each other.
I mean, Dak's in the right in that. I mean, like, you have to, that's you've got to throw picks in practice to figure out what you can do and what you can't.
So at the end of last season, things had obviously not gone great, and this is where Brian Schottenheimer got the job that he was not expecting. He had already made up in his mind he was leaving. He had told Mike McCarthy that, he expects you're going to get a contract extension, so he says, I want to call plays again. I need to go do something else. He had already talked to 2 coaches, apparently. So he'd spoken with Mike McDonald from the Seahawks and Aaron Glenn with the Jets, and had talked about the idea of going and being their offensive coordinator. 2 places he was familiar with, the Jets and the Seahawks, probably the 2 places he was kind of most associated with over the last 20 years.
Go to Sam Darnold and Justin Fields with his toe.
So before heading back to Tennessee with his family, Schottenheimer had an end-of-season debriefing with a group that included Jerry, Steven, and Will McClay. And it was something that was an exit interview, essentially. He already thinks he's going somewhere else. So it's like, all right, let's lay out on the table what exactly I thought went wrong last year. So he spoke with them, spoke candidly about what he felt went wrong and how he thought the situation could be improved. After a couple hours, he thanked them, wished them well. Steven says, usually that's the end of it, but obviously we wanted more. We were all sitting around and said, maybe we need to start considering Shoddy as a candidate here. When the Joneses and McCarthy couldn't agree on a new deal, the team announced it was moving on and began a formal search. The next day, Schottenheimer's phone rang with Blue Star Innovation Partners flashing on the screen. To his surprise,
we got that call about a year ago. No, joking.
No, we didn't.
To his surprise, the big boss was on the line. Schottenheimer recalls, I'm like, what's up, Jerry? And he's like, let's see what this would look like. At the very least, I don't want you to leave. I want you to stay here, be my play caller, and be the offensive coordinator. But let's talk a little bit more in depth, which is kind of some of the reports we'd heard that maybe he's interviewing for offensive coordinator, maybe he's interviewing for head coach. Soon he was back in the building, but this time he was in a suit. In addition to Schottenheimer, the Cowboys interviewed Kellen Moore, Robert Saleh. They list all that off. Said one thing that worked heavily in Schottenheimer's favor was his institutional knowledge. The Cowboys aren't a typical NFL organization, essentially run by the Jones family and a tight group of longtime confidants while perpetually in the glare of the spotlight. Will McClay says he knows the building, he understands the people, and then he understands the players. He knows the lay of the land. He knows they're going to talk about us in the media and all the S that goes with it.
Yeah.
And then Stephen Jones said, the more we talked, it just felt like our guy was right underneath our nose. And that was this whole section here where they really lay out the conversation he had, what Schottenheimer's mentality was walking into it, the evolution from the Cowboys on it and how they pitched it, and then getting back in there and the benefit of knowing the organization. I think that's a huge admission, something that we've always known, but a huge admission from the organization on the record of, yeah, knowing how we are here that's going to give you a boost.
Yeah.
If we know you and you know us, that gives you an advantage. And it makes sense why the only two, it felt like, non-Rooney Rule candidates they interviewed were Kellen Moore and Brian Schottenheimer, two people who had been here.
Just think about, and I'm not taking any shots at Mike. Again, appreciated every Friday, 6:30 with us. He was fantastic, better than Jason as an interview, not even close. Imagine Mike, year one, and what he thought about the opening presser in Oxnard the other day versus Schottenheimer the other day, right? Brian's been here, so he kind of knows the scene in the circus, as Will McClay also dropped in that article, versus someone brand new to the scene and having all that chaos hit.
Yeah.
That's a familiarity.
And that's something that I think McCarthy, he would definitely say it off the record. I believe he did, and I believe he would, and I believe he has said it on the record. That was the biggest challenge he faced. Was the first 2-3 years, especially walking in here, was adjusting to this is not Green Bay anymore. Like it's a different operation and it runs differently. There's nobody. This is how I've compared Brian Schottenheimer. He is that candidate for president who it feels like they've been running for 20 years. Where it's like, okay, you may feel like he doesn't check your boxes in this way or that way. Like fans may not love certain aspects of his offense or his history. But if you're telling me, like in terms of preparation for the storm that is Dallas and what it is to operate within it, it's really hard to find somebody without head coaching experience who will be better prepared to understand it. That was the argument for Witten. Witten knew this. And so Witten, it's like, yeah, he's a first-time coach, but he's going to get a leg up on one of the biggest challenges you hit walking in the door. Mm-hmm.
And now, of course, Dak is working with Shoddy as his head coach. And yesterday he was asked about working in Brian's offense.
Tons of fun. Already having fun. Nothing's better than this game of football. It's always given me such an amazing piece. And there's been different years, different times. It can get tougher, and you can sometimes forget that. But keeping that at the forefront of your mind to have fun, I think, is what leads it. And Shoddy's a guy who has fun. We're going to compete our ass off, but we have fun. And I think with that, what having fun is allowing everyone to be themselves. And that's what we encourage, is to be yourself. And as you said, having those different sets, the different formation, the different looks, that's the way that I've seen the game and I've always seen the game. So the more of that we get, I encourage. And, yeah, sure, I might not be as fast or quick as I once was, but trust me, I enjoy still running the ball. And there's a time, there's a place for it. And getting the ball into guys like CD's hands today early and watching him, take a 3-yard pass and make guys miss and get down the field, or whether it be George on a 5-yard route or flipping it to Terp or any of these backs and watching them go make guys miss and have fun. And then I think one of the great parts that we're continuing to preach is about covering down, right? Covering the ball. And you see the energy from offense and defense. But what that allows you to do is celebrate with your guys as well. And the handshakes, right? All of that's fun. And you have to keep the game fun. And Shadi does a great job of leading this group, leading this team, and leading this offense to make sure that we're doing that and allowing guys to be themselves in every aspect.
Brian Broaddus will join us from Oxnard at 8:40. We will be out there on Sunday with your home of America's team. Worst Take is coming up at 8 o'clock. I can't wait for that. Where is Hulk Hogan on RJ's Mount Rushmore at 8:20. That's inspiring his outfit today. We got Steve Phillips, former NFL GM, at 9 o'clock, and a brand new morning show training camp song at 9:20. Loaded for the rest of the show in what has been an electric week, in my opinion, including these.
God is great, beer is good, and people are crazy.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Billy Currington and Kent Moore on Friday, August 1st at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
That's why I was late getting back in here. I was trying to cram in singing the song for Peyton to play, and I couldn't get it bounced in time.
I started to listen to some of the this is going to be my weekend music material probably.
Billy?
Yeah.
It's so good. It's so easy listening. He is awesome. Whoever wins those tickets is getting a great concert because he is awesome catalog.
Let's get to the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Start us off, Ralph.
Have you ever made out with your delivery driver?
Twice.
This would not be considered a makeout. This would be considered sexual assault here in this case. But a delivery driver thought differently. Let's head to Carmichael, California. We're going to California this weekend. Let's go to California, where Sabrina Banks is sharing her experience. Hopes it doesn't happen to anybody else. So there was a delivery driver that came to her home, and this was driving for Walmart, captured on camera while she was at her friend's place. So she goes downstairs to pick up whatever the delivery was, and you can see the carport there in the background. And the driver gets out of his car. She signs for the delivery, and then they kind of sit there talking. He gazes at her, puts his arm around her, pulls her close, and plants one.
It's like Mahomes' brother.
Yes.
I want to kiss you.
And according to her, he deeply gazed into my eyes, had my arm. It was almost like he had control over me. So she reports this.
Yeah.
And the officer who responded, Sergeant Amar Gandhi, with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office, said maybe it's a cultural thing. Maybe it's something innocent. Maybe there's more sinister to it.
What?
And we have to figure this one out.
I didn't know.
It sounds like he needs to be fired.
Right?
I didn't know Eskin had moved to Sacramento.
Right.
Maybe that's what he means by cultural, like a Philly thing. He didn't know.
So they're trying to find out. They're trying to find this guy. He faces sexual battery charges. The officer said what happened here is completely unheard of.
He's on the run? They can't find him?
They're tracking him down because they're going to go through the third-party app and everything.
Yeah.
But they've got to get a handle on him.
And aren't we getting new female selections on ride shares?
Yeah, that is. I think Peyton had that. Right?
Uber is basically Uber has decided that they're going to give women the opportunity to basically sync up or pair up only with female drivers. It's a protection for women who feel uncomfortable riding with a man in an Uber.
I think that's probably pretty smart.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Like I mean, if you're talking about now, if it was a policy that we're only pairing women drivers and women riders, I would be like, this is stupid. Like the assumption that like every man is going to be some predator or something. I hate that. But if you're telling me like a woman who doesn't feel comfortable doing it and wants the choice on there, sure, okay. If you want the choice, go ahead.
Are you an optimist or a pessimist?
Me and myself, I would say I'm a pessimist. Where do you guys come down?
Oh, RJ is optimist.
Yeah, I'm pretty optimistic.
What do you think I am?
I don't see. I feel there are things you're optimistic about by default, but then there are other things that you're not.
Yeah, it's hard to pin you down.
Generally, I'm going to say you're pessimist.
I don't know that he's a pessimist. I think he's like
FAF.
Guarded.
All pessimists are realists. That's what it is. The ones who are just dressing it up. Those are the optimists.
Jerry Jones is an optimist.
And we have research to prove that. So if you are an optimistic or pessimistic person, it says something about the way your brain works. So a new study out says that people, and this is from Scientific American, people who are optimistic generally have the same brain patterns when thinking about the future. So like the way their brain fires and the stuff that they can watch on imaging when they are thinking about the future, optimists universally, almost to a T, it operates the same way. The brain functions the same exact way. The different neurons fire the same way. It's not that way at all with pessimists. Pessimists' brains are like snowflakes. Each one of them is different. So there's only one way essentially to be optimistic. Your brain functions one way as an optimist, and there are a million ways to be negative is basically what this is telling you. And that to me almost suggests that optimism is going to inherently be you're choosing to block out what's actually out there. The factors that are telling you, well, this could go wrong, this could go wrong, this could go wrong. So it sounds like you have to override basically every command in your brain that says be worried about this. Just say, nope, I'm going to be happy about it. I'm going to be positive. And your brain functions in that one direction. But otherwise, if you're a pessimist about some stuff, in general, your brain is going to be different from one person to the next.
Pepe, you're optimistic? More optimistic than pessimistic?
Yeah, more optimistic. If you tell me something bad's gonna happen, I'm like, I'll immediately jump to like the positive. No, well, like if, like for example, if we're going to the casino or something, and there's bad weather, I'm like, well, it'll pass. It'll pass eventually. We'll make it way. We don't have to stop our trip just because of bad weather.
I'm a wallower. I'm a wallower in bad information. Like, there's been 2 times right now, currently one of them, 2 times this week when I was just in a bitter, nasty mood. Now, the good thing I think that I do is I announce it. So like I tell Amanda, I just got this news, this just happened. I'm in a terrible mood. I don't like it when people are in the terrible mood. They don't tell you why.
Oh, that's the worst.
And then you have to get it out of
or
them.
You feel like you're the one that's causing it, or it makes everything uncomfortable.
Yeah. So I'm a wallower, like in bad news. Like I'm probably going to be, I'm going to be in a bad mood, and throughout the weekend because of things that are happening in this building.
I would have. I was going to ask you yesterday. You lightened up, but when we first walked in, you seemed kind of quiet before the show started, and I was like, I think he's in a bad mood. And I was going to ask you something about it at the break, but then you lightened up. So I was like, oh, I guess he's not.
Well, one had to do with my kid's school. My daughter got sent home for like a day and a half, and I didn't feel like she needed to be sent home. So I was furious over that. And I let them know about it.
Good.
And then I got a text message. It wasn't terrible news within the building. It just wasn't as good a news as I wanted. That put me in a nasty mood. That, like, my day from 3 p.m. all the way up until 9 or 10 just went to hell. Misery.
Wednesday into Thursday?
Yeah, it started on Monday. Started on Monday with a text from the boss. Monday at 3 p.m. Everything was all good. And then the school's like, come pick up your daughter. She's sick. I'm like, I know she's not sick. Like, I'm not going to get all into it. We made up yesterday. We had a good talking conversation. And then today just ticked me off all over again. Bobby, right before the show, he goes, like, should I have not told you that until after the show? I was like, no. But I'm so professional. I don't think anyone could tell until I'm disclosing it right now.
No, I couldn't even tell during the break that it had lingered. So I thought you were pretty much past it. I guess that's because you're an optimist and your brain just works that one way.
Poop like a pro or the luckiest?
No, it's because I'm thinking I'm going to get my way still somehow.
There we go. You want poop like a pro or the luckiest SOB in the world?
Lucky.
All right.
I hate poop.
This guy, this Massachusetts dude won the Powerball twice in the same night.
In the same night?
Yes. He forgot he played a ticket earlier in the day. And he went back to the store, played the same numbers, which are his general numbers, his own numbers that he plays every week, right? And he won. He won both tickets.
So here's my only question: was there another winner?
Yeah, like, do you win a different amount?
Because otherwise, it's just he's splitting the jackpot with himself. If there's a third winner, yeah, he just like swiped extra money that he wasn't going to get.
So what he got was, it's like, so you know when you win the Powerball, I don't know how. I would say when you win the Powerball because we haven't won it.
Oh, he didn't win the jackpot. He won like one of the $1 million ones.
He won $1 million flat rate.
Yeah.
So he won the million because I guess he didn't get all 5. Is it 5 numbers in the Powerball or the 4 in the Powerball? He didn't get all of them. He got like the $1 million flat rate. So he won that twice in the same night. He forgot he already bought a Powerball ticket and he won it twice. This is right up there with the chick who got a hole-in-one on her first golf outing in Canada. First time on the course. And you can see the photo of the guy next to her. He looks like he died inside. Looking at her, he's at this fake smile, looking like he died inside because he brought somebody to the golf course. First round ever, hole-in-one.
Do they have video of this?
Of the hole-in-one?
Yes. I'm just wondering how many different people can just say, I got a hole-in-one the first time I saw it, and if you just get some people to play along with you, then you can get a story written about you.
Look, I film every par 3.
In case?
I record every par 3.
I know those ones in Michigan you film for sure.
Wow, there you go.
That was a hole-in-one.
Yes, it was.
877-881-1053. It's the junk drawer here before Worst Take on Sean and RJ.
All right, so there's some good news. There's been a GoFundMe set up by the federal government. You can now help contribute to pay off the national debt. No joke. Yesterday, the federal government announced they will be accepting Venmo payments from citizens who want to help pay off the national debt. The Treasury has begun accepting the Venmo transactions as contributions toward the debt, which currently stands at $36 trillion. This is...
How much money would each person have to give?
I don't know, but there's going to be people who... They're going to get revenue.
Absolutely.
They're going to get money.
Absolutely, people will do it.
It's kind of genius, but it doesn't specify because they said they've reached out to the Treasury to get some answers. I would hope at the very least you would.
How many people in the world, roughly?
7 billion.
7 billion in the world. There's 330 million in the U.S. I think is what it is. But man,
how many? 330 million?
Yeah, I would hope you could at least write this off or something. There would be some sort of tax benefit to it. But otherwise, this is just basically a GoFundMe.
109,000 per person would wipe it out. In the United States.
36 trillion? How many zeros is that? 1,000 million.
So it's trillion.
Billion.
Why would I ever help contribute towards something that's never going to get wiped out? I don't even view it as real. I know it's affecting me in ways.
It's not real.
It's man, sure. It's
real.
But you'll have people.
It's real, but it's not real, too.
It's real. So here's the thing, is that when you get there are going to be people who get, I don't know how much they'll get, but they'll definitely get money off of this.
No doubt.
And they'll be able to, I just think it's hilarious that this isn't even your tax or anything. They're just hey, it's almost like the you're at the drive-thru and they're like, do you want to round up to help the federal debt?
Yeah.
If you just contribute, just if you send.
What will be the biggest contribution? What will be the biggest Venmo?
Somebody will give millions. Not even Venmo. I'm sure they'll just. I'm sure some big donor will be like, I want to help. I'm pledging $1 million to the debt. Here you go.
No way.
This is it's such a dent.
I'll bet you $1 million.
It's such a small dent. It's you would not even. You'd be wasting your money. You're throwing your money away.
All right, that's the junk drawer. Trying to give you some laughs every Friday, commercial-free expressway with our final concert ticket giveaway of the week here on Sean and RJ. I think this is going to be an all-time worst take. Is it the G-Bag Nation? Is it RJ Choppy? Is it a bunch of podcasts? Or the Fan After Dark? Find out next.
Look, we're about to sully some reputations in worst take, but
No.
By our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
Oh, I think this could be an all-timer. Worst take, usually Fridays at 9 o'clock here on Sean and RJ to recap the stupidity of our Monday through Friday here in the station and the sports world. We're doing it right now because former GM Steve Phillips will join us at 9 o'clock after Brian brought us from Oxnard, and we need your submissions and votes on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Look, in a normal week, I think any one of these could win. Had to leave some stuff on the cutting room floor. It was a very loaded week of just awful takes. And we're going to get them started off with RJ Choppy, who was very upset about a list that he had seen yesterday and one that he took to Twitter to complain about.
Yeah, I got a couple selections here, admissions to the worst take. But this is, I can't even say our friends, because I don't even know them, but our friends over at Time Magazine.
Oh, I don't think you'd be friends with them.
Time is a friend to no one.
Yeah, I don't think I am a friend. But they came out with their 100 best podcasts of all time. And the listing here is, these are the most innovative, influential, and informative listens in the history of the medium. Therefore, the depth, breadth, and possibility of the podcast medium at its best. I was like, okay, cool. I love listening to a good podcast. I think, Serial is the one that first started just about everybody out on podcasts. And that was like
never heard of it.
And it's a cautionary tale for how podcasts can end up letting people free who probably shouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about there, but
Serial. All those things all these different podcasts that have gone on, these like true crime podcasts, there have been instances of people being let free that have caused problems.
So on here, you've got like the Dax Shepard podcast, and they've got the Bill Simmons podcast, the 30 for 30 podcast. All right, just keep going down. And I'm just Call Her Daddy is on here with Alex Cooper.
Don't understand that one, that people like it.
I like the questions that she comes up, the questions to the audience, right, or whatever they send in. Conan O'Brien needs a friend, or just keep going down. And I started noticing surely we're gonna have this podcast on here, and the Joe Rogan podcast is not on the 100 best podcasts of list, and I'm like,
and loses.
You lose your credibility. Like, you could say that you don't like Joe Rogan, that's fine. You could say that you don't like his podcast, that's fine. But if you're going to have a 100 most influential, innovative, yada, yada, yada podcast list, you don't have to have a number one. You cannot have him outside the top 100.
No.
He literally got a guy elected.
You might have to have him number one. Like, I don't know that it's very easy to argue that he's anything but one.
Outside 100?
Outside the top 100. Like, again, got somebody elected. If that's not the definition of influential, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I don't know if got elected, but
I mean, certainly helped.
Influence.
Aided in the cause.
Yeah, and every candidate, I think, viewed it as important to try to get on there, except
one.
Who?
Kamala. Okay. But she went on Alex Cooper's podcast. That's why Alex Cooper's on here. So you can really just see right through this, because there's no Patrick Bet-David, there's no Lex Friedman, no Theo Vaughn podcast. Those are all great.
No Theo Vaughn either.
No, those are all great podcasts. Now it's subjective, of course, but you subjectively cannot exclude Joe Rogan. Like, objectively, his podcast is one of the top 100.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Did McAfee make an appearance on there?
McAfee did not make an appearance.
Okay, see, that's
none of the Brogosphere, or whatever the hell they call it, is on there.
That's an attempt to rewrite history, it sounds like, right there. All right, that's a good submission. I like that one. The one that I thought was going to be the slam dunk winner this week was coming from none other than our afternoon show.
Oh, 6'4", 270 of Rowdy Tellez joining in now here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Texas. How the hell are you?
I'm doing good, guys. I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Well, yeah, it is great to have you. And they say everything is bigger in Texas, so I guess you're fitting right in, huh? Is that the story?
I guess so. I mean, I'm built more like an offensive lineman than a first baseman, but I guess it works.
Now, seriously, though, how many brisket sandwiches are you in right now? Had yourself a brisket sando yet, Rowdy?
No, I live here, so I'm...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've lived here for a while, so I've dabbled in my fair share of them.
Oh, that was pretty
good.
bad.
Now, is this a take, though?
This is a take for them to think that this was okay.
Yeah.
Like, this is a normal way to handle an interview. That's a take. And I don't care if it's shoehorning it in there as a take to believe that was going to be like, yeah, he'll like this.
Yeah.
That was that's way up there on the list.
I don't know if I like that one.
Yeah, I know. Now that's not the only one we have from the station this week, Sean.
Yeah, I had heard that, in the middle of our back and forth with G-Bag, now it's going to be with K&C after their guest today. I thought it was just a battle of morning, afternoon, midday. And then Fan After Dark apparently got involved. Now, I have not heard this yet.
The Fatties.
But I heard that the Fatties took issue with Bobby Belt's original training camp song for Oxnard. We've played it a couple times. I don't want to take up too much time. Hopefully you've already heard it. We have a brand new one for 9:20 this morning when we head out this weekend. And I thought we were definitely good with Fred after doing crosstalk with him the other day.
Yeah, and I figured I would be good with Blake because he went to the same high school as my kids.
Oh.
So you got the Colleyville Heritage High.
Yeah.
We know the same people.
We know the same people.
And Fred and I, we did a good, wonderful show together.
Yeah. But apparently Fan After Dark heard Bobby's training camp song and took issue.
You've got to hear this AI version of a country singer
talking about all of our shows headed out to Oxnard.
Did we get left off of
Of
this
course
one,
you
too?
did. Of course you did. Here we go.
I
AI.
got 3 takeaways from that. First takeaway, the song itself was good.
Oh, great.
Like, I mean, I like country
I can vibe
music.
to that.
Like, that was a good vibe. Like, I didn't feel AI. That felt just like a regular
it sounded
song
like
that
a real-
happened to have people in there. Second takeaway, Sean's laugh scares me. When Sean laughs in between, it's a very evil laugh. When he just diabolical, just right in the middle, very quick, very maniacal. And then third one, I said it right before. They could have worked the Fan After Dark in there. I know we're not going.
Could have
to
been a joke
Oxnard.
that we weren't there.
See, that's what I'm
That's
saying.
Bobby's fault. He
That could have been a
programmed
joke
it.
at the end, like, and Fan After Dark's back at the station. I thought it could have been worked in there. So that's my 3 takeaways. Great song overall, though.
Oh yeah, I this is a worse take, and it's Chris Arnold's. How is that my fault, Chris? I'm pivoting all of a sudden. Chris throwing me under the bus. Chris is the hype man of the station. He's trying to throw me under the bus and run over me there.
You know, it's Bobby's fault.
I'm going to remove this from the nominees because I like their approach of saying you could have at least insulted us.
Yeah.
So they were open to the insult just to be included. But my original nomination was for them getting mad that they weren't included in the training camp song when, you're not going to be at training camp. You're not going to training camp.
They just wanted
That's like
a
me
little
getting
love.
furious at Schottenheimer. Like, why didn't you let me participate in the drill?
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
wasn't I out there?
Right.
Yeah.
I should have been out there.
Yeah. But they were okay. They complimented the song and then said you could have insulted them. So I think that's pretty good.
Well, then I'm going to submit as a replacement RJ Choppy. And his take 2 different days this week.
Oh, yeah.
Saying that players who miss training camp are wrong when they say it harmed them. That Chop believes that he knows their bodies and their experience better than themselves.
See, this is typical. This is a political smear campaign job that you're doing here. I didn't say they're wrong. I just said they don't know. Okay. So my whole thing on this
a distinction
is that
without a difference. Very good, Chop.
It cannot be quantified. That's my whole pushback on this. This is just you.
What
can't,
you basically said was when your son wakes up and goes, "Dad, I am sick," you have the ability and knowledge to say, "No, you're not. You don't know what you're talking about."
Well,
that is the power in which you tried to express this week.
Listen, my mother would say to me all the time when I'd say, "You're sick. I'm sick." She would say, "No, you're not. Go to school."
You could be participating in a sporting event with Peyton in a quadriplegic, and you tell the poor kid, "Come on, get up. You're fine.
Go.
Yeah, let's go.
Move your feet.
Move your feet.
Move your feet.
Shuffle.
No.
Shuffle. That's
No,
RJ Choppy.
Yes. Look,
You don't want it enough.
Don't let RJ near the Sandlot basketball event next year. Okay? He gonna be over there saying, "Come on now, let's go. Let's hustle up."
and perhaps I did a very poor job of explaining this.
Right, Pepe?
Perhaps I did. All I'm saying is that he may think that it was a problem. I need to see numbers quantified that it was.
Well, you've turned on analytics recently, so now you want to see the numbers.
Well, again, I turn on them when it suits my argument.
That's right.
Okay.
Which is so. There's no way for us to sway you then with analytics.
Correct.
Because it wouldn't fit your argument.
Correct.
All right.
That's all I'm saying. They may think it did. I'm just saying, I would need proof because guys get hurt when they go to camp and guys get hurt when they don't go to camp. So I would need to see the proof.
I've got 2 more, but I'll see. You said you had a couple. Did you have one more, Chop, that you wanted to throw out there?
Yeah. So the Athletic put out the best college basketball players of the last 25 years, quarter century list, and I have no problem at number 1. They put Carmelo Anthony at number 1. I have no problem with that. Right? Carmelo had one of the greatest individual college basketball seasons I've ever seen.
Tim Pickett was second,
but they had. KD was number 10. That's too low. KD was incredibly amazing. To have, I don't know, like J.J. Redick, Joakim Noah at 20? Joakim Noah at 20? How many 2-time NCAA champions are on this list? I'm going to tell you one other, Jalen Brunson. To have Joakim Noah way down, to have J.J. Redick.
What were Joakim Noah's stats?
about 2.5 points and 12 rebounds.
Not a ton. He was like 11.6 rebounds.
Oh my God, blasphemous!
But I mean,
you're about to get nominated again for your take on this.
To have J.J. Redick at 22.
Okay, tell me. Go through the top.
The top 10.
Yeah.
All right. Number 1 is Melo. I don't have a major problem with it.
And this is from who?
The Athletic.
Okay.
Number 2 is Jalen Brunson.
Ooh.
Number 3 is Steph Curry. Number 4 is Anthony Davis. Number 5 is Kemba Walker. Number 6 is Jameer Nelson. Number 7 is Shane Battier. Number 8 is the only four-time All-American in the history of the sport not named Kareem, and that's Tyler Hansbrough.
Wow, I would not have guessed that.
And you're going to have Tyler Hansbrough behind all them? What? The guy he won a natty, was a 4-time All-American and a National Player of the Year. No one's done that but Kareem. And you're going to have him number 8? Zach Edey number 9 or ahead of KD? Let me break.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't love not hearing in that list of names. I don't love that I didn't hear Emeka Okafor either, because that to me, that dude was the best.
You have Frank Kaminsky ahead of Jay Williams.
It's an awful list. There's no doubt about it. One more submission here, and it's Jerry Jones for this.
Frankly, should we have waited on Diggs and Steele? Oh, you brought them up. I didn't.
So, our submissions this week to vote on. We have Time Magazine for leaving Joe Rogan off the top 100 podcasts. G-Bag for thinking Rowdy Tellez would be just cool with all the fat jokes. Choppy for saying players who miss training camp are wrong when they say it harmed them. And then the Athletics list on top college basketball players, along with Jerry Jones for his contract takes at the opening presser.
This is between the podcast list and G-Bag. I'm going to have to keep it local within the building. The G-Bag Nation had worst take.
That's pretty bad.
Who's your vote?
That's the G-Bag one is pretty bad. I don't know. You did. I'll say the podcast list.
Okay.
That was horrible.
Pepe?
I'm going to go podcast list here. Fantex is weighed in. I think G-Bag is the winner for the Fantex.
I'm going with the podcast list too. Rogan is. It's really hard to argue him not being one, and to have him off 100 is bad.
Shows why me and the Tolos are always aligned. Every time I pick the biggest loser, they pick the biggest loser. It is the G-Bag Nation for worst take.
Yeah, 317 G-Bag 682, hands down, it's G-Bag. The awkward interview, no doubt about it. So yeah, they're overwhelmingly voting G-Bag. I don't even see another vote for anybody else.
Where is Hulk Hogan on RJ Choppy's Mount Rushmore? He's wearing the outfit for the next segment on Sean and RJ after this.
Hey, if you missed any of the fan this morning, we've got you.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, here's the thing. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut.
But that's your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
What, Bobby?
The hell was that?
Oh, God. He's 0 for 2.
Yeah.
0 for 2 on Hulk Hogan songs.
I thought the computer was freaking out that Peyton just hit like the start of that. I was like, the hell is he playing?
Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sit this one out, Bobby. Go get basic breakfast at McDonald's. Like Mikey would do. We got Pepe.
I'll be back when you talk the Rangers.
We got Pepe and Aiden running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. Brian brought us from Oxnard at 840. Is it bothering you?
I just keep hearing weirder things in the production. We're like, what the hell is this song?
Hulk Hogan passes away from cardiac arrest yesterday at the age of 71. We covered the complicated other side of his life with the racism and how difficult he was apparently to work with and all the other things, the ups and downs and the roller coasters. But RJ Choppy had put together his Mount Rushmore of what we're about to find out. But because of that music, I had to go and pull maybe RJ's favorite all-time sports moment. Here it is.
Bobby the Brain Heenan, bringing me back.
You know what happened for me yesterday and going down these 30-minute rabbit wrestling holes? I realized there's no sports entertainment on television that ever had greater color commentators than wrestling.
It's amazing.
Listening to the greatness of Bobby the Brain all over again and playing the heel and just it was amazing. Vince was great on the mic, I thought. Gorilla Monsoon, incredible.
Jesse the Body Ventura.
There's never, and I don't know how many of them were play-by-play guys. Maybe Vince, but never could any other sport touch the color analyst in wrestling.
We didn't even mention Jim Ross.
I thought about getting JR on today.
Yeah, and look, there's a couple things so
the guy today. It's cover your ears, Tim Collins. Is it Michael Cole?
Michael Cole.
He's weak.
I'm not the biggest Michael Cole guy either. I mean,
he can't touch those dudes.
He can't touch those guys. Shivani is all-time great, but so. In that clip, right before that happened, when you saw Hogan walking down to the ring, because he was not in this match, everybody said, "Here comes the Hulkster," and then Bobby Heenan says, "But whose side is he on?"
I was wondering if that was a mistake.
So
did he let that slip?
I've been recently watching a lot of these Eric Bischoff podcast things, and Bischoff said, "I never told him what was happening. I purposely never told these guys anything. I wanted their real reaction."
No way.
Bobby just figured it out. Crazy.
Wow.
It's crazy that he just figured it out.
And Hogan going on over there led to 83 straight weeks of them beating the WWF.
Which never happened.
In the ratings.
Never happened. It was the Monday Night Wars. There's a I think it's on WWE Network or maybe it's on Netflix now. Netflix, they bought the whole catalog. But the Monday Night Wars, it's phenomenal. This was, that to me was the most shocking sports, whatever you want to call it, sports entertainment moment of my life. There's nothing that comes close. No play. The Luka trade doesn't come close to that. Because back then, remember, there's no Twitter. There's barely internet. That's 1996. There's barely internet. If you had to subscribe to this newsletter to get the information on professional wrestling if you wanted it. That's it. For that to happen, it was like, what? I was stunned. I felt like my heart was ripped out.
So what's your Rushmore of?
The Rushmore is most influential athletes of the last 50 years. And I was thinking, man,
Bobby looks like he's trying to hold in something.
I don't know that there's an NFL one. The whole league is just influential. I just said the NFL as a whole.
Okay, influential.
Yeah,
like Steph would be on the Mount Rushmore basketball influence.
Could be, yeah. But you could say
he has to be.
Yeah, yes, but MJ's on it, right?
Societal influence, a societal influence. Jordan is a bigger influence than
Steph.
Societal. The Fab Five are a bigger influence than Steph if you're just talking about society.
Yeah, so I had the
Yes.
Fab Five on there. So my candidates were Fab Five.
All right, so just reset the topic, the label.
I would just think Mount Rushmore of most influential sports athletes, whatever
Okay.
you want to call it. And, I thought like Messi.
Okay.
I have MJ.
Okay.
Tiger.
Yeah.
I put Magic Larry as one.
Okay.
Because I don't think you can separate the two. Fab Five.
Wait, how many Rushmore spots do we have?
No, I'm just saying these are the candidates.
Oh, candidates. I was like,
again, nothing in the NFL comes to mind. And then Hulk. And I don't, it's hard to get him off.
I mean, people can hate it. The one that comes to mind for the NFL is Jerry. If you're talking about influence, it's Jerry.
But I think Hogan's dominance as the most iconic figure has a bigger stranglehold, pun intended, than anyone else. Like Michael, maybe. I mean, is it?
Well, Hogan's run was longer, obviously, right? He changed the sport. It was
like I think you can maybe throw Jack in.
Paul Crew.
Throw Jack in quicker with Tiger than you could a second wrestler to Hogan. Like, is it Hogan then the biggest gap to number 2 of the biggest legend and icon in their
I
sport?
mean, guys obviously Hogan did it at the perfect. The 80s were so over the top, right? The 80s in general were just so over the top. But you could never with just he's in there with like these. They wanted superheroes back then. They wanted these fake superheroes, and then his prayers, vitamins stuff ended because we got the Attitude Era, right?
I could argue that for me, I'm 43 years old, born in 81. From 0 to 10 years of age, Hulk Hogan easily was number 1.
Easily, because you don't know how to break down basketball at 8 years old, like the way, you know what I mean? It's like, by the time, then, when I was 11, 12 years old, that was the Bulls and Jordan were starting to get going. It was like, okay, now I'm kind of off wrestling now. I'm still on it, but it's not what it was. Pre 10 years old, I mean, I wanted to body slam everybody.
I don't know. That if we're talking about
whatever. You were mad that he got put. Bobby was upset behind the scenes or didn't understand that Hogan got put on ESPN.com yesterday.
And I don't understand why we would put him on this list. This isn't sports.
It's not. Sports entertainment.
He's an athlete. It's athlete.
It's sports entertainment.
Right. So I could also be
a sports figure.
But again, I don't know. I don't think it's.
You don't think of him as a Hollywood actor,
That was
Bob.
just a
I
stupid
do.
question.
I do.
You're putting him up there with
I put him up there as a Broadway performer almost. That's the way I think of him in that kind of context.
Okay.
He has talent. He can sing. He can do these different things. But it's not.
I actually think he was a bad wrestler. I think the leg drop is the worst finishing move of any legend, and it may not be close.
He had 3 things. He had the Hulk up, right?
Yeah, that's it.
He had the Hulk up. He had the point.
Yeah.
He had the 3 punches, the boot to the face, and then the leg drop. That was his gimmick.
So is this?
But the boot to the face and leg drop is a weak finishing move.
It's a very weak finishing move. And you could tell, what he's doing. Anytime he missed the leg drop, if the guy, moved out of the way, Hogan, automatically, he was losing. He was losing the match. That was, kind of he had to do it in every match. And all the stories about Hogan is he wasn't a good guy. He wasn't a great teammate.
Alec Medford is getting worked up. I love it. The best texter in the building with breaking news. He said, if you want another Hogan wormhole, here's his 98 WCW contract. Incredibly interesting read. Even has a clause that he must approve of the outcome of all of his matches.
Yeah, he had creative control. So the old phrase is, that doesn't work for me, brother. Like Bret Hart, Vince was going to put the belt on Bret, and he had to talk to Hogan about it, and Hogan told Vince, that doesn't work for me. And, I grew up in the era of, I wanted my wrestlers, my champs to be big. I didn't want Bret Hart. Bret Hart was a tiny guy. I don't want Mart. Shawn Michaels to me Shawn Michaels is in the Rockers. I mean, he's Marty Jannetty's tag team partner. He's not a champ. I need somebody who's 6'5".
Paul Bunyan.
I don't want somebody who's 6 feet tall being the heavyweight champion.
The fan text is so off base here, by the way. They're all just like, you think he's not an athlete? No, he's clearly an athlete. He is an athlete. Yes. He doesn't play a sport. And by the way, how are you defining this as? Are you defining this as wide popularity, or more just you cannot like this person is most considered the face of what they represent.
I guess you can interpret it any way you want. Like influential athletes, like cultural influence.
Yeah, I'm doing it by the face.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, if that's the case, then okay, if we're calling this a sport, fine. Then Hulk would be on there, and then you would start talking about names like Caitlin Clark and Tiger Woods, and like people who are more associated with sports that like bring prominence to something that you don't normally even think of. They would have a bigger pull than just a powerful league.
Did you know he was almost? It was almost the Hulk Hogan grill.
Oh, over Foreman?
He was originally asked, do you want to be the grill guy? They had the same attorney. So Foreman and Hogan the same attorney. And the attorney went to Hogan first. And Hogan's like, nah, not really. I don't put my name on that. And they go to George Foreman.
I put other things in my body.
Right. They go to George Foreman. And it's the George Foreman grill as opposed to the Hulk Hogan grill.
Walchuk. Well, Zach, I shouldn't even read this. This is bad. Randy Moss for football. You got Moss became a staple. No.
Moss had the only thing Moss would like. Moss did have the influence of like you mossed somebody, like he became like like that. But I mean,
it really is weird how a football player isn't one that immediately comes to mind versus Ali.
It's the Ali,
LeBron,
Ali,
LeBron and Jordan are up there.
People were saying Gretzky, Bruce Lee.
But from 0 to 10 for me, I think Hulk Hogan could be one.
I
might
totally
have Cal
agree.
Ripken. I got to recheck the years on that. Growing up in Maryland, right, with the milk. How much milk was that man responsible for selling? But Cal, and then Hogan, and then eventually Michael at some point in time. So Hulk Hogan, cardiac arrest at the age of 71. This is Sean and RJ along with our insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We turn B-Belt over to the great Brian Broaddus. He joins us from Oxnard, California with a boys report after this.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Basil Babes.
That Fire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
And Brian Broaddus, kind enough to join us on a Friday from Oxnard, California, here on your home of the boys, 105.3 The Fan, sitting down in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, and also brought to you by RJ's Next Neighborhood, Treeline by Hillwood. And yesterday I was driving to pick up my kids from school, and I was just listening. I was just listening to Broaddus being his natural habitat, just loving, soaking up all the football that was taking place during the G-Bag Nation. Good morning, man. How are you?
Doing excellent, boys. How about yourselves?
Is that the Super Bowl ring that you're wearing?
Yeah, 1996.
Look at that.
Always flexing.
All right.
Who do you need
It reminds me one time in my life I was a winner. That reminds me the one time I was a winner.
Hey, I told you you're a YouTube winner for our 840 segment, okay? So put that right next to the Super Bowl ring with the numbers that you're generating.
Did you wear that just to check chill at practice to be like, if he says anything to you, you can just show it to him?
No, the head coach asked anybody that had a Super Bowl ring to show up and wear them. So that, remember, he said, "Hey, if you're coming around the facility, wear your Super Bowl ring. We need to see these things." So I'm just trying to help the head coach out.
Your top 3 favorite wrestlers ever?
I'm not a wrestling fan. If you want me, I could go all the way back to the 70s because at the Sportatorium, there was like Ivan Putski, Flying Red Bastien, Fritz von Erich. I watched wrestling when the dudes had the high black boots and the trunks, and then there was Jimmy Snuka. He was like the most athletic of the wrestlers. Like, he would cut his head, he'd bleed profusely, and then he would finish off the top rope. That kind of, but yeah, I wasn't in that era where they were starting out. Well, I lived through that era, but the WrestleManias and stuff. But somebody told me, like, when we had it at AT&T, all my buddies at DallasCowboys.com are like, Broaddus, you missed it. You missed out. That was some of the most fun we've ever had at the stadium.
Yeah.
When it came to all that, it's quite a show for sure. But and there's people that are very passionate about it. Very passionate about it.
Yes. Yesterday, it looked like the Cowboys were very passionate at practice. I was loving the highlights of the feistiness that came out of that back and forth. Just give us some highlights or observations of practice.
Yeah, I know you and I were talking about earlier, and I don't know if you're going to ask me about what I think about run game stuff.
Yeah.
But I'll save that then for when your question starts. But I think what I'm really noticing, and I think you guys will see this when you come out here this weekend, is that usually you'll have practices where one position group or one unit dominates the other one, and it's kind of, man, the defense is not looking very good today. Boy, the offense just can't get it going. And why there's so much feistiness here is this thing is really going from series to series. There will be an offensive play where it's a Pickens Lamb large run by Sanders, and then all of a sudden the next play will be a tip pass, a ball get knocked out, a fumble, an interception. So what you're really having is it's really interesting to watch because it's so competitive. But like I said, series to series, because it's like not one group is dominating the other during the practice, and you get a lot out of that watching practice. I'm looking forward to seeing these guys in full pads. I think it's going to have a little bit of a flair to it, what we used to have with Jason Garrett, where there were more physical practices. They were more intense. There was more one-on-one stuff. I think this coach right here, as fun as he talks about being, I think he's got some of his dad in him, where he wants to come out and have that type of practice.
Because of all y'all's draft homework and all that time you put into it, I have been saying it feels like Donovan Ezeraku is already going to, I just have it set in my mind he's going to be a player, and it sounded like he had a hell of a practice.
He's had 3 really good ones, and Bobby could attest to this because he's watched the tape on him as well. This kid is a very natural pass rusher. The learning curve for him was not going to be, if you started talking about the top pass rushers in the draft, he was one of the top 3 when you talked about bend, ability to finish at the quarterback, his ability to break down blockers. He's got a veteran presence to him the way he plays, and he's got a little bit of an awareness to him. They tried to throw a screen to him off the right side, And he was like, he kind of, instead of flying up the field, he saw back to his side, and he saw the lineman start to move. And he says, boy, I haven't seen this one before. And he took off and then got up the field to beat the block. And now it's, a play that could have gone for a few yards ends up being a loss of 6 because he's right there. So it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not like he's having success against, backup guys. He's having success. Anybody that lines up across from him, he is having some success. Dak threw an interception yesterday down in the red zone. The play would have likely ended up a sack by Ezraku because he was that quick off the ball. I looked at Todd Archer. I said, was he offsides? He says, you see a flag on the field from the official? I said, no, I don't. So here we go. It's that's kind of player he is.
Hey, you mentioned the Dak interception.
Yeah.
We were talking about some, camp interceptions. Do you kind of scoff at camp interceptions because
they're a problem. They're a problem. Yeah. No, it's a problem when you have them. Any turnover, it's encouraging to see the defense create turnovers, and then you wonder why, how'd that happen? Dak had an interception the other day with Elam, and he didn't see Elam. He didn't see him. And he went up to Elam afterwards and what coverage were you in? What did you see from me to make you get into that throwing line? Elam is a veteran player. Has he had a lot of success? No. But he's smart. He's savvy. He looks at splits. He sees where you're lying. He'll line up inside if you feel like, man, you're too far outside. You're about to take this route inside. He's that kind of guy. So when he makes this interception, you're kind of going, okay, Dak didn't see him. There was a good disguise, or he came off his guy in order to make that play. Joe Milton had an interception yesterday that was just an awful throw. I mean, it was just like he's trying to throw the ball to Schoonmaker inside down to the goal line. He had no business throwing the ball there. And it just, it so happens that they get an interception on the play. So, yeah, interceptions are bad, Choppy, because after it happens, everybody kind of looks at each other like, oh, what coverage were they in and what was he looking at? And these are guys he works out against every single day, these quarterbacks. So you should know a little bit of the tendencies of the guys you're playing against, but when that happens, it's a little bit of shock to the system.
So you're not equating it to like a spring training pitcher just working on some stuff to experiment
with. No, man. Your job is to read and get the ball to where it needs to be, and there's plenty of times where it's good. There's plenty of times where there's a throw like, Joe Milton, they ran an RPO yesterday, and Joe Milton has been running the ball. He's been pulling it and running it with some success. And Tyrus Wheat gets to the outside and kind of cuts him off. And Milton he's like, okay, I can't run. But then he's got Turpin flying across the field. He stops and just sidearms it, in between the defenders. And you're like going, okay, there you go. That's the kind of stuff, you're working on things, but, your job is also, though, get the ball where you need to get it. If you read the defense wrong, that's something that can't happen in a game. I mean, you got to be on point when this is all going down.
Brian Broaddus joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Brian, I'm going to ask you a question. Before I do, I'm going to maybe mix it up with you a little bit on the last couple things we've talked about. I just have a question for you first. You're not saying that, or you're saying that interceptions during these periods matter when you're talking about the types of interceptions they are, right? Because to me, there are instances where the offense is like, we're running this and we need to see this outcome. Or in this instance, you've got Eberflus in here and it's a new defense and there's naturally going to be stuff they haven't seen from the defense before. And so there is going to be stuff that, this is brand new, I've never seen this before.
Yeah, but it's their job, like I say, this is a 10-year veteran and and Joe Milton's been in the league now a couple of years. I'm just saying, though, there's things as a veteran, and they're going to make mistakes, Bobby. And again, I appreciate your defense of Dak Prescott.
That was a Dak defense. That was a process defense.
No, I'm just saying, though, to me, we go through practices where they're really pretty plays. There's some really well-designed stuff. And I don't think it's just we're looking at it. I mean, they created a situation yesterday, and this is what I appreciate starting to be about with this coach, is they run a two-man screen with Hunter Lipke and Williams going outside. And what does it do? It stretches the defense, and now Ferguson just curls back inside, an easy throw for Dak. He's trying to make easy throws for Dak. That I appreciate about him. But, yeah, when the quarterback gets fooled and he's a 10-year vet, And it happens a couple of times in a practice. You're kind of going, what is he seeing? There's been questions, Bobby, and you even have to admit this.
Mm-hmm.
Some of his worst interceptions have been when he is not correctly
Tunnel
read
vision is his biggest problem.
That's a big issue for him. When he is going to have problems, it's when he doesn't correctly pre-snap read a defense.
Yeah, tunnel vision is his biggest problem when he's going through his progressions and then just not seeing a defender, being so like just seeing guys on the periphery that are basically squatting, waiting for him. You mentioned Kaiir Elam, who he's had high praise pretty much throughout the offseason practices.
Mm-hmm.
He continues to sound like impress out here.
Yeah.
Is he the leader on the list of guys, and maybe who are some of the others of the guys that you are most critical Sunday for? Does this look different when the pads come on? Do you fall back when the pads come on?
You know, he's every time the media has had an opportunity to watch a practice, they've come away saying that he's made a play. He's made. I'll give you an example. The one opportunity that I had for an OTA observation was they put Lamb in the slot and they put a tight end on the outside. So they tried to create width again and then run Lamb vertically and then Kaiir was able to stay with Lamb, turn, and find the ball. Then he got an interception. He didn't, Lamb couldn't separate him. They tried to do it by scheme to get Lamb one-on-one, and they thought they were going to be able to get him on somebody that couldn't cover him. But Eberflus adjusted by putting Elam over there, and Elam was able to run with him. And then you see him make the interception that way. This, to me, is when they start in Philadelphia, it's likely going to be Bland on one side, Elam on the other would be my absolute guess right now.
Brian Broaddus joining us from Oxnard here on 105.3 The Fan. How much is it harming the football team and Micah that he's not practicing?
Well, they're getting a look at Fowler and Sam Williams and some others. I mean, they're actually trying to do some things. Mike is really good on the double A gap blitz that Mike Zimmer was able to use him on last year. I think this is something that Eberflus has watched tape and said, we need to get Micah involved this way, let him attack the guard, let him attack the center, and then see if he can, continue to generate pressures that way. But yeah, you can't work on things like that. The only real question is Micah has not been noticeable on the field as far as, being like, cheerleader guy or over there with him. Matter of fact, he was signing autographs while they were practicing the other day. He was over there hanging out doing that. So does it hurt him? Yeah, it hurts him because Eberflus, but the show goes on. The coaches always say, hey, we practice with who we have here practicing. But it hasn't become a distraction yet to where there looks like there's just the defense is completely, they created some pressures yesterday. They absolutely created some pressures yesterday. And a lot of it had to do with what Eberflus and those guys were able to do.
I was listening to yesterday on G-Bag break down the run scheme and what you were picking up so far from it. Can you just reset that for our audience?
Yeah, to me, it's going to be a power gap run scheme is what it's going to be. And I think they're taking some pages out of how San Francisco runs the ball. When San Francisco runs, there's teams that play with a college offense. I think that's like the Arizona Cardinals. I think the Washington Commanders are a college offense. I think the Baltimore Ravens are a college offense. 49ers power gap run scheme where you play with the fullback, you play with movement, you get hip to hip. I went down and I was watching the drills and how they're running the ball and how they're having some success running the ball the last 3 days has been hip to hip with the blockers. You push the tackle, and then when you feel like you have the tackle secure, you get off onto the second level. But that's really what they're trying to do. It's been a lot more. Their outside run game stuff has been more like the toss or like the handoffs or the RPOs that we talked about. But when they've run the ball with some success, it's been the power gap scheme where they're trying to get bodies at the point of attack. Again, push hip to hip, secure the down lineman, and drive that guy into the linebacker, separate, and then let the back make the cut.
You're a beast. Thank you for making this extra time. We'll see you in a couple days. Can't wait.
Sounds good. Thanks, boys. Take care.
The great Brian Broaddus, brought to you by Reliant AC. Sitting down as well in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, wildforkfoods.com. Elite, the best game day grilling that you can have. Former GM, baseball electricity on that trade deadline on the home of the Rangers, Steve Phillips joins us next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, sweet, of course you have. It's Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
Yeah, well, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Cause this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
9 o'clock hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Oh, Aiden's not doing it. Oh, no, you can't do it now. That's too late.
I think it was my fault because I was telling him I told him I was standing, so he was adjusting the camera.
Oh, does he need two hands to do that?
Yeah.
You know? No, I don't think so.
He does, actually.
Aiden? Bobby, shut up. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell, and Peyton is giving the thumbs up that we have friend of the show, the baseball electricity, a former baseball general manager, Steve Phillips, on the home of the Rangers. Rangers have got going after the All-Star break, and they'll get going with the Atlanta Braves tonight on this station with a 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Good to be with you.
Have you changed your opinion on the Rangers after the All-Star break?
You know, I kept thinking they have a run in them, and because I think their offense is better than what they've shown. So, yeah, I believe that they were going to make a run and that they'd have a shot to get into it. And it's just been such a weird year for them because they've not hit when I think we all thought one of the things they would do would be to hit. And their bullpen has been better than I think any of us would have anticipated, considering that, you know, they didn't make any big moves in the bullpen. And so it's been an interesting year for them, and I don't know really what to expect, but, you know, I do like the track record of some of the players there that makes me believe that they do have a run to try to get back to the playoffs.
Steve, since June 7th, they're number one in baseball in runs per game. It's like 5.4. You know, that's not nothing. It's over a month. It's almost a month and a half. Like, how long do you go before you change your perception on what your team is this late in the season?
Yeah, I think that you know, I think you just have to go with it. If it's changing, that's enough of a track record for me to say, you know what, we're finding our stride right now. We're catching our stride. We're going to get back into this thing and make a run. And so, and plus, you know, with DeGrom and Eovaldi, you've got two guys who really, you know, give a chance every time they go out there to compete to win a game and a real chance to win those games. And so, you know, I think that you know, I would still keep an open mind. I thought Naylor would have been a good fit for them at first base. But, you know, they didn't go that direction with it. I think they're going to try to get some pitching still. But I do expect Chris Young to be very aggressive here at the deadline.
Steve, when you were making decisions nearing a deadline, let's say you were kind of on the fence about, you know, buying, selling, or holding, and I guess how you're familiar with other general managers approaching it. When there are a number of buyers and not many sellers, like it feels like right now, would that ever help push you in the direction of we might be able to take advantage of the number of buyers?
Yeah, I think that if you're, I mean, obviously supply and demand matters. You know, economics 101, it's real. It's real when it comes to money and the economy, and it's real in baseball. And so I do think that you know, if you're a seller and you've got a bunch of buyers out there, it's a pretty good place to be. And yet, on the other hand, when there aren't that many sellers out there, then I think as a buyer, you know that if you get a player, it's a game of keep away. It means you got them and the other team didn't, and they're not going to get a guy that's as good as what you got in a deal. And so you're looking for third base. If you get Eugenio Suarez, you got by far the best third baseman anybody's going to get. And if you're competing with somebody else who needs the same thing you do, when you get the better player, you get the benefit of that guy to help your team, but also the ability to keep that player from going to your closest competition.
Former Mets GM Steve Phillips hosts his daily show, The Leadoff Spot, every morning on SiriusXM's MLB Network radio channel and on MLB Network, and he joins us now on Sean and RJ. You mentioned that you thought Naylor would have been a good fit for Texas. He obviously got moved. Is there anybody else you look out there on the trade market right now and you say, man, that pairing, that guy with the Rangers would be a really good fit for them and help push them forward?
Yeah, so like Ryan Helsley would be a good fit at the end of the game. I think that I want to get a proven closer at the end of the game if I can. And so a guy like Helsley would be a great acquisition for him. Honestly, Nathaniel Lowe wouldn't be the worst guy to bring back to play first base if you're looking for somebody to do that. And you know, I think that I think Suarez can also play first base, but I think they need to be in the pitching market, whether it's a Merrill Kelly or somebody like that. I would think they should jump in and get. It doesn't have to be the ace, but you need a third predictable guy to be in, and I want some experience in it too to be part of it. That's where I would look to do it. I think with Chris Young being a former pitcher himself, I think his priority, he's going to look to prioritize, I think, getting some pitching here at the deadline.
So you would absolutely lean into the run prevention as opposed to maybe going for the offense if you had to pick the one.
Where do you play the guy is really the thing.
Uh-huh.
And, if with Naylor off the board at first base, then it comes down to who are you sitting on your team to be able to get the playing time in. And so that's really the question I have. And so you could look for somebody, I guess, first base, but I think Lowe's the one guy, and I'm not sure that that's my priority. I'd rather get pitching for it. And in the end, you can add a bat, but if your good hitters don't hit, it's not going to be enough, right? And I've been in positions like that. Like I can go get somebody, but if our good players don't play well, then we're not going anywhere. And I think that's really got to be the emphasis, that if that lineup doesn't hit, they're not going to win. And so, but adding one guy, not necessarily going to spark everybody else. I think they just need to get fixed within, and then I think focus more on the pitching.
Steve Phillips showing us here, 105.3 The Fan. Have you seen the American League as wide open as it is right now, like in the last 20 years?
No, it is really wide open. Listen, the National League has so many better teams than the American League does. It just does. I look at all of the talented teams in the National League, and I think in the American League, there's some good teams, but they're not as powerful, or they're winning games. But I look at the Detroit Tigers, and I'm still trying to figure out how the heck they do it. I know they did it. It's so unconventional that it makes you think that it can't keep going because nobody does it that way. And yet they've been able to make it work, although they've hit the skids now, losing 10 of 11. I think the American League is wide open. I really do. I think that once everybody gets into the playoffs, I think they all have a pretty decent chance of advancing.
Steve, when we look at the AL West right now, and you mentioned the Naylor trade and Seattle making a move like that, does that, when you're in tight quarters like that, does that force you anymore, or does it get you itching a little more to start picking up the phone when somebody does make a move within the division, or do you have to just view things kind of in a vacuum on your own and how your own team looks?
No, it's hard. Listen, you're human. It's hard not to feel the pressure of doing something when your closest competition has done something. And I'll tell you, the idea of, what it feels like is if you've ever sat in a car in a traffic jam and you sort of look down, but you feel like all of a sudden you feel like you're rolling backwards. And then you look out and realize, well, you're not rolling backwards. You're really at a stop, but the cars next to you are rolling forward, but it gives you the feeling of that you're moving backwards. That's what it feels like at the deadline when the teams around you make deals. It doesn't feel like you're staying the same and they're getting better. It makes you feel like you're getting worse. That's the feeling, the illusion that you get when that is the case. And so there's been years where teams said, we're just going to stand with what we have. We don't want to disrupt the chemistry. I'm like, no. You need to do something. Doesn't have to be big, but you have to do something so it doesn't feel like you're rolling backwards.
Steve, are you getting the feeling or hearing that this is it for Bochy?
I'm wondering if it is. It feels like it might be that, he's going to give it the 3-year run and see what happens with it. So, we don't know for sure. He hasn't said, and I certainly haven't heard from him about it, but I wouldn't be shocked if this is the final year. He came back for 3, and he's going to make one last hurrah to be able to get there. But, and it would be a shame because he's very good at what he does.
Let me put the Rangers in the playoffs and ask you the follow-up. With DeGrom and Eovaldi, give me where you put the Rangers of the teams you want to see in the postseason in the American League. You can be honest and say, I still want them. They can't score enough. They don't have the bullpen. Like, who else would you rather not face than the Rangers with those two in the rotation?
Right. Seattle's got the young guns there too. The Logan Gilberts and Brian Woos that are pretty good to be able to compete against. Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, pretty good matchup right there. And you've got, an experience factor. But again, I think DeGrom is, when healthy, is one of the best pitchers in baseball still, one of the best. But so is Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. And those two guys have carried the load there. Fried and Rodon Rodon worries me for the Yankees. I don't think he's that good. And the Blue Jays, have Gosman and Barrios and they got Chris Bassett, but I like the other starting pitchers better. But I think the Blue Jays don't have the best starter or the best closer, but 1 through 12, they throw a lot of quality innings. But in the playoffs, with the extra off days, you're able to just throw your elite pitchers more, which I think disadvantages the Blue Jays a little bit more. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think that looking at Texas with the dynamic duo at the front of the rotation, they are a scary team and maybe the scariest of teams to match up in the postseason in the American League.
You mentioned Toronto. They got a pretty average run differential, like not great. Does that scare you about them? And would you say them or maybe Detroit would be the team that you would kind of question the most going into the postseason?
Yeah, I would question Detroit more than Toronto. Toronto's got veteran pitchers who they got off to a little bit of a slow start. I think they have like 29, 30 come from behind wins already this year, where their starters don't throw clunkers, but they might give up a little bit early. But then a good bullpen doesn't just hold the lead, it holds the deficit. And so their bullpen, their middle relief comes in and they shut down the opposition, allowing the offense to come back. And so I'd say right now, I would probably give the Blue Jays the advantage over the Tigers and over the Astros as far as ranking the teams in the American League. I still think the Yankees are a very good team, and they're going to get better at the deadline as well. But I think Toronto has really proven themselves to be one of the best teams in all of baseball, and certainly one of the best teams in the American League.
Will there be a move, either a trade or a managerial firing, and then in the next couple of weeks that's gonna make you say whoa, like not necessarily a Luka type trade, but a really kind of a shocker at this deadline?
Yeah, I think we're going to see Dylan Cease get traded away from San Diego, who's buying. They're buying, but they may trade away Dylan Cease, and I think you may see a lot of teams buying and selling, or sellers like Arizona is going to trade away Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly and Suarez and they trade away Naylor, but I think they should also buy. This is a window to get access to players with some controllability. So if a Joe Ryan's available, I think there are a lot of teams who are sellers, but who also think that they're going to try to win next year, that'll jump in and try to make a trade for a guy like Joe Kelly. So I think you're going to see teams doing both buying and selling, robbing Peter to pay Paul to create major league depth, but also trading away prospects to get controllability of players for the future, even if they're not currently a playoff team.
Steve, have you heard any big-name Rangers being floated out there?
Yeah, I heard DeGrom's gone. You guys all right?
Hey, I floated it myself.
Yeah, I've heard people say if Rangers fall out of it, should they trade DeGrom? I personally think that they're going to try to keep winning, and I think DeGrom got an oil change in his elbow, and he's good for another 5,000 miles. So, so I don't hear any big moves away from Texas. And the question is, how big will they play? Were they in on a Naylor? The Red Sox were in on Naylor, looking for first base, but they got two pitchers from Seattle and made the deal in a preemptive strike. But yeah, I haven't heard a lot of big names necessarily yet. I've heard a lot of speculation around bullpen help for them and end of the game help for them. And I don't know yet whether Clase is going to move. I know they've had him before, but Clase may be a guy that gets moved, and I would consider it from Cleveland just because of what I think I might get in the return in this year's closers market and the controllability through the 2028 season.
Steve, we love having you on as always, man. Thank you so much. Enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Enjoy the trade deadline. It's going to be fun.
Yes, sir. Former Mets GM Steve Phillips hosts his daily show, The Leadoff Spot, every morning on Sirius XM's MLB Network radio channel and on MLB Network. Nice job, Pepe, getting another whale this week. And the trade deadline is next Thursday. We'll be covering it right there in Oxnard, California. And speaking of Oxnard, we have morning show bets. Oh, what's going to happen with the station? Oxnard over-unders and a brand new Cowboys training camp song after this.
You know you can watch Sean and RJ on YouTube.
low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Kids donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
If you're obsessed with football, you know you're getting it every day at this time. It's the Red Zone, 9:20, 20 minutes before crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece in Cali, where they preview their interview with Brian Schottenheimer here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt, as we fly out on Sunday morning. Hopefully make it there for the padded practice in the afternoon. But Bobby has come up with some training camp over or unders that we need you all to vote on, because you know the radio station so well, at 877-881-1053. That's the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. We're going to go out there with the G-Bag Nation, and that coverage brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding and Greystone Roofing.
Got a number of over-under lines here. A lot of bets we can take, a lot of action. And the first one, you mentioned G-Bag. We got RJ Choppy here. Let's bring them together for the first one. The number of jokes RJ Choppy makes about G-Bag's guests, whether valid or not. The number of jokes he makes, 4.5 for the week. These have to be on the air. These are not off-air jokes about it.
We don't know their guest list. They're probably going to have Jerry.
Do you think the guest list matters for Choppy to somehow tie back the opportunity to make fun of them?
Really good follow-up.
Like, oh, they have Jerry. Oh, did they have time? I thought they were going to have the chef on out here, the guy who's pouring drinks.
You put it at 4.5?
4.5.
I'll go under and say it's like basically going to be 4.
Ooh, ho, ho, ho.
I'm saying over by that laugh of his.
Yeah, I feel like
I think they could get Jerry, or they could get Dak. They could get Micah, and RJ could turn it into a joke.
I feel like Jonte Porter here. I could just say whatever I want to. And,
yeah, you could.
I could just fix the wagering here.
You could. All right, next one here. Number of times the Cowboys communicate to us that we're too loud. So this could either be directly to us or to Tim, and then we hear from Tim about it. And this is at 1.5.
We'll hear about it once.
Under once, only because we're out there for 5 shows. Normally it's like 8 or 10 shows.
I think we'll be pretty safe. We'll get a little later into the week. Forget a little bit.
If we don't get certain things, then I'm going to take the over, and I'm going to make sure I contribute to the over.
Oh baby. I'll just look. Whoever's in that close-up room. But it's the big 2-5, man. That's the year. 2025. The big 2-5. You got to get a sound machine.
I agree with that. I will say, I feel like the biggest issue, because it's usually Chop, I feel like the biggest issue is the live reads.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's less the content. Like, we're pretty laid back, relaxed. I will guess we're going to hear about it once midweek when we get a little too excited, and then it's like, all right, it'll remind us.
If the station was smart, they'd just split RJ's live reads for the week between Bobby and I.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, we just split the telefees.
I'll just record them.
Yeah,
I'll just record them. I'll pre-record them back here in the studio.
Yeah,
forward over here.
You got
just whisper it.
Got to get the do the ASMR read. You could do that.
And we need Pepe to weigh in on some of these odds as well, because he knows us very well.
He does. He doesn't know training camp at all. Was the only thing I was thinking.
I thought I was packed and ready to go. We're leaving Sunday, right?
That's true. That's true. All right, Peyton can definitely weigh in on this one. Number of times Bobby either doesn't show up for a social outing or gets mad and leaves. 2.5.
Under. Only there 5 days, 4 nights.
But this includes, like, a social outing would not be a group thing necessarily. It may just be all 3 of us going to dinner, and then it's like, yeah, I'm not going out tonight. Or we're going somewhere, and then I just go like, I'm mad, and I leave.
And what's the over-under?
2.5.
Well, you're going to do one for the Jerry party, right? Yep. You're not going to that.
Maybe. We'll see. Ruben, that's up to Ruben.
He'll do one other dinner night.
Right.
Will he leave? I'll say it's under. Like RJ said, shorter amount of days, and we don't have like the drinking opportunities because there's no Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, and now the one thing obviously is Bobby seems to get I don't feel well on every trip.
Yeah. No one barks louder than Bobby over going out and doing party damage and then bails.
That's why I don't feel well. It's because I do so much damage. I'm saying under.
Under.
Peyton?
I'll go under. I mean, I predict that this is going to be Bobby's best camp.
Oh, look at that.
5 days out there, no weekends. He's going to be on his A game.
Number of times someone from the station switches rooms, 0.5. So this could be like the place can be fine, but somebody, maybe a Zach goes like, the AC, it's not cool enough in here. Like just somebody asking to switch a room for whatever reason.
Do people usually do that?
I feel like at least once a trip somebody will switch a room.
Look, man, I don't want to get in trouble on a Friday, okay? But Corey's alluded to this a couple times, mainly at me for accommodations. Let me just
basically called you a snob.
Let me set the record straight. This staff does not over complain and bitch over little dumb things. All right. So if someone requests a change, I put validity into it. But Corey has said this is the best camp hotel. So I will say 0. Nothing will happen. But this is not a staff of whiners when it comes to accommodations. We had people on staff who would whine about those types of accommodations. But I could do segments on places that we've stayed.
Yeah, I mean, we've had ants, we've had condoms, we've had...
RJ's just going to do the segment. I've slept on cots. People have slept in closets.
Yeah. Yes, we've had mattresses on the ground in the dumpster. We've had homeless people there sit outside. We've had our police arresting people in the room next to us.
All this was at one place.
Yeah, I know. On the same weekend.
Yeah.
It was all the same weekend.
Bassick wrote an online review after this. Did you ever read that, Bobby?
No, but he strikes me as a yelper.
Bassick being gone makes this number 0.
Yeah.
Bassick was the biggest.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm going under on this one. So we're all going under?
And I heard Tim killed it.
Number of times a G-Bag or morning show host, so collectively, number of times a host is drunk this week. Like for over the entire week. Not just has a drink, but like goes out and...
What's your over-under?
It's 4.5.
Oh, under.
Oh.
I don't know, because like you got to think.
Walchuk.
I will do at least 1. Zach will do at least 2. Eric will get in with Zach on one of them. And then there's the potential 5th.
I don't see Eric. Eric doesn't... I've been out to that beach bar with Eric, just like him and I, and... Let's just say there's other factors that limits Eric's drinking, I think.
But Eric usually does give
He doesn't
one
get
strong...
hammered.
Eric will usually give one strong...
But we don't have the Friday, Saturday.
We don't have a weekend.
Now, you do have to factor this in real quick. G-Bag does have full shows all week. Rangers are West Coast next week. So I know they end at 5, but like it's still, it's a full show.
That's what I mean. They got to be on the air at 1. Like G-Bag's not the ones who has to get up early. They can go out.
Yeah, they can.
That's why I included them in this for 4.5. I'm saying over.
It's under.
Saying over.
What about me and you? You just said you're looking forward to not drinking.
I might not. I might not drink at all.
Right.
Now, if we do the Jerry party, obviously, whatever day that is.
What a segue. Look at that.
Then I'll have to drink.
So you're going under?
4.5's a lot.
Yeah.
With no weekend?
And Dawson?
And Dawson doesn't drink?
Broadus? He ain't going to do it.
I've never seen Broadus drink.
Yeah, this would be me and Zach carrying
outside of the
potentially.
I drowned in Cheetos today.
You mentioned the media party. Okay, so we have 7 hosts out there. And then we have Ruben, Carter, and DJ. Number of people who go to the media party, 6.5.
I don't want to go to the media party for the first time ever. I don't want to. Bobby is...
Do you know what day it is yet?
I believe it's... I think I do know. I don't know if I should say it on the other, so I'll just wait. But
this turned from like stargazing. I don't want to sound like a spoiled brat. It's in Malibu. In Malibu. I mean, is it still at the same place?
At Nobu.
After the fires?
It feels kind of dirty going there.
Right? Slater sent us some video of like what's left of
I didn't see that.
Malibu. It wasn't that good of a video. But I'm like, is it still there? The media party for me turned into like stargazing. There was John McEnroe and Vince Vaughn. Like nothing will ever beat the first one.
Oh no, that's great.
I thought I died and gone to heaven.
Fantastic.
Here's what you got to remember
I
too.
was blown away. But now it's sit in your little corner, grab some lettuce wraps, and watch all the media surround Jerry and Steven. And I'm not going to stand behind Clarence Hill for 45 minutes waiting to talk to Jerry Jones.
It's a pop-in. It's a pop-in, pop-out. It's not a 4-hour night anymore.
Yeah.
There is a big media entertainment documentary release that's going to be happening close to this, though, so there might be...
This is why Bobby is tempting me a little bit. If I hear Shoddy may be there, or there's other Hollywood types because of the Netflix release, that's the only thing Bobby is tempting me over. But right now, I'm planning on skipping it for the first time.
Carter, Ruben, DJ, Zach, Eric. That's 5 easy.
Oh, yeah. Kevin's out.
So
I'm 100%. I'm going.
They won't be there. Okay, so you're 100% 6. So now it's just one other person.
Well, and I don't think DJ's actually out there. I think he flew back.
DJ is going back, though, in the middle of the week. I already checked on this, Peyton. Stay in your lane.
But I don't think the party's in the middle of the week.
I know when it is, and it's when he would be back.
Yeah. So DJ's probably out. Dawson, I think, will go.
He's gone, I think, the last couple times.
Yeah. So,
but he's also the first to leave. He's out in.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's going.
Yeah. I'm saying over.
Okay.
I think it's going to be over. Where do you go, Sean?
Are you going?
It's up to Ruben.
And what an insult it is. What an insult it is that of all the years, Bobby going for the first time ever depends on Ruben.
Yeah,
and his attendance, and not us.
Not us.
How insulting.
Yes,
I see you guys all the time. It's like a unique opportunity.
Ruben's going to go. When else does he get 1942 and Sprite?
Exactly. All right, last one here really quick before we get to the song. Number of times Sean is annoyed by Bobby's seafood rules. 4.5.
Oh.
Over.
4.5.
4.5.
Yeah.
No, just
every time we talk about
cut
food.
it off with just you. Cut it off with just annoyed
me?
with you.
Yeah, but that would be an easy. That's 30.
The seafood thing that's not going to happen over 4.
Okay, number of times you're annoyed with me, 20.5.
20.5?
Under, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
4 times a day? That's not
lot.
unusual.
4 times a day. I mean, you do good work.
Yeah, but I have also, there's stuff that comes with that. I'm T.O., baby.
No, Basic's T.O. Be original. Like this song. Well, this isn't even original. This is a cover performance. They've been working on this all week.
All week, baby.
All week long. They've been in the lab. They've been in the studio after the show. How do you want to set it up?
It's just a George Strait tribute to our trip to Cowboys training camp, which, maybe we're not always thrilled about because of where we have to go, which is that ugly state.
A very bad place.
California.
California by morning.
Oh.
Up from DFW. Here's the thing that I'll miss about the state I love. When that sun is high in that Texas sky, it's still f***ing dark all over there. California by morning. California, no one cares. Hey, let's go! Great weather, high gas, and terrible, terrible people. It's so much sadder than Houston, in LA, Oxnard, and the Bay. It's my life, so stop forcing some mask upon my face. Yeah, we're off there at 8, and I guess that's great. But we can't go out past 9.
That does suck.
California by morning. California's lost its mind. That horrible, hateful, disgusting, godless place known as California. California by morning. Wear shoes or risk harm. That needle on the sidewalk was just in someone's arm. Okay, the girls are fine, but man, they all do lines. I'm rich and cocaine free. California by morning. California just killed me. California by morning. California just killed me. Let's go! Here we go! California, a very bad place.
Yes! Yes! Excellent. Excellent, in my opinion. RJ Choppy and Bobby Roberto Bell. Back out to California and Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece next. Choppy getting it. So is Kevin Hagan on the fan cam. Twitch and YouTube. We crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece. Corey Majors looks like not Hogan, but the Undertaker sitting in the darkness.
Well, let me tell you something, dude. We're out here in Oxnard running wild. A bunch of jabronis. We've been dropping them left, right, up, down, front, center with a 24-inch pythons. And what you gonna do when 105.3 The Fans coverage in Oxnard runs wild on you? Yeah.
Did Hogan drop the jabronis too, or just The Rock?
That was a shout out to the Iron Sheik, who loved to call Hulk Hogan a jabroni.
Oh, okay. Corey Majors, good morning. What's coming up?
Guys, right out of the gate, Voch Lombardi is going to join us for however long he likes. He can hang out with us today. So, and then we'll have Mickey at 10:20, and then we have Shoddy coming up at noon, and Will McClay is at 12:40, I believe. So we'll have Will McClay at 12:40 today.
Then we asked Jaden Blue about people who said he was lazy.
Yeah, we talked to Jaden Blue yesterday as well.
I've enjoyed Mickey this week.
Why do you say it like that?
Because I usually don't.
God, that's my fault.
That's a couple times you think I won't step into the bear trap. Or, let me say, sorry, the mouse trap. And no, I don't care. But he's great stories. Yesterday, he just kept going on, and he's got all the stories. He talked about Micah not at the crawfish boil, so I've enjoyed it.
This is interesting. We always say this for anybody that texts in and has thoughts. The ratings are consistent with Mickey, and they're good. So we just that's one of the things that there are people that do listen and love it, and we see a lot of times, Kevin, on the fan text, we'll see things that say, "Man, I know it's football time now." Because I hear Mickey's voice, or I hear, like we had Christy yesterday, and they were like, as soon as I hear Christy's voice, I know it's football season. So that's a good thing, man. Football season is a great time.
All right, Hagee, we got to talk Hogan.
Okay.
I went and found your instant reaction to it yesterday. Obviously, you got to try to balance, right, the racism and the complication. I just want to kind of keep it to wrestling.
Okay. Yeah.
So, where's he on your 1, 2, 3, whatever Rushmore in terms of, not importance, but your Kevin Hagelin wrestling rankings?
Oh, yeah, because in terms of importance, he's number one.
Yeah. Is there a clear two?
I think you'd make a pretty strong argument that Stone Cold is number two. And, the only thing that prevents him from being number one is Hogan did it over such a longer period of time. But, when Austin was white hot, I think, he was selling more merchandise and more seats and everything like that. Just Hogan did it for longer. So I always kind of resonated, well, this probably won't surprise you because you know how I am as a person. I really resonated with bad guy Hulk Hogan, and when he turned into a bad guy, we talked about it yesterday. It's amazing. The two things that sparked wrestling in the mid to late 90s happened within 3.5 weeks of each other. That was the Austin 316 and Hogan turning into a bad guy. Those sent those two federations off their own trajectory, but Hulk Hogan was the best good guy of the 80s and the best or second best bad guy of the 90s. That's crazy longevity.
It's crazy. And I said that him at Bash at the Beach or whatever.
Yes, 96.
Him turning heel. That was the most shocking sports moment I ever saw.
I kid you not. My mom ran into my room to ask if everything was okay because me and my friends were like, "Oh my god!" we were freaking out.
Or 16?
Yeah. And so she's like, "What's wrong?" And we're like, "Hogan's a bad guy." And I think she was like, "I have no idea what you're saying." So
educate us on the Hogan behind the scenes of. Choppy was trying to tell teammate stories, obviously divorce and family life stuff, but just in terms of the industry, with the people, I saw Brutus the Barber being like, "Hey, Ric Flair broke down yesterday, and it really hit him hard." But Brutus the Barber was like, "I wish we had time to mend our relationship." All the Hogan Vince stuff, what was all that in reality?
So Brutus the Barber Beefcake got taken everywhere Hogan went and probably owes a big chunk of his career to Hulk Hogan. But then he started selling unauthorized merchandise and maybe faking that signature a little bit. And I think that's why they had a falling out, because like, hey, dude, I carried you all this way, and then you're going to like go behind my back and get some stuff. I think the people's biggest issue with him is they say he like held wrestlers down. And I get that, but like I could name you so many other wrestlers that held people down. Shawn Michaels did it. Ric Flair did it. John Cena did it. So many wrestlers at the top held another person down. Well, guess what?
And what does that mean, holding them down?
So essentially, like that person who thinks they're ready, and you prevent them from going to the next step. Well, I mean, the ultimate person they needed to take that next step was the Ultimate Warrior. And what happened? For the first time in his like, good guy WWF career, he did the job and he laid down 1, 2, 3 for the Warrior. And guess what? That didn't work. That's not his fault. He went out there the biggest stage possible, and he's like, "You're better than I."
Wasn't it very much like Tiger? Like everybody else benefited from the fact that that guy was still at the top.
And I think that's one of the things that you saw yesterday, RJ. I know you were saying like you're not here for any Hogan slander, and I totally get that. But even the people who don't like him, they were all like, "Hey, I appreciate that he made the business the way it is today."
Yeah, like my thing is like, he was like objectively not a very good dude, right? Like he was he was an egomaniac. He said racist things,
and he was a liar as well.
And he was a liar, and he wouldn't. That doesn't work for me, brother. He wouldn't put anybody over. Like that is all true. That doesn't take away from the fact that, he gave me a childhood of memories that when I was a kid, we didn't know any of that stuff. So it doesn't matter to me. Because, as a kid, those memories can't be taken away. It matters now, but those memories can't be taken away.
See, and that's kind of where I am. I will say you did mention that doesn't work for me, brother. Starrcade 1997, the biggest story in the history of WCW. And he was like, no, I don't want to lose to Sting fair and square. And that really undercut 18 months of story work they did. So I will agree with you on that. He really screwed that up.
But does that just override the determined... why does he get to decide or just stop what has been written?
Okay, so in WCW, he had creative control in his contract.
Oh.
And so can you imagine how cool that would be? Sean, going into your interviews and you got to tell people what they were going to say, and you're like, here's the question I'm going to ask and here's what I'm going to need you to say. But
that'd be awesome.
In the WWF, people argued he held other people down. I would argue who was a bigger draw than him for 8 years. It wasn't even close. And so I don't think he was holding people down as much as he was like, yeah, go for it. See what you can do. How did that work out?
So my power ranking list that I was going to ask is who had Hulk Hogan yesterday dead, age of 71, cardiac arrest. I thought he had the worst finishing move for any superstar ever.
So you have to, okay.
No, that was the best part of it, Corey, ripping off the shirt. The leg, the boot, and then the leg drop.
Oh, yeah.
Who has worse finishing moves than that of the stars?
I thought Roddy Piper's sleeper was always really kind of soft. And you have to remember, in the 1980s, a body slam was a finishing move. Now you have to do some insane thing to drop somebody through a flaming table. But back then, if I jumped off the top rope and hit you or suplexed you, you're done.
Was he a bad technical wrestler?
You know what's really funny about that? The answer very clearly feels like it's yes.
Yeah.
But all these people will release footage from these matches he had in Japan, and he's doing all of these crazy wrestling moves, and you're like, where the hell was that? I never saw that in my entire life. So I would agree with that. One of the things we talked about yesterday, RJ, was he's clearly a far inferior technician to Ric Flair, but Ric Flair didn't draw for S compared to what Hulk Hogan did. The day of WrestleMania 5, him and the Macho Man had the biggest pay-per-view at the time in the history of wrestling. That same day, Ric Flair and Ricky Steamboat wrestled in one of the greatest matches of all time in the Superdome in front of 5,000 people.
I never cared about Ric Flair. Now Flair I also was viewed WCW as the stepchild, and I was like, that's minor league stuff.
When did they not become the stepchild?
Hogan.
When they got Hulk Hogan.
Right,
83 straight weeks.
It was crazy because WCW was I got that confused with NWA. And he had somebody in a cage hanging from the top of the ring. Flair did. There was somebody in like a cage.
Oh yeah, they did that a lot.
Just hanging as like a manager. You can't get them. No manager interference. You're gonna be in the cage here,
Kevin. Because of the N-word and everything he did and said, how much yesterday did you feel like on the show or social media wise you had to hold back of praise? Like, I think ballsy, choppy, just wearing straight up,
like having to qualify everything too. Like, I know this, but this, I did feel like we had to do that.
Yes.
Yeah. I just sent over. I should have done it yesterday. I filmed it yesterday. I just sent over one of my Best Buy Windows and Siding confessionals. Well, was kind of about that, but I'm curious y'all's take about that as well, because it's really hard for me to kind of reconcile. But like, you think about Michael Jackson, he has a Cirque du Soleil. And he did awful things. And so, like, can you separate the art from the artist?
Yeah.
And I sometimes struggle with that. But yesterday, I think I was just really bummed and thought about what he did for the wrestling industry, because I'd also reconciled for, like, the last 10 years what a bunch of terrible other things he had done.
Yeah, I said this with going back with Theo Huxtable clips. Like, I didn't go back to the Cosby Show Theo clips and watch them and be like, well, Cosby's a piece of crap. Like, I was, and I'm not going to do it with. I don't do it with Kramer when I'm watching Seinfeld. You
just remember how you felt in that moment.
Yeah, and laugh at the character,
because Kramer isn't the racist. Michael Richards is.
See, that's a fascinating point.
Tolo Mark says separate the art from the artist.
Yeah.
Good way to say it. All right, the other top 2 moments all time, Hogan. Does it have to be the Andre Slam as next to
Mr. T?
So this
Rocky
is just,
III.
See, this is probably how old you are. For me, the next one is. I mean, look, I'm old. The next one is WrestleMania 18 against The Rock, when The Rock gives him the rock bottom, and then he kicks out and hulks up for the first time in like 10 years. People lost their effing mind in the Sky Dome. It looked like that building was going to fall apart with how excited people were. So I would put that second, then probably the Andre Body Slam. But RJ's right. For Rocky III, do you know that Hulk Hogan got fired from the WWE for doing Rocky III by Vince McMahon's dad?
For what, like breaking a contract?
Yeah, they were like, you can't leave the road and go film this. And he's like, well, I'm gonna. And he goes, then you're not coming back. And he goes, okay, see ya. And then he became even more popular off of that and went on his journey.
It's the K&C Masterpiece from Cali with an absolutely loaded show, including Brian Schottenheimer. We will talk to you on Monday from California when we fly out this weekend. Everyone have a great and safe weekend. K&C is next.
Basil berries. Nutmeg maybe? No. Just said that. Is it spicy?
Doesn't sound right.
What's the stuff on for?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Oxnard for Dallas Cowboys training camp, courtesy of the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird, Southern Table and Bar. And even though he is a guest of ours, this is another chance to do a sponsor read. We've got Vach Lombardi in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, wildforkfoods.com, elite game day grilling favorites. It never hurts to get another sponsor in, you know what I'm saying?
Get your money, man. You know
See?
get your paper.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you.
Read another one.
Hey,
who else over here?
When
Thanks
the
to Men's
G-Bag
Tea Clinic.
Nation comes out here and they do 3 live mics, that is, of course, brought to you by the On-Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
But read another one.
Greystone Roofing.
Get your money.
Luckily, we haven't had to get to the injury report. But when we do Greystone Roofing, well, I guess
Man.
actually that could come up right now. They've got you covered when the hits keep coming. Speaking of
All
that,
that rain, fix your roof. Hell yeah.
that's what I'm
Get
saying.
y'all money. Don't worry about me, man.
Terrence Steele.
Yes, sir.
How are we feeling about the ankle? Or what is the report, I guess?
I got a phone call from a secret Illuminati person, but I don't think it's out, so I ain't going to be the one to say it. But I heard allegedly he might be all right. I don't know if I'm breaking that, but just something on my phone just assumed that he'll be fine. And, that could mean a lot of things. That could mean, hey, it's a 2-week thing, or he's out for a 3-week thing.
Yeah.
Like, as long as he's relatively around for the season or whatever, like, that's good news to me. If Terrence is out for a couple of months, I would imagine that text would have been a little more dreary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, as far as I know, Terrence may not be practicing anytime soon. We don't know. I'll find out tomorrow or the next day. But just as I know now, we shouldn't have to panic about right tackle.
It didn't. Yesterday, nobody really seemed that concerned whenever I was walking and I was like, hey, where is he? And people that were in the know were just kind of like, oh, it's just an ankle.
Well, it's not like
and usually
Terrence,
they'll be like, oh, hold on. No, there's a little bit more to it. So it did seem like, it's already out.
Well, it's not like Terrence was out there and some fat person fell on him.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We went, damn, Terrence's ankle went like this.
Yeah. Right.
Terrence didn't even go out there. Like, so me and Broad was like, well, did he roll out the bed and hurt his ankle or something?
A little sore.
Which could happen.
Right. Sure. I mean, Tyron used to wake up and my back would be hurting in 3 weeks he's out. So with Terrence, I mean, it didn't seem like an emergency. It was just, the backup Hakeem Adeneji's out there. I wonder what's going on. But
and by the way, did he in fact dislocate his thumb a couple days earlier?
Cornelius.
Was that Cornelius?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because we saw somebody out in the tent and it looked like he had to reset his thumb, which was kind of terrifying.
Well, that's not an injury. That's just hurt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Football. You have to, like, if your thumb is upside down, fix the thumb and go back and use your thumb. Like that's just how the game
Or
goes.
cut it off. I mean, those are the options.
That's what Ronnie Lott would do. So I realize he's a veteran, but any concern about not long-term health, but like Terrence Steele not being out here even in the early stages, especially when you've got some new people kind of running the offensive line show.
Yeah, Terrence is a veteran. As much as Cowboy fans may have bad things to say about Terrence, I have a lot of faith in Terrence. And I think coaching matters. I think the one thing Schottenheimer did really well is hired coaches that are in demand. Mike McCarthy hired, his uncle's best friends that needed a job. Some 90-year-old coaches, and their rent was due. Like, hey, Mike, I need a favor. And those dudes ended up coaching for us, right?
They got a call from Glazer.
Sure.
Hire this guy.
Connor Riley was in demand.
Yeah.
Clayton Adams was in demand. Like, there was some phone calls being made for a lot of these guys, right? So it feels like to me, instead of a 90-year-old offensive line coach, I was sick every time there's some new Solari that, I heard Solari got a problem with this player that's important as hell to us. Or, Joe Philbin, he's here, but he don't like the damn superstar guard. Huh? What you mean? You know what I mean? But it seems like now Connor Riley and Clayton Adams and Duke Manyweather, I count him as a Cowboys coach.
Agree.
Yeah, because he's always there, but like he doesn't have a technical official role, right?
The thing about Duke Manyweather is he's a businessman, so he won 32 teams worth of offensive linemen paying him money.
Yeah, he doesn't want to have a boss.
Greystone roofing and stuff.
And all that, right? But he's right across the street from us. So the great news is that the Cowboys offensive linemen as a unit have been over there. So everybody want to talk about continuity building and all that stuff. They've been there together. That's why I feel good about Terrence. Like, his off-season work has led me to believe that he'll be good to go. There's not some coach that's holding him back because he doesn't like him or anything like that. Terrence had a fantastic 2023, right?
Yes.
But you get hurt and you get a coach that's kind of not fooling with you, you'll have a weird year. Honestly, I don't think Terrence Steele was all that bad last year. This is what happens when you go play Pittsburgh, and you may be mad that Tyler Guyton's getting whooped by Nate Herbig or something, but Terrence still got to fight T.J. Watt.
Yeah.
What do you do with Nick Bosa? And if you're Mike McCarthy, like, man, boy, it sure would be nice if you put help over there with Terrence. But when you watch the film, a lot of the times it was like Terrence is by himself with a star. Damn, he got whooped. Boy, and the fans are mad at Terrence. I was mad at Mike McCarthy for that stuff. Get that dude some help.
That's damn right there. Now, you were on the draft coverage with the station, and for the Cowboys, you watched that number one or that top pick for them, that first round pick. Yeah. I saw a video yesterday of him getting beat by Ezra Raku. Sure. He missed. It looked like he missed.
Yeah.
aside from that, how has Booker looked? Because I feel like I've seen some pretty good stuff from him so far.
So Booker, I'm a humongous fan of Booker because Booker plays the kind of football I like. He's the kind of guard I like. I don't like this new football where guards are like 308, like 300 pounds something, and they move really well. That's not the guard I know.
That's that Denver Broncos, Terrell Davis type stuff, and let's get some road graders in front of us.
I like guards that whoop ass and move feet. You know what I mean? So when he had his phone call when he talks to Will McClay, Jerry Jones, he talked to Coach Adams. You know what I mean? Clayton Adams, and they gave us hints about what's going on here. Clay was like, "Yo, we about to move the line of scrimmage." Booker was like, "Yes, duo and all that." So that basically means to me we're going to be comboing and moving bodies, and that's what this interior is really going to be. You know
So when the biggest knock that you heard about him was, he's not the most athletic, you're like, okay,
doesn't
that's
matter.
fine.
It could be a myth, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It should be, it could be. And if you're a coach, you put your players in the best positions for, you make them do things that they're good at. That's what a good coach would do.
But not always what the Cowboys do, and that has been infuriating, and we don't have to say it's because I don't think it was just specifically a McCarthy thing, but it's really weird that, like, you get a square peg and you don't think, let's look for a square hole. You're like, no, I'm comfortable with round hole, so let's drill it down. That's insane to me.
Let me tell you why it's 100% a Mike McCarthy thing. He's the head coach. He's the head coach. So if the O-line coach is doing something you don't like, Mike McCarthy get to go, hey,
Fix that.
Hey,
Fix that one.
Yeah.
I don't like this because that's what all the other great coaches do. You know what I mean?
Attention
Andy
to detail.
Reid. Andy Reid got coordinators and he got guys. Be like, hey man, do this differently. Like they'll tell you to do things differently. I don't know what Sirianni's good at. I don't know what he's good at.
Oh, yeah, we talk about that a lot.
I don't know what he does, but he'll lean on Shane. He'll lean on Gannon. They go be head coaches somewhere else. When his coordinators are trash, the Eagles look a little funny. Kellen, Fangio, you look good again. I think you have if you're the head coach, you keep things on track. Like you're the well-oiled machine guy, right? So if it's not well-oiled, it's Mike McCarthy's call. At least what I like about Schottenheimer is that he's delegating. And he's like, hey, bro, if you're going to be doing this, and it looked good to me, then cool. I would assume that if anything looks funny, then he'll make a audible. But you asked about Tyler Booker. We went up to the 10. Tyler Booker whoops people, right? Tyler Booker moves bodies. So if and Clayton Adams said this, hey, Tyler Booker may not be the guy that you want to pull and do all this kind of wide stuff, but Tyler Booker does whoop feet. So we're going to whoop feet because that's what we're good at. So you take Booker, you take BB and Tyler Smith, that interior is going to open the doors for the rest of the offense, I think.
I was telling Kevin yesterday, every time I look out here and practice and see two, I'm like, Jordan Lewis. My brain just immediately does that, and I'm like, oh, it's Wanye, and that's one of Kevin's favorite players.
I love
but then I
some
see,
Wanye,
as I'm looking at this defense that Eberflus has, it doesn't look like it's moving around much. It looks like it's there, and they're like, this is what we're bringing this at you.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Is that what you're seeing from this defense right now?
That's Flus, Zimmer is more of, I want a lot of technical weird stuff going on. And that's cool if you lack talent, then your defense can kind of carry you a little bit. But you're a one-year coach, and Mike McCarthy's on a one-year deal. You're on a one-year deal, so we got to learn technical stuff on the fly. It's just philosophical, right? Flus is like, this is what we're doing. We're not going to be doing a whole bunch of blitzing. We got exotic blitzes we can hit you upside the head with, but more than likely we're going to rush forward and do everything else coverage-wise. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it looks very simple, but if things are simple, guys can play faster. So it just varies coach to coach. They're not doing anything special out there, but they're going for the football. They're trying to get turnovers. They're ripping at the football.
They're punching. They brought the peanut punch from Chicago.
Even like run defense wise, right? There's been a lot of news coming out that the defense is getting turnovers and they're looking real good. The defense is looking good, but the interior offensive line is whooping the interior defensive line.
Yeah.
So the offense is getting theirs too. But
these linebackers are filling gaps pretty good.
And that's
They're
till we
filling
get
gaps. That's my
Christian Wilkins. So then...
Are we even allowed to say his name?
They cut him.
He got cut.
He got cut. Plus, I'm not going to get charged with collusion.
Hell yeah, man. Christian Wilkins. Somebody need to be on the phone with his people.
Right now.
Go look at his foot. We need all the help we can get, for sure.
That's what I thought. And man, what a battle that's
I've wanted him for a while.
And what a battle that's set up with the NFLPA, because the Raiders are like, hey, we've got the ability to void out your contract. And he's like, the hell you do?
That's their problem. As long as it ain't us. Yeah. I just want with the player. Y'all can deal with the mess.
Yes.
And I definitely hope that the Raiders lose that case and he gets his money and he's still cutting. I'm like, hey, man, this is like a buyout situation. Just come on down. Like, come help us do some things.
The Cowboys don't always seem to have the same amount of urgency that fans have. You know, the fans, it's an emergency. We need one tech now.
For sure.
And the Cowboys are like, we'll throw Solomon Thomas in the A-gap and see what happens for a couple of weeks.
We
We'll
got
do X,
to
Y, Z.
spend this money elsewhere right now. We'll figure out something here.
And plus, when Mozzie Smith lost the weight, they go, don't worry, he could still go at one tech.
I ain't trying to hear it. Just like I don't like 300-pound guards, I don't like 300-pound one techs. Who does that?
Big old Vince Wilfork body.
That just leads me to believe that the Cowboys have some other kind of treachery afoot. And if we're going to be a bend but don't break, and I hate the idea of bend but don't break defenses, but if you don't drive the ball 90 yards and we get a fumble at the end, we can live with it, I guess, for a little while. But that's and look, that's my whole thing, right? Like the Cowboys can do things that could beat the Giants or to beat the Panthers or something like that, but we're a team that's looking to be like postseason success, right? So that's not going to work against Philly or Minnesota or Detroit that we might have to run into in January.
You mentioned Minnesota real quick, and I know this is not specifically about the quarterback, but I'm really curious your general thoughts about Minnesota going in, because I know they have a good roster around J.J. McCarthy, but it also feels like a lot of people have put a lot of projections on J.J. McCarthy just being able to roll at a really high level.
Coaching matters, and if you have a coach that's into new things, that's into stealing plays and being innovative and not being static, then you can have Sam Darnold and have success. You put a good roster around him and you can just kind of go. If you're making things easy for your quarterback, then cool. There are some people that don't like Dak Prescott for whatever, but this coaching staff made things, in the Mike McCarthy administration, they made things hard for Dak Prescott. How many times have y'all just been, and we just watching casually, like, we go back and watch the film, of course, but how many times have we been watching the game and we go, they're about to run 4 slants.
Yes.
And they run 4 slants. Or they're about to run 4 hitches, and they keep running 4 hitches. So there's this stat.
And we thought that was a Jason Garrett thing at one point. We were like, hey, run to the sticks and turn around, and then you see it again.
There's this number that came out that Dak was like a top 5 quarterback thrown in the tight windows. And it sounds like a good thing. Oh, he's a great tight window. You don't want the damn windows tight. You want the plays to be wide. How many times have we been watching San Francisco and we go, how the hell did he get wide open? How many times have we seen a Cowboy player wide open?
And people are like,
Devontae Turpin last year for his 60-yarder. That was it. That was it.
It happened once. So, like, the Cowboys just haven't been doing things to make it easy for Dak. Dak has gone out here and been second in the MVP race with nonsense, with hitches and slants and flats and dragon concepts.
And people are like, oh, Brock Purdy can throw when they're open. I'm like, yeah, let's do that.
And no
let's do that. You know what? You were talking about some of the predictability.
Yeah.
I was really glad yesterday to hear Schottenheimer talk about how they're going to switch up the snap count. Because there have been a couple of times I'm like, dude, if you've ever watched this team, you can probably have a pretty decent idea of when he's going to snap the ball.
Romo was down to 1 second. I was like, you can time that up.
Yeah.
You know?
If you take a look at some of the clips, this is what I've been focusing on, right? I don't watch 90 players at camp. I think that's too much. I think you're going to miss things just trying. So I really focus on the O-line. And when you focus on the O-line, you kind of see D-line in passing or you just see huddle things, right? So I'm watching the huddle. They are breaking the huddle different kind of ways, and they're putting a lot of details and emphasis on it because Dak will break the huddle. Sometimes they'll walk out and they'll get on the line, and that's where we get a bunch of here we goes. Sometimes they may move a little closer to the football and run out to the ball. And then they'll do something quickly, right? And maybe that's not a here we go moment. So if y'all just on Twitter and you're seeing different plays, look for the huddle and watch how they break the huddle. Just a little it may not be on Twitter or whatever, because who would put this on Twitter? But when Joe Milton's out there, sometimes they'll break the huddle and call it back. I don't know for sure because I ain't no damn coach, but just with my eyes, I can assume maybe something didn't happen breaking huddle-wise that they're trying to fix and that they're trying to get right. Like they'll break the huddle and they'll come back. One time yesterday, Dak even came back and said, no, do this, do this, do this. So in my mind, if you're going to be running shifts and motions a lot, the first thing you got to do is line up correctly, right? If you're a Jadon Blue, the play may rely on your shift to the left and your motion to the right. You can't just start on the left.
Right.
You got to start exactly where you at. And then you do the shift, then you do the motion. So if they're putting details in place and they're switching up tempos and they're actually using motion, because all the best teams use motion. Mike McCarthy looked us in the face and said he hate motion, but all the best winning teams do motion. But now Shotty's, is purposeful with it.
Purposeful is the word right there, man.
Yeah,
not just to do it.
This is something else I hate about Mike McCarthy. We don't 105.3 fan hate on Mike McCarthy. Look, Mike will catch an attitude and just do stuff for no reason, and then he wouldn't do it next week, right? Oh, y'all bothered me the hell about motion all week. Fine, I'll run the motion. And the offense will look fantastic, but he wouldn't do it the next week. Or, oh, y'all, fine, we'll run the football. It would look great, but we won't do it next week, right? Mike didn't have a purpose behind when he was doing stuff, right? There was no purposeful use of it. Shotty at least, and I ain't saying nothing because the Eagles are week 1 and we're going to have to see. Yep. Shotty's at least showing us now that there's an emphasis that we're doing things on purpose and not just doing things because we got an attitude.
Man, thank you so much. Do you want to stick around? You got stuff to do? This is supposed to be a pseudo off day, so you might got places to be.
I got to do some YouTube, man. I got to do some other stuff. This 15 minutes flew by, but it is.
Where can we find you on YouTube, man?
At Vach Lombardi. I just hit 100,000 subs a couple days ago.
Congratulations,
So that
man.
means I'm a full-time YouTuber
Yes,
now.
sir.
I have a job now. You know what I mean? So y'all can go check me out there. Check me out, Vach Lombardi, on Twitter. And I'll be here till Monday. So we got, I'll be here till Tuesday. So I got tomorrow's practice, Sunday's practice, and then Monday's practice, and I'll get the hell out of here and go back to Dallas and watch it on Twitter.
There we go.
Thank you so much, and we always love hearing you with Brian Broaddus.
Appreciate y'all. Crown Global Media, check that out too, because I'm trying to get 100,000 over there so Brian can pay me some good money. You feel me?
There you go. Watch Lombardi right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's keep the Cowboys content going. Plus, we haven't done this all week. I think it's time. News from the future.
Oh, man.
We're 2 hours in the past.
It's been a while.
You guys in the Metroplex already know what's going to happen. Tell us your news from the future. All of it next right here on The Fan. See wildforkfoods.com. Elite game day grilling favorites. We bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, as we're live from Oxnard. Good morning, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
I'm good, man. We're good. Now, technically, today is a day off. Does that mean that you take the day off and rest, or you like that just gives me a chance to get ahead on work?
I was just telling somebody it meant that I didn't have to rush from here to here to here. And I was sitting in the cafeteria, had finished talking to somebody, and I said, yeah, I don't have to rush. And I looked at my watch, and it was 8:19. And I said, okay, guess we're rushing. I'll work for...
And then you made it here a couple minutes early.
I know, out of breath. I'll work for about a half a day.
Okay.
And instead of taking my bike ride in the morning, I can do it in the afternoon.
Right on. Now, was there anything, before we dive into some of our more specific questions, was there anything from yesterday's practice that stood out to you that you think the people should know?
I'll tell you one thing that has in the last 2 days.
Javonte Williams.
Ezeruku.
Yeah.
I was reading about him. I watched Boston College play Missouri, and I didn't know who he was, right?
Sure.
And it was like one of the first games in the season. But after the draft, I saw somebody put together the all-rookie team, and they named him as one of the defensive ends.
Yeah.
And I was going, well, and what they were talking about was his ability to get off the snap and the different moves he had to get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
Because I saw 241 for a defensive end, and I'm going, I don't know, right? And then I looked up, and like DeMarcus Ware came into the league. Now, I'm not comparing them, at 245.
Okay. So it's theoretical.
Right.
You can figure it out.
And, he probably ended up playing about 255, something like that. He got off the line of scrimmage yesterday several times, and it was all Guyton could do to just slow him down. He's got to get off, and he gets around the corner in a hurry. And I thought that was pretty impressive for a position you're sitting there going, well, okay, what do we have? Parsons gets there, but you don't want him taking 60 snaps at defensive end. Sam Williams is coming back from his torn ACL, although he looks really good.
Yeah, he does.
And he's in overdrive right now.
Yeah, so much so that
they better get the pads.
Trouble.
Yeah, get the pads on that guy, right? Yeah. But Ezeruku and Nealon, these guys got something now.
Can I throw Fowler in the mix? And I want to get your thoughts about that, because how curious maybe Cowboys fans should be about the return of him, because I'm excited. He never played more than 30% of the snaps here. But we saw flashes, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Then he goes to Washington, got more exposure, did very well, then comes back. And, and I wonder what his snap count is going to look like.
Well, I looked that up in Washington, and his snap count was around, I want to say 50%, maybe 55%.
So I wonder if we can get 50
he's kind
here.
of a rotation guy. Designated pass rusher.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to overuse him on the edge. Because one of the things, the misnomer that defensive end is all about sacks, you better be able to set the edge.
Stop that run.
And
set
turn
that
the
edge,
thing
yeah.
inside,
Especially,
right?
That's been an issue for this team.
Yes,
We've seen it.
absolutely.
Yeah. We've seen it
because
too much.
many times, especially one guy, and we'll see if he's better at it, he's hunting sacks all the time.
I'm sure when he gets his contract, he'll be better at it.
Yeah, hopefully he say, okay, I had my double-digit sacks, and you got to play the scheme, right?
That's
Mike
important,
Zimmer,
yeah.
Mike Zimmer explained to me last year, because he was all about Parsons has got to play the scheme, right? You can't go hunting sacks, because if you're supposed to fill this hole, then this linebacker's counting on that being full and he can go somewhere else.
Yep.
And he goes, and if he doesn't do his job, then the guy behind him can't do his job.
And that reminds me of our conversation. We talked about this frequently with Darren Woodson and with George Teague. Both of them said that they would tell each other, I'm going to go make a play. And they knew, okay, now I have a little extra on my plate. But if Mike is like, look, I'm going outside of the defense and nobody knows, then that becomes problematic, especially if I'm going to go hunt a sack and they're running right at me.
But even these two guys, they seem to be able to set. There was a running play yesterday, and they were using Damone Clark at linebacker. Murray was
out,
waiting the birth of a child.
Congratulations.
And
what a festive little camp.
What's going on here?
9 months ago, what happened in the water?
They got to do this planning better.
For sure.
But anyway, there was a run to the outside. He got outside. He was playing outside linebacker. He set the edge and turned it back inside, and somebody else made the tackle. You ought to get an assist for doing that, right? And so same with the defensive ends. That's what I want to see. And these young guys, I think they got something.
Kevin, real quick.
Yeah.
One of the things that when I was watching as Raku in college, I saw a version of Greg Ellis where the one that I remember coming out of college, where he had polish to him, but he also had the ability. He knew the game well,
right?
And that there was in some of the way he got off the ball too. That's kind of the comp in my mind. I was sitting there going, "Oh man, we have a good player here," because of what I remembered from Greg Ellis. So that was kind of, and I'm very hopeful. Hey, if he has that kind of career, man, we're doing all right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it's early. But, us media folks, we love to project. Well, me media folks, I love to project things. You like to keep people more grounded.
Yeah, you know what people normally say when they're saying that? They go, well, people say, and I'm going, well, what people?
Yeah. Me people,
okay.
I say. But I think this is grounded in reality. How many undrafted free agents could make the 53-man roster just because the Cowboys have a more recent history of kind of cranking that out?
Right.
Do you see that same opportunity available in this camp? Injuries withstanding, I understand that.
I don't know if, it may be too early to say, you got to put the pads on. I haven't seen anybody just jump out.
So I had two.
I'm going through
because of the money. I was curious about two because of the money.
Okay, but let me warn you about the money.
Okay, tell me.
So when you see these rookie free agents, and it looks like they got guaranteed contracts like
254. Yeah,
you know what that is.
I guess not.
They're guareeing you a spot on the practice squad.
Okay. I got you.
Because if you are on the practice squad for 18 weeks,
then that's
the total it comes
I got
to.
you.
So you got to be careful about that.
I appreciate that.
Now, not everybody gets it.
Yeah.
Right? I was trying to think the one guy they signed and
Justin Barron, the linebacker, and then Elijah Clark, the safety, were the two that fell into that category.
And Barron has caught my eye even in the OTAs. He's got something.
Yeah.
And if nothing else, maybe a special team in training. I think he could probably help there. And then the other guy, Clark, is that what you said? He made a play yesterday.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I don't know that number. Let me look it up. And so
those are the two that hit that guaranteed money that you were talking about, but now I have to kind of rethink my idea of how that works.
And I like the fact that Tyler Neville got in a little scrap with Bell on the sideline, which caused the little skirmish deal. And unfortunately, Bell hit the wrong guy.
Mm-hmm.
His teammate. Yeah. His defensive teammate.
Yeah. And then there was the moment with, was it Kamon Hall and I think
CD?
And
No, CD.
Yeah,
Because
CD was mad.
caught the ball in the end zone, and Hall came up from behind and just shoved him.
Well, what had happened there was on the route, CD did push Hall out of the way, and Hall didn't like that.
Well, don't get pushed out of the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, we got roughs out there. No flag. You're good.
The one thing that I don't know, I didn't just keep track of this last year, but yesterday it just felt like a whole day of compete. And that was, I don't know, it just looked like that was fun for them.
Well, did you see the sweatshirt that Schottenheimer was wearing?
Compete every day.
But
Right?
yeah, it
We're
felt
going to have Brian Schottenheimer on the show today.
Very good.
at noon.
I bet we asked him about that.
But yeah, it just feels like that whole, it was like, you know what, we're playing football today. And
Right.
that felt a lot more, I don't know, energetic, fun, whatever the word is. They looked like they were all having a good time competing and with purpose.
And you don't know how that's going to turn out, right?
Sure.
But it's a good first step. Mm-hmm. If you get guys playing that hard and you got to regulate them when they're not supposed to be that physical, then it's like, oh, okay. And, and Schottenheimer kind of hinted at this when they had the skirmish and he called them all up. And I remember.
Can you repeat exactly what?
Yeah, right. I can remember when like Jimmy would do it or Parcells would do it, and they would call him up and and kind of chew him out. But in the back of their mind, going, "Yes, this is what I want."
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I just can't let them know that, right? And I guarantee you, that's what he did. He hinted at it, but he didn't come clean because I know he was all right. This is good, and it reminded me of. I might have told you the story about the ping pong match during minicamp.
Yeah.
Parsons versus Toya.
Yeah.
And he was standing in the background like this, just watching, and I could see the smile on his face like, okay, I'm making progress here.
The other thing that seems to make him smile, we've talked about it on the show. I mentioned it with Fan After Dark last night. The pace of these practices seems blistering compared to the last several years.
I asked him about that yesterday.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, we walked off. He was going into the parking lot. And I said, are you doing that because you're got time constraint in practice? You can only practice so long. I said, are you trying to get in as many plays as you can? He goes, that's the pace we want to play at. Because they don't wait for the wide receivers to get back into the huddle.
Oh, my God, I know.
Other two guys are in, and the other guys have to wait out, if they're on a deep pass. And not only get out of the huddle fast, but when they get to the line of scrimmage, it doesn't look like the quarterback's playing third base coach.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's get to the line and snap it. And it's not like they're in a hurry-up offense, but they're in their own hurry-up. It's time. Dak will stop and change the play. But a lot of times they get to the line of scrimmage, and there's not a bunch of calls. Boom, it's snapped.
Yeah.
And he said that's the pace we like to play at. And it helps because now the defense doesn't have a whole lot of time to sit there and make adjustments, right? And, and I know everybody makes a big deal out of motion and this and that. And, okay, the motion is to make sure you're figuring out if they're in man or if they're in zone. But they don't mess around. They get there and they get the snap off.
And I understand all of this comes with a caveat of no pads yet. But this is what you've seen. And I think the pace in particular and that level of kind of like feistiness or competitiveness is something that you can judge to a certain extent.
Game one will be here quick.
Yeah.
And that team's going to be feisty and competitive. And if you aren't ready for it, if you're just, piddling around until you get there, you're not going to be ready. You're going to get hit in the mouth
as
quick.
long as you're not hurrying up to fourth down.
Sure.
Exactly.
It's like, all right, maybe we better slow down here.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And, and that's what I'm going to say. Some people say it's like, well, why don't you just do hurry up offense all the time? I say sometimes you're hurrying them up to punt. Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't guarantee you picking up 10 yards.
You're right about that. Look, I've worked on this last couple of years whenever I would say kind of some people say, and I was like, well, you know what, Mickey, I'm going to go ahead and tip my hand right here.
Yes.
This is what I think. And so
I do that all the. When I read the newspaper or read articles, I'm editing in my mind.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going through and filling in the blanks. Don't tell me some people.
Yeah. Some
people say you're not doing this well, and it's like, no, who?
Yeah.
Don't do, and you're disguising yourself
Give me
because
the
you're
names.
asking the question because you think they are,
Yeah,
right?
and that's why I've been trying to work on that.
Don't give me the some people. There's going to be a movie, some people, right? Maybe there is.
Oh yeah,
already.
I could see that.
Well, Mickey, some people appreciate you, and we really, and those people are us today.
I don't
Thank
even
you.
know if I want to compliment that way.
Thank you very much,
All
good
right,
sir.
so this is it. You guys are gone
from here, and then we'll just keep chatting with you on down the line.
and I'll make sure when I look at 8:19, I'll stop.
No, I
running
want you to
faster.
leave then, so you have to
Yeah,
jog.
I want out of breath,
Right.
Mickey, every time.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
All right.
good sir.
Good being with you guys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where a Rangers rival makes a big move next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a football.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Naylor clobbers one deep to center. Merrill on the run, and this one's gone. Josh Naylor sends one out of here. The former Padre makes it 4-1 Diamondbacks.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Oxnard for Dallas Cowboys training camp, but we always want to keep you abreast of all the sports situations. So right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. And let's start with, well, we played the highlight, and man, it was a big old trade. How do you feel about the Seattle Mariners making the big trade yesterday? I think I said big twice.
Well, Kevin, two things. You've said this on many occasions. I'll believe the Mariners when I see it.
Yeah.
So
they're trying.
They try, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to work.
Sure.
And I also do like seeing them try. And I do believe, are they still looking at Suarez as an option too?
So, actually, something to keep in mind there, or something to keep an eye on, I guess I should say. Maybe, but my thought is, and I've seen a couple of people back this up, that maybe that's a pivot now, and maybe you're not going to love it, Astros are looking at that.
And at a time when Josh Young had to go down, we thought it was an interesting idea for the Rangers to be like, maybe let's keep an eye on this.
Yeah.
But now Josh Young's back and being the jungle cat again, so we're okay. But to me, it tells me that they're scared of the Rangers. That's what it's telling me,
like
Kevin.
that.
I know that they're like the Astros exist and everything, but that tells me that they're going, crap, we got to figure something out to not lose ground to the Rangers, because the Rangers I think they're afraid of the Rangers going on a run right now. And I'm going to tell you this, man. I'm going to say it every day for the rest of the season. Get ready. They are about to take us back to the promised land, boys. I am so excited about this Rangers team right now. Second half, let's roll.
I love it. Now, Naylor he's kind of the anti-Marcus Semien in terms of he has really good stats to look at for the entirety of the season. But if you look at just this past month, he's had a very pedestrian July. But for the season, clearly he has had a really good season. And I always think
Let's hope he has a pedestrian August and pedestrian September.
There you go. And then no October. Like, he can exist, just not playing baseball.
Yeah.
I always think about this, and I know there's no way that this is the reason, but did you know that Josh Naylor hit a game-winning grand slam against the Mariners in June? I realize...
No, that happens. I do think that happens more than... It's recency bias for you.
Sure.
You see a guy do something in front of you, and Jerry does this all the time, too, and you start thinking, well, he's going to do that, for us. It does kind of exist that way.
And the Mariners sent off a couple of pitchers, left-hander Brandon Garcia, and then minor league left-hander Ashton Izzy.
I'll go back to this. Remember Kyle Seager? Remember how much he used to destroy us? And we were just like, you know what? Maybe even in the preseason, Kevin, we walked into a preseason game and Kyle Seager hit a home run off us. We were like, dadgum.
Yes.
But if we'd have taken him, because we saw him do that to us so much, would it have been the same? Or would he been like, no, I just love hitting against you guys?
Who do you think is the fastest player in all of Major League Baseball?
I think it's Ellie.
Okay.
I think it's Ellie De La Cruz.
Ellie De La Cruz per his peers, only the third fastest player in Major League Baseball.
Is Billy Hamilton?
Well, I was going to ask
around
you
still?
if there's another maybe kind of local
Kyle
player.
Yeomans.
No, it's not Kyle Yeomans.
Could definitely be Kyle
Unless,
Yeomans.
Alex, do you want to submit that as your official vote?
I feel like I've already said my piece there.
That was Sean. That was Sean's vote. I feel. Wyatt Langford?
So
Evan Carter?
No, Bobby Witt Jr. is what I was angling at. He is second.
Dude, that dude can fly.
On the list. Not as much of a name, but Chandler Simpson from the Rays was noted as the fastest speedster in all of baseball in the MLB.com reporters and player poll. Even though he's only tied for 6th in the major leagues, his sprint speed was caught at 29.9 feet per second.
Okay. Where's Berger on this list? Because I know his goal was to get a bolt this year, and I'm just still trying to measure his bolt accuracy.
I am so sorry to tell you, Corey, that I do not see him in the top of this. I don't know how deep this list went or how many players they put on the list, but...
Well, you know I'm still pulling for him.
Yeah.
Get healthy soon, buddy.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Here are some things that could potentially be on the line in the second half of the season. I want to see if any of these do anything for you, if you're invested or anything like that. Now, Mike Trout shooting for 400 home runs and 1,000 RBIs, but I believe now he has hit 1,000 RBIs. Are you impressed by the 400 home runs, or are you like baseball's always told me it's got to be 500, but 400 is neat for you?
No, 400 is really cool. It's a step for that.
And he has 999 RBIs, so he is still one short there.
So close. Look, man, these career stats, you compile them and you can look back and say, nobody else was able to get to these numbers.
Yeah.
So I know 500 is kind of does that get you in the Hall of Fame? But those numbers are significant, man. And I don't think having one home run in the bigs is a big deal to me, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, I get that. Now, this is fun. Only 2 other Angels have ever gotten 1,000 RBIs.
All right. Rod Carew.
With the Angels?
Did he not play for the Angels? I thought he played for the Angels for a minute.
1,000 RBIs with the Angels.
Okay, all right.
One of these, I think.
Vlad Guerrero.
No.
All right.
But you're in the right kind of era. You might think of this guy more for his defense.
Jim Edmonds.
Oh, we were looking for Tim
Salmon.
Tim Salmon
and Mike Trout
and Garrett Anderson are the only 2 who have gotten to that mark so far.
Dude, that was a good group there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike Trout could be next. All right. Kenley Jansen has 464 saves. Since the save became an official stat in 1969, only 2 players have gotten more than 478, which is where Lee Smith is. And that is, of course, Mariano Rivera and Trevor Hoffman. I just think this is weird because that means Kenley Jansen is within striking distance of having the 3rd most saves of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't necessarily think of my closer hierarchy of going Mo, Hoffman, and Kenley Jansen.
Well, is longevity a key factor here?
That is definitely.
But he's been really good at times.
Yeah, no, I'm not disputing that.
But those 2 guys are Hall of Famers.
Yes.
Like they are. Like you go back and you look at the dominance that they were. Is he a sure in for that? Is he a Hall of Famer to you?
I don't think so.
He's been really good, and he's had moments of being dominant. And I think just the longevity stands out. But again, Kevin, that goes to the tip your hat. I don't know. I think sometimes people bash longevity as but he compiled these things because of that. Well, I mean, the dude had a long career.
Sure.
Give him credit for being able to be around for that long.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I do give people credit for that. Sometimes I think that does get confused with, like, eliteness. But I understand what you're saying. Shohei Ohtani, can he win his 4th MVP? How many players in MLB history have won more than 3 MVPs?
2?
1.
Mike Trout?
Barry Bonds.
Barry
I think
Bonds.
Mike Trout has 3.
3?
I believe,
Okay.
And maybe like 3 or 4 second places.
Barry Bonds.
And so
Did he have
maybe-
like 9?
Yeah, and he has 7. And so
Jeez.
maybe Aaron Judge could get to that place as well. But it's just crazy when you think about the history of baseball and also like how did Mo Vaughn win the AL MVP in 1995. But he would get to second place all time.
You talk about the history of baseball. It's hard to do what some of these guys, very few guys do consecutive years in a row.
Yes.
Or multiple years in their career. It's just difficult to do that. And so like there are a very rare few that stand out because another guy will have a career year. And then his career year stands out, and the voters on it are like, yeah, that dude's having a great season. We need to credit that. So I see what you're saying. The history of the game, there aren't that many, but it's difficult to play the game, man, and be that consistent over time.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
That's
Coming
it.
up next, the Tampa Bay Bucks, Sophie Cunningham, or probably the WNBA, and glaucoma. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on the...
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very that's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I didn't even say it. It's right. I just feel like this is your hair. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Racing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Oxnard for Dallas Cowboys training camp, brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbirds Southern Table and Bar. Coming up in the noon o'clock hour, we got another ticket giveaway, plus perhaps maybe that's where we play our Jaden Blue mini interview.
Okay.
Maybe we play it in this segment. Who knows? That's why I got to keep toloing.
No, we have not decided is what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I said
okay.
That's why you keep toloing.
What if we play it during crosstalk?
I guess we could.
What if we play it during Masterpiece of the Week?
I don't know if you've heard our crosstalks on Friday.
They're awesome.
There's no room.
They're so good
for that interview. All right, how about we do some Forgiveness Friday? 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Corey's raising his hand. Does he need to ask for forgiveness?
I think we as a show will ask for forgiveness.
Oh, do we do something?
For not doing News from the Future sooner. We apologize for that, and we know y'all love it, and it will get done. Just be prepared, is what Scar told us in The Lion King.
Oh, my gosh. Feel free to go ahead and send us your news from the future, because remember, right here in California, it's 9:03, and that's where we are.
And you're at 11 o'clock.
11:03.
Okay.
Do you ever see that sometimes in the background when they have the different clocks with different minute hands? And I'm like, what?
That's wrong.
God, can you imagine if as a society we would have decided like time zones are all spread 53 minutes apart?
And seconds.
The world would have melted down. So yeah, if you want to send us your news from the future, what do we need to know that's happening in the future? Hopefully it will prepare us when we get back into the DFW.
I don't want to be caught off guard whenever I get back into the dub.
Absolutely. Now, does Sophie Cunningham need to ask for forgiveness, or is it significantly?
Why, Corey?
I enjoy the entertainment on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
She's funny to me, and they're good songs. She chooses good songs. She's got long legs.
There you go. But I would say more likely it's the WNBA that needs to ask for forgiveness, because she did a TikTok to the Sabrina Carpenter song Man-Child, and the song features the line stupid, or is it slow? Maybe it's useless. Yeah, and then it was tagged at some refs.
Okay.
And so the WNBA got upset about that, even though she even put on there, I'm just trolling.
Yeah.
And she got fined, I believe it was $500.
Hey, look, man, the percentages, you really got to look at the percentages there. So
that is true.
Because they're not paid what they're owed, is what their shirts say.
If she did not have long legs, would you say she's at fault, or do you think the WNBA is at fault? Because they seem to be on the cusp of real prosperity for the first time in their 30-year history, and they don't seem to be able to get out of their own way to achieve that.
I mean, don't you think that every league has a battle between players and referees, or players and umpires? Like, that's the history of it. So, I mean,
it just feels like ticky-tack fines, can't get the labor thing figured out. Maybe your refs suck overall.
The fines bring attention. Those things bring the attention. If I'm them, that's all. Keep me in the headlines. I need it right now. Whether you like or not, I need headlines to keep y'all interested in the other part of it. And that's, Kevin, how many times had you ever heard of Sophie Cunningham before the last year or two?
Sure.
Not a lot. And now she's popped. How many times? There are a lot of names in this league that you didn't know about because of that. So, I don't know, man. I think that all the drama that goes on with it should be something that boosts them.
From the 3-2-1, this is probably fair. Does the G-Bag Nation need forgiveness for the Rowdy Tellez? He said he likes self-deprecation. Maybe he thought it was hilarious. It didn't totally sound like that was the case, but I don't know.
Here's my hope. My hope is that it motivates him to hit more bombs. He's just like, you know what, those guys? I'm going to get the G-Bag bump from this, and then just hit more bombs. That's all I'm hoping for.
From these 682 guys, news from the future, it's hot here. Now, that could be today, next week.
10 years ago?
Yeah, next month. I still remember the bold statement that my mom made a couple of years ago when she said our family from Chicago used to visit us in June because it wasn't hot then. And I was like, hold on, what June was that?
Yeah, who was June?
Yeah, what June was that when
Doesn't
it
make any
wasn't hot?
sense.
I've lived in Texas my entire life. I don't ever recall that. Oh, my gosh. From the 817, news from the future. Jacob deGrom becomes the first Ranger to win the Cy Young.
You're kidding me. Are you kidding me right now?
Love to hear it.
Dang, dude, that would be... I can't wait to get back to the future now.
Absolutely. Now...
Give me a vest.
We are also doing Forgiveness Friday, and this is tough. From the 817, my old lady needs forgiveness for wearing those tight-ass leggings, and she wears them only to tease the hell out of me.
You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, dude.
Man.
Sometimes...
You know how women are.
Yeah.
Oh, PJ, I do.
Sometimes
this
you're
time
like,
I'm not going to yell at that.
Where did you get all that cake?
Yeah. So
and then you realize she brushed up against the cake.
I just want to show the versatility. We got news from the future. We talked about leggings. Now we'll talk about glaucoma in the world of sports.
Oh, no.
Corey, I know you were already upset about this. Did you see that Reveille 10 is recovering from eye surgery after she was diagnosed with glaucoma? Now, the good news is she should be back to normal activities by the fall. So I'm excited about that.
Is that a dog?
Yeah. Dogs can have surgery. What? They can?
I know. I had a dog that had a surgery once.
So?
Now I have a dog
It really
that
feels
goes...
weird that you're fighting me on
Now
this.
I have a dog that goes and gets his food bowl and carries it around the house and slings it all over the... Kevin.
Is it because he's hungry?
No, he's eaten already. He just thinks it's a toy. And so this is weird to me. I don't know what to do. Y'all let me know, 877-881-1053, in the future when I get back to Dallas. How do I handle my dog using his bowl as a toy instead of his toys as a toy?
Okay. From the...
And congratulations to Reveille.
For being hopefully A-okay.
Hopefully everything's going to be all right for you. And your glaucoma.
Do you think that dog...
She's going to need to smoke weed?
You know...
Is that how that works?
I'm telling you, that would be a viral video, but I don't know if that would be the best idea.
I'm curious. Isn't that something that they say? And they're like, so like, wouldn't it work for a dog?
Look, it already feels like Reveille is on weed sometimes because she's all relaxed.
So chill.
I had her in one of my classes. I think it was my sophomore year, and that's the whole thing. If the dog barks, class is dismissed. You get home. That dog didn't make a peep. It didn't look like it
Very
even
disciplined.
turned its head
Very
or
disciplined.
sniffed loudly or anything like that.
From the 321, your dog needs surgery to not do that. Okay, all right. I'm going to go see the vet whenever we get home.
Feels extreme, but to be fair, who the heck knows? All right. Do the Tampa Bay Buccaneers need to ask for forgiveness? This feels unnecessary. So they picked up Desmond Watson, the defensive tackle from Florida, who obviously made headlines because he was the heaviest player who was ever going to be on an NFL team.
450?
At 464 pounds.
Okay.
So he shows up to training camp. Guess what he weighs? 449. Lost 15 pounds. All right? Hell yeah.
Cut him.
No, they didn't cut him, but they did put him on the PUP list, and they said he needs to lose more weight. Dude, I get that, but like, also, couldn't you just say he was on the PUP list and like tell the NFL what's up, but then also put it as like an ankle issue because he already lost 15 pounds? He knows.
Well, and hey, couldn't you congratulate him? You know,
Yeah.
give him a butt pat and say, "Hey, you're still going to be on this."
That would actually be awesome.
You know what? That would be cool. Every 5 pounds he loses, they fire the cannons. That would be. You know what? That's a good motivator because. Heck yeah, man. What?
He's just showing me a picture of him from college. So, yeah, he's moving in the right direction.
He's a big old boy right
We're
there.
all trying. Oh, no, from the 425. News from the future. Nico's going to trade Cooper Flagg for a 31-year-old player.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Do not. You know what? Now I need a time machine so I can go change that because I want to see this Cooper Flagg kid play for this team.
Oh, man, this feels unlikely. But from the 903, news from the future, Hulk Hogan comes back to capture the heavyweight championship one more time. That would be a hell of a show. I would have lots of questions. He talked to Death, and he's like, that doesn't work for me,
Doesn't work for me, brother. That would be awesome.
From the
And then that's all we have to say whenever death happens. We just tell death that doesn't work for us and come back.
Now, from the 214, it kind of sounds like they want forgiveness from Dustin Poirier. They bet on underdogs for the first 3 fights for UFC this past weekend, then bet all their winnings on Dustin Poirier and lost it all. I'm sad that you lost your money. I would say we have turned our track record around on MMA fighters. There was a time, whether it was Junior Dos Santos,
it did not matter.
Faber, Frank Mir, we had the worst track record in the world. But we've really turned it around over the past several years. We've had Max Holloway on the show, so you should not have doubted him.
Yeah, Max Holloway, that was one of my favorite interviews ever at Super Bowl Radio Row.
He was great.
It was a pre-record, and we the bit was that I would cuss. And then when he started cussing, because Kevin told me he was a cusser.
And he was.
Then we'd shut him down and be like, no, dude, you can't do that. And then at that point, he was like, but he keeps, and what's happening here? And then we had to tell him it was a joke before he punched me. I was definitely like, there was a moment where I was like, I'm going to get punched.
He would have. By the way, this isn't forgiveness or news from the future. Ooh, maybe it is news from the future from the 817. Can we have Voch Lombardi on every week?
It's up to him.
Oh,
it's up to him. I thoroughly enjoy talking with him.
Yeah. Oh, man.
News from the future. Mike Bassick triumphantly returns to the show. I don't know if it would be triumphant, Mike. He would be...
oh, man. We should probably get this out of the way now, then. From the 817, Kevin needs forgiveness for that one time he left the show stranded just to go to rehab for a while. Can't believe y'all let him come back from that. That was to go on a cruise.
Yeah.
And I just want you guys to be prepared.
He's been in California for a while. Guess what? It's back.
After Wednesday of this upcoming week, I'm going to be gone.
He's back to his old habits.
Weeks. No, we're going to Germany. I'm not lying. Alec, you know that.
That's where the good dust is.
That's right.
Everybody knows that.
Is Germany known for its cocaine?
Oh, really? Interesting. I just said dust. How did you know that we were talking about cocaine, Kevin?
What other? I don't know. I really don't want to get into from the 214 news from the future. Luca here. I'm coming back to Dallas. Man, I don't know.
Liar.
That one thing when they were like, "Hey, would you ever want to live in Dallas?" And it didn't really sound like he had plans to come back and stay here.
For the 214, you're in the past. You can still change all of this. You're the ones. Man, that's a good point. We're just going to have to... But if we travel to the future, if we go back to DFW, then we won't be in the past anymore. We'll be in the future. So...
Do you think if I just pushed Carter over right now, that would alter the future?
Maybe. I don't suggest it based on that look. Good God.
That's a good point. I probably don't think we should. From the 817, can we find that Max Holloway audio somewhere? That is a good question. We need to check on that. Hey! Kevin's annual rehab stint, or he's cruising back into rehab. That cruise was in like November of 2023. That's way longer than a year ago.
Cali sober just isn't sustainable.
Oh my gosh. Okay, just be careful the way you guys say it when I'm gone, because I eventually texted y'all and I was like, hey, I just want to let you know, people are like legitimately pouring their hearts out to me, and it is really heartbreaking. I got so many messages that were like, hey man, I was a drug addict for 26 years. I've been sober for the last 3 years. Every day is a battle. And like it was the nicest, just most genuine, caring stuff, because they really believed what y'all said, and I was in rehab and I felt so bad and I didn't know how to be like, oh, they're just kidding. And so I don't even remember what I said, but I appreciated all the people sharing their stories. That was delightful.
Yeah, we all care about you, Kevin.
I appreciate that.
And that's why we brought you here today.
I promise is this an intervention? I promise I'm going to Germany on a mission trip. I'm not.
All right. A mission to find the best is what he's trying to do.
Help kids play baseball.
Hey, get Kevin. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that too. Are you the one that's going to be drawing the lines on the field?
Okay. Shut up, Alec. Shut up. Yes.
Oh, wow.
All right. All right. God.
They are long white lines. Just the way Kevin likes them.
You know what? I was going to mention something about a Tennessee player named Boo Carter and how's the whole thing. But you know what? Now I don't want to because you guys have defeated me. Oh, you know what? I do have one more, though. Does The Athletic need to ask for forgiveness? They have dropped Sebastian Walcott from the number 2 ranked prospect all the way down to number 6.
Why? What did he do?
Well, this is one of the things that it does say. Walcott is definitely not a shortstop. And that's the first.
Why do they say that?
Line.
I need to go watch him play. I got to go watch him. I got to go out to the Rough Riders Park, watch him play, so I can see why he's not a shortstop. Because everything I've seen so far tells me he can play it.
Well, and it follows up with, and I've heard some scouts think that they don't believe he'll stay on the dirt at all. But I'm going to stick with third base. So this is somebody that and Keith Law that loves. We talked to Keith Law about this. Sebastian Walcott is like, I will give him the benefit of the doubt, and he can be at third base. But yes, he went down from the second best prospect to the 6th best prospect. You know who he's right behind? Jesus Made. That's a fun name. That is really that
awesome.
kid's name.
That is awesome.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and you just wait till I lay out on you. Coming up next,
I'm sorry.
It's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus LeBron has had enough. Next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making...
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Hazel Rose? Nutmeg Maidens? No. Nutmeg Maidens? I just said that. Was it Spice Girls? Doesn't sound right. Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3. If y'all are doing Friday shout-outs today, and you know what? We are. So feel free to send those shout-outs in via YouTube, via the Twitch, or 877-881-1053, the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Shout out to my work bestie, Emma. She's about to start like her 18th or 19th year as a special education instructor this August. Can't wait to work and laugh with you some more. Bonus shout-out to all those teachers gearing up to go back to school early next month. Absolutely. And right now...
Isn't Jess getting rolling right now?
Yes. Almost immediately after we get back from Germany, she starts school, or she's going to be at school. But right now, always a special shout-out for this man, because it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053, the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, LeBron has had enough, and it has nothing to do with basketball. It's actually a lot more disturbing. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But, gentlemen, we go to the National Day calendar just to ignore it today. There are some great holidays, though. It's National Merry-Go-Round Day, I guess. It's National Hot Fudge Sundae Day. Yeah. Got a double up there. It's also National Thread the Needle Day, so it would have been appropriate if we had practice today. Then, you know, Dak could go out there, Joe Milton could go out there and celebrate, but they're not practicing. Yeah, that would have been cool. It's also National Hire a Veteran Day, which you should absolutely do if you get the chance. National Wine and Cheese Day, too. So some great holidays, but I'm going to put those on the back burner because of what happened yesterday with Hulk Hogan's passing. I know the morning show hashed it out, and I thought they did a great job talking about it this morning, as they usually do. And we talked about it as it happened yesterday, but it got me thinking because somewhere out there, I don't know who has them. I think my sister might have them on her old actual like digital camera. There's videos of me doing Hulk Hogan's entrance as a kid.
Really?
I seriously thought I was the real American around these parts. And
were you dressed up like him?
Yeah, like I
mustache. Oh my gosh, I love it.
I'll figure out who has those videos, and if they are still alive, I will get my hands on them. But it got me thinking about the athletes that really embody our childhoods. So if you could name one athlete that illustrates your childhood, and just, that was your hero, that was your why, that was your purpose. Who is the one athlete that illustrates your childhood? Because for a long time, it was Hulk Hogan when I first got into wrestling. I'm such a purist when it comes to stuff that I need to know the origins of everything. So
I got it.
I started from the bottom. I went back to WCCW. I learned about everything about the world of pro wrestling, and I found out how important Hulk Hogan was, so I thought he was the coolest thing ever. And then I, started watching the current product, and it became John Cena very quickly. One, because he's an incredible athlete, but two, the way he used his platform to help others. And, he still has the current record for most Make-A-Wish wishes granted in history.
Oh, wow.
So, stuff like that. It was mainly
that's a
out of the
badass
rings.
record.
And,
that's a badass record.
And it's one that's going to take a long time to be broken because he's still granting wishes. Even in this heel persona that he's living out right now, he's still granting wishes. So that might be a record that never gets broken. I would like to see it get broken because that means that there's somebody equally, if not even bigger of a stature, that's just putting in really good work to help out people in need.
650 so far.
That is crazy.
That's a lot.
That's significant, man. That's awesome.
A lot. So it's just really cool to me, and he embodies my coming up story because I wanted to be like him. I wanted to be a good person. I wanted to be an entertainer of some sort. I've talked about that before, and I knew I wanted to use whatever platform I could build to help other people. So it ended up evolving into John Cena for me at some point. But what is that one athlete that just embodies your childhood?
To me, it's Frank Thomas. So I understand where a lot of people would say
you're a Cubs guy.
Ken Griffey
Or a White Sox guy.
I understand why people would say Ken Griffey Jr., but Frank Thomas was the dude who, like, right before the Rangers got really good and then Juan Gonzalez took over and everything like that. But Frank Thomas was the guy, and you had an opportunity to watch him so much, even in that time, that I just thought that dude was unbelievable. Now, it's unfortunate that I would find out later in life that he would go to the gym and steal all those people's wives. But, you know.
Jeez, dude.
That is the point of that commercial. Every time they show
the point is that this stuff can help.
No, it's a threat.
My suggestion would be men's tea clinics. That's the way to go about it. But
because you know what? Men's tea is going to tell you what's best for you and not threaten you. With Frank Thomas,
you better do it, or your wife.
If you don't do it, him or Doug Flutie are going to bang your wife.
No, not Flutie. It's definitely Frank. And all of the other women in those commercials.
Oh yeah.
For me, it's Tony Dorsett. He was the one, like, as a very young child. I watched him. Then I got the great, fortune. Again, my parents have told me the story of sitting with him at dinner or like going up to him while he was at Campese's and telling him I saw him. And him and Eugene Lockhart and Mike Hegeman thought I was so funny. They asked me to sit down and eat ribs with them. And I was like 4 or 5 years old, so I don't really remember this. But my parents are like, no, this absolutely happened. So from there on, like, I remember as a child running into him a couple times at like charity softball events. And I read books about him. I wanted to know everything about him because I was connected to him in some way. And then Kevin, I don't know if it came off that way, but when we interviewed him and Earl Campbell, I was trying my best to be professional while also sitting there going, oh my gosh, it's Tony freaking Dorsett.
Sure.
So that was the one for me. That's where my connection to the Cowboys started was with that. And also Steve DeBerg.
That's right.
Nope. One day, man. One day, I promise.
I refuse to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see if that phone number works. I sent a text. Haven't gotten anything back. So we will see. I will follow up. 877-881-1053, the athlete that embodied your childhood. And I see from the 817, Roger Staubach and Evel Knievel.
Huh.
Yeah.
Evel Knievel.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, and with Evel Knievel, you weren't paying to see success, right? You were
wanted
paying
to see him crack.
You were
right?
and for him, it was just like you just paid for the attempt. That's all.
Yeah.
Look, I don't have to succeed. I just have to attempt it. That's why you're here today. But Evel Knievel was definitely, man. Who was the dude that did the Hager commercials? I can't remember. It was some other guy. Anyway, he inspired a lot of
other guy.
Yeah, I'll look it up and find out. Somebody's going to text in. They know what I'm talking about. But he inspired a lot of the Jackass type stuff, right? Like that's where a lot of that came from.
I just it wasn't Evel Knievel. It was some other guy.
I can't remember his name. And he had a weird voice. He sounded like the dude, like Lloyd from Wings. He sounded kind of like him. I'm going to go find it, Kevin. He had a show on Saturday mornings. Give me a minute.
I kind of want to change my my answer to Johnny Knoxville now because I definitely watched that show way too young. But from the 903, I'm just going to assume that this is Fred Davis texting in, Kevin. Bo Jackson?
Oh, man. Yeah, Bo Jackson was like, I will not let you defame my childhood. And I get it. I do.
I was amazed how firm of a stance he took on that. I kind of like this one from the 469 just because it's a wrestling pool. You have Jeff Hardy and Brian Dawkins were my guys growing up.
Oh, Brian Dawkins. That's a poll right
Super
there.
Dave Osborne.
Oh, yeah, I remember Super Dave.
Super Dave. That's what, there it is. People are starting to text in. I told you.
I just wasn't going to get it from the guy with the khakis, That guy. Man, a lot of people know that. Yeah, Super Dave Osborne. I remember him.
Let's see, from the 214, John Elway. From the 469, The Undertaker. The Undertaker was a great one for me, too. Especially because he was a Texas guy. It was one of those, like, as a kid, you felt like you knew him, even though you didn't. It was like, yeah, that's my guy.
So, like, Alec, I don't know if you've seen this match. It's a terrible match, but I thought the build to it was super fun. Also because I was a kid. SummerSlam 1994, the main event was The Undertaker against The Undertaker. Yeah. And Ted DiBiase brought out like a fake Undertaker. And at the time, I was like, wow, who's the real one? Now I can look back at it and be like, that is kind of dumb. But at the time, I thought it was amazing.
Kevin, we got a tweet or a DM from Anthony. He DM'd us and said, OMG, I love this show. I had the car warming up, so I came out the house to the show cold turkey with my son, 9, by the way. First thing I hear, he and Doug Flutie are banging your wife. That's true. That is the show.
We are for the people.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Okay. We are for the
That's what they
people.
say.
Appreciate.
Some say that.
Yeah,
That's
they
true.
say
I
that.
can't disagree if they say that.
They say that, so it has to be true. Keep those coming in. Appreciate the interaction there. 877-881-1053. The athlete that embodied your childhood, and one of them that did for me, because he's had a reign of terror for the past 2 decades now, is LeBron James. And I actually saw this before I even knew that he knew this existed. But, I mean, the preface of this story, guys, is going to be that AI has gotten out of hand. And we've known that for a while. But LeBron James's lawyers have begun sending out cease and desist letters in an effort to have this one specific AI-generated video of LeBron removed from social media. I would say I'd go repost it so y'all can see it, but I don't want to get flagged for any kind of legal action. So you can go find it. They still exist all over Twitter, Instagram, all of that. But there's an AI video going around that has LeBron James as if he was pregnant. While wearing his Lakers uniform and like rubbing his stomach. It's incredibly weird.
Oh no.
Yeah. And so if you see that, just know that you're not going to see it for much longer, because his legal team is actually taking action against people to have these removed. And as of this morning, at least 3 Twitter X users have gotten their accounts banned because of this, because I guess they were flagged as people who actually created these videos. So at least 3 people have been banned. And these videos have garnered millions of views on these non-consensual AI videos of LeBron that have been deleted by Twitter and Instagram. Meta has refused to comment on their end if they received a cease and desist letter on this from LeBron's attorneys. But if you see that video, just know, 1, it's weird as hell, and 2, they're not going to last very much longer, because he is fed up about this, and as he should be, because that's just, the LeBron fandom is weird enough as is. But now we're dealing with AI videos of him looking like he's pregnant while wearing the yellow and purple 23 across his chest. So, weird
Alec,
stuff.
I want to let you know you are now responsible for at least one extra person seeking this video out, because I did not know this existed before you told me.
Oh, you didn't?
No, and now I kind of feel like I need to see it before it goes away forever.
You do, just for the awkwardness.
It's
weird, man.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who is the most improved non-playoff team from 2024? Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Back.
to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Rams bring an extra body.
Williams protected. Williams to the back of the end zone for DJ Moore and a touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Where
You're proud right now, aren't you?
I am. I just got by Carter Freeman. And so there's a few people around the office that I am in active, never-ending middle finger wars with. One of them is Eric Chiafalo, but I have just really run up the score on him. So I did that to Carter earlier in the middle of one of our segments. I knocked on the table so he'd look over, and I flipped him off. And so he's like...
He was first off offended that you knocked on the table. It's kind of like snapping at him.
True. And he's like, no, I'll get you back.
I'll get you.
And so he asked me again about taking the batting helmet that we got, his batting helmet that he got at the Dodgers game back. And I was like, yeah, we already talked about that. And he goes, oh, you could still take it. And then he moved it. And his middle finger was right there. I was like, oh, son of a gun.
I do, by the way...
Good job.
This is an off-air discussion, but I'm doing it on air.
Oh, dear.
I do have a room in my suitcase for the Teoscar Hernandez bobblehead, and my kid does want it. So, sorry. We got like 12 of them. They were just giving them away.
Yeah, that's how a giveaway works. But also, they had plenty left over. Right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip! And let's start with Christian Wilkins. The Patriots have already said they will have a discussion about Christian Wilkins. Here's the deal. The Raiders released Christian Wilkins, and they said, we've decided that it's the best interest of the organization to move on. And they are just acting like that's going to be the end of that. It does not feel like that's going to be the end of that, because last year Christian Wilkins signed a deal with $84.75 million in guarantees, and he's still owed around $35.2 million in guaranteed money. And the Raiders are like, no, because you weren't doing this and that, and obviously some of it has to do with the injury and rehab and stuff like that. They say we can void your contract. So Wilkins has responded by filing a grievance with the NFLPA. Look, $35.2 million, that's a lot of damn money. So I'm interested to see how this goes.
Absolutely. On that front, he's also 29 years old. I need to know if this is a strictly financial conversation or if this is something that Pete Carroll was like, he has no role on this team anymore. He can't do the job. Because if Pete Carroll says that, I trust Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
But I want to look at the player. I've always liked this player. I thought I love what he was able to do. Also, I want to know how that foot's doing. You know, if that's a deal. Because if he does need the surgery, then that's a different situation. But the whole finances of it all could set a new precedent for something. And so I understand that side of it. But from my football side of it, and maybe that's a great question for Will McClay whenever we have him on later today, is when something like this is happening, you key in, like, what do you know about a guy like that? So,
and look, you know, we were talking about saving money before, and the big thing that a lot of people would come back to, and I get it at this point in the season, you're like, who are you gonna spend it on? Through a bizarre set of circumstances, you might have the exact kind of player that you want available on the market, and guess what? You have the exact amount of salary cap that would allow this to be able to happen. Like, whether
you say bizarre, I say that was the plan all along.
I mean, look, this feels very Nico.
Wouldn't Jerry
Harrison.
say that? Would he be like, that was the plan all along,
Fortune
guys?
favors the bold. And, like, it feels very Nico from that perspective that things could fall into place. And I'll just tell you this. I understand the cap hits that are going to come down the road. You continue to push Dak's salary down the road, and that's going to keep popping every single year. You're going to run into that every single year. Same with CD. Micah Parsons, even if you get the deal done, then you could have a bigger number next year. I get all of that. But right here, right now, you believe in this team, and you think that Christian Wilkins would want to play here. You have the money to make it happen. I understand the reasons they would not, but you have the money to make it happen.
Yep. We'll leave it at that then.
Now, I don't know if this is going to change this ranking because it came out right before this news hit, but the Raiders were listed as one of the teams that improved the most that wasn't in the playoffs last year.
I mean, I think just by adding Pete Carroll, they improved.
All right. Do you feel that same way about the Bears then? Because the Bears have, redone a whole bunch of stuff, including, obviously, their offensive line. But do you think just by bringing Ben Johnson, or are you just more optimistic?
No. Pete Carroll has enough credibility as a head coach with me. And that doesn't mean that I'm just like, oh, my gosh, they're winning Super Bowls now. No, I think that Pete Carroll understands how an organization works, and that's important. He could run the organization as a GM if he wanted to. I believe that. I really do. But he understands he's a good head coach. He's the one that sets the message. Ben Johnson, I'm not sure if we're going to get to this now or if we're going to get to it in the C block. He's kind of come in and said, I'm going to be a hard-nosed like Dan Campbell. But there's still a lot of questions about him as a head coach. I think with them, they needed to add talent in certain areas, and they did that. And now they have a play caller who understands the offense, what it takes to create an offense, and a quarterback who's just desperate for somebody to show him that. That's a big deal, man. When you have guys that are talented, that have no direction, then once a coach comes in and is like, I'm ready to coach you. Bill Belichick said this yesterday. He loves this coaching college thing because the players aren't as good, but they are more coachable, right? Because they want to learn. And so I think that's where Chicago is right now, is they want to learn, and they have a coach that's going to learn with them.
Now, the Chicago Bears were by far the leading pick from NFL.com in terms of non-playoff teams that have improved the most this year. But I wanted to ask you one more thing to go along with that.
I dare you to.
Okay. Ben Johnson, that very same, said he would like Caleb Williams to complete 70% of his passes. Do you think Caleb Williams, entering his second season, first season 62.5%, can make that jump to 70%? That's a big jump.
Yes. I do. It did feel last year like he had a little lack of direction. They also, for me, it seemed like they were... hey, man, it's on you. It's on you to win this for us. When you watch Jared Goff last year, their run game set up Jared Goff to have a 15 for 15 and 18 for 18 perfect game. And so that because they ran the ball so effectively, and then he didn't have to throw to save the team. And last year it felt like Caleb Williams had to save the team. I think Ben Johnson will call plays that balance out and allow Caleb Williams to strike. Now, that's another thing. You call the play. It's on the quarterback to finish it all from there.
Yeah. Now, a couple of injury updates for you. Justin Fields already back jogging on the practice field one day after his toe injury.
Good
and then
for
on
him.
the flip side, Najee Harris is still on the non-football injury list 3 weeks after his superficial eye injury.
Dude, that stinks, man, for him.
It does.
I really hate that for him a lot.
Let me give you some NFL Top 100 updates. We haven't done this in a few days. Jalen Ramsey, 66. Trey McBride, 65. Bo Nix, 64. On the list.
I don't know why I thought that was how old he was in my brain. I was like, hold on, he's 64 already?
Then I'm even more amazed by what he did last
all right,
year.
Interesting. That is an interesting number for him right now.
Josh Hines Allen, so the defensive one, is 63. Bijan Robinson, 62. That's too low. And Brian Thomas Jr., 61 on the list.
He already made that jump. He had a solid year last year, man.
He really
I
did.
don't think I expected it. And he jumped up really nicely last year. Bijan is too low. I agree with you.
But Brian Thomas, you said solid year. 87 catches, 1,282 yards, 10 touchdowns.
You could make a case he was a top 5 receiver last year.
That's incredible.
You really could.
Yeah. And look at who's throwing him the ball.
And it took time for it to happen. It didn't happen right out of the gate. But that was some excellent stuff. So you're saying Trevor Lawrence? Hold on. Wasn't it Mac Jones sometimes?
Yeah.
So you're saying Mac Jones?
I mean, it'll all depend on the
replacing
answer
Brock Purdy soon
to what happens. No, in this next story.
Okay.
Liam Cohen gave Trevor Lawrence a unique task heading into training camp. He and the rest of the quarterbacks were given a timed 100-question quiz regarding the offense when they reported for training camp. Lawrence said it was pretty difficult. Some of the questions were layups, but yeah, there were some good questions and there's some tough ones that like kind of get us back going for camp and everything. What do you think about the idea of a back to training camp quiz?
I like it.
I think I might too.
I'm not judging a lot on it, but I like it because it kind of registers some things. Here's what I need to know: the time. Were they reading it, or were they giving the questions orally? Because
I think they were reading it.
I read weird. I read fast, but I will have to read some things twice for them to click. So the timing on that, if I have a timed test, I'm in trouble. So, but I do like the idea of quizzing your guys and being like, do you know your S or not? And if you don't, then we got work to do. Here's your book, and we're going to be right there studying with you. Here's a tutor.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite tutor?
Gosh, what was the third wife's name?
Okay.
His third wife. Henry VIII's third wife, the one that he really loved because she gave him a son. That one and the sixth one.
Yeah, okay, all right.
The first, third, and sixth wives were the best ones. We're the K&C. By the way, look it up. Tell me if you disagree, but that's what I'm going to stick with. The first, third, and sixth wife, I do believe, were the best. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer right here on The Fan.
has Lola fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
In this hour, we will talk with Will McClay at about 12:45. But right now, we have the opportunity to sit down with Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer, and it went a little something like this.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're joined by Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer. Howdy, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing out here in Oxnard doing football with some dudes that I love and care about. I'm doing great.
Now, we wanted to follow the message of professionalism for the camp. If Corey or I get in a fight, will you eject one of us from the interview?
No, because you guys aren't as important to me as they are.
Wow, that's fair.
You guys can do whatever you want. Just make sure it doesn't spill into the field and get in the players' way.
Now, one of the things, you see the shirts, you see the hoodies, compete every day. I get that is fairly self-explanatory, but I wanted to know, to you, what does that mean and why is that message important?
Just, it's taking one day at a time, and when you wake up in the morning, you literally be like, look, I want to have the best day I can have. I want to win today. And so do everything in your day to be the best version of yourself. That's being the best husband, the best father, the best Christian, the best pianist, whatever it is, best football player. And that goes into every meeting, every workout, every practice. And it's not easy to do, but I think it's easy to focus on, and our guys have bought into it. And we don't win every day, but the least you can do is try. And today we had a very competitive practice, and the guys are buying in, excited about it. And it's just one of those things I think that if you're not competing, man, I don't know why we're out here. And, you know.
Is that level of speed and competition, is that how you can tell they've bought in? You said they bought in. Like, when did you know that, or how could you tell?
Well, I think it started in the off-season program. You know, you hear some of the things they're saying in the media. They're talking about the things that we talk about, the things that we're preaching, and we make them compete all the time in the meetings rooms. We do different things with them. We do fun games. We do silly games. We do things that, you know, we took them to do paintball and let them shoot the hell out of each other. And you know, and then when you watch these guys practice, I think what we do a good job of as a staff is we're very upfront and honest with them. And again, the first day wasn't very good. Yesterday was solid. Today was really good. It was great competition back and forth. We'd, score a touchdown. They'd take it away a couple times. We'd come right back with a big run. And that's what we're trying to get these guys to understand. Like, to me, in the National Football League, you don't win games in the first quarter. You don't win games in the second quarter, not in the third quarter. Where you win games is late, and you win games in the fourth quarter. So it takes that competitiveness to be able to sit in there and fight through a 75-play game on offense, defense, special teams, and find a way to win.
Now, you said you don't want to be static with motion and all that. You were saying we don't want to be a static team, but how do you know when your team is the most physical team? Like, we can line up and beat you. We know. How do you know when that your team has that thing? Like that 14 Cowboys team, they do. We can run. We can just run on anybody, try to stop us.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, to me, it's when the team you're playing either knows that you have to run the football and they can't stop you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great feeling. Or conversely, if you're playing a team on offense, it's a great running team, and you're literally just knocking the hell out of them, and they're not a drop. To me, that's when you're like, okay, we're really physical, and that's the mindset that we want to have. That's the mindset of what we want to, build this thing on. After winning the turnover battle, it starts with owning the line of scrimmage, and that starts on both sides. It's not just the O-line, D-line. It's the tight ends, it's the linebackers, it's the safeties, but in my experience, when we've had our best teams, it started with a physical front and a physical football team.
Yeah, the idea is always we want to be more physical, but the mindset of we're the most physical team. How do you getting there's a tough mindset, right?
Absolutely. Tough practices,
yes.
Physical practices, guys jawing back and forth, guys talking trash. I love it. I want that. Just don't throw a punch.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to lose a great player, and all of a sudden that takes a great player off the team. It makes us adjust. You lose them. They take a bunch of your money. It's like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? So it's just kind of us teaching those guys, okay, we're going to get heated. When those things happen, actually it happened today.
Yeah.
Yep. The offensive players, or the cowboy, I will say, you go and grab a cowboy and get him out of there instead of going and push the other guy. And so the defensive guy, they pulled his guy out, and it was awesome.
It might be kind of similar to that, but yesterday we talked with Osa about good conditioning, great conditioning, and championship level conditioning. How do you see the difference? Is it similar to the physicality there as well?
Yeah, what I tell our guys is this. Look, I don't want to have 2.5-hour practices. I'm allowed.
Right.
We can. I said, but we can get the work done in 1:45. We can get the work done in 2 hours if you guys are willing to ball out and if you're willing to run. But if I look at the film and you're not running, great. I can lengthen the practice. We can do conditioning after practice. And they're like, "Nah, Shotty, we're good, man. Like, we will run," and that's what they've done. And so, to me, it's critical. I mean, it's critical. And then, obviously, we're getting ready to go back into Texas here in a couple weeks and practice in that heat. So, if we're not in great shape, then how are we expecting to win and sustain, tough games?
Now, leadership comes in a lot of different ways. I'm sure you have guys that you're like, I want that guy to be a leader, and maybe they don't live up to it. Who are some guys that may have surprised you and stepped into those roles that you didn't expect to take that on?
Well, I'm not going to say I didn't expect it from some of these guys, but Overshown, Demo. I mean, I'm not surprised, but he's not practicing.
Right.
But yet he's leading. He's out there having more fun than anybody. Solomon Thomas, what an incredible work ethic. Solly doesn't say much. He leads by example. He's been awesome. CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee is so excited about taking and adding that to his game. Like, when you're one of the best receivers in football, you're like, well, what else can I do?
Yes.
Well, you start talking about being a leader and bringing other guys with you. So, enter George Pickens. He and GP have hit it off. And so, but it's not, Osa's stepping up on offense. You're seeing Tyler Guyton's doing some great things, and so it's just exciting. And again, there's going to be tough days. We're going to have bad practices, going to get hotter. We're going to play some preseason games. The real leaders are going to stand up when that stuff happens, and that's who I'm excited to see.
You mentioned CeeDee and you mentioned Pickens. Pickens said they were kind of like the Mario brothers. Yeah. So I want to see what you think about that analogy, and then also, what is your go-to Mario game?
Well, it's actually, I remember, I'm going to date myself.
Original.
I think it was in television maybe. It was like, oh my God. Well, number one, their shoe game is incredible. So I think CeeDee had on the Grinches today, and GP had on some red shoes that I know I can't pull off. But I don't think I'm a character. What I'm trying to figure out, and I asked them this, I said, Junior Adams, we need to figure out, the receiver coach, we need to figure out one of the, maybe the fruit or something, that the things you could do and whatnot, like one of those little minion things. I think that's we got to find. So they're thinking about
Goomba,
it.
Perhaps, I believe is the name
of this
it.
guy.
Yeah.
Okay. That's for Junior Adams.
You got a lot of files in that brain there.
That was very impressive.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm really curious about this. Before you got into football, like as a coach, I know obviously it runs in your family, but you were a fan first. So do you understand, and it might seem unfair, but as a Cowboys coach, it kind of falls on you as well. Do you understand all the baggage that Cowboys fans kind of carry with them? And do you ever think about that?
I really don't. I think my biggest thing is, we have a standard that we're trying to achieve, and I've talked about it since my opening press conference. I want to win a world championship with these guys. That's the goal. Why you would ever set an arbitrary goal and not shoot for that, to me, it makes no sense.
Yes.
But along with that goal, it's about building one of the greatest cultures in professional sports, because when the hits the fan, that's what's going to get you guys through. That's what's going to allow us to win a tough game where maybe we start slow or we turn the ball over and we got to battle back, or the defense is stopping them but we're not scoring points offensively. So to me, it's this team has one objective, one goal, and what I'm watching right now is these guys have bought into what we're selling, and that is that we are building one day. It doesn't happen overnight.
Sure.
We're not ready to win a world championship right now, but when we practice, we're trying to have the best practice in the world, and if we don't do it, then we'll figure out why, and the next day we try to do it again. So, again, I just believe the standard's one of the simplest things you can say, and these guys know the standard. What you saw out there today was the standard in terms of the way they worked.
Now, you said when the hits the fan, you're a...
Can I say that on radio?
Well, it's a pre-record. That's what I was going to say.
You guys will bleep it out?
Yeah. During your press
Sorry, I'm still coaching.
No, that's okay. Yeah. During our press conferences, you're a casual swearer, which keeps our producer on his toes.
I love it.
What is your favorite curse word?
Oof. Well, I say I need to clean up my mouth, but I'm passionate and I need to be better. But I would say I might use the F word a little bit too much, especially when I'm coaching. But I'm trying to be better.
It is a very versatile word, though.
It can be used in many connotations.
Yesterday, Osa told us sometimes he'll go work out off campus, and he'll bring his clothes back and he'll put them on the loop. Do you like that kind of thriftiness in a guy? He's like, hey, I'll let them take care of my laundry for me.
I actually do, and I love the fact that he's doing extra work. I mean, shows you why he's such a great player, because he's a nonstop worker, man. I mean, he's probably in the weight room right now doing something. I guarantee he is. So that does not surprise me at all. But I wonder if he was a rookie if he was doing that. Probably not.
You think as a veteran?
Probably not.
I was also curious on how do you adapt your team to the talent and your game to the talent? Because, okay, you have a Justin Jefferson. You're going to do things with Justin Jefferson that you can't do with other people. How do you say, okay, I got these guys, and I got to use their talents to the best?
Great question. I think, you have a philosophy. Offense, defense, special teams. Your system has to be flexible enough to use your people. And that's even when you deal with a couple injuries throughout a 3 or 4 week span, and a guy breaks his chin strap and he's out for a couple weeks. Like, you have to have a flexible enough system that you can change. And that's why it's so important for us to talk about the ability to play physically in the run game on offense and defense, and be multiple with our scheme on offense and defense. And we want to be difficult to defend.
Yes.
We want to be difficult to defend on both sides of the ball. And so we've done that. I think that shows some of the experience. I think we have 13 of our coaches have 10 years or more experience in the NFL. I've loved being around the guys. I mean, I'm seeing them truly coach what real football looks like now, because we're out here in training camp, and I think we had a home run with our staff.
Does that same level of flexibility apply to how much upward mobility there is for certain players? Because it feels like not just here, but in every NFL team, you hear this guy had a great camp, this guy had a great camp, then the roster looks kind of how you thought it would before, the start of training camp. Do you feel like, can you describe what opportunities are available? Because there's a lot of guys on here that, theoretically coming in, we wouldn't think would make the team.
We have a big thing we believe in called cross-training. So guys have to have more value than just one position. So let's use a guy like Terp. Okay, Terp is a receiver. He's obviously an elite kick returner. But we're going to do other things with Terp. He's a weapon. So how do we get him cross-training to do running back stuff? Hunter Lepke, man, jack of all trades. Deron Bland, can play outside, can play inside. We can do all these different things with. So we spend a lot of time of saying, okay, today Deron's working, with DT, Darius Thompson, and doing, he's doing the nickel stuff. And, all that stuff is important. We got jumbo tight ends we're training. You look at Austin Richards. He's not playing just tackle. He's playing tight end. Well, how does he get with Lunda Wells, and how we make that happen? And so I really think that that's so important, but that's something we believe in.
Now, I probably put too much on Tyler Guyton this offseason, but I've been very adamant. If Tyler's good, this offensive line could be very good, and this team will be very successful if that happens. Is that do you think that's fair? I know that's simplifying it, but is that pretty fair?
No, I think it's fair. I think Tyler understands that. And what Tyler's done is Tyler has absolutely been an animal, and his work ethic has been incredible. And Jake Ferguson's trying to walk in here and mess up my thing.
Hey, he's welcome. Come on in.
Always come hang out.
No. But, Tyler was one of the first guys back in the building, man. He is an incredible worker. He's so excited about this camp, the chance to go against some elite edge rushers and have to work. He had a couple sets yesterday, man. I think when you guys watch him, the way he's using his hands, he's using his length.
Yes.
Hey, guys, playing tackle in the National Football League, man, as a rookie. I'll share a quick story with you before I got to get out of here. So we drafted DeBrickshaw Ferguson, 4th overall in Virginia, my first year with the Jets. And we literally, after the first year, we said, he might be a bust. This guy might be a bust. Might be a bust. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, the next year, the guy starts to grow. And next thing you know, he's over there, he's punching, he's doing different things, and he's learning. And guy's in the Ring of Honor with the freaking Jets, man. It's like, as long as you keep going, and that's what Tyler and I got to stay on this, my preparation, my mentality, and things like that. But don't judge tackles in this league too early. It's a very humbling position, even for the great ones.
Yes.
Well, we appreciate the time, and you said at the beginning, be the best that you can at a whole slew of things, and one of them was be the best you can as a Christian. Next week, going to Germany on a mission trip. So if you could wish me luck, I'd appreciate it.
I wish you luck for sure. We'll be praying for you, man. That's awesome.
Thank you very much, good sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time.
Guys. Always appreciate you guys, man.
Yes, sir.
Brian
See you.
Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. And he was on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat. Of course, wildforkfoods.com. Elite game day grilling favorites. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Oxnard. Coming up next, have you been appropriately appreciating this Rangers pitching staff? Plus, Dallas Cowboys Vice President of Player Personnel, Will McClay. You need a little something else? And a ticket giveaway. All of it next right here on the...
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. The Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Now, we got a lot of stuff that we're going to do in this segment. We're going to talk with Will McClay in about 20 minutes. Talk about the Rangers right now. But, Corey, I also feel like maybe.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Now,
we'll win a pair of pit tickets to go see Treaty Oak Revival on August 15th at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory. That is, of course, courtesy of Live Nation. You can go buy tickets to this show, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Now, on the Rangers front, this is interesting and maybe a little bit tricky for me. That's right. Have you been appropriately appreciating this Rangers pitching staff? Because I feel like maybe people have not, because so many of the qualifiers they say about the pitching staff is like, oh, yeah, the pitching staff's been great, but. And so, like, I don't know if people are really taking in that this may well, actually it probably is, and it's the best I can ever remember, go down as the best season of Rangers pitching in team history.
Yeah. We had Nolan Ryan here.
Yep.
And that was special because we never actually really had a pitcher like that that I could remember.
Charlie Huff was the best one we had, and this was like toward the end of it.
Charlie Huff was probably very underrated, through most of his career too. Like, we respected him and loved him, but we never had a crew of guys that could have this. Now, I give a lot of credit to Mike Maddox because of the style that Mike Maddox wants these guys to pitch with. And Kevin, you can go back to your favorite pitcher of all time and watch how he pitched, and the Rangers pitchers are pitching similarly to him.
Yeah.
Keep it low. Keep things away. Don't go to their sweet spot. And if you're going to go to their sweet spot, set them up with something high and at their face. And that's just, and I'm not saying hit them in the face, but there's a lot of times you change their eye level.
Mike was listening to you right now.
Yes. Yeah. You change their eye level by giving a high and inside pitch, and now they got to protect themselves by not leaning in too much. Well, you go something low and away or low and in, and you have a good spot for them. So they're doing a good job of executing the game plan that Mike Maddox draws up. And Bochy tells us all the time how great he thinks that he's just a master at drawing up a game plan for these guys. He loves what Mike Maddox does as a pitching coach. I've had fun watching these guys, and Mike said that the other day, and I've been saying this for a while. It's fun to watch the young pitchers. It's fun to watch. I didn't expect to have fun watching Patrick Corbin pitch this year.
Yeah.
Both of us can raise our hand and be like, that was a dude. And here we are watching a guy that's actually like, he's pitching into the game plan, and he's doing it very well, and it looks cool. Like, watch his pitches, man. It's fun. So I think I think one of the things that kept us from fully embracing it, fully recognizing it, is the wins weren't happening. The runs weren't happening, even though you were having good pitching outings. But I think this second half, Kevin, is turning that corner for us to be like, oh man, we are so happy. And this is the thing that I knew I was going to forget, and I remembered. I know that Jacob deGrom isn't a flash in the pan. This is Jacob deGrom.
Right.
I know that Nathan Eovaldi, this is not a flash in the pan. This is how he pitches. These are two guys that I know are consistently going to pitch over the season that way. Now, we're seeing the two young pitchers get their chances, and they're growing as they go along. But I know I have two dominant pitchers that it's not just when are they coming back to earth moment.
Yeah. No, I really like the way that you put that. I decided to go check. Sometimes how you feel when you're watching sports doesn't necessarily line up with the numbers.
Right.
And I know RJ would tell me that means what you saw was wrong.
And that's why I think you take both of them and put them together and help yourself.
But don't you think RJ would say
Absolutely.
what you saw was wrong?
Your eyes deceived you.
So I was really happy to see that the numbers lined up, and they were even more impressive than I could have possibly anticipated. The Rangers have the lowest ERA in all of Major League Baseball. And you might be like, wow, that's pretty great. But here's what I want to put in perspective for everybody. Think about this. They're .34 better than the next team, which is Kansas City. And to put that in further perspective, the difference between the Rangers at 1 and the Royals at 2 is the same gap as the Royals at 2 and the Pirates at 11. That's how much better the Rangers. Think about that. The gap between 2 and 11 is the same as 1 and 2. That's how much better the Rangers have been at pitching than everybody else. And you talked a lot about the starting pitchers, and I know we discussed this the other day. When the bullpen fails, they fail in like spectacular nature and obviously cost you the games. But the bullpen has been way better than I think me, you, or anybody had a real right to believe.
That's true.
That they would. And so they've got the best ERA. Go ahead.
To that point, though, is there part of you that when I say DeGrom and Eovaldi, I feel like I'm getting that from them consistently from here on? Doesn't it feel like with the bullpen, you're like, I don't know when they will come back to, or if this is just who they are.
Look, there's absolutely a reason why we want John Gray in the bullpen. It's because, to your point,
consistency.
I do not necessarily feel as though.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I am.
Neither do the Rangers. They just DFA'd Robert Garcia the other day.
I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful that that's Luke Jackson. Or what?
Sorry, who did?
Yeah, it was Luke Jackson. I just saw Robert Garcia.
Luke Jackson. I'm sorry.
But yeah, no. That's where I feel with this bullpen is I'm not completely certain, but hopefully they continue this role.
And now they also have the best whip in all of Major League Baseball.
Wonderful.
And we talked about that a little bit before, but you always got new listeners, people trying to learn the game. Whip is walks and hits per innings pitch. It gives you a good idea of not only how many runs you're giving up, but how many people are on base. Because you'll see this all the time, like for shorter chunks of time. Somebody who's got a good ERA, but their whip is high, and you're like, that person's reckoning is coming. Mm-hmm. It doesn't always happen like that, but it can. Now, you mentioned the two individual players of DeGrom and Eovaldi. So let's talk about this part. Again, numbers match up with what we feel like we've seen. Jacob DeGrom, he has the 5th best ERA in all of Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it will be the 6th best ERA in all of baseball once Nathan Eovaldi qualifies, because he has an MLB best 1.58 ERA. That's a third of a run better than Paul Skeens and 0.61 better than Skubal and Crochet, who are the best in the American League. Think about that. The best ERAs in the American League are Skubal and Crochet at 2.19. Eovaldi's at 1.58. He's almost 2/3 of a run better than the guy that everyone is sure is going to win his second straight Cy Young. And so once he qualifies, that means the Rangers will have 2 of the top 6 ERAs in baseball, and the first by a good amount.
You know how people say this guy or this team plays down to the competition? It feels like Nathan Eovaldi pitches up to the moment. Whatever the moment is, it's never too big, and he's like, oh, you need me to go out there and throw 8 innings of shutout baseball? Okay, I'll do that tonight then.
Right.
And that's been and it's also when you're in a zone and you're capable of doing that, you don't think much. And he looks like he goes out there and is just like, okay, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do it again and again. My consistency's there. I'm throwing the same pitches. They can't hit them. I'm just comfortable. He's very comfortable in these moments. Look at how many times, Kevin, he's needed to save the bullpen this season, and he's done it. And that's where I stand with Eovaldi. I'm just in awe. And I know whenever he got here, we had a lot of discussions of regular season. Well, hey, man, if we can get to the postseason, that's what matters the most. And now he's given us regular season jewels as well.
Now, I'm going to do this again just because I think it's a fun way to spotlight how ridiculous the Rangers' pitching is. So I told you he's 0.61 ahead of Skubal and Crochet. You'd have to go from that same spot all the way down to number 14 in MLB for ERA. So the gap between Eovaldi and the best pitchers in the American League is the same distance as the gap between 2nd and 14th.
Wow.
That's how unbelievably
That's
far ahead of the
amazing,
curve
dude.
Eovaldi is, and how far ahead of the curve the Rangers pitching is in general.
Okay, then let me ask you this, Kevin.
do it.
DeGrom continues this out and finishes the season like this. Eovaldi qualifies. Do you think Eovaldi deserves the Cy Young over DeGrom?
You know what I really hate to say about this? God, that would suck.
Co-Cy Youngs?
I think they finished second and third. I think they would split the vote then, with people just defaulting to Skubal. And look, don't get me wrong. Tarek Skubal is having an insane year.
Extremely entertaining, too.
But just the idea that he's already rubber stamped as the Cy Young, and I feel like the betting odds kind of reflect that as well, I think is a little bit silly.
Okay.
But what I'm worried about, and you're right, though, if we got co-Cy Youngs, that would be one of the most awesome regular season things I've ever seen in my life. Now, obviously, postseason, we've seen amazing things. But DeGrom's also pitched 27 more innings than Eovaldi, so give or take about 4 starts. I would love that, but I think it'd be more likely that they would split some votes and kind of get jobbed out for that.
The thing about this, you talk about how we as longtime Rangers fans have never seen this.
Yep. Ever.
The other thing that we've never seen is the rest of the league envious of what the Rangers pitching staff is.
Oh, my gosh.
Every manager in baseball wishes they could have those 2 pitchers at the top of their rotation and incorporate that with depth and have a 5th doing what Patrick Corbin's doing this year. And, don't forget, we also have Cody Bradford later down the road. You still have John Gray, where you can put him in different areas. So, being the envy right now, I like that a lot. It feels really good.
And I know you got a chance to mention him. I want to go back because I've definitely been wrong about this player so far, Patrick Corbin. And I believe the exact thing I said was Patrick Corbin is the buffet of starting pitchers in terms of, hey, the portions are great in terms of innings that he'll give up, but the quality isn't that good. And I think that's reflected over several seasons. You go all the way back to post-pandemic, for example, because right before the pandemic, 2019, 2018, man, he was rocking and rolling. But
what team was he on then?
Diamondbacks and then the Nationals.
Was he with Maddox on the Nationals? I'm going to go revisit that.
That's a good question.
Okay.
But post-pandemic, he threw a ton of innings every single year, 171, 152, 180, 174. Here were his actual ERAs, 5.82, 6.31, 5.2, and 5.62. That year, he had a 6.31 ERA. His WAR for the season was negative 2.5. That is shockingly terrible. And so I even felt like CY gave us an idea. It's like, hey, look, he's left-handed and he could pitch a lot of innings. And so I thought he would take up a lot of innings, but you're probably looking at a disappointing result in a lot of those games. But that hasn't been the case whatsoever. He's been better than average. And if you would have told me coming in he would have been average, I'd have been like, okay, great. But he's better. He's been better than average.
I can't tell you that, Kevin, that I would have been okay with average because we had so many question marks about DeGrom's health and will he be able to make it through a full season? And we kind of were sitting there hinging a lot on Eovaldi.
Yes.
Only. And we were like, man, we have zero clue what to expect out of these 2 rookies. Will they even be part of the staff to start the season? So I was like, if he was average, I was like, man, what was the point? But you're right. Being better than average has changed the entire look of this rotation. Hell, we were thinking Dunning was going to be part of this rotation.
That's a good point.
And this thing has changed been pretty the same at the same time.
Yeah.
But better than we could have ever expected.
And I think the thing is, now that it feels like the wins have started to come around more and more. I know I mentioned this the other day, but Rangers play tonight, which, of course, you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. And if they can win this game in particular, not like this is the end of it or anything, but if they can win this game, they'll be 4 games above 500 for the first time in 3 months. 3 months. And they have I'm going to just go at a favorable part of the schedule coming up because, first of all, the Braves and the Orioles have probably been the two most disappointing teams this entire season if you discount expectations existing for Colorado. And then you have the Angels and you have the Mariners. So if you want to get some work done, you'll have that head-to-head opportunity at a time where it feels like you're playing your best baseball.
Somebody just texted in and said, Eovaldi adding a curveball this late in his career shows he has that it factor. And if you listen to Bochy talk about Eovaldi this year, he's mentioned something similar to that. He's like, he was a hard thrower most of his career,
Right.
and now he's added the splitter.
Right.
And at the beginning of the first game of the year, he walks out to Boston and is just like, guess what, guys? I'm throwing a curveball all day to you. And they were like, what the? This is not in the scouting report. And he's like, yeah, I know. I just added it in this offseason because I'm that kind of guy.
Right.
And that is but that's we talk about Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd did what late in his career? I can still
Learn how to shoot the
I'm
three.
a great facilitator
Yeah.
still, but I need to learn how to shoot a three. And Eovaldi, not that he's declined in a lot of things, but he was like, how can I stay around longer? How can I continue to do this thing that I love so much? I'm going to have to adjust what I am just a little bit. And so he adds something to it. And now, man, I think hitters are scared of him. I think they are. I think they fear him.
I could see
and
that.
I'd fear him too.
All right, quick side note. Before, hopefully, we get an opportunity to talk with Will McClay, what do you think was the record for most expensive women's trading card? And the reason why I say it like that is just because it's decidedly different from Mickey Mantle and the
I feel
bunch.
like I saw a $10,000 number with Caitlin Clark. Am I wrong about? I could be way wrong.
I'm sure that number has existed with her cards, but her previous record, she set the record for the most expensive women's trading card of all time, $336,000.
Okay, wow.
That record just got broken by, can you guess?
Sophie Cunningham.
Caitlin Clark
Okay,
is the obvious
that makes
answer
that
once
makes
again.
sense. Yeah.
So the record was $336,000. Her flawless one-of-one logo woman card sold for $660,000. It's autographed by Caitlin Clark, and it also says 769 points and counting for her career. And so the logo woman, just like the logo man with Jerry West, it's a picture from the jersey of like the actual logo. And so people love that part of it. Not to mention it's flawless and it is a one-of-one. But yeah.
Is Flawless a brand?
Flawless is a brand.
It's a grade,
Yes.
okay.
Flawless is a brand.
What's the highest grade, like with a autograph on it?
So people will say Gem Mint because that's a 10 for like PSA and stuff. But there is a pristine, which is the 10 for Beckett, and then there is the coveted black label for Beckett, which means not only did you get a 10, every single subgrade was a 10. And so if you see those, doesn't matter what the card is. Those go for insane amounts because even if it's a good card, it just takes it to the next level because you're like, that probably doesn't exist anywhere else.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I just wanted to shout out Caitlin Clark for just setting another record, and whether or not I think this is how I would go with my money, maybe not.
I know there's a lot discussed in this. Is Paige going to touch her fame? And it's not like Caitlin went to a place where the WNBA
sure.
was a hot market. Dallas.
Paige has a significantly bigger advantage coming off her college that I would think would translate.
You think so?
I mean,
I don't know if she's going to get that same type of stardom.
Probably not to Caitlin Clark level because, and it doesn't matter who's the best player. Like, I know that should matter, but I'm just saying there's phenomenon vibes with her, and people like to be part of something popular, right? Yep. There are also plenty of people who like go out of their way to be against something popular, but people like to be on the popular thing. Like, that's why they had laugh tracks on TV shows for the longest time, because they're like, I want you to feel comfortable and know that it's okay for you to laugh right now.
Paige is, I think, well respected already amongst and that's one of the things 100%. I want people to know the reality of what we're working with. She's very well respected amongst the WNBA already. Because if you've said the Connecticut connection, that's a huge factor in that. But on top of that, she's a good player. And
she's a fantastic player. She's had a hell of a rookie season. And I actually think it works out for her benefit that, hey, my card prices are lower. Great. But there's not this added sense of animosity from certain sections of the league because people don't talk about her as the only player that exists in the league.
Yeah.
Like, I understand why that animosity is there. For me, I would just treat it exactly, I used the analogy before, like Tiger Woods in golf, and I'd be like, hey, thanks for the house. Like, thanks for raising the money, thanks for this, thanks for that.
Now, good luck making this 3-pointer.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Now, a quick thing, since we're talking about money, it is a shout-out Friday. I've got a handful of shout-outs that I really want to throw out there from the 817. This is a heartwarming story that I hope has a great ending. Shout out to my wife, 11 years. We're separated, but she just agreed that we should try to work it out. I love you. That is delightful, but you're going to love this story maybe even better. Tennessee freshmen Travis Smith Jr. and Jadon Harmon, they have donated $10,000 in NIL earnings to Knoxville kids, specifically the Wesley House Community Center. I didn't want you to think they were just going around just handing money out to people like Bob McKay's handing out those $2 bills.
Those are awesome $2 bills.
Absolutely. So they have their NIL money, and both of them are like, you know what we should do with this? Let's each donate $5,000 to this community center.
Wow.
Just like, that's so cool. And I realize all of the negatives that come across with NIL, and people have lots of thoughts and this and that and everything else, but I just thought that was a downright positive story right there. A couple more shout-outs for you.
Kevin, Lionel Messi has been suspended one game for skipping the All-Star game. Yeah. So they just, you did that to the star of your league?
I mean,
I love it.
Because they were probably like, hey, get your ass out there for that All-Star game.
What are you doing right now,
Everybody knows who you are.
Yeah.
All right? Yeah.
This game needs you.
Especially he's not far removed from his record-breaking string of multi-goal games.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, but now you can't play? Cool.
By the way, Mike said that Eovaldi threw the curveball 13.7% of the time in 2024. Now, I don't know if that means it's a significant amount of time, but
it's one every 7 pitches.
Game one, it just seemed like everybody was surprised that he was throwing as often as he was in the game.
On the shout-out Friday from the 817, shout out to my son Andrew. He's a Dallas firefighter at Station 49. Station 49. Very proud of him. That is outstanding. And do you want one more shout-out? Do we have time for one more shout-out?
I think we've had plenty of time at the moment.
Great.
Based on things.
From the 903, shout out to my daughter Abigail, finishing her first ever tryout for the tennis team, trying to make varsity her freshman year. Boom. Make sure you give us the update. I hope it works. In the meantime, I was going to say NFL overreaction to reality, but it looks as like... It looks as though is what I was shooting for. Instead, we are ready to rock and roll with the Dallas Cowboys Vice President of Player Personnel. It is Will McClay. Good afternoon. Good morning, sir. How the heck you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. What's going on? Nobody's going to challenge me to any dominoes or card games in this group.
You can try if you want to.
Yeah. I might make. What's your go-to card game?
Uno.
Really?
Oh man, that one can really break some families up.
Yeah.
For sure, yeah.
Do you agree with everybody about the rules? Do you have house rules? Because some people like to operate with different rules.
I cheat, whatever it takes.
Okay, I gotcha. Now,
just remember that when we play.
Okay, I will. Look,
keep an eye on him.
Yeah, whatever. When if you can, but always cheat.
Something up the sleeve. Yeah,
absolutely.
The only thing, and we were talking. The only thing, Houston. I'm from Houston, so
yeah, I know.
World Series,
Sure. Oh man, we went to the Dodgers game on Tuesday. Every time Correa came up to the plate, they booed the hell out of him. It was phenomenal. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. All right. So there's a whole lot of players, I'm sure, that we all want to know about, thoughts on camp in general. One of the things that we have noticed straight away, even before the pads come on, the pace of these practices seems to have accelerated quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's Shotty's mantra and what we wanted to bring. It's fast and furious. You want to compete every day. That's kind of our mantra. And the NFL is a fast game. You got these guys, college guys. Number one, you got to get used to the pace of it. Number two, it's about conditioning. If you want to play fast, if you want to be a fast football team, you want to play that way, you have to practice that way. And so everything we do is that way. And it's very concise. It's very controlled. It's fast-paced, and it's a way to increase our conditioning and all that stuff as well.
People talk about the welcome to the NFL moment. They usually talk about a specific play. Do you ever think conditioning can be a welcome to the NFL moment where you're like, you think you're in shape, but check out what we're doing, and a player's like, oh,
there's
goodness.
no question. And this year is, the way we're playing defense and offense and what we're asking guys to do. But you turn on the tape and you watch guys running after the football and doing things that it takes being in shape. It takes that part. And there are some young guys that came in here after rookie minicamp and just getting started. And once they got introduced to it, they realized it's NFL football and we got to do things a different way.
Yeah.
How do you identify toughness as a trait in a player when you're watching them, even as you're building the draft or as you're checking them out as a veteran?
It's just continually watching. I mean, the guys are going to be put in situations that are you got to make a decision to put your face on somebody else. You got to make that decision to do that tough thing. And the more opportunities we put you in that situation or view you in those environments, that's when I can tell if you can do it or not.
Like a guy like you're watching Booker and then you're digging into his background and you see, oh man, that thing right there, he did this, and maybe it was something that he was doing at the house.
Yeah.
You're like, that right there, that shows, and it just sticks in your head a little bit. You're like, I keep going back to this with this guy.
Coach always talks about it. Tells the players you're always being evaluated, and we have to evaluate everything. And so there are key moments. There's little things like guys being in the, even in the chow hall, you watch them. Who picks up their plate? Who does? You're looking for all these different things. And when it gets out there on the field, it's those instances where, hey, that's a tough situation, and he made the decision to do that. Now, does he do it continually? And that's who the guy is. And so you want to see guys do that repeated action. You want to see them do it again and again, and that's who they are, and that's what we look for.
Now, you're assessing these guys still.
Yes.
You've already gone through the draft process. Now you're assessing these guys, watching them, keeping an eye on them. You're assessing the rest of the league at the same time. How fluid is your job right now?
Very fluid. I mean, there's camp, there's injuries, there's all these things that can happen. You go back to last year, we felt pretty good about what we were doing. We lose 5 defensive ends, we lose 5 corners. Those are very hard positions to replace, especially at a high level. So you've got to be prepared for that. So it's always working, always trying to get there. We've got a great group of scouts, and what we do is the college scouts are here now. Their number one job is to go on the road and know about colleges, but we also ask them to go do programs so that they know what's playing, and they also give us, extra eyes on the road to watch all these other teams. We're always looking and always trying to improve.
And if you guys had leftover salary cap space and there was one of the best in the entire NFL at their position that just got waived, you might take a look at that.
I mean, yeah, sure.
I know
that is exactly what's happening right now.
Sure. I know you can't teach speed, but can you kind of, for our listeners, for us, can you explain how speed benefits your team? Why? What traits about speed help so much? Because this does look like a faster team this year.
Well, when it's the old saying, speed kills.
Yes.
If you know what you're doing, if you understand where your weaknesses are, if you know that, and if you're on top of things, if you play fast, people don't want to play fast. People don't want to play physical. If you can do it down after down after down, you impose your will on people, and you have to condition for that. You have to be that. And speed, you're closing space. The football field is 53 yards across and 100 yards, and so how can we cover that space as efficiently as possible? Speed and force is what we're trying to do.
Or create that separation, too. Like when I look at Pickens, I know he can catch a deep ball.
Yes.
But the ability to separate exists there, too. We've seen that happen. But that ability to give him just enough to make that space for the deep ball is a big deal. When y'all were watching him, are those the things that you saw about him that you're like, that's why we got to get this guy on the team?
Yeah, I mean, football is a game of leverage and angles. My father talked about that. That's how I learned football. And you think about it, so leverage and angles, that's speed, right? I didn't go in the math class. I went straight to PE, but there are some principles that I learned, right? The faster that you can play, the faster you can get from point A to B, the quicker you can make things happen.
What if you thought, whether it's early on in camp or just general scouting report about Nate Thomas? Because I know offensive line, we all kind of have an idea of what it might look like, but depth is key, well, at all positions, but especially on the line. What do you think about Nate Thomas?
I think Nate's done a phenomenal job. We drafted him last year and felt good about some of the things. He went through some injury stuff. He fought through that and came back determined and prepared to show us, what he could do. He's a we've worked him at guard, but then he's showing some tackle things. He's a big, athletic, strong guy that's very, very powerful. And, that's how you win the league. You got to move people. And so he has those traits to do that.
Do you get the sense from this team, it seems like so many of the players have been talking about players who are coming back from injury and rooting for them. Now, you mentioned some of the issues that Nate Thomas had. Obviously, we've heard a whole lot about people rooting for Sam Williams. How cool is that to see the players come back, but also to see the players who have been healthy the whole time be like, I'm so excited that guy's back?
Yeah, I mean, that's when you build a team. One of the most, the hardest things to do in sports is get a group of people to believe in each other and have this and truly believe in each other.
Sure.
So when you have guys that see how hard people work and what that means to them, if that part of your team is right, and that's what Shotty's done and the coaching staff has done, is made everybody feel a part of it, and that connection is important. That has to be a genuine connection. So when you see guys battle through, like Sam Williams, the number one thing that Sam wants to do is be a Cowboy and play and contribute. That's in his heart, right? And then to not be able to do that and then see him fight and come back, that inspires people, because it's 100%. That's what he's all about, and he wants people in the boat with him that way. And, it's been very, our quarterback leads us that way. He works hard, and so if everybody follows that, we got an opportunity.
I was really excited to see the moves y'all made with the linebacking group this offseason. I like Kenneth Murray when he was at Oklahoma. I was an OU fan, so I was really excited to hear his name.
Mm-hmm.
But then I had a friend who's a huge Bears fan that was like, Jack Sanborn, I guarantee you he's going to be a Cowboy. And I was like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then he was. And I was like already ahead of the game on this. What can you tell me about Jack Sanborn, the reason he's on this team?
He's just a football player. That's the best way to put it. Sometimes we go through this. We look for the biggest, fastest, strongest. The guy with all the, the pretty thing.
Uh-huh.
And sometimes you need some.
I get it. I do.
Sometimes you need somebody to cook.
Yes.
do the right things all the time, and that's what you get from Jack. He's a very instinctive football player, and he might not run a 4 or 5 on the clock, but because of how he sees things, how he reacts, and how intentful he is once he gets there, that makes you play a lot faster.
I love that description, because I know there's some people out there that think he's just a football player, is like, not necessarily an insult, but kind of like, yeah. And I'm like, but when you hear from the coaches, they mean like what you just said. They don't have the prettiest numbers, but watch him out there. You're like, he did exactly what we needed him to do there. He did exactly his assignment right there.
And especially at that position requires you not only to take on these men that weigh 300 pounds and get them off and find the ball, but there's so many things that you have to do to make it all happen. And so the quicker that you see it and the more intentful that you are in doing that, the faster you play. We talk about play speed and regular speed. A guy can run a 4.4, but he plays at a 4.7. Why? Because he doesn't see things. He doesn't react. He doesn't make that decision to do what he needs to do at the right time. And that's just Jack. Jack he sees it, he goes, and he has intent doing it, and he brings people along with him. That's what you want a linebacker doing. He gets everybody lined up. He knows what everybody's supposed to do, and he's intentful about what he does.
One level back on the defense, I know we could ask questions about a lot of these players, but opportunities in front of Kalen Carson, and then I was hoping you could also tell us about the versatility of Wanye Thomas, who is somebody that we've been really rooting for a few years.
These are good young players that have, Wanye has continued to grow and continued to show us what he can do. I remember the first time Wanye went back to return kicks. I know he did it in college, but then you see him and, he's trying to help us win, and his ability to play down the box, to cover, to do all those things, play on special teams, excited to see him because it means something to him. And that whole safety group, we got a great group of coaches to bring that out. I mean, I'm excited to see our team because of the coaching staff as well and what they get out of guys. So you got these young guys that come in and they feel like they have an opportunity, and they got an opportunity to get better. Kalen Carson is competing. He had the injury last year, and we were seeing good things early. He was determined in the offseason to come back strong. And I'm excited to see him because he gives us some versatility as well. He's a good young player that, again, we lost 5 corners last year.
Yeah.
You can never have enough.
That's true. It's like starting pitching.
Yeah.
You never have enough of it. Last thing here, we've asked this question to a lot of different people, and we got a chance, and we're going to play the Jaden Blue audio here in just a minute. But that report over the weekend, did you hear anything about that whenever he was in college? Did you ever hear anything like that? And why do you disagree with the report of him not being as his work ethic being low?
We've done all the research on him, felt good about him, and have done the things to let us know who he is and how we can help him grow. Every young person has to grow, right? You come into the NFL and, I think I've made it. Well, it's got a way of bringing you back down.
Yep.
You got to want to, make the naysayers wrong. And there's a lot of clickbait as soon as the combine, the draft starts.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of, we had a bunch of stuff. There's some combine stuff. There's some draft stuff. And then when they come out before camp, let's go out here on the field and let the young man, give him an opportunity to prove himself. And he's extremely talented. And he's going to work his butt off, and we'll see what he can do for us.
Actually, I have one more thing.
You just said
I'm sorry.
thing.
No, there's one more thing. And this I promise is the last one.
Were you going to ask him which is the last team from Texas to win the World
Oh,
Series?
yeah, no, he knows. If you could make the media take one course on something you wish they knew more about, what would it be?
Human decency.
Okay.
Honestly, because the people in this business, because we're in this business and people make money, whatever, you feel like you can say or do whatever, right?
Right.
These are young men. These are people that go through things and they're trying to get there. And there's empathy goes a long way let's see what happens. Don't determine anything about a guy right now. We've all grown. I remember first time I met you, you didn't speak English very well. Now look at you. You're on the radio.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Will McClay brought to you on the Wild Pork Foods hot seat. WildPorkFoods.com. Elite game day grilling favorites. Coming up next, how about we do the C Block with Corey Majors?
Sounds good. Let's
right
do
here
it.
on The Fan.
Our goal is to be your Buc-ee's of radio. You know, where you stay for a while. Except we can't promise our bathrooms are going to be clean with these guys. Stick around. More laughs and sports ahead right here on The Fan, the Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Looks like the New York Jets avoided disaster yesterday. Quarterback Justin Fields rode off on a cart after injuring his toe. Fortunately, he's reportedly day-to-day and should be fine. But it's a reminder of how wrong things can go at that position for this team. Aaron Rodgers tearing his Achilles, or think back to injuries with Chad Pennington and Vinny Testaverde. The former first-round pick is an exciting player. It'd be fun to see him at least try to turn around the fortunes of a team that is desperately looking for stability at the sport's most important.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cool. Looks like a little shag. I've never seen it. Well, I mean, of course it is. So, Rachel, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. Right, I just feel like this is that's your
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Really appreciate that, Kevin. This has been an eventful week for us, and we've had a good run so far. Let's finish it strong here in the last hour of the K&C Masterpiece in Oxnard, California.
Okay.
And we will finish strong. As we just had Will McClay on, we'll discuss the question that I asked him about Jaden Blue. And I really like the answer that he had there of, we also knew what we could do to help him.
Yes.
I think that's important. Like, development is such an important thing, and it's not. Sometimes it's not just the development of the skills. Sometimes they have all the skills. They just need to develop as a person, or develop in a lot of emotionally. You know, there's a lot of different things. But let's hear it from Jaden Blue himself why he disagreed.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're talking with Jaden Blue, but we might be off to a bad start because I'm from A&M. He has an OU bucket hat on, and he's an OU guy as well. Did we really screw this interview before it even started?
Nah, it's all right.
Okay.
See, I like that. I like that.
Okay,
Let
good.
the ties go
because
early.
he's like, I know who won last year. Yeah, I get it. I'm aware.
Hey, man, we talked to Joe Milton the other day about this, and that report that came out with you, why do you disagree with that? Man, because I think I'm a hard worker. I mean, of course, me coming into the league, I know that nothing is going to be easy. So my mindset, coming, from college into the league was that I would try to outwork, anyone, next to me. So, all that is just noise to me. And, I kind of look at it as a positive thing because, it pushes me and it brings, the best out of me. So, I mean, I don't really, see nothing, of it, but,
it's just something to fuel me every day.
The competition, you got a big group of running backs to work with. How's that room working?
We're all close in that room. The good thing is, we all push each other. We know we all have the same goal, so we just try to come out here every day and be the best position group that we can be. And that the good thing is, we know we're competing, but we're also trying to help each other and find ways to make each other better.
How much does it help when you get to know somebody off the field in terms of that bond on the field? Not to say that you wouldn't fight for a teammate that you didn't know as well, but you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. It means a lot when you have that relationship off the field, because whenever you're going through something, you can maybe go to that person and have deep conversations with them, and even on the field they're willing to go to bat for you whenever you have that relationship. Regardless of us being teammates, of course we're going to go to bat for each other, but we had a relationship with a teammate off the field. It just makes things a lot easier.
How much, because I know Maffa obviously is a rookie as well, but Miles Sanders, Javonte Williams, how much does it help having access to people that have been through it to kind of pick their brain about this level?
Yeah, having those two other guys in our room means a lot to me. Like I said, I know they're veterans, they've been there, done it. So whenever I need, help with something, or whenever I need to know something, I can go to those two guys, and maybe I don't have to go to my coach. So, no, it's a lot of positivity to having those two guys in the room.
That is Jaden Blue right there on the Wild Forks hot seat. WildForksFoods.com, elite game day grilling favorites. And Kevin,
so we had to end that interview because, and I don't know if you can hear it at the very end, he's like, guys, I'm going right now. And we had to go record with Brian Schottenheimer. Otherwise, he would have hung out and talked with us for a while.
I think so. I have a lot of high hopes for him this year. I have a lot of high hopes for what I think he can be. And I don't know what the future holds for him, but I think, the speed is a big factor. And when you add that element to this offense, it could be, we've discussed this, when you have CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens out there, and now you've sent them, and now Ferguson's available, and then if you have him and you have space, man, that's the whole key. We talked. You said it yesterday you said it with Schottenheimer. Hey man, space is great. You want more space. You're trying to get that more space. I love open receivers because it's going to create even more for me.
Absolutely.
So I think that they can find him in some places that are going to give him space to be able to do something special. Kevin, you're a blood donor, aren't you?
Yes.
Have you ever sold blood before?
No, I just donate it for free like a chump.
Okay. Following the success of the Bleed for Weed campaign.
How much do you get paid for donating blood? Or how much weed do you get?
You're about to find out.
Okay.
The Rock River Valley Blood Center is teaming up with Sunnyside for the Blood for Bud donation drive. Successful donors who also purchase cannabis at the dispensary located at 7000 First Ranger Drive in South Blot that's in Illinois, by the way, receive a $10 high supply or Good News 500 mg cartridge, $15 Crescio 8th, or $10 Good News on Mindy's gummies. They said partnering with Sunnyside lets us meet people where they are while reminding everyone just how vital regular blood donations are to our hospitals and neighbors. It's a simple act with powerful results, and we're grateful to work with the community partners who help us save lives in new and meaningful ways.
Look, I think donating blood is vitally important. You have the opportunity, and it doesn't impact your health whatsoever unless you run into a weird situation like Mike did, in which case I can understand why he does not want to do that anymore.
Okay, now let me add this to the conversation.
But I've always done it for free. I will say some of these places will do giveaways and stuff like that, and they're like, oh, hey, did you know you get this hat? And you're like, oh, okay, cool.
That's cool.
Thanks.
Kevin, I am not a donor on my license. My friend a long time ago told me they will kill you in order to get your license and get your organs. And I was like, what? And so I just decided a long time ago, I know, you don't think.
But
the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, under the leadership of Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a couple days ago announced a major initiative to begin reforming the organ transplant system following an investigation where that revealed disturbing practices by a major organ procurement organization. HRSA examined 351 cases where organ donation was authorized but ultimately not completed. 103 cases showed concerning features, including 73 patients with neurological signs incompatible with organ donation. 28 patients may not have been deceased at the time during their procurement of those organs, and evidence pointed to poor neurological assessments, lack of coordination with medical terms, questionable consent, etc., etc. So the fear that we've always had, the stories like oh man, hold on. They said it accounted for a third of all donations last year, about 20,000 organs, triple the number from 5 years earlier. So
I'm always concerned or confused, I guess, about the organs that don't get used. And they're like, oh, yeah, we didn't get it in time. And I'm like, what do you mean?
Yeah, you're going to have to throw that one out.
But look, if you're just going off of the utilitarian point of view, I understand. You're like, this person might die. We can get 5 good organs to help 5 people. But it sounds like that number you said was low. It was like 28. You said those people weren't dead. And yes, that is a very logical concern I have also. And they're like,
55 medical workers in 19 states told the Times they had witnessed at least one disturbing case of donation after circulatory death.
Okay. Man, and the way they say circulatory death, doesn't it kind of make it sound like they could have saved him, but they were like,
the heart stopped, so we just said, you know what? Maybe we don't bring him clear.
Man, that is... I thought about that before, and I know we have lots of professions who listen.
Yes.
But, like, if somebody lost their leg and there was some kind of, freakish blood loss, and you look at the rest and you're like... So the heart and the kidneys and the lungs, they're all good? Oh no, he didn't make it. Like I am also concerned about that. But I put the heart on the license plate nonetheless. Or they did it. Like I didn't do it.
Kevin,
I put a little donor heart on there.
Heart on, yeah. I was in high school, Kevin, and I was in a 1-act play for UIL, and we made it the furthest we had ever made it because that play was so good, and I was in it for that 1 year. And my first role was as a monk, all right?
Oh.
Now, the play was about a woman whose husband sent his body parts all over the place. Like when he died, he had his body sent all over. That's where I learned the word eccentricities.
Sounds like a play I would hate.
He had it sent all over the world, and the woman wanted to travel around and see the people that had it and see how it affected their lives. And so there was an Italian guy that got his hand, and he flipped her off, and all these other. Oh yeah, it was actually a really funny play. And then at the end, my line. All right, Kevin, I'm the monk.
Are you supposed to not speak?
She's talking to me. I'm listening. And she said, well, what did you do with the heart if it's not in your body? And I said, I ate it. And I gave her a flower and walked off. And that was the...
The hell kind of weird-ass play was
So
this?
you never know what's happening with these organs, Kevin.
Okay. It is a shout-out Friday. Here's one positive. Here's one maybe sarcastic. Hey, Kevin, can I get a shout-out from my dad and stepmom? They're about to close on a new house. Love it. Congratulations. Shout-out to y'all. And then we get this one from the 559. Shout-out to my son's mother, Nikki. Happy birthday. I guess. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I got some Cowboys and NFL numbers to make some money on, plus Masterpiece of the Week live from Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and...
absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it? Pepper lady. Nutmeg Megan? No. Said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it something?
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
12th play of the drive. Wilson gets rid of it for the touchdown to Javonte Williams.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Oxnard. Thank you so much to the on-time experts, to Rhino Shield, to Yardbird Southern Table and Bar for being our presenting sponsors, for making this trip happen and us able to bring all this content to you. It is also a Shout Out Friday from the 2 and 4. Hey, fellas, Can y'all give a shout out to my wife, Carla? Our 5-year anniversary was yesterday. And I know that is from a great toll, listening all the time and interacting with the shows. Congratulations to you guys. From the 254, can I get a shout out from my daughter? It's her 8th birthday tomorrow. I still have the recording of the shout out y'all gave her for her 6th birthday. Would you ever consider, instead of a birthday gift, just asking us to do the shout out year in and year out? And then you can save yourself some cash.
Yeah, that's it. Hold on. Maybe we should start doing Cameo, and then we can start making some cash. Yeah. Why don't we do that, dude? We're so dumb.
It just feels nicer to just.
We're just giving this stuff away.
Yeah.
I don't want to give away the goodies.
Hold on. So are you saying no one's going to buy our cows if we're giving away the milk for free?
That's true,
okay.
Kevin.
All right, we got Masterpiece of the Week.
As long as it's chocolate milk.
Okay, chocolate milk is amazing.
Chocolate milk cows are the coolest.
I don't have time to discuss that with you right now. Instead,
you want to, though.
I do, but I won't. Cowboys and NFL numbers to make some money on. All right, Javonte Williams. Now, I want both of y'all's thoughts on this. Javonte Williams, over-under, 550.5 yards and 4.5 touchdowns.
Ooh, that's an interesting number. I think touchdowns are just have become more random than they used
see that
to be.
To a certain extent.
I'm going to say over easy on the yards.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit more about why you get
attempts?
easy?
I think he's going to have the attempts, and I think this line can block.
Okay.
I don't think that Sean Payton had the success he wanted to have with him last year. But, Kevin, we saw a play yesterday. And, hey, by the way, Alec, Miles Sanders looks really good. So to everything you've been saying for the last couple weeks, he is stuck to it. He's looked really good. But I think you saw the play yesterday. The hole was huge.
Yeah.
And we were like, whoa, that was pretty spectacular. So I think that he's going to have room to run. I think he's going to get the
reaction
attempts.
from the players?
Yes,
Sorry.
I did.
The reaction from the players when you saw the hole and they were all like, oh!
Every one of them. And then the defense was getting after each other. It was... Yeah, I think he's going to be all right there. I don't know about the touchdowns though, because I'll bet the over on it.
Okay, Alec, Corey, very confident on this. I have a feeling you might be as well. Javonte Williams, 550.5 yards and 4.5 touchdowns.
Yeah, I'd take the over on both because I think that even if, let's just say, Miles Sanders were to start off as running back one, or maybe later in the year that changing of the baton happens, I still think that's reasonable because, like Corey said, I think he's going to get the volume regardless of his title on this team. So I do feel like this team is going to run the ball a little bit better than they did the past few years. So, yeah, I think the over is reasonable. I don't know how far over, but I do think 5 touchdowns, 6 touchdowns is within reach. And I do think the yardage, you could see over 500, 600 yards. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay, Alec, can you play me cut number 5? Because this is for the whole NFL, but we all know which player they're really talking about.
60 yards on the right hash, out of the blue paint of the Giant helmet logo. 60-yard kicks away, flying, and good.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
He really, truly is. 60 for Aubrey.
Now, this is for the entire NFL. But you know they're talking about Brandon Aubrey.
Mm-hmm.
Over under longest regular season field goal made, 64.5 yards.
Look, man.
That is a high number.
I'll go over.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think you'll want to kick a 70-yarder at some point.
Obviously, that's all I want to see.
But as we saw yesterday, Kevin.
Look, yesterday was not Brandon Aubrey's best practice. I will certainly admit that.
We were really strongly considering whether or not we needed to look for a new kicker yesterday.
No, I was not strongly considering that.
I was. Yeah, man, I think he's going to get an attempt to do it. And I think it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be an awesome moment, too. It might be a game winner that we get this and everybody loses their damn minds. That's what I'm hoping for.
Obviously, I would love that. But, Alec, this can also be for any player in the league. Over under longest field goal of the regular season, 64.5 yards.
You guys are being too soft here. He's going to get a chance at the record this year. I think Shoddy's going to send him out there for one that's either matching it or it's going to be 1 yard above it. He's going to say, you know what? We're up in this game. Why not give him the chance to etch his name in history? And I think he's going to drill it right down the middle. Give me Brandon Aubrey for the record this season.
Wow. I love the confidence you guys have. Can I ask you one more before we do Masterpiece of the Week?
Yes, please, hurry.
Across the entire NFL, longest rush of the regular season, 90.5 yards. So longest singular carry, any player, any team, any point in the regular season.
What was do you know the longest last year? Didn't Derrick Henry have like a 92-yarder?
I think that is almost straight away, right?
Yeah. I'm going to go under. Is under the right answer? Or no, that's not going to happen?
No, under is the correct answer.
In your face.
I was going to say the correct answer is whatever you feel in your heart, but obviously...
you know how my heart is.
And you know I don't believe that. Alec, over under, longest rush, any player, anytime in the regular season, 90.5 yards.
The longest rush of the 2024 season was 92 yards by Dameon Pierce of the Houston Texans.
Okay.
So... I'm going to say over because of that. I was kind of doubting it for a second. I was thinking more like 87, but if a guy who wasn't even starting for the Texans last year could get that big of a lane, then I think that one of the better running backs in the league can. So, yeah, give me over.
Okay, I like it. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. We got more numbers. Maybe we'll pick that up another day because right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen.
Hey, Alec, we just talked to you like 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, long time no speak. How's it going?
Still pretty good, man.
I love to hear it. I bet it feels amazing out there. I went on a run yesterday, and it was heat index of 102, I think.
Gross.
Yeah. So,
you know what, though?
Nice
I say that. I love Texas so much, and
So
I
do
can't
I.
wait to be back in Texas. I love the heat. I do also like it out here.
There's a weird temperature when I get into my car, and it gets so ridiculously hot. It's oddly soothing to me again.
It's warm. It kind of rewarms you.
Yeah, I don't. It's kind of like a sauna, maybe. I don't know.
It's called Texas, Kevin.
Yeah.
And Texas lives in us.
That's right. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week, where you can hear stuff like that phrase that Corey just made up. We revisit some of the wild, wacky, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this program.
I might be broken because of that.
I don't know. It's hard
I'm
to
gonna hang
form
up and
sentences
listen.
now. Thank you. We do have a tradition here where we pick on people that aren't here to actively defend themselves. And we have a couple of candidates that fit that bill. And I just want it to be known that, yes, I heard these things in real time. I wrote them down, but I was not the one that actually sought these out. It was either Corey or Kevin that told me to seek these out. So we're going to start with the general manager and the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones.
That wasn't a big boy necessarily when we started, but a big boy, and I've got to do it with a sister and another sister.
Again, not my work.
Man, you're coming out with that Shohei Ohtani leadoff home run, aren't you? Because, man, his sister and her.
That one might have to be hidden after this.
We're definitely having a meeting about that.
That was funny, though. I like it.
Let's see. We also have Mickey Spagnola, who has rejoined the program this week, and he usually gives us a few things to review at this time every Friday during the season. He said this.
When I realized my size and I was going to be very limited.
Okay, my favorite
Watch
part.
out. You'll end up on South Park.
Topical. So I will say I enjoyed my what? Back to you, Alec.
It just took me back to last year when Mickey was talking about Dalvin Cook, and he accidentally said, "I've got 2 kids to eat at home." That was,
yes,
that was one of my favorite things ever.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, I appreciate this from the 817. Wow, I just got back into my car. What an intro back.
You're welcome.
Well, Corey was out last Friday, and he had a lot of entries, and I saved a couple from last week because
thanks.
I needed him to explain himself. This is one of those from last week.
My fingers are all oily right now. There were cards involved at Whataburger.
Oh yeah.
And I had French fries and a burger, and you were like, "Let's open cards," and I was like, "Oh no!" So I didn't want to
expensive cards.
Yeah,
That's right.
And so I didn't want to. Somebody said that, Kevin. I don't know if you saw this text. There's no point in grading one of ones because you set the market for it.
100% I agree on that. My only thought about that would be, I think some of these, quote, one-of-ones, there's like 18 different one-of-ones of that same player in the same set.
Yeah.
But for that Caitlin Clark, it is flawless. It's not graded. I don't particularly think you need to grade it.
Yeah, and I think I have a couple cards that you were like, those don't need to be graded, and so they're really cool. But yeah, that was the case. I was at Whataburger enjoying an amazing burger.
Mm-hmm. As one does.
That's coming out. It's coming out in August.
In August.
Yeah, the bacon Wrangler burger.
Can't wait for that. It was so good. Corey, you also said this last week.
I'm always into sandbagging. All right.
That actually is true.
That is a true thing. I love the idea that a coach has a series figured out already, or a game figured out, or a season. That he's like, no, I've got this all figured out, and we just need to slow play it just a little bit. And once those guys have gone too far, you know what, Kevin? We're going to bet. We're going to lose 8,000, ask for 20,000 more. Lose 20,000, ask for 20 more thousand. And then we're going to go all in on a bet on the WNBA and really take those bookies for their cash. I love sandbagging.
Oh, okay. I'm glad I know the plan now.
That was a lot more thought out than I expected. I have a favorite subcategory here that kind of started with Mike, and you guys have actually adopted it a little bit here recently, and it is the noises that don't really make sense and I can't really explain or replicate, so I just play the sound for you. Kevin made one here.
He found The Undertaker when they filmed Suburban Commando, and I was like, ugh. I can replicate that. And I was like,
I love that.
Why? That's just what I want to know. Why? And then
it exists.
Yeah,
I picked that up from Mike 1,000,000%.
You definitely did. And Corey had one with Christy Scales yesterday, was joining the conversation. And this happened like in the middle of everything. And I went back and listened to it. And I was like, this needs to be replayed.
I'd pull it out and I'd be like,
oh, no.
I really don't even remember what I was talking about specifically, but those sound effects are part of audio, That's part of, and we're in an audio industry.
Alec, what do I write down? Do I write down Corey to pretending to flop out as, I don't know. Corey, I'm going to put Corey on the flop.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm going to go with.
On the flop.
That's a card turn.
Yeah, that's a lot more thought out than me. I just put Corey noise. So, yeah.
That makes sense.
Let's see here.
Which is what my wife says whenever I talk at home. That's just Corey noise.
Oh,
Corey noise.
That's sad.
Well, I want to pick on Kevin a little bit more.
Thank you.
He said this, and this is
jerk.
Well, yeah, you're gonna hate me after this one, so that's valid.
It just feels more raw. I like it.
Don't want to eat oil on those fingers. That's my winner right there.
Beheaded Jerry.
I want to hear that last part.
I like it.
Yeah, I want to hear that. Like, he was very emphatic on that.
Yeah, let's take another listen.
It just feels more raw. I like it.
Actually, I want to, Alec. I have a feeling that if you just isolate that you will find so many uses for that drop.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
It feels in the same tone of Bobby's segment when it's like, "Don't make me take off my belt."
Yeah. No.
I like it. Yeah. It's like almost sinister. Oh my gosh. Corey, you said this.
Man, that's an interesting smell.
Okay.
I'll point out I smelled it again today.
So play that again. Play that again, because Corey is obviously supposed to be saying something else on focus, but he's not.
Man, that's an interesting smell. I was right in the middle. I was right in the middle of it. Well, I mean, I guess it's legal. So, but yeah, there was somebody, obviously somebody that was touring the facility, had some things.
Well, I've got one more that I feel like could be a pretty serious contender. Corey, you said this.
You don't know where it's going. Like it's going to shoot, but you have no clue where it's going. That was in regards to what's the name of the gun again? The blunderbuss gun, and we were talking about somebody's arm, and I can't remember exactly which quarterback it was. We were discussing
Anthony Richardson.
Anthony Richardson, thank you. I had a friend in high school. This dude had a cannon.
He never knew either.
This dude had a cannon. Like he was one of those guys you were just like, he can throw. But I remember him catching a ball out in left field once, and he let it loose, and it hit the top of the backstop. It hit the net above the backstop, and that's the moment that I was like, that's that gun that Elmer Fudd walks around with, that you can shoot it. It's going to shoot. You just have no clue where it's going. Said it again, didn't I?
So Corey had a couple of really, really great ones, but I heard this when it happened. I am going to vote for Jerry, talking about the brothers and the sisters of it all.
That wasn't a big boy necessarily when we started, but a big boy, and I've got to do it with his sister and other sister.
Oh my gosh, it's so weird.
I'm proud of him for that.
I'm going to go for Kevin and how he likes it.
It just feels more raw. I like it. Does it make it better for you the way I go raw?
Yeah.
You know what? We're going to have a winner here. And his name is Kevin Hagelin.
It just feels more raw. I like it.
Yes.
I like it.
I'm telling you, you're going to use that drop so much.
You guys are crazy.
That's
That
good.
Jerry one was amazing.
It is, but I'm sorry. I just like how enthusiastic you are.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday. Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 361. Kevin, can I get a shout-out to my wife, Sunshine? Oh,
Sunshine!
It is our 9-year anniversary. Love it, love it, love it. Right now, brought to you by D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hey, we are rolling. Happy Friday to you. How you guys doing?
Man, we're doing fantastic, and I want to get y'all's thoughts on this as well, but I feel like Brian Broaddus would be particularly well-suited to answer this. There is a story that just came out that at least 100 NFL players are going to face a penalty for selling their Super Bowl tickets.
Yeah.
Okay, so I
did it quite well.
Okay, I was hoping
I didn't get caught.
I was wondering, how many tickets do you get? And that's...
Yeah. Traditionally, I would get 2.
Okay.
And at one time, I had somebody offer me $32,000 cash if I could come up with 2 on the spot, and I'd already moved on from my tickets.
Oh.
So, yeah, as I was, and trust me, I was scrambling to try and get, because I was going to split the money with somebody. I was going to say, listen, you find me 2 Super Bowl tickets right now, I'll give you $15,000. You know, but yeah, traditionally Super Bowl tickets, depending on the game, I could get them somewhere between, I would pay the face for them, and then I would turn on, I got them for a little bit, then I would pay the face, and then I would sell them. I'd make $7,000-8,000 profit.
Okay, so the first part of this punishment sounds really soft. Under the collective bargaining agreement, players will be fined 1.5 times the face value of the ticket, which is nothing. But the other thing is, and they lose their allotted tickets for the next 2 Super Bowls.
Okay.
So I don't know if that monetarily works out for them.
Let me tell you what, the coaches, I've talked to ticket brokers, and I'm sure there's some listening right now driving around. I've talked to ticket brokers that have got on airplanes and then, you know, and flown with, like, say, $200,000-300,000 worth of cash.
Wow.
And just dropped it off and then picked up the allotment of tickets. I've seen head coaches with tickets. I've had coaches call me and say, hey, Broaddus, you got anybody they could do some of these tickets? And say, absolutely. And so I was kind of a middleman in ticket brokering stuff with coaches and players and stuff like that. So I was very proud of my ticket sales.
Yeah.
A bag man, if you will. Is that what you mean by that?
Yeah, it's like a family tradition.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I love it. Now, gentlemen back in the Metroplex, how amped up are you to get on out here?
Man, 100% amped up. I'd say at least 100, maybe 110%. I mean, some of these things that we're seeing, like with Ezeraku, obviously George Pickens and the chance to watch Joe Milton and these young runners, and the vibes. I think this is going to be different than any training camp I've covered, and there's so many exciting storylines that I think it's going to be a content goldmine. Hagee.
Super pumped to get some padded practice action, man. That's when maybe we can see any of these running backs separating themselves, the offensive line versus the defensive line. I can't wait for it, man. It's a bummer we weren't able to all be together this year, but you guys did fantastic this week, and we'll have to carry it over next week.
Is Eric there?
No.
Eric's not
okay.
here.
All right.
He's taking a day off.
I just wanted to make
kids.
sure I didn't skip.
Yeah, I will say it has felt like, yesterday was awesome compete. Like that was the speed of it, the pace of it was awesome, but it felt fun to watch. Felt like I was watching football during practice.
Well, what you're having here is it's almost series to series.
Yes.
It's like offense might win a series, defense wins the next series. It's almost play to play, and I think that's why you're seeing so much competitiveness, chippy play, getting after each other. It's a big run. It's a turnover, and it goes from play to play. So it really is. It's been the first 3 days, I think, have been really good evaluation days.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you feel like? What's that next level that you get when the pads come on in terms of what you're able to evaluate?
You just worry about guys now, the injury factor of things. You worry about guys fall. With pads, you got to learn how to practice, and coaches always talk about that. And stay off the ground. You'll hear it a million times out there. Stay up, stay up, stay up. That's the thing you worry about. That somebody gets knocked sideways. Now they're in the back of the leg of somebody. We're dealing with the high ankle sprain with steel. Hopefully that'll all be okay. But you just worry about when the pads of guys getting tired, getting sloppy, and then getting knocked into other players and maybe causing some injuries that way.
What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
The best text message I've received from training camp on the other side, and of course it's a Friday, so in the 5 o'clock hour, what you drinking, what you thinking, and Eric Nadell joins us. Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Yes. Love it, love it, love it. Want to thank Vach Lombardi, Christy Scales, Mickey Spagnola, Jaden Blue, Will McClay, Oso Digizua, Brian Schottenheimer, Jake Ferguson for that pop-in, DeMarvion Overshone, and Joe Milton, all for being on our show this week, as well as the great Brian Broaddus. We have been the K&C Masterpiece. Remember, next week, G-Bag, Sean and RJ hitting training camp hard. We'll catch up with you back in the Metroplex, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say compete, Kevin.
Compete.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
K&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's our last football Friday before we hit training camp in Oxnard, California. Be there next week. General at your service. At ease. There's Brian Broaddus. You can see him on our webcam. Watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Holding it down in Oxnard, California on the tennis courts. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup and Master Control here, 75 in Pittsview. Fixing for 4.5 flawless. You got Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30 with the Atlanta Braves in town. That'll be fun. Of course, Wolchuk is here. Chiafalo is taking the day off to spend with his family before he leaves. I mean, he's dealing with little girls at like 2, 3, and 5 years old, or around that age range. And you're about to find out, Wolchuk.
Yeah.
When Daddy's about to go, it is waterworks for at least 72 hours. So he's trying to lay down some suppressive fire on that, do a little front-end management, and send him some love on social media, let him know that he is missed. But he'll be rejoining us Monday in Oxnard. Of course, our training camp coverage brought to you by the On-Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. How are things this afternoon on the courts, Brian? A little quiet?
Yeah, a little quiet. I'm facing the media area to my right, and all the chairs are empty. The courts where we usually have the press conferences are very quiet. Just a few guys working, doing their jobs. Other stations and stuff as well out here. So, yeah, it's kind of a day where you could sit back now and kind of take note and go back and look at notes on what you've seen the last 3 days. And I think it's been a really positive camp in a lot of different ways. I know there's a lot of questions still to be answered, but I want to say I was kind of skeptical about all this rah-rah, cheerleading type of thing, how the practices were going to be. But I'll have to hand it to this guy. I don't think it could have got off to a better start for him, because and I'm talking about Brian Schottenheimer and the staff, because, there were some things, coming in. It's like, okay, first-time coach and all, but the practices here have been really, really good on both sides of the ball.
That's awesome, because they're walking the walk. It's easy as a coach to talk about your philosophy,
right.
When the bullets aren't flying and players aren't fighting. Can you execute it, on the field? And I would say that this is a 10 out of 10 first week for him. Are the coordinators talking today, Brian?
Nope, not at all. We got word that maybe next week when you guys join us out here, that then we'll get coordinators. So today is a completely dark day when it comes to access or anything that you need to do with coaches, players, or the front office in that regard.
It was cool that Shoddy and McClay had done interviews with K&C, and you heard those earlier today. If you wanted to go back and listen to any of that, the Odyssey app is a heck of a resource. But best text I've gotten from camp was Broaddus last night checking in on Terrence Steele, buddy. What'd you tell us?
Well, I found out late last night, and it was very concerning, because when I was when Steele yesterday afternoon, when practice was going on, I know Wolchuk reached out to me and said, "Hey, no Steele, no Murray." So then I went into mode of like, man, I've been down here with the offensive line. I didn't notice that about with Steele, so I went around and checked, and then found out that that it was an ankle injury, and then it turned into, well, okay, how bad of an ankle injury? And as we were doing our show, my sources were saying, well, hey, we're still working on it. And then late last night, I got the news that everything should be okay. I know that Jane Slater from the NFL Network was posting something about a high ankle sprain. And so, that part of it was good. It's not like there's no structural damage or anything like that. So probably a few practices, and then we'll see Terrence Steele back out there. But really, really good news. I can't tell you when he got injured. It must have been something late in the practice the day before. Where he got hurt, and then he tried to sleep on it, and it just wasn't good enough to go the next day. So, but everything from the people I've talked to, they seem to think, hey, he will be fine.
Well, that's fantastic, and I was surprised to see that maybe just a couple of days can have that ankle back to a spot. So
we'll see. Yeah, these linemen are extremely tough, and and that's sometimes these when you say the word high ankle, you immediately think, my gosh, just break the damn thing, and it'll be back faster than that. But Terrence has been a really, really tough guy. I'm sure that it'll be a few days, and then hopefully that he doesn't miss too much time.
Okay, another story we had last night was Christian Wilkins was getting released by the Raiders. They were voiding $35 million in guarantee based on his recovery from a foot injury. The story today is, where is he going to go? Can he play now? I know in New England, Mike Vrabel's talking about, hey, I've known Christian Wilkins a long time. That's a conversation we're going to get to. One head coach emphasizing with Diana Rossini, though, he's not healthy enough to play for the Raiders. Something must not be right. I wonder what the contract is going to look like. And have you heard any word that maybe the Cowboys could be interested in him or other defensive linemen out there, Brian?
Yeah, I tell you what. Matter of fact, it's so funny. The Raiders used to be a gang of 7, and they're no longer a gang of 7 with all the coaching changes and stuff. So I lost the contact there. Have not heard anything back from the Cowboys as far as any type of interest there. I think this would be very much similar to what we're dealing with Asante Samuel Jr. That where if teams are going to likely bring him in and see where he is health wise, and then adjust from there. But I've asked that, would he be a guy that would be on your radar as far as just to bring in and see, and have not heard anything back on that yet.
Asante Samuel Jr. is the player you would most love to see the Cowboys get.
Yeah, I just think that the cornerback position is going to, and the Cowboys so far, if you said, Brian, who's going to start Thursday against the Philadelphia Eagles, I think it's going to be Elam, Hall, and Bland would be my guess right now, unless something changes with maybe they get Ravel on the field and he shows something. But right now, I kind of feel like that's where they're going to go. And cornerback is a position that is something that going into it we felt like if the Cowboys could just get a bridge to these players that are returning, then maybe that everything would be okay. But I would definitely look into Asante Samuel Jr. if it was me.
There's him, Mike Hilton, Stephon Gilmore, and then with Christian Wilkins, I guess with the Raiders, I was reading that not only he was recovering from the Jones fracture, but the belief was that he might need another surgery on the foot. Yeah. And he's like, no, I don't want to do that. And so then the Raiders said, okay, we're voiding the guaranteed money. That's how they put that loophole in, the failure to maintain his physical condition to play. They're saying, we needed you to have the surgery. You didn't want to. So now we can go ahead and waive you in that $35.9 million in guaranteed money. Mm-hmm. We don't owe that. But the NFLPA has now filed a grievance. Okay. So we'll see who ends up winning that.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, this is like that. Gavin, you talked about it earlier. If there's a general manager that put out there that, hey, the fact that the Raiders let this go, one of these types of players, there must be something pretty significant for them to want to get out of this contract.
And I know with Jones' fracture, like 2 missed seasons are very possible if you don't heal right, or they think it's healed and you go play and now it's rebroken. So they probably consider it a significant injury risk. And I would imagine it's got to be a prove-it year if Wilkins is going to play here in 2025 with incentives for games played and production and all of that. It might be a high risk, low reward type of contract that the Cowboys could look at, or another team could look at. Shotty was really less strident about the Super Bowl than Tyler Smith and Dak were this week with reporters. He was on with K&C, as I mentioned, and he actually said, we're not ready to go win a championship right now. We got to work towards that. So, does he mean that looking at the roster objectively and honestly? I believe so. I'm sure he's also looking at it like we got to put in all the good work and grow into that team. But I think he knows that this new team would need a lot of good surprises here in the next couple of months to be on that level, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think to me, when he had a chance, he was asked the question by Mike Ducey about the Super Bowl and do you feel pressure that way? And and he was kind of like Dak. Remember, Dak gave that answer. Well, heck, if you don't believe in it, don't be here. The kind of a thing. So I think that Shotty's telling the players one thing, And I think he's telling the media a whole nother thing, is where I think this is how this is going to work out. Because Dak even brought it up about the message that Shoddy had told the team. He said that yesterday. So I think as a front office, as a coaching staff, you have to be able to believe that. You have to be able. I think he's looking at his team right now and saying, man, I've got some pieces, but boy, I've got some things I've got to work through here in order to make that happen.
Isn't this part of that's the coach speak though? Like, this is the journey. We're starting it now. This is training camp. We're laying that foundation. We're building our team together. And this is the building blocks. We are going to grow into a championship team. So, Super Bowl is the goal, and he's clearly not shied away from that. But, yeah, they're not. I mean, they're not a championship team right now. They've got to work to get there, and it starts with their practices they're having right now.
Maybe the biggest story of the day in sport is coming off of Pardon My Take, is Scotty Scheffler admitting he was the one who farted on the 17th at the Open. Quote, yeah, that was me.
Yep.
It's an alpha move right there.
That was a winning fart.
I love it. You own it. It's incredible.
We all wish we could do that on live mic for about $4.5 million.
Yeah.
We all wish we could do it.
Because everybody seemed like they kind of had Scotty's back on this. Like, everyone ran with, is somebody in the crowd. So he could.
I thought it was crowd next to T Mike. Is what I thought. And but T Mike was very well dialed into Scotty. Good for him.
Yeah.
Sometimes you never know. You have that shepherd's pie and stuff like that. It just got to get out of you every once in a while.
Rangers and Braves tonight. Hopefully they got some more runs in them. They need to get out. We'll have Sands join us at 4:40. Eric Nadel at 5:20. Pregame is coming up at 6:30 here on the Fan. Atlanta's a team you can have success against. 44-57. This has been the most disappointing team in the big leagues, I think, relative to expectation. Rangers a pretty big favorite tonight. They're trying to move to 54-40 on the year, and it is Nasty Nate Eovaldi on the hill. So should be feeling pretty dang good about that. But what is this in the division? The Mariners pick up Josh Naylor in a trade last night, a player that had been linked to the Rangers and possible trade deadline move. He comes over from Arizona with an OPS of 807. That's a move right there. And unless he falls off like Randy Arozarena did back in 2023, I don't like it. We're reading a lot today, like Sean McFarland wrote in the Morning News about their luxury tax situation. They're just looking at $1 to $2 million right now. So I think we might have to watch the Rangers' competition get better here over the next week and them try to figure out a way to add one bullpen arm, old Chuck. I think that's where we're at. And I'll tell you what, this team was built from spring training to contend. So I don't think it's going to be fatal if they can't add an impact player. What do you got?
And Jock Peterson had himself a solid first rehab start last night. He goes 2 for 3, gets a walk, couple of singles, had an RBI. So Jock looked good for the first time since swinging a bat in May, and that's a positive sign. You're going to get a reinforcement there. But yeah, that was a bummer because we talked yesterday, could the Rangers possibly be in on Naylor as a first baseman? And he fits a big weakness on that Mariners lineup because that's a team that is chasing a ton, and he hits for contact. So I think that's a great move for Seattle. They give up a couple of good young arms. We'll see how they develop on the other side of this. But for the Rangers, the Nathaniel Lowe stuff has been floating out there. Is there a reunion to be had there? I'd love to get Eugenio Suarez, and I know he's a third baseman. Can you play him at first? Or hell, Josh Young we know about the injuries there. Maybe that allows him to end up platooning at third a little bit. But I wouldn't mind doing something. The problem is if Jock Peterson comes back, do you have space for a bat? So maybe it really is just all about let's go add another arm.
Yeah, you don't have any players that you would like to trade or are tradable that you could get better players back for. I guess you could try to move Tyler Mahle, but I want Mahle pitching for this team in September and October. You could try to trade Jock Peterson, but I don't think anybody wants his $18 million a year salary. So I think for the most part, you kind of are stuck with what you got. The Yankees got the third baseman from Colorado, McMahon. The Mets have traded for the left-handed reliever Soto from the Orioles. Shador's not getting any first-team reps with the Browns, and it's limited. The Bears are saying right now we're unconcerned with the struggles of this offense. There's some pretty egregious mistakes being made out there. It's kind of sloppy, and a lot of it's, Caleb Williams kind of throwing the ball into a crowd. So, yes, I do think, as I've been predicting a lot of the offseason, the hype about Ben Johnson going to Chicago is a dud. This is fool's gold. It's still Chicago. It's still Caleb Williams. And the reason he was so great is because he had an insane amount of personnel in Detroit. Offensive line, receivers, tight end, good decision-making, accurate quarterback, and Jared Goff. That doesn't go with him. Ben Johnson is a good scheme guy, but you are going to need multiple years of team building to get that offense right in Chicago. How are we doing there, Brian?
Doing very well. Yeah,
Sounds like we got a teardown going on.
Ruby is doing some serious cleanup work right now as we speak.
Okay.
It's like I feel like I'm a musician and my roadies are working around me right now.
Nice.
It's that what's my guy? Let the roadies take. I sang for you guys yesterday. What was like Jackson Brown? The Jackson Brown song. People stay just a little bit longer. And then the roadies are tearing down. So my roadies are here tearing us down right now a little bit.
I love it. Brian Broaddus has Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. We're back with the G-Bag of the Day champion, and then we're going to get to Woolchuck's Top 10. Buddy, what's in store today?
Who are the top 10 most influential athletes of all time? That's next in the nation.
Fan segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Our training camp coverage is brought to you by the on-time experts Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has the champ.
All right. G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Replay the champion right about this time. You caught it. Lucky you. Day 3 for this champion audio. I believe it's day 3, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, day 3 for this champion audio. We go to SEC Media Day. Reporter Savannah Avery. She works for KOMU Channel 8 up there in KC Mo.
Go Tigers.
She asked Missouri Tigers Zion Young about alpha males and got a very interesting response right here.
You guys kept throwing around the term like alpha males in your locker room and within your team. Is that a thing, or can you elaborate a little bit more on that and what that means?
This is a quick. Would you rather date if you were in let's see, I'm gonna do an animal example. If you're in a tiger, would you want to date a cat? No. You don't want to date a cat. You wouldn't want to. Well, of course, it's tiger. The cat. It's a bigger version of it. It's the cat. You know, it's all around the stuff. But you wouldn't want to date a cat, though. Not something we bring. You know what I mean. So that's the difference. Like, it's more so of like not in day. I mean, alpha male. Like who? That's what we're recruiting. That's what we're standing on. Guys is alpha males. Guys is where their feet at. And guys is very vocal and want to compete. You know, and have an edge on them. You know what I mean. So that's more so of being specific, you know what I mean? You wouldn't want to date a cat. You would rather date another tiger, right? Or a lion, something more manly.
Maybe not quite as specific next time, Zion. But that is our two-time champ. Looking for 3. Come back in about 3 hours where that champ will face multiple challengers. We'll vote off. Then we'll get to LA Live coming up at 5:40. All righty, it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is. Hey, boy.
All righty, top 10 most influential athletes of all time, 877-881-1053. Who do you think is or are the most influential athletes? I did just see this from Jory Epstein, who is now with Yahoo Sports and covering the entire NFL. And this is the kind of reporting that we need here. Have you guys ever roomed and been on the road? You're staying in a hotel, and I guess you have a toilet that flushes ridiculously loud, so you can hear it in the other room.
Oh yeah.
I guess this is the problem wherever the Steelers are doing training camp and staying.
Latrobe.
Latrobe.
Okay, yeah.
Latrobe. Well, DK and Aaron Rodgers are roommates, and I guess they've made a pact that at night, if you've got to get up, you got to go use the bathroom. You just don't flush it.
Oh.
So last night, DK goes to the bathroom and decided to text Aaron, "Hey, are you up?" And Aaron said, "Yeah, I'm good." And he said, "Bet I'm about to flush the toilet." And they're apparently closer than brothers. I don't know if that makes you closer than brothers, but I love that story, Jory. Thank you so much for enlightening us on that.
Yeah, and I mean, Aaron Rodgers is a huge storyline, right? Because if he can get back anywhere close to that MVP form with DK Metcalf, then who knows? Maybe the Steelers can make this a 4-team race in the AFC. But I don't know how I would feel about that as a grown man having a roommate, for a couple 2-3 weeks.
Well, it's a sweet mate. It's sweet mate.
Okay, so you do have doors that close.
Yeah, so
okay.
they're actually There's Aaron's got his area. There's a bathroom in between them, and then DK's on the other side. So you share a bathroom, a shower area the middle, but you got your own space.
Little Jack and Jill situation, basically.
Yeah, I guess that's
just sharing the restroom. Well, that's good. I'm glad that they have that open line of communication with each other.
Have you worked that Steelers camp before, or that area, that facility?
I have never been to. Yeah, the funny thing about this, Dawson, the Steelers. What I always remember about the Steelers way back in the day, they used to practice without jersey numbers.
Huh.
Like there were practices, like their jerseys were all either the white or the gold, and they didn't have numbers on them. And
that'd be hard to scout.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. You just had to know who the players were.
Were they worried about the opposition?
They were worried about people watching practice is what they were worried about.
Yeah. And as a coach, if you know your roster and there's not a lot of player movement, you know who they are from just the way they move.
By the way they move.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
All right, top 10 most influential athletes. I heard Sean and RJ this morning and Bobby were going over, the passing of Hulk Hogan. And so RJ was putting together his Mount Rushmore of most influential people because, he was a big-time Hulk Hogan fan as a kid. And I thought, all right, well, let's look up this top 10 here. It is, I think for football, and somebody texted in Mahomes a little bit, but for football, it's tough, in the NFL. Who has been the most influential athlete just from the National Football League? The first one that came to mind was, Randy Moss. You Got Mossed, I think, became a staple in everyone's vocabulary when you're out there just playing football, and no matter what it is, actual game, you're playing pickup, somebody goes up, makes a great catch, you got Moss. But that is a tough one. Because Brady, Manning, kind of, not really, though.
Can I throw my 2 cents in this one? I actually think Joe Namath.
Okay.
And I'll say this. Joe Namath was signed by the AFL for $400,000 for his rookie season. And there was a battle. There was an NFL battle and an AFL battle. And if you don't have Joe Namath's $400,000 a year contract, football at that point then all of a sudden became, a whoa, let's see where, wow, $400,000 for a quarterback. It was really unheard of. And guys were still having to do extra jobs and stuff like that. But that's really the first time that we saw in professional football where potentially the salaries could go. I think that was a big moment before the merger. But it was something that, man, if we're giving a quarterback $400,000, and now we're paying a quarterback $60 million, that just shows you how really kind of important to me that was at that time. They were not paying these guys anything, and now it's well, no, we're going to pay this guy $400,000. I think that's pretty kind of an influential moment in professional sports as far as the NFL as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to listen to Brian because you have to go back really to moments in football before we were around, because football was it was a physical running game, and then quarterbacks started throwing, but they weren't expected to be able to throw a lot of touchdowns compared to interceptions. So it was kind of like you were throwing up a YOLO ball for a long time. I don't know who that first quarterback was that said, man, we can be really efficient with this. But whoever that was, I think, Bill Walsh and Joe Montana, early 80s, to go from one style of football to West Coast. That still ripples through the NFL in a major way.
I think that, just what you just said right there, Dawson, Bill Walsh, and about the offense and how offenses changed and really evolved and really where, I saw a special on the SEC network the other day about a coach named Emory Bellard who invented the wishbone. And the wishbone was implemented at Texas for huge success. It was implemented at Alabama with huge success. Bear Bryant won 3 national championships playing with the wishbone offense. I think you could kind of start to talk about Bill Walsh and what he did with his offensive, the way he was able to put that in, and maybe how it affected a lot of teams and a lot of coaches. The innovation of that, I guess, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about people that influence the sport, Bill Walsh would be right up there with what I would see.
817 Odell. Every kid in America was trying that one-handed snap.
I wrote that one down too.
That he had. What else you got?
NFL players were trying to do that. Everybody was trying to one-hand them joints. I got Dusty Baker when he played for the Dodgers. They invented the high five.
Oh, wow.
Everybody's high-fiving out here now.
Yeah, that's a good point. There you go.
Mayweather wanted that perfect record.
Yeah.
Now all these fools are chasing perfect record. If they take one loss, they think their whole career's over with.
Yeah.
Deion Sanders, you got your football players being saucy.
That's true.
Yeah, they got the extra bands on. Yeah, that's the vibe.
Yeah.
Jackie Joyner Kersey, track.
Big time. Yeah.
All right. Tiger Woods, of course.
Yeah, see, okay, I'm glad you brought up Tiger.
Yeah.
Because for me, like, Tiger could be number one.
Yeah.
Probably should be. I mean, he made golf a major
Worldwide.
sport for 20 years.
Yes, and he's not in the top 10 here. And I think that's like, wow. That was a stunner for me.
How
Tiger,
far back are they going in this list, Wolchuk? Are they going to like Jim Thorpe names and stuff like that in the 30s?
You do have to go to Babe Ruth because he kind of invented hitting home runs.
Babe's probably the oldest.
Everybody's chasing Babe Ruth from this point on.
Yeah, Babe, Jackie, and then Billie Jean King on here.
I mean, you got to do Muhammad Ali.
Right.
That's who I thought of immediately.
You got to, and Jackie Robinson and Michael Jordan.
So, okay, so when we say influential, I guess, all right, yeah. So he influenced the culture in a sense of America, but not like the sport itself.
Yeah, profound impact in societal change.
Okay.
Societal change. Okay. Now.
Okay.
I should have cut you off.
I mean, and Muhammad Ali, some of his interviews are just incredible. Like the kind of the high level conversations he's having on like late night entertainment shows, you know, and the way that he voiced that. I don't know if anybody from the sports world had done that before him. You know, so Muhammad Ali belongs there. But he was also a showman in the ring, right?
Yeah.
With the mouth and everything. So he brought that component, you know, to sport, I believe.
With the trash talk and
kind
of the build up to a boxing fight.
Yeah. You know.
And now like that, I mean, the UFC today, like everyone, that's what made Conor huge, right? When Conor burst onto the scene, he was probably the best when it came to maybe arguably since Ali, getting in your opponent's heads, maybe winning the fight before the fight even started, just with the war of words going back and forth.
Your wife was in your DMs.
Hey, baby.
Hey, Lucius, would you say Jesse Owens?
Yeah, I would say, for sure, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he go up there upstage?
He did.
Yeah,
in front of Hitler.
that was Hitler's Olympic Games there in Berlin.
Yeah, the master race or whatever. He's like, check this out, fam.
If you're talking about social change and like getting on the whoa, that guy with the weight of the world on his shoulders, the way he performed.
It was a powerful moment.
On his ankles.
Yeah.
Number 10 is Marta in soccer. Women's soccer.
Okay.
Often considered the greatest female soccer player, Marta's been a powerful advocate for women's soccer worldwide. Skill, determination inspired a generation of female athletes in the sport that has often struggled for recognition.
I mean, she was going head to head with the American women like 20 years ago, and last year she won the NWSL with one of the plays of the year in all of soccer.
9 is Billie Jean King.
I was going to go with Maradona and his interviewing.
Yes, I love it, man.
Shout out to Maradona.
I think that was a great social way of.
So glad. So glad you said that.
Okay, let's
go. So glad you said that, bro.
Billie Jean King at 9, Battle of the Sexes.
It's Bobby Riggs, 1973 at the Astrodome.
8, they've got Usain Bolt. Fastest man ever.
There you go. Yeah.
Made running cool again.
Why would I think that most of these are like international athletes? Like
most
Olympic,
of them
Olympic. Okay, worldwide. Okay,
7, Jackie Robinson.
Here's to you, Jackie.
Obviously,
Robinson.
you break the color barrier. I mean, heck, Mrs. Robinson.
He had so much to deal with. I 100% believe racism killed him early. All that stress he had to deal with.
I
100% believe it. I read his book.
6, Wayne Gretzky. A great one.
Made hockey relevant in the U.S.
Yep.
Sports stars.
Top 5 most influential athletes of all time. Babe Ruth at 5, the Sultan of SWAT, saving baseball after the 1919 Black Sox scandal.
Yeah.
Serena Williams at number 4, dominating women's tennis, unmatched Grand Slam titles, off the court, big time women's rights and racial equality, which has inspired countless other athletes.
And she does that awkward sea walk everywhere she goes. Nobody tells her to stop.
It doesn't have the same bounce to it on the other side of 30 or so.
Bounce. Pele at 3.
Oh, Pele, yeah. 1970.
Brought soccer to the global stage.
Yeah,
He
absolutely.
captured the attention.
Yeah. 2 is MJ.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan coming in at number 2.
Easily.
But number 1, you nailed it, Dawson. It is Muhammad Ali.
There we go.
Civil rights. And obviously incredible.
He said, "I'm not going to fight."
No, did not want to go for fight.
I'm not going to fight.
All he had to go do was put on like little boxing exhibitions in different places and just warm the troops up. And he's like, nah,
I'm not Bob Hope. I'm not Bob Hope.
It's the principles, bro.
Yeah, I'm not fighting.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Your top 10 to 220 every afternoon here on 105.3 The Fan. And, usually we have Chiefs biggest L biggest W. You think you can handle that going back-to-back with us?
Got it, bro. We got cricket pickles, eye removal, and beer leagues. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some victories lately? Where have you taken some L's this week as well? That's next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we are live in Oxnard for Cowboys camp.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Shoot, yeah, Lucius, thank you. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We are in a celebratory mood because Terrence Steele's ankle is going to be all right.
Woo, let's go.
There you have it, our training camp injury report brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That's Greystone-Roofing. And here's the Woolly Bully.
All right, every Friday, it is a staple here in the G-Bag Nation. Biggest L, biggest dub. Where have you taken personal victories? Where have you taken some L's along the way? 877-881-1053. Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Zach Walchuk, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Well, Chuck, I think there's no doubt my biggest L of the week came a Tuesday at 3:40 there. Yeah. I mean, usually Krusty Corner time, but the Rangers player show got pushed back into that. I think that's maybe the biggest L I've taken since since I was gaslit by Jared Sandler into believing that was a good start by Jack Leiter.
Well, it won worst take of the week on the morning show, although it wasn't really a take. It was just kind of an interview gone haywire.
Yeah. I could see where they would qualify it for with an exception, because they'll look for any opportunity to try to bury their coworkers.
Of course they can. Tremendous teammates.
I've made a 25-year history out of not fighting my coworkers, of fighting the opposition, people at other radio stations, TV stations, Dale Hansen, whatever. And I've even suggested maybe if you have extra angst, let's pick a target that we can go after together. And that'd be really fun. Yeah.
Unity.
Like a buddy cop movie, morning show and afternoon show. Of course, K&C will be riding with us, but no, they just like to tear down, the people that share their brand with them. So we'll try to get that sorted next week in Oxnard.
Back to fat. What's British Ian doing now for the 920? Man, British Ian is crushing it right now at Alt 1037.
Yeah.
He's actually syndicated.
Freaking legend.
Our dude is,
he's doing great.
Unbelievable. He's an absolute stud. 214 Biggest Dub met a beautiful girl in California last week, and she's moving to Texas.
There you go.
Ooh.
It turns out, what are the chances? Biggest L, ex-wife found out. Why is that an L, though? She's the ex. Like, why is that should that matter? You should be fine.
Yeah,
unless she's going to seek out the girl and now ruin something for you.
Yeah, I would think ex-wife wouldn't be a person that I'd give power to affect my mood.
Hey,
but she might try and reach out to the gal and tell her what a bum you are.
Screw her.
Wow. She could give a bad scouting report.
She could.
Yeah, how dare you be happy?
Yeah.
We're ex. I moved on, but you can't be happy.
You can't.
You gotta crush that, bro.
You can't.
I'm just calling to say goodnight. I'm calling to say goodnight. Hey, how you doing? I'm just calling to say goodnight. What do you mean? I'm just calling to say goodnight. Yeah.
214 Biggest L this week, the dishwasher crapped out. Biggest Dub, we are close a month now until college football. That's from our guy Woody, big time Tolo. Look, football's around the corner. We're about to have a big dub. We're going out to training camp. This is going to be fantastic. Big L.
So that means he has to wash the dishes at this point, right?
Yeah.
The hand.
You're going to wash dishes, bro, not her.
Yeah, it stinks. Boston, Massachusetts. We have an issue with the Mount Olive pickles. Now, I don't know if you guys purchase Mount Olive. Maybe you have a different brand of pickles, assuming you like pickles. I'm a big pickle fan. Vlasic's the way I usually go. Now, Mount Olive I have had recently, but we have a TikTok that's gone viral where there is a floating cricket at the top of the jar inside said pickles.
Yeah. Crickets can be invasive.
Man, they're calling it the crickle, and this is something where if I were to find a cricket, just know, Mount Olive pickles, just double check this thing. You might have a cricket that's just floating about at the top of that jar. I've never found a bug in any jar of pickles that I've had, and I hope that continues, because that would be rather jarring, if you will.
I found a bug in a bag of cookies I got once from Albertsons, those chocolate chip cookies that are amazing.
Oh, yeah? Just kept
in the purple bag. I was almost done. But the entire time I was like, what is that flavor? Why does it kind of smell like I'm rolling around in the grass? I think it was an aphid.
Okay.
And
what is an aphid?
It's some kind of beetle looking
that was
thing.
amazing what you just did.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I was watching on camera. Wolchuk's like, oh, yeah. Oh, what is that? Like you kind of knew what it was, but you didn't know what it was.
I had no idea. No clue.
Let me see if I can Google it for you.
No clue what an aphid is. But it sounds
I thought you
fancy.
knew what it was by
Sounds
your
like
reaction.
a fancy bug.
When did you find out about the aphid? Like, did you already know that aphids existed, or did you look and Google all the legs and things that you had coming out your mouth?
I think I recently learned about them in science class or something because I'm like 16 years old. I'm riding a bus up to the mountain to go skiing, and I'm crushing these chocolate chip cookies. And then when I got to the bottom, I was like, oh my goodness. And then it's pretty nasty looking bug right there.
Oh, that is disgusting.
Yeah,
that's pretty thick.
Yeah, it traumatized me for a while. I didn't get back into those chocolate chip cookies for a while.
Were you under the influence while you're riding the bus?
No, I was like 15, 16 years old, maybe 17.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure
you just don't even know better.
That's what I'm saying. I thought maybe you didn't really even care. You're like, oh, these cookies are just too good.
No, I did care. I didn't eat any more.
Okay.
Man, Big Dub, this was a carryover from last week, but we didn't hit it. TSA, they're going to finally loosen those parameters on the shoes. You don't have to take the shoes off every time you go through now. That's
I haven't
huge
had to, I haven't had to take the shoes off.
Well, when we're like the pre-TSA, pre-check,
yeah,
you don't have to do it.
You got to keep your shoes
But
on.
I think
there in
everybody
that
else.
line. Yeah, we've been taking our shoes off for a while, unless it gets super busy and they're like, just go.
Just
no
go.
laptops out of the bag.
Yeah.
But yes, our last flight we actually got to enjoy that. But now you need this true ID or this real ID. Do you got one of those? They're not going to let you on the plane if you don't have one.
I mean, I've got an actual ID. I've got my driver's license.
I think your driver's license has to have some type of star on it.
Yeah, it's got to have that Texas with the star on it right there.
Yeah,
it's a true ID.
Oh, well, I got to check.
There'll be a sign as you're going in through security that, hey, if you don't have the right ID, then you might not be getting on this bird.
When I flew in May,
You might be getting caught up by ice. What you talking about?
I don't know. Now I'm concerned.
Amigo, step over here, please.
I'm nervous. A big dub for this beer league goalie. Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl of the Edmonton Oilers actually just crashed a beer league hockey game in Canada.
Wow.
And there's video
That was awesome.
Like, they had tons of scoring opportunities, and this goalie is just crushing it. Just like, bam, leg kick, boom, save, boom, mass save. And McDavid couldn't score on this guy. I mean, if you are the goalie in that beer league, this is a story that you're telling the rest of your life. I owned Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl in a beer league game. They couldn't get anything past me.
Yeah, maybe the Stars should sign him.
I'm about to say, if we pull Otter and put this dude in.
We've got the kryptonite, boys. Let's make it happen.
DeVord probably prefer it.
Yeah, well, good old Pete. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll bring him in wherever he gets his next job.
I think he's going to be an assistant for Team Canada, the Olympics. PDD's got a gig.
He's getting paid this year. He'll be all right.
Yeah, he is. He's getting a lot of money. 817 got a dub by getting a date after meeting a girl at a bar and had some drinks, had some Whataburger, set up tonight's date. She texted today and canceled the date. So I guess that's the L.
She kind of realized where you're at.
Bummer.
Yeah. Or that other option finally hit her back.
Yeah. She better dealed you, is what she did, sir. Sorry about that. Better deal came along.
Black and Gold B texting in from the 817. My most recent driver's license was issued in 2020, and it's one of the real IDs. But L, still have 2 more hours until I can go home for the weekend. Dub, yesterday the wife and I celebrated their 5th year anniversary. Congratulations, Black and Gold B. Good day.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Big L for Reveille, man. This is Reveille 10.
The dog?
Yeah. Texas A&M's mascot, the collie, had to have one of its eyes removed.
Call that the Najee Harris surgery.
Yeah, now we are. That's a good ref. That's a pull there, Dawson. But that's a bummer. Is it true that if Reveille shows up to one of your classes, now the entire class is dismissed?
I don't know about that one. I know I had to give up my first class seat for the dog going to Hawaii.
Oh, just the first lady of Aggieland.
And I'll tell you what, I walked one time from Rudder Tower across the street where our football offices were, going to Kyle Field, and they're like thousands of people around this area. I couldn't get through. I couldn't figure out what was going on. It was a funeral for Reveille.
Oh,
how about this? They bury him facing the scoreboard. I didn't know that either.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they lay him out. They face the scoreboard, so they'll always know the score of the game.
Do you want a new Reveille now? Maybe you should ask your dad about this or something. But I figure once you lose an eye in your 10, it's just not a good look. We got to get.
It's just like him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's Reveille pushing around a walker or something like that.
You got to get him a cool patch. Yeah, makes it a little bit more intimidating out there on the sideline.
There is a way to make this badass.
A
I like
collie
that.
with a patch.
Yeah,
I
collie
like
with a
this.
patch.
That'd be
You know what I'm
fun.
saying?
Yeah, make it spin this into a positive. Last big dub. Happy Gilmore 2 is out on Netflix. Odyssey has made a $500 Happy Gilmore 2 hockey stick putter that you can go and purchase. Callaway has partnered with it. It actually looks pretty damn awesome. It's just a putter that
As
has
bad as I putt, I might as well go get it.
hockey stick bottom. Now that's pretty damn expensive, so maybe you need to
Why
find someone
not?
that loves you a lot in your life. But hey, Happy Gilmore 2. I've been trying to stay away from any spoilers. If you've seen it, let me know if it was any good. Might watch it tonight. We'll see.
Yeah, last night I watched The Old Guard 2. Have you seen that with
No.
Charlize Theron? Is that how you say her name?
Yeah, Charlize Theron.
Hey, did
Back
you see
in the
number
day,
one?
man.
I did not see The Old Guard.
Okay, pretty cool movie. I would say. I think they're both on Netflix right now.
Okay, can knock them both out.
Alrighty, yeah, a lot of good stuff going on right now to watch. We got 1 hour down and 3.5 to go here in the G-Bag Nation as Broadus is in Oxnard. We're going to join him out there on Monday. Top stories of the day coming up next year to the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Our goal is to be your Buckies of radio. You know, where you stay for a while, except we can't promise.
back, Nation, on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome back. We got 3.5 hours to go. General at your service. Wolchuk Lucius here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Brought us in Oxnard on the tennis courts, and he's covering everything. If there is breaking news, segment is our training camp coverage brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird, Southern Table and Bar. Day off for the Cowboys, just 3 days into camp, but that's about average, isn't it? 3 on, 1 off, or 4 on, 1 off?
That's the way we are. Yeah, hey, Mike Maples, the Cowboy video director, just stopped by to say hello.
Cool.
You know, he was looking at me. He's like, hey, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm doing radio right now. Mapes and I go way, way back, and I was introducing him to Ruben and to Carter, and so we were catching up on the old Gary Patterson stories and stuff like that. We were TCU and stuff like that. He was... Mapes and Patterson were tight. Gary hated me. Mapes tried to defend me a bunch. I appreciate him doing that. So anyway, it's good to see you, Mapes. Love you, man. His daughter goes to LSU. Smart gal.
Oh, there
only
you
one
go.
in the family that's smart. Everybody else is not smart. She's the only smart one.
Okay, what do you think of the Rangers trade deadline approach here? What's that, Brian?
Oh, I wanted to tell you, Naylor, right? The Naylor stuff?
Yeah, Naylor.
Captain Interrupter here. Naylor, right?
Yeah,
Josh Naylor.
Josh Naylor traded from Arizona to the Mariners today.
Rangers were not involved in that at all. Rangers were not involved in that one.
And that doesn't surprise me.
I got some sources. And I said, hey, Naylor, that whole thing, Rangers involved? And my guy said, no, not involved.
Well, since you brought up Naylor for us, though, I did want to ask what you guys think of that move. I mean, he's having a pretty dang good year. This is a trade that's going to make them more capable. Does this tip the balance of power? Like, we've been gaining on the Mariners really over the last couple of weeks before the All-Star break, and now you've cut their wild card lead in half. You know, I think they're thinking the same old story for us. We got to go get another bat, and this Naylor one might be the one that sort of is the turning point and pushes them over the top. I'm feeling pressure today if I'm CY. Because,
absolutely.
We have multiple spots, especially at catcher right now. We could use an outfield bat. We can use a DH. Unsure about Jock Peterson. Unsure about third base with Josh Young. Like, this one is one of those that as the trade deadline approaches, it's got to raise the level of urgency up there in Arlington.
And I want it to. Like, I feel like this team has done enough now this week. CY said, hey, show me. And they're starting to now play with consistency the week prior to the break and then now the week coming out of the break. And they've got another great opportunity to at least win a series and take 2 out of 3 against a team in Atlanta whom they should beat. And they've got Evo on the bump back tonight. So to me, it's like, okay, the offense has proven enough now over a sample size for roughly a month that they are back and they are averaging now, I think, the 3rd most runs per game in all of Major League Baseball since the last week of June, which is a step in certainly the right direction. And then your pitching really has not faded. No. And you've been able to withstand several injuries. I think this team has earned the right now at 53 and 50, right in the wild card hunt. Go for it.
Okay, so Kevin Sherrington wrote this morning, and the headline in the morning news is it's time for Rangers ownership to pony up at MLB trade deadline. Woo. And then Armstrong wrote, the Rangers are one of 6 teams that has exceeded the tax threshold in each of the last 2 seasons. Mm-hmm. Estimated final payroll is at $242 and $268 last year. I mean, they won the World Series and added $26 million of payroll. They paid a 20% charge in luxury tax, then a 30% charge. They're heading for a 50% tax if they go over it again. So they're projected to be at $235 this year. That would give them between $1 and $2 million to play with. Well, Chuck, is this enough? What ownership is doing? I would answer that question with an absolutely. I mean, they're basically top 6 in baseball in spending for this decade. And when they have a chance, they're going for it. I don't need you to spend with the New York teams and the Dodgers and a couple of others in order to feel like they've made enough of a financial commitment. I think it's probably smart to reset here and not be a repeated taxpayer. Yeah. So then you could get back to it next year. And I do feel like they can still win it if they don't do anything. I think what the winning has done is maybe not convince CY that he's got to go to Ray and say, hey, let's be repeat taxpayers again. It's let's not sell anybody. Let's just keep everybody, because I don't think they have to do anything.
No, with some of the maybe built-in fixes here, if you're able to get Jock Peterson back and he's good, and hits the ball well. But I think the bullpen is really what we were looking at in a closer. And with John Gray now moving to the bullpen, do you get Tyler Mahle back? Is that a guy you want to move to the pen? Or he can be your third starter in the postseason or towards the end of the season. And then you can look at maybe like Rocker and Leiter. Could those guys end up helping you out in the bullpen? So you certainly have some options like you did the year you won the World Series. But there are a couple of closers that I think are affordable and still fit into that range that they could go and get, whether it's Bautista in Baltimore, maybe it's a Helsley in St. Louis. I think there's a couple of names that I would be making calls for and seeing, could this happen?
The Morning News says Pittsburgh's David Bednar at $2 million and Washington's Kyle Finnegan at $2 million are names that you might want to look at if you're wondering what the Rangers could do.
What's weird is the one name that it seems like MLB writers nationally keep saying the Rangers could trade is Adolis Garcia. Like there was another article about it today in The Athletic. One player that won't be on every team's roster come trade deadline day on July 31st, and the player was Adolis Garcia.
I think that's old information. I think when they benched him, and the team was playing so poorly. I mean, that was kind of rock bottom, late May, early June.
Yeah.
It looked like, hey, they're going to be 8 games under 500 and Adolis Garcia is lost and maybe he's not happy with how the money has gone. And I think maybe national insiders are just kind of recycling that take 6 weeks later after, he's really been one of their most productive players. So I guess I'm saying I'd be shocked if Adolis Garcia is traded.
I don't think that's real anymore, to your point, but it was strange to me. Like several outlets when I was looking for, around the bases content, Adolis Garcia was the one name that kept popping up for the Rangers.
And I don't know if the Rangers were frustrated with him, but it would have been fair to, considering how bad it had gotten with innings and rallies consistently ending with him swinging at horrible pitches. I think they handled this perfectly. And now the next way of handling the Adolis Garcia story perfectly is to keep him because for what you're paying him, he can, single-handedly win a series against the Astros. Could you imagine trying to get ready for Houston and not have Adolis Garcia in the playoffs?
That's exactly why you keep him around.
Trump signed an executive order seeking to clarify collegiate athletes' employment status. Okay, so this is the latest way that the federal government, the White House, getting involved in sports. And, this one would create clear national standards for the ways that players can get paid while still holding the name, image, likeness. It would attempt to cut off any momentum towards the universities or third parties directly paying the players for services. I don't know how you feel about this, guys. I just feel like, the jig is up and it's professional sports is really what college is.
I mean, I think that it's just moving closer to, and Brian's talked about this as well, like contracts with players.
Yep.
I mean, if you're going to be an employee of the school, basically, then we're going to get to contracts, and that's where now we can limit, hey, how often a player can jump in the portal, all of that stuff.
So this came days after a 9-0 decision by the Supreme Court found the NCAA cannot impose caps on education-related benefits schools provide to their athletes because such limits would violate antitrust law. So interesting deal, continues to evolve. And, I just think, players today are in a great situation, like actually being able to be compensated because there's a ton of really, really good players that are participating and contributing to the economy of college football, but they're not good enough to go get paid in the NFL. And if they can pick up a couple $100,000 and leave college with no loans after playing D1 football and being on TV 13 weeks a year, I think that's a more fair situation.
Yeah, if you're real good, you're probably going to be on scholarships. You're not going to have the loans, so hopefully that'll get you started in your next venture, get you in business, get you moved, get you an apartment, get you a car, and buy you a suit or two, to be able to start your next job. The thing I would like to do, Dawson, is I'm all for players getting paid, but I would like to, and I'm gonna try and get you as much money as possible, but I need a commitment from you. Yeah. Tell me you're either going to be here 1 year or 3 years, and that way I could build. I could build my team. If you're going to tell me you're going to move every single year, my players are going to move every single year, I can't get you the money that if you're going to make a 3-year commitment to me, I could try and get you more money. Yeah. If you're going to make a 1-year commitment to me, I'm going to get you the best I can. but I'm going to try and take care of the guys and gals that want to be with me for the 3 years.
I mean,
that's where I want.
Yeah, it's too much for the staffs to try to work because they got to.
I can't build my team knowing that if I have a team of just one and dones, that's hard. And then you're thinking, well, I've spent this much money on the one and dones, and now I have to ask my donor group, hey, I need more money because I got to totally rebuild my roster here because I've lost all my guys.
Yeah, it's a complicated deal. They really got to take the time to rework it because I think the players should be able to get whatever they want, and then on the other side of it, it's like I want to buy you out of your flexibility. How much does it cost to keep you for 3 or 4 years? And then what if the kid doesn't play well? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now we don't want you. So there's a lot of complicated things, and you just can't figure it out in 1 year, and you can't anticipate what other issues are going to pop up.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of issues that pop up, but man, I will fight my ass off if I know you're going to be with me for 3 years and you put your name on that paper.
Yeah.
I mean, if you tell me right now, and you're a quarterback or a running back or a wide receiver, defensive back, whatever, and you're say a 3, 4, 5-star recruit, and you tell me I'm going to be with you for 3 years, coach, I'll put my name on a piece of paper, I'm going to try and get you millions of dollars. That's what I'm going to try and do. But if you just give me 1 year, well, then you're kind of a rent-a player to me. I might pay my 3-year player $2 million and my 1-year player only $1 million or $500,000. Because I'm like, hey, you're loyal to me right now, but I understand, hey, you're going to move on and you're going to go be loyal to somebody else. So if I had some certainty of the length of your contract, but I will fight my ass off for you. I absolutely will.
Yeah, you got to incentivize that. Seems like the defenders there in Oxnard have been fighting their ass off for the football, buddy. Todd Archer reporting that the biggest takeaway is the takeaways. The Cowboys defense has at least 7 picks and 5 forced fumbles.
Yes.
I guess that's 4 a day. What do you make of it?
Well, I tell you, watching it with my own eyes, they practice this stuff. They honestly practice trying to, the way that they, even in the drill, even when they stretch, and I was down on the far end of the field with the offense and defensive linemen at their end when they were stretching, and the coaches, as these guys are working up and back the field, they're doing the karaoke and the all the stretches and stuff. Coaches are throwing them the ball, tipping the ball up in the air, bouncing it on the ground. So as you're doing your drill, you're kind of like, you're picking up a ball or catching a ball. And this is including with the defensive linemen too. Yeah. These are guys, it's everybody is working on that end of the field, picking up a football or catching a football. And it all started. I'll tell you exactly when this started. It started when George Pickens caught a pass and took off running and was going to score. And he was running away from Donovan Wilson. And it was going to be, and all the way across the field came DeRon Bland. And Bland knocked the ball out of his hand. They picked everybody's, woo! From that point on, every single drill has been somebody trying to knock the ball out of somebody's hand. Or the interceptions. Like, when the thing I was on with the morning guys and Bobby was trying to defend Dak and the interceptions. I said, listen, the interceptions at camp, but, when does Dak have turnovers? Dak's turnovers are when he doesn't see guys. He's a 10-year vet, He needs to be able to, pre-snap, he has to know, okay, this guy's going to drop. And maybe it's the fact that Eberflus, new defense and all that stuff. He was here for Rod Marinelli and seeing all that, but maybe now it's like, wow, okay, the drop linebacker's going to be there, corner's going to be here. These are all things that these quarterbacks, and it's not just Dak. I mean, Joe Milton's thrown a couple of interceptions along the way too.
Yeah.
But man, I mean, it has been wild to watch this defense turn the ball over the way they have.
Do you think new offense is an explanation for it?
No, I really don't. I think to me that it's just, there's ways this offense is creating space. I mean, there's some really, I told you about the 2-man screen and then working Ferguson behind that. There are things that they're doing right there. I just think that there's been some blitz packages where Dak got caught. With Elam was in the field play, but there were some throws down in the red zone that were, as we say, the tight field, everything squeezes on you. There were some throws those quarterbacks made that they weren't too sure where the other team was at that point in time. So I don't think it's new offense. I think there's some I think there's some reading issues that of like pre-snap, all of a sudden you're looking at like, okay, I think that safety is going to drop here, but instead he sits in a hole, and and then you're making the throw, and oh damn, I didn't think he was going to be there. Thing. I think that happened with Elam the other day.
The Dak doubters are, here we go again. He led the NFL in 22. Last year he led the NFL in turnover-worthy plays, and even though he only played 8 games, he would have led the league in picks again. So I think there's a legitimate conversation out there. Like, is this a nothing burger because it's training camp, like the Dak supporters are saying?
It's something. It's something. It's legit. In practice is practice, and I can hear everybody saying that. And Bobby was trying to say, well, it is practice and all that. I'm like, well, yeah, but it also comes down to he is a 10-year vet.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be able. You're going to have one interception maybe once every 4th practice or 5th practice. But you have an interception every day. And it got to the point where we talked about this. Dak even walked up to Elam and said, "What coverage were you in?"
Yeah,
like he wanted to make sure. He wanted to make sure that Elam didn't bust the coverage. Like, did I read this wrong? Were you supposed to be, we don't know. Did Elam might have told him like, yeah, man, I was supposed to carry this guy, But Dak wanted to try and find out. But there's been some throws that he has made that, you're like going, man, you've got to see those guys. That is not a nothing burger. That if you're constantly throwing the ball every day and you're missing reads, that's what you practice. That happens to you in games too.
We got a lot more Cowboys football coming up this hour. We got the C-Note coming up next. Krusty's Corner is right around the corner as well, sitting there in the 340. Of course, it's a Friday, so we'll have Eric Nadell here coming up in about 2 hours. He'll help us talk Rangers and preview Rangers Braves tonight. Our training camp coverage brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird, Southern Table and Bar, and we're back with the C-Note.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
17,000-acre Bodark Lake is the first major lake built in Texas in 30 years. Located in the path of progress in the North Dallas market, minutes from McKinney. New properties are scooped up just hours after being available. Prices are increasing fast. Bodark Point is the newest, best offering on the lake, and we're holding prices for a one-day grand opening of this beautiful land and stunning lakefront community on Saturday, July 26th. Here are 2 examples. 1 acre lake property, $69,900. 1 acre with covered boat slip, $139,900. Bodark Point offers secure gated entrance, covered heavy weather boat slip, luxury pool, fishing pier, and a lakeside park. A luxury development years in the making. You don't want to miss this grand opening. Learn more. Take a video tour at 844txlakes.com. Then call 844-TX-Lakes for your Saturday, July 26th showing. That's call or click 844-TX-Lakes or click 844txlakes.com.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the K&C Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Hey there, cats and kittens. It's Brian from The Commercial Break, the mediocre comedy podcast where my best friend Chrissy and I attempt to make sense of the world. We talk about the absurd, the ridiculous, and the stuff no one asked for, like internet weirdos, pickup artists, and why everyone is obsessed with crystals and colonics. It's all got to stop. The show is free, it's frequent, and it's probably not for everyone. You can go to tcbpodcast.com, subscribe at youtube.com/The Commercial Break, or check out the show wherever you listen to podcasts. We'll see you on the next Commercial Break, and best to you.
Uber Eats continues our dedication to local restaurants as the premier partner of DFW Restaurant Week. Our team is fueled with inspiration by restaurateurs who showcase their culinary best and share their rewards with those in need via the North Texas Food Bank. That's community.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, and asking customers what the it means in Huffines has it. Today, we've got Holly Mueller.
The it for me was their commitment to supporting the community.
And at Genesis of Plano, besides our commitment to serving our communities and our customers, we've got a great selection of new 2025 GV70s and GV80 SUVs with low APR financing and low payments with no hidden fees.
Atlanta, New York, Philadelphia. The East is coming to Texas. July 25th through the 27th, Ronald Acuna Jr. and the Braves arrive at the ballpark to take on Corey Seager and the Rangers in a 3-game weekend series. After that, the Yankees and Phillies roll in. Bring on the Beast from the East. Get your tickets at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Attention, Dallas. Get ready for unparalleled excitement at the world-renowned Spearmint Rhino, the leader in adult entertainment. Now serving free lunch at Spearmint Rhino, North Dallas. That's right, free lunch. Join us at 10920 Pedal Street and enjoy the best in entertainment and hospitality. Want to know who's performing? Check out our live visual roll call at SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com. See the entertainers before you even arrive. Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com now. Spearmint Rhino North Dallas, the sexiest place on earth.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Men, are you ready to feel unstoppable again? Join me at Men's T Clinic to become stronger than ever with the experts on men's health. Men's T Clinic's dedicated optimization tools are designed to help you meet, maintain, and elevate your total wellness goals across key areas of men's wellness, like hormones, weight, muscle mass, movement, and sexual wellness. It's individualized and comprehensive total wellness through Men's T Clinic's method, and it's yours for the taking today. 5 DFW locations, flexible hours, and affordable plans. Call 972-GO-MEN's-T today or visit menstclinic.com. That's menstclinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
There may be other garage door companies on the radio, but nobody does it like Tolbert Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time for the Cowboys news of the evening, the C-Note here. And there's so many good topics going around. Just 3 days into training camp. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, we got Howie Roseman talking, Eagles GM. I think the best GM in football. I mean, he's got the best owner in football backing him, so it's easy. If you want to win a Super Bowl in today's game, all you need is your owner to give you hundreds of millions of dollars to buy contracts, and you have way more good players than everybody else.
Yeah.
And you make the Chiefs look pedestrian in the Super Bowl. Anyway, here's Roseman on a more subtle and nuanced part of his gig and the importance of getting deals done early.
When you talk about culture, and I think that's like a big picture word that a lot of people throw around, and it's hard to really define what that means, but I think from our perspective, when people understand that when they start here, that they have an opportunity to continue here and get rewarded here, it's incredibly important so that when you draft guys, you can show them examples. If you do the right thing on and off the field, we're going to make sure that we keep you here and maybe even have a chance to finish your career here. And I think that just from our perspective, and everyone's got to do things their own way. I'm not saying it's perfect. We make a lot of mistakes. But from our way, that's a core tenet of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to draft, develop, sign. And when you do that with players, your opportunity to set up continuity, your ability to really set up leaders for your football team going forward who can show young players the way and how we do things, I think that gives you a chance to be special.
Man, I'm glad we don't have to listen to him during press conferences because that is not a very impressive or entertaining voice.
Kind of nasally, huh?
Yeah, he is doing a great job. I don't know. I don't think that matters. In everything he said, I think the Cowboys are doing just fine at that. Their players know that eventually we're going to get rewarded while we have to wait. It's annoying, but Dak had the line of the week on it yesterday where he was like, I'm confident. I've been around here. I know how things go. Mike is going to get paid.
Yeah.
But there was definitely, I'd say, like, irritation in his voice when asked about it. I mean, I think they probably also are like, yeah, why does it have to be this way? Mm-hmm. Like, why are we showing up to training camp? And that's going to be obviously what everyone's going to ask about. When you have an off season for a reason, and it's to get the business side of it done there, and the Cowboys like to just have that bleed into the season. Like, I mean, sure, they're not the only team, right? I mean, we know what's going on in Cincinnati. Terry McLaurin's got this going on in Washington right now. San Francisco's battling with some stuff with Juwan Jennings at wide receiver and some others. So it's not like the Cowboys are alone in this, but it does seem like it's always the marquee players, whether it was you go back to Zeke, Amari Cooper, CD, Dak, Zach Martin holding out a couple of years ago. It's kind of like, guys, I mean, could we maybe put the focus on football, and would it behoove you to get this thing done sooner? Or, I mean, it's not even a case of sooner, just before we get to training camp, or maybe the first day of training camp instead of the day of the season opener.
Yeah, I guess, my issue would be, while the Bengals do it, they're trying to grind a guy down, right? And be like, no, we're not. The Steelers, they had TJ Watt threatening a holdout. They get him at $108 million guaranteed instead of $125 to Myles Garrett, right? I feel like the Cowboys drag these things out and then they cave and still give the most. Mm-hmm. Like, that's my main problem with it is if you're going to drag these things out, there better be like a salary cap advantage. But I just think like either they're too busy or they're enjoying watching the media talk about it repetitively, and that's the explanation for why. If you're going to make players sweat this thing out like this and really grind them down and make them feel like, wow, what's going on here, then there should be a bigger contract win in it for you.
Do you feel like that they maybe as a front office are struggling with giving the player the money? And I mean, not paying them, but I mean, they got the money to give. They got the money more. They got more money than the Bengals. They got more money than the Steelers when it comes to being able to, be able to give bonuses,
cash flow and stuff.
Yeah, cash flow. But do you think the thing that bogs the Cowboys down is not believing that the player is really worth that contract?
Maybe trying to get everybody convinced.
Maybe.
Yeah, and that's the problem. And sorry, we'll check up.
No, you're good.
A Jared Sandler on you there.
No,
but I'm kind of in that mode of just thinking like I just wonder and working in that organization for 14 years. I just wonder, because we were so hurry up and wait. Everything we did was hurry up and wait.
Yeah, I think that everything is the little people to them, whether it's a .com department or the players. They just they don't have a lot of urgency about taking care of anything because they're living like an eccentric billionaire life.
Well, it's to me, sure.
The stuff that we heard about the Mike McCarthy week, wasn't that just bizarre?
Yeah, but I honestly think that there's. Yeah, I just remember working for .com and people giving me this, that Jerry was like, is Dak really our guy? Are we really going to, on Monday mornings, are we really going to do this? And then it turns into, there's that question of, are we really going to do this? And it turns into waiting for 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. Because somebody okay, Jerry doesn't want to do it. And he's letting it be known, I'm really not interested in doing this. Mm. And somebody in the organization's like, listen, Jerry doesn't want to do this. Let's wait for 3 or 4 weeks, and we'll circle back here.
Yeah.
And so now you've got people in the organization that are saying, well, okay, hey, Jerry, we want to. Or maybe it's Steven. Maybe it's Jerry saying, hey, well, I'd like to get this in, but hey, but Dad, if we do this, this is what's going to happen to us. So now it turns into 3 or 4 more weeks of, let's let things kind of simmer down. Let's take another look at this. Let's not make a rash or harsh decision.
The status quo,
Yeah. I think there's times in this organization where they really do. They like when the higher ups are not totally on board with the signing.
Yeah.
That it paralyzes them for a month.
I could definitely see that.
Yeah, I wonder if you could be onto something in Steven could have had his mind changed. And maybe that does have some sway to Jerry. I mean, my understanding of it, and Brian, we've heard, there are certainly people at the Star in Frisco that have whispered, hey, should we trade Micah Parsons? Is it worth paying a guy like Micah Parsons that amount of money?
It would be a huge mistake if you give this guy $40 million.
But anybody with the name Jones has not had that sentiment.
That's exactly right. And now you've got people who the Jones trust, who are in that circle of trust, are saying, do we really want to do this? And now you're creating doubt. And so there's people like, yes, we want to do this. And then there's others like, but why? And now it's like, well, let's wait 3 weeks and we'll all be like simmered down and, and kind of figure this out. And then by that time, like 3 weeks do go by. And next you know, it's like, well, we're up against it. Training camp. Here we are. That kind of thing. But
Steven's also been stressing Micah's under contract. Like he did an interview with DallasCowboys.com.
Exactly.
And to him, maybe
they say it on the platform out here, right? To my right. They say it every single time. Hey, let's be known. All these players are under contract. All the players who are supposed to be under contract, they're all here. But let's, and that's that. I just think that there's paralyzing moments for this front office where Howie has the freedom to go and do what he wants to do.
There you go.
He doesn't have
one guy with a vision.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys, Jerry even said it himself. He loves to talk about it. He loves to solicit opinions. He loves it. He pisses the scouts off when he goes up there and says, DeMarco Murray, we love DeMarco Murray. Barry Switzer told me all about DeMarco Murray. We drafted DeMarco Murray because of Barry Switzer. And the scouts are like, what the hell were we doing? We're not telling you to go draft DeMarco. I mean, he listens to, he solicits. He's like talking to Parcells. He's talking to Ron Wolf. He's talking to Belichick. Hey, I wouldn't do this, Jerry. And then now Jerry goes back to Stevens like, I was thinking about things, and I really don't know if we, And so now it's the whole bogged down thing again.
Especially if you're doing
things about the organization.
It is, and you're doing all sorts of other businesses from real estate to concessions and oil, and you just don't have time to really lock in.
Well, when you wait 3 more weeks, like, okay, let's circle back on this because because Big Jerry doesn't want to do the deal now. Let's let everything simmer down, and we'll figure this thing out in about 3 weeks.
But you were really smart to point out that they're all saying our guys are under contract, and Mike is at $24 million. He's only asking for 19 more or 18 more or something like that. But that's the most interesting way to advance this conversation. Like, how do they get to week 1 without a deal being done? It's Mike is like, well, fine, it's 24, and the Cowboys are like, you're under contract, so let's do this. They have not let any star players go. That's why I'm highly cynical, and I would put the probabilities in the low 1% if you even get to one that they would consider letting him go. But Brian, let me just lay this out for you real quick. What if he's not under contract, Ezraku's the real deal, and Sam Williams is everything that CD, Dak, and Shoddy are saying he's going to be? I think midway through the season, this could get very interesting if you have more than enough pass rush, especially if you're not winning, because trading to a contender, like that's... if Ezraku is amazing and he plays run and pass and Sam Williams can do that as well.
Or Fowler.
You could say, hey, we don't have the $200 million that we'd love to allocate. We're not in a winning situation right now. And if we get picks and financial flexibility, maybe we could do more long-term good with our roster.
I just wonder if there's people in the organization that the whole thing with Dak, that they're having the buyer's remorse, that they could have let that thing ride. I mean, you guys on the show.
I hope so.
You guys were like telling me, Broadus, let this thing ride. Let it ride. I mean, we'll go out and find another quarterback. It might not be pretty right off the jump, but let's let this thing ride. It'll give us flexibility. We'll find the quarterback. We're probably going to suck for a couple of years, but we'll find the quarterback here.
And that's when the status quo benefits the player, right? The status quo is annoying to the player waiting for the contract, but when you're halfway through that contract and the team should move on, that's when the status quo is going to benefit you. They don't want to move on from household names.
It just seemed the other day when Micah did that interview, and I think people have pointed this out, this is the first time I think that he has shown that this thing might not get done. That's the first time his body language, if you were looking at how he was standing there and talking, he was really, Diggs was there defending himself. He's already under contract. Diggs was defending all the stuff but Micah was in a whole nother situation. Mike is in that whole other look of like, wait a minute, I don't have a deal done, and I'm supposed to be one of their best players, and they're having doubts about me being one of their best players. I think that was the first time he had the realization that maybe this thing might not get done.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Our training camp coverage continues with Broadus and Oxnard. The four of us will be in Oxnard next week with LA back here in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Is Carter Freeman out there too? Is he?
Carter's here with us today.
Content for us out there.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, we're coming back with Krusty's Corner, buddy. Where are you taking us?
All right, guys. I've talked about enough football, but we're going to do is how well do you know your Dallas Cowboys? It's a Friday game. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we are live in Oxnard for Cowboys camp. Don't miss any of the guests or the action, plus the stories from traveling all weekend long. It's a Cowboys Monday on The Fan.
At Fault invites you for food and fun July 31st from 3 to 7 p.m. They'll be serving happy hour beverages and bites, $4 beer, $5 wine, $1 wings, and free entry to the DFW Stella Shuffleboard contest. Winners will advance to the finals where one person will win a trip to Belgium. Come play shuffleboard, interactive darts, cornhole, and more. At Fault joins DFW Restaurant Week this year to bring on the fun with the food. While you're there, preview the menu they've created for DFW Restaurant Week. At Fault in Farmers Branch. Visit atfaultdallas.com for more information. atfaultdallas.com.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. It sure has been hot lately, and I've been hearing a lot of people frustrated that they don't have cool air when they need it the most. Well, I recommend that you call the On-Time Experts. They guarantee same-day service, or the service fee is free. They serviced my home's AC recently, and they really earned my trust. And they guarantee my system won't break down again this summer. Call them today, theontimeexperts.com, theontimeexperts.com.
This is Chief Meteorologist Dan Brunoff. When storms are in the area or on the way, you can depend on Storm Center live team coverage from News Radio 1080 KRLD. DFW's #1 station for severe weather coverage is News Radio 1080 KRLD. On AM 1080 and everywhere you go in the Odyssey app.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team? We can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox Disinfecting Wipes, teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you or someone you love struggling with opioid addiction, including oxycodone, hydrocodone, fentanyl, or heroin? There's help right here in your community. Symetria Recovery has outpatient options to treat opioid addiction without disrupting your life, using medication therapies that are recognized as the best treatments for opioid addiction. Symetria can stop your withdrawal symptoms immediately so you can focus on your recovery without physical discomfort. Symetria's doctors, pharmacy, and therapists are all located under one roof, so parents and working professionals can overcome opioid addiction while maintaining their normal schedule. Harvard University confirmed that Symetria Recovery has double the success rate of other centers. With same-day or next-day appointments, Symetria can stop your cravings now. We accept most major insurance, so call today and schedule an appointment. Call 800-335-1300. 800-335-1300. That's 800-335-1300.
Firehouse Firefighter and Family-Owned Moving Company is a proud sponsor of Sean and RJ's 2025 Firehouse Tours live broadcasts. Firehouse Movers offers a full range of solutions from Dallas-Fort Worth and long-distance residential and business moves to packing services, storage and rearranging heavy furniture, appliances, pool tables and pianos. They're experienced, trusted, and reliable. Check out their favorable 5-star customer reviews and testimonials and contact them at firehousemovers.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Thomas going back. He's at the wall, and it is gone. Corey Seager with a 3-run home run, and the Rangers now lead 6-1.
The home of Seager Bombs. Your Ranger station is 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Back Nation 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Select Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king in Oxnard, Brian.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you very much to Reliant as well. Hey, Wolchuk, are you listening to me right now? You zoning out? What are you doing over there?
I'm listening. What you got?
Did you read the comments from the Love of the Star stuff that they sent us this morning?
I did.
Were people nice to you in the comments?
I mean, out of like the 100-something comments, there were 3 that weren't nice. So I felt pretty strong about it.
One guy said my breathing is too heavy, and I think he's right about that.
The breathing?
The breathing. He says you need to mute your mic because you breathe too hard.
Oh.
Okay. So I need to figure that out. I need to work on that part of it. But for the most part, thank you to everybody who took a part of our survey.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting. And it was pretty interesting the dynamic of people that listen to us.
Yeah.
The different where they get that all from. So
I think a lot of times you got your nose hammering straight down into that microphone, Brian. Sometimes I hear it too on our show.
You need to remind me because I get tired, and my head goes forward, and so then I need to.
If I hear it, I'll just say, Brian, you're breathing, you're doing it again.
Oh no, that's where I need somebody like listen.
You're doing it again, yeah. That'll definitely.
Oh no, trust me,
that's going to be a
trust
trigger.
me, I go back and listen, and I'm like, oh geez, I was breathing again.
I did get several that said they want me to argue with you more.
There you go. See, you need more people to hate you. Yeah. I thought 100-3 was a little bit too positive.
I mean, there were a couple.
You're too likable.
Yeah. I mean, there were a couple people that were like, "You're not a scout. Stop trying to act like one.
You're as good as one."
One said that I try to act like I know too much about the Cowboys of the '90s when I was barely alive, which is true.
Wow.
But you can run it back, though, right? You've watched some old games.
Yeah, I mean,
there's books and magazines and articles about stats.
I totally agree. Okay. I totally agree on that. Yeah, I mean, to me, I was surprised of how many were positive. I was thinking there was going to be a lot more than negative ones, but
just go to the text for that.
Yeah, I'm not going to look at that text. Those folks will ruin your day. I'm not. Yeah, they'll ruin your day.
I think I have looked at it less this week after the Rowdy Tellez interview than I think I have any week in a long time.
Yeah. It's funny. I don't think that interview was. I don't think it was bad. I was laughing. Seriously, I was sitting here laughing at the questions, and then his responses I thought were pretty good too.
I think it was the highest rated player show we've had all season, just because it was a can't miss train wreck.
Everybody went back.
Yeah.
I think you were fine. I don't think you were bad on that.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we've been kind of all week. We've been talking. With today being a Players' Day off, we got the Cowboy opening of a training camp, the official, I guess, open of it tomorrow. We'll do that. I'm on with Fred and Blake doing afternoon radio too from Oxnard. So
make sure you take your antihistamine before you jump on the air.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
For the breathing situation.
And some penicillin if you're going to room with Fred.
No, they're going to be there in studio, and so I got assigned to doing a little live from training camp. So catch us on Saturday. That'll be a lot of fun, and then you guys coming out. I know Dawson, you'll be here Monday, and then our guys on Sunday. So look forward to seeing everybody out here for that. Be a lot of fun. All right, how well do you guys know your Cowboy players? How well do you think you know this current roster?
Probably not as good as Wolchuk.
I don't think so.
But pretty dang good.
You think you know it?
I think better than most fans.
No, I mean, I feel like I know the roster.
Do me a favor. Don't pull the roster up in front of you. Don't play that game.
Are we talking like football or high school nicknames?
No, we're gonna play. Is this guy a Dallas Cowboy?
Okay.
This is what we're gonna do.
Oh,
okay. This is off the current. The current roster, but don't pull it up. I know Dawson's over there. I can't see Dawson on camera. I only see Wolchuk. Don't pull up the roster or anything like that. But I'm gonna ask you a name, and I want you to tell me, is this a Dallas Cowboy or not? We've done this before with other sports, and I want to just kind of have a little fun and see how well you guys know this football team.
Okay.
All right. Dawson, I'll start with you.
Bring it.
Ben Maher.
Ben Maher?
Ben Maher.
I've never heard of this guy. I'm going to say no. I've heard of Brett Maher, the kicker, other boy. Never heard of a Ben Maher. Maybe an undrafted free agent dude.
Oh, that could
guy
be.
at camp.
It very well could be. It very well could be. Wooly?
Yeah.
He's saying no. He's saying no to Ben Maher.
I'm going to agree. I'm going to say no. Unless, it's possible that this slipped through the cracks and maybe they brought in another leg just to kick or something like that, or maybe there's some other position that I'm unaware of. But this name is not ringing any bells for me as a Dallas Cowboy.
Lucius?
Yeah, bro, this is not hitting. I've never heard that name. I'm going to go with the guys right here. I think you're starting off a little tricky.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what you're doing here.
All right. So all three of you don't think that this is possibly the 87th player on this team?
No.
That's hard to believe.
Why is
Gentlemen? Gentlemen?
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh.
Way to build the tension, though, Brian.
No, he's gotten really good at this.
Yeah.
Ben Maher. You know what Ben Maher does for a living?
Ben Maher sounds like an accountant.
Nope.
Yeah.
He's one of the best show jumpers of horses in the world. He's an equestrian dude.
Okay.
Nice.
Son of an accountant.
Son of an accountant. Lucius.
Let's go.
Robert Rochelle.
Robert Rochelle.
Robert Rochelle.
Rochelle, like Irving, Texas? Rochelle?
Rochell.
No,
Robert
not
Rochelle.
a guy. Not a guy. Not a guy. You're playing games. Michael Irvin, Robert Rochelle. Stop playing.
Too much alliteration.
It's too
in there.
much. It's too much.
Sounds fake. Sounds Hollywood. Rochelle, by the way, the name of my second girlfriend, I think in 6th grade. She was fast. And it was a little too much for me to handle at the time, so I'm glad I bailed on that pretty quickly. I'm going to say Cowboy.
You're going Cowboy? Yep. Now, help me, Wooly. Is he looking at the roster over there? I just want to make sure he's
I
not
don't think
cheating on
so.
me.
I don't think he
I want to make
is.
sure he's not cheating on me. Okay.
Yep. He's
that means
reading.
that answer is right.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know.
That's what that means.
That might be a little. That might be some little trickery there.
The cheat sheet over there, because boy, I tell you what, you nailed it.
We've been working together for 4 or 5 years now, Brian.
Yeah,
and I understand that you don't always have the most faith in my Cowboys knowledge, and that's fair.
Your podcast is good though.
But
I like your podcast.
we just hit 1,000 subs today, by the way.
There you go. Congrats.
there
you go.
Monetized in 120 days, a little bit longer than Broadus' 120 hours. By the way, the Crown Media page looks awesome, by the way, and I love some of these videos that you're posting, but that is clearly a Cowboy.
Robert Rochelle, Lucius Alexander. I'm sorry. Wooly Boy.
I don't
Wooly
believe
Boy.
it. I believe that's a fake name from Irving, Texas.
Fake name. All right. Wooly?
Yeah, it's a cornerback.
Shoot.
You know this for sure?
Yeah, I know for sure. They worked him out with Perry and Winfrey, and I'm pretty sure they signed both of them.
Robert Rochelle is a cornerback for the Dallas Cowboys.
2 for 2.
Shoot.
Dang, I thought I had full chuck full.
Was a good
sure. Lucius.
Yeah, I don't know. Robert Rochelle threw me off. You got a brother named MacArthur or something? What are we doing, bro?
How about this one?
Jim Miller.
Justin Barron.
Ooh.
Justin Barron.
Barron is a football name.
Remember Alex Barron?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a football name, bro.
Yeah.
It's a linebacker from Syracuse.
I'm going with it, Broadus. I'm going with it. It's a guy, and he plays football.
You're going with it?
I'm going with it. Justin Barron.
How about you, Wooly?
Secondary.
100%.
You're going with it 100%?
Absolutely.
I think he was cut after minicamp.
Possible.
He was left Barron.
He was left Barron. All right, so Wooly's in on this one, huh?
Yeah, I'm in on this one.
How about you there, Dawson?
I'm going to say he was cut. I don't think he got out there to Oxnard. I think he's with the Rams now.
Justin Barron. Dallas Cowboy.
Oh, nice job.
I was going to feel real stupid after
Must have brought it back.
It was. Gosh.
All right, Dawson.
Yeah.
Brian Lara.
Brian Lara. I think I've heard that name this week. That's
Brian Lara.
I'm going to go with yes. Cowboy.
Laura. Well, Brian Lara. Laura.
My best buddy's sister's name growing up. Became a good ballerina.
Laura sounds like a big guy. Brian Laura.
Oh, yeah.
Brian Laura.
Yeah.
Oh, he is a big guy.
He sounds like a big guy. Machine gun belly. Big dude, Brian.
MGB.
Yeah, he's a big dude, bro. Not a guy, though.
Not a guy?
Not a guy, not a football player.
All right.
I'm with you, Lucius. It sounds like it would be an offensive lineman.
Yes.
I don't think this guy's on the Cowboys.
Dawson?
I do think this is a Cowboy.
I think this is a Cowboy.
Put it on the board.
Brian Lara. He's a cricket player from the West Indies.
Is he big, though? Is he big boy?
I don't know. I'll have to look up his size here.
Wonder how many brisket Sandos he's putting.
Yeah, what you putting down, brother?
All right. Final.
You on that dialysis diet, too? What's going on?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Final one. Let's go with you here, Wooly.
Okay.
Start this one.
Okay.
Bruce Harmon. Bruce Harmon.
I know Bruce Harmon. Is Bruce Harmon on the Cowboys?
There's not been a single person named Bruce born since 1965.
That includes my brother that was born in 64.
Gosh dang it. Bruce Harmon. I think Bruce Harmon might be on the roster, but I'm going to say no. I'm just going to go with no on this one.
Lucius.
This is the toughest one, Brian.
Yeah,
there is a Bruce Harmon.
And that Dawson joke, right, really highlights the fact that nobody's making any Bruces out here anymore. By the way, wasn't that Jaws' name, Bruce?
That's right. The mechanical one sure was. named Bruce.
Yeah.
It didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work.
Okay, Bruce. This guy, Harmon? Bruce Harmon.
Yeah.
Bruce Harmon.
Not a football player.
Not a football player.
Not a football player.
Dawson.
Yeah, I'm going to say no. I just don't buy it.
So everybody's going no on this one.
Shoot.
Yeah, we're going no on this one, but I'm not. I'm leaking the most confidence on this.
Bruce Harmon. Cowboy corner.
Oh!
You got me again, Brian. Oh, out of Stephen F. Austin.
Yeah, that last one was good. I knew Bruce Harmon was a player.
Axe him.
I just didn't think he was on the Cowboys.
Yep.
I'm
Bruce
gonna
Harmon.
shake his hand.
Dallas Cowboys. Gentlemen, thank you very much for playing the game. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. There he goes. Brian brought us here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We will have some Cowboys Twitter coming up at 4:20. Are the Cowboys just horsing around in Oxnard? We'll talk about that. But Chuck, what are we doing next?
All right, let's do a little Sounds of the Sports Day featuring the one and only Scotty Scheffler. We got Kyrie's personal growth. And will this guy return? That's next in the nation.
About once a day here on the show, though, I do like to remind you to go with Permapure. That is right. If you have any foundation needs, Permapure.com. I'll give you that website one more time, 214-831-2167. Permapure, the only name I trust. The guys that are trusted by the real estate and construction repairs around DFW, they know if there's any foundation concerns, you got to trust Permapure.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megan?
Pre-curd?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as our training camp coverage continues, and it's about to get even better because we're going to be flying into Oxnard this weekend, set to broadcast with you Monday afternoon at 2 o'clock. Our coverage is brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Cowboys Twitter's coming up in 20 minutes, about 15 minutes, actually. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, let's do some Sounds of the Sports Day. We did open this up because it is a headline. Everyone's been asking, everyone's been wondering who the hell let it rip at the British Open. And, well, we found our answer.
Hold on, bro.
Oh,
shoot.
You're good. You're good. I can filibuster.
No. I was going to play that thing for you.
Oh, the fart?
Yeah. So at least there's some context to it.
Should I pivot and go to do something else?
I have it right here.
Ooh.
Scheffler.
It was during the second round of last week's British Open. And
Bacon omelet caught up with him there.
we thought, could this be somebody in the stands? I mean, that's what everybody ran with. Well, Scotty.
Yeah.
Was on
Because it didn't happen right after the swing. It took a while for it to finally fall down.
While you're watching the ball in midair.
I mean, you really got to push to get that much audible effect,
Yes.
right?
That was a force, and I would know from experience.
And at the time, I thought that sounds like too tight of a sphincter for that to be Scotty. That's what I thought. Well, I thought there'd be more bass to it if there was a dominant golfer that was very relaxed out there. Yeah, that sounds like constipation, actually, a little bit, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think our guy had some bubble guts because he admitted. Scotty, was this you?
Yeah. I have a very important question for you. At the Open, I'm trying to remember what hole it was. I think it was the 17th. Did you fart?
Yeah, that was me.
Was it?
Actually? Oh, yeah, that was me.
He dealt it.
How was him? He said, you're out there for like 6 hours. You're eating some different food over there. Some stuff's going to happen. And I think you called it there. A little shepherd's pie, maybe
Shepherd's
some bangers
pie.
and mash.
Oh, the bangers and mash would do it to you.
Blood sausage.
Ooh, I don't know if I'd ever try that.
Quail
That just
egg?
Sounds crazy. Man.
Yeah, good for Scotty. Needed to let that one out, and he did.
So do they like that food over there? Is that what happens? They're like, no, we don't want to import any American
I'll tell you
cuisine.
what,
We'll just stick
Dawson,
with this. Yeah.
They have a thing called the proper English breakfast.
Yes.
Where about the only thing that you might enjoy on it is the fried bread. Everything else you would probably go, nah, not for me today. The blood sausage.
I'm sorry, I'm going to stop.
There's something called haggis, right? That just sounds bad.
That's completely different. Yeah, that's out of the sheep's guts is what that.
But they
thing
just
is.
love baked beans.
Yeah,
and
out of a
toast.
can. And actually,
Doesn't
like
sound
the
too bad.
Heinz. They like the Heinz.
Yeah.
The Heinz variety of baked beans, but they call bacon. They call it streaky bacon, but they usually use like kind of the back of the bacon is what they normally. But whenever you ask, he's like, well, what kind of bacon? You have to tell them like streaky bacon, which has the fat in it, like
Okay.
American bacon.
Maybe that's what it was.
There's nothing to eat over there but fish and chips.
Yeah.
4 days straight I ate fish and chips and some Jamaican food every once in a while. I couldn't eat the rest
I
of
think
that
they
stuff.
got some Indian food.
Yeah,
probably
the
a
Indian
little
food's supposed to be good.
Yeah, but
The Chinese takeout?
Luce is not wrong. He's not wrong.
It's crazy. Now, it's a beautiful view.
Yeah.
It looks amazing out there. It's all colonial and everything. Like, wow, this is cool. Food is awful. Get drunk.
Then
That's
the
it.
food tastes better.
The pubs are. I'll tell you, pub food has actually gotten better though. They've done some things with pub food to make it a little bit more.
I mean, you could get
appetizing.
frozen chicken strips and frozen pizza. I mean, you could do it up properly. I think they needed a proper American sports bar. Let's get
Let's get a proper
cold-
sports bar.
right?
Let's make it happen. Let's go to college football. Nick Saban. He actually jumped on Fox News, Fox and Friends, this morning. Asked him, hey, what's up with this coaching stuff, Nick? Are you coming back?
I'm really happy with what I'm doing right now. It's exciting to still be involved in the game. It's exciting for me to work with athletic directors, conference commissioners, people in Congress to, preserve the integrity of our game and continue to be able to create, opportunities to help young people create value for their future that will help them be successful in their life, which is what we always try to do as a coach.
I did say that there was one time a couple days ago where he did consider. Miss Terry asked him to run the sweeper downstairs. And while he was running the sweeper, the thought did occur to him, man, when you were coaching, you didn't have to do crap like this. So he did consider it then. But as of now, Nick's not coming out of retirement.
I was going to say this earlier when we were talking about with the player contracts and stuff like that. I'll guarantee you that President Trump signed that order with the advice from the advice of Nick Saban. I bet you that's where. I don't think that President Trump. I mean, he's going to listen to people and stuff. Of course, he's the president, but I bet you Nick Saban was a big influence.
Yeah, I think Nick Saban bended his ear about it. It was like a story about 3 weeks back that Trump and Saban were having a conversation. Next thing you know, Trump came out and said, hey, you're making too much money.
Yep.
Yeah.
Too much,
connecting
boys.
the dots. Yeah. And then as soon as this thing goes through and they have the regulations in place, here comes Saban. He's back.
This is very much Trump listening to Nick Saban on this. I think this was something he pushed through.
Well, on both sides.
On both sides.
On both sides.
Jared Verse, we know about the offseason workout that he did with Aaron Donald, and it didn't go great for Jared Verse. Of course, Rams camp opens up. What's the first thing he's asked about? All right, tell us how this workout went with Aaron Donald.
We show up. He doesn't say hi and nothing like that. He sees me. He's like, come on. Gives a little dap up. We walk inside. He's like, stretch how you have to. I stretch. We do 4. Everything he does is like a circuit. We do 4 workouts. It's all cardio. Versus climber bike. Lunges and core. 4 rounds each. You do all that. You're already tired. You're kind of like, oh my God, whatever. Then you do 4 sets of core, 2 different workouts. So it's like 8 different workouts, 4 sets each. You do all that for 4 sets. You go through, he's like, all right, you ready for the real workout? I'm like, buzz, I've been here for 45 minutes. What are you talking about? We go to the weight room. It's all arms. That's why he's big as hell. We go to the weight room. It's like 8 different circuits, all arms, 4 sets each. I'm there for an hour and a half. His wife came in laughing at me. I told her to call the police. I'm dead serious. I'm not even joking. I'm dead serious. I told her to call the police. She wouldn't do it. I tried to lie and say my mom was at my house and I had to go let her in. He told me to give my keys to his management or assistant or something. They'd go let my mom in. So I wasn't leaving. Finished the workout. I'm dead tired. I'm exhausted. I had a plan to go jump in the sauna afterwards. Didn't happen. Had plans to watch film. Didn't happen. Went home and I didn't work out for another day and a half because I couldn't move my body.
Geez, some are just built different, and Aaron Donald is a one of one. I mean, Jared Verse, who is a hell of a player and is developing into one of the best defensive players in the league, even he couldn't keep up with Aaron Donald. Call the police? You're trying to make up excuses to get the hell out of there, and Aaron Donald, no. You are stuck here with me.
Yeah, one of the great things about the greats is their ability to do just more work, whether that's mental and emotional, discipline, or just their bodies, their hearts, like Secretariat, just capable of doing more. And oftentimes I think that they feel like the rest of us just don't want it enough. It's like, actually, you're physically blessed. You have more muscle on your body per square inch than anybody in the history of the league. So, but yeah, if I'm Jared Verse, I'm trying my hardest to get to that level. And if I'm super tired and can't move for 2 days, and I thought I was in shape, that is a clear sign that you are not in shape. And then I would take you to the great runner Steve Prefontaine, because I was on the Oregon coast a couple of weeks ago. And, he tragically died, one of the great American distance runners of all time. But his best friend growing up ended up going to Oregon State University instead of University of Oregon. And he just thought his whole life that he was trying to keep up with his buddy. He didn't realize Steve was one of the best developing long-distance runners. So he spends his entire childhood just trying to keep up with Steve. He ends up going on and actually running in the Olympics himself.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Made himself better.
It's who do you surround yourself with, right? Me and my best friend, we have different basketball and soccer and baseball games, but we're pretty much at the exact same level across every sport, just because that was the level that you had to reach to. So if I'm Jared Verse, I'm recovering in 48 hours, and then I'm right back in there.
Get back there. You want to go be a Hall of Famer, go train with a Hall of Famer. All right, let's go to Kyrie Irving's Twitch live stream, and he's been twitching the heck out of it this offseason. But he went on to talk about the Brooklyn Nets and his experience there, and how he didn't meet with the GM one time, the assistant GM one time, and when he looks back at the decision, he should have taken more time to delegate and figure out what was best for him. Here was Kyrie as we kind of get, just a look into how he thinks about things.
KD had just tore his Achilles in the finals.
me and him were, planning on doing things to go to Brooklyn, right? I don't know any of you guys that would still stick it out with one of your friends that tears their Achilles and wait a year and a half for them to get healthy, but I'm that dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about to leave K out there after a torn Achilles and be like, nah, that. We're not going to play together anymore. I waited for my brother to get healthy. You know what I'm saying? And now Brooklyn, I wish that we got a chance to get to know them beforehand because they wasn't with me like that. And that's just me. That's my perspective. Now, did they want me on the team? Sure. You can say that. But Kenny Atkinson wasn't with me like that, bro. Nets didn't want me like that. They wanted K. And that's my vantage point, right? This is the information that I gathered after I left. And again, it's not about Brooklyn. It's just about business. I wish I would have handled the business better and got a chance to know them first. Ask them questions. Hey, what's the future like? Instead of just committing blindly and thinking that, hey, we about to come in here and just do X, Y, and Z. Right? I didn't have much power going in there. I couldn't say who we could get and who we could not get. I couldn't hire the coach, or if we, you guys knew my opinion on the head coach at the time, right? It wasn't perfect, but it was very immature, right? I was very immature at that point.
I just love the growth.
Yeah.
Like reflection. I think it's good for other young athletes to hear that. And I mean, this has just been a perfect, beautiful fit for Kyrie in Dallas.
Yeah.
And you can see there why things didn't work in Brooklyn and why it seemed like he was like an untouchable. Like, oh my gosh, you're trading for Kyrie. I mean, I remember when the trade was made, I'll hold myself accountable. I was even doubting, like, the Mavericks are going to get Kyrie. I mean, yeah, hell of a player, but man, I mean, is he going to play for you? You don't know night in, night out. Like, where's his head out? And just the leader that he's been on and off the floor. I couldn't be happier to have Kyrie representing DFW sports.
I mean, perfect timing. You got him at the exact perfect time in your career, and maybe this Mavs environment, helped him out as well. But what you'd seen is him win the championship, and not getting along with LeBron.
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't, no, I got to get out of here. I know we just won, but I don't like this because it's not my show. And then he goes to Boston. He's trying to lead Brown and Tatum. They end up not liking him while he was there. They've since repaired the relationships. But then he gets to Brooklyn, and he's upset with the organization, and James Harden and he aren't seeing eye to eye. So, I mean, when he got traded here, the only reason I had for optimism was, he's moving on to the other side of 30, but what Brian Broaddus told us about the relationship he had with Jason Kidd.
Right.
And I think, Brian, a couple of years ago, you'd said if there's any coach in basketball that can get the best out of Kyrie Irving, it is Kidd. So I was optimistic on that day and thinking, well, there wasn't a better move to make, but it's turned out to be one of the great trades in DFW sports history.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Chuck. Sounds of the sports day in the books here on the Fan. Cowboys Twitter, top tweets going viral, including the update we needed on the right tackle. That's coming up next here, the G-Bag Nation, on your home of the Rangers. Pregame coming up at 6:30, and Cowboys 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat Window Nation before I let you go, though.
Eats has low fee products? You gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Basil babes. Saffron squad? Nutmeg maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Prices and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag Nation, time now for Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral from America's team, about America's team. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. You get a chance to hear Will McClay with K&C earlier. It was great. Guys are doing a heck of a job this week broadcasting from Oxnard. We'll be out there on Monday. Said on Blue, they did all the research, said every young person has to grow, said he's a talented guy who's going to work his butt off. So not too much concern for the Glenn Stretch Smith report that we talked about last Friday here in the nation. Corey asked him if he could ask the media to take a course on any one thing to be better at, and his answer was human decency. And then he expanded on those thoughts and said empathy, just talking about how all these players are human, and they read this stuff. And I think more than ever, like, players are dealing with the sort of mental health issues around the constant, social media attention that they get. It's hard. I think from a young age, every human realizes that people are talking about you and it bums you out, or it makes you mad or depressed or whatever. But I think that this is just that idea, like, times 100. So I don't blame the players that try to, not do any social media. I think that's probably the thing I would recommend the most. But yeah, I think having more understanding for what the players is going through, I think the reporters are doing that fairly well. I think that's more of a commentary on the fans that now have unprecedented access to them.
What about the front office side of things? This is where I would be if I was still into it, the front office. I would try and educate reporters then. I would try and if maybe it turns into a weekly meeting with reporters at your facility or whatever, where you sit down and you watch tape and you're trying to explain to them what's going on. I think there's a lot of, I think there would be more empathy for players and what they go through if the media understood, because we're always looking, well, why did that break down? Why did, and, like, hey, we made a mistake here. The coverage was, but we had a bust. And I think that if you explain to the media why something happened, I think that they would have more sympathy for the players and understand that, like, okay, that was a bust. That's stuff that happens in a game. But there's a lot of times we don't know why, and then we're left with, like, trying to explain something that, might affect somebody. Like, well, it's like Jason Witten grabbing me that one time and saying, when have I ever run the wrong route? Yeah. And I'm like, well, I was looking at it, and he goes, well, you looked at it the wrong way. You thought Dez, why didn't you think what Dez, you didn't think Dez ran, and so if you had somebody that would, like, on a weekly basis, like, sat down and educated you on, okay, here are the 5 key plays from a game. Yeah. And maybe you could then better understand, like, okay, well, it really wasn't Mozzie Smith's fault on that play.
No, I think that's a great point, because teams are oftentimes trying to play keep away with information, which creates a layer, a barrier of entry as far as your knowledge. And there's multiple ways you can get that content. Either you have inside information like what you're explaining, or I have access and I can give you, like, the brutal honesty take. Yeah. And which one of these content things am I going to choose? And if you don't have the access to the information, I think there's not much of a choice to make if you want to get eyeballs on your content.
I just think that there's times where, if you're a coach, you're like, we made a bad call here. This was a bad call. We thought we were going to get this look. We didn't get it. Ultimately, we paid the price for it. We didn't help the quarterback here with the read because we thought we were going to get something else. That to me, that's where the media, if you educate the media, I think there would be far, far more sympathy towards players, coaches, and reporting.
And people could say, well, the reporter should educate themselves, but there is a limit to what you can learn just by watching without having a conversation about what the play was.
I was a scout for 13 years. I was a scout. There are things that I used to, working in player personnel, that I would have to go ask the coaches about. I think I'm seeing this as a cover 1. Well, no, it's not, because here's the invert. And then, and then you're like, oh, okay. I mean, there are things there's things in the media, and we're fortunate that we have, a lot of these players and, former general managers and stuff that are able to kind of educate, us along the way. But man, there is not enough of that. There is not enough of educating. And once you can educate the media what you're looking at, maybe they write it in a way, and you're not influencing them. You're trying to say, hey, this is why they broke down.
Yeah.
And
I that's think the best media.
Yeah, I think the media would really take that. Like, if once a week we got to go and sit down with Will McClay for 2 hours, and we sat down and he explained to us, like, it broke through the game. Here are 10 key plays of the game, and go through those. You would be far better of a reporter. Yeah. You would be able to say, okay, and then as soon as the fan base says, well, man, so and so, no, that's not true. That's not true. Sure.
Yeah.
And now you have the media being able to kind of defend, and I'm not saying defend all the time, but be able to explain that, well, hey, no, you're blaming this guy, but it's not the case. They were in this, and they should have been, they feel like that this was a defense that could have been, could have helped them, but in fact it didn't. It was the wrong idea.
Elsewhere, well said. And I would love that. I think that was one of the advantages of media before sports talk radio and cable TV, is they often traveled with the players and built relationships. Right. And when they got off those planes and off those trains, the game really changed. We go to Jane Slater here on Cowboys Twitter. Says, sources tell me it's a high ankle sprain for Terrence Steele. Yeah. I'm told it's not considered a major injury and will only have him sitting out a few days. That would be tremendous if we could get him back out there this weekend. That's the first significant dodge bullet of training camp, because yesterday at this time, all we knew that they'd sent him away to get a more detailed scan.
It's great news. Hopefully they can get him back soon. I mean, those offensive linemen, tough as hell. I mean, the high ankle sprain, though, you always that one hurts. I mean, you never know how long that one can linger.
Right.
Yeah, and they can be brutal. They can be 6-week injury, but it doesn't sound like this one's that bad. Speaking of injured players, DeMarvion Overshone says yesterday's run up on the field after the Money Cooker
crazy.
Said it was at about 70% of what he's capable of. Wow. What are we thinking with him midseason, Brian?
I'll tell you what, man. They really don't have a timeline on that. Just talking to him, but the way he went running by us when that happened, and we couldn't figure out who it was. And then when he turned around, it's like, damn, that was Overshown. So, yeah, I mean, that was a burst. But, yeah, I don't think that – I think as they get further along, maybe by the end of camp, you'll have a much better timeline of where he's at.
It looked pretty close, but, I know when you're coming back from an injury like that, it can look
It's really good
but,
straight ahead, yeah.
How much pressure, how much weight can you handle with cutting and trying to tackle and wrestle with the dude while you're putting your foot in the ground? Our injury report brought to you by Greystone Roofing. They've got you covered when the hits keep coming. Kenneth Murray and Deron Bland out, but that's baby-related, right?
Correct.
We got an expanding family situation going on.
Poor planning. Yes.
Yes. I know that feeling well. We were shooting for an early January baby, and didn't quite happen until September, but you take it when you can.
That's a mind of its own sometimes.
Okay, what else do we have here, G-Bag Nation? Dak on the Micah drama has picked up a lot of viral praise. People are saying Dak nailed this. He says, I don't know if there's a correct way to handle it, talking about from the player's perspective. I will say that I think he deserves to get paid, and I think he should get paid, and ultimately, going off the history of what I've seen, he will get paid, and hopefully it's sooner rather than later. Got a fly over there? Dusting the crops over there at the golf course?
It's almost like I'm on an aircraft carrier in the 1940s.
Dak on Joe Milton says, Joe's a guy that's going to push me to be better each and every day. We encourage that in our room. That's the competition. That's part of it. I told Shoddy that from day one when he came in and we went to throw routes on air outside the building. I came back and told Shoddy, I don't know if I've ever seen someone throw the ball like that. It's impressive. He's not complacent with how well he throws the ball. He's going to push himself to get better. And the knowledge and the situations of the game, I think all that does is push this offense. I'm super thankful to have a guy like that. I guess I hope that Joe Milton can be a good backup to have for the rest of Dak's career. I think that's pretty much the ceiling outside of like a miracle shot that he just hasn't had experience. But I mean, you're 24, 25 years old. You've been playing sports for a long time. How poised, how composed are you? And it screams backup quarterback when he's back there at best to me.
Yeah, I mean, he did get benched at Tennessee for Hendon Hooker. So, I mean, there's a reason he was a seventh-round pick, right? I mean, he's super talented. Arm strength is there. But decision-making and certainly kind of understanding what you're seeing and reading a defense, those are all things that he needs to improve on. But I think this is something that, and everybody's kind of probably dug in on their opinion on Dak, but this is the leadership traits that he has, and really he is very secure in himself. There are other quarterbacks, and I know for a fact Jalen Hurts is one, that are like, please don't draft Quinn Ewers, guys. I don't want any competition because mentally they're too fragile to be able to handle that. And Dak doesn't give a damn.
Joe talked about how different it is here, and I think that is just massive. And hopefully Dak stays healthy enough that he can give you another 7-8 years of this, because Shoddy plus Dak, I think, should give you the best culture, player-led leadership in the league, or at least nobody's going to be better than what they're throwing out there. And the environment that is now being created with veteran Dak and a coach that really understands how to generate that, how to cultivate that. I think it's special stuff we're seeing right now. We're going to come back with Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, will tell us everything you need to know about Rangers, Braves, and your baseball team coming up next year on The Fan.
All right, finding someone trustworthy to work on your car. Look, I get it. That is not easy, but I've got the person. It's big time Tolo, my buddy George over at Stress Free Auto Care. They are the real deal there. Their team is fantastic. They're offering 30% less than the dealership. They offer a price match guarantee. They're going to keep you updated in real time with digital inspection, so it is worth it. You're going to save yourself some money to go and find your local Stress Free. And it's Christmas in July. You can save up to $100 on repairs at Stress Free Auto Care. They're fantastic. They're going to treat you right. And I'll tell you, I know. I've been to these places where they're just going to try and upcharge you on stuff. Oh, look at this air filter. You go, you need to go ahead and replace that. Well, guess what? It's not even your air filter. They're probably pulling a dirty one that they've got underneath the cabinet or something over there. Not at Stress Free. You don't have to worry about that. And let's say you got to leave your car there for a little bit longer. They're going to hook you up with a ride, whether it's a rental car, an Uber, a Lyft. They'll take care of you absolutely free of charge. Go check them out at stressfree.com/Tolo. That's stressfree.com/Tolo.
Coming up on the next K&C Masterpiece, we're back in the Metroplex talking Rangers, but also should NFL teams pretty much stop giving long-term high-money deals to players over 30? Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
It's time for the Crosstown Classic in Chicago. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Both Imanaga and Hauser have been efficient starting pitchers this season, but I believe in offense tonight on the south side and think we get over this 8 at BetMGM minus 110. Let's hope the bats come to play. I'm Sammy Pete from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This summer's another scorcher, and Ultimate Season Pass from TXU Energy is hitting it out of the park with 50% off energy charges during peak summer and winter, plus more months of automatic savings.
Savings all season long. That'll come in clutch.
Customers can save more than $450 a year.
So when the summer heat goes into extra innings, the savings come in for relief.
More savings. That's a fan favorite.
Ultimate Season Pass is really bringing the heat.
I think you mean cool. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Rep number 10004.
You know you want LASIK from Tylock George Eye Care. Right now, Tylock George Eye Care is offering LASIK as low as $1,500 per eye. Tylock George Eye Care is the official LASIK surgeon of the Texas Rangers and trusted by more than 100,000 for their LASIK too. Check out their 5-star Google reviews. Then schedule your consultation at Tylock.com.
Greystone Roofing is your trusted roofing expert and proud sponsor of training camp coverage on 105.3 The Fan. When your roof takes a hit, call in the pros. Greystone Roofing. We handle the damage. You enjoy the game.
Attention Dallas.
Get ready for unparalleled excitement at the world-famous Spearmint Rhino. Now serving free lunch at Spearmint Rhino, North Dallas. Join us at 10920 Pedal Street.
And enjoy the best in entertainment and hospitality.
Want to know who's performing?
Check out our live visual roll call at SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com.
See the entertainers before you even arrive.
Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com now.
Spearmint Rhino, North Dallas, the sexiest place on earth.
Our biggest giveaway of the year is still going strong at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant. You still have one more shot at making this summer your $1 million moment. We'll make one more Lucky Rewards Club member a millionaire on Saturday, August 2nd in the final drawing of the summer. To start earning entries, start playing with your Rewards Club card today. Don't miss our $4.8 million summer giveaway at Choctaw Casino and Resort in Durant, Oklahoma.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey DFW, it's Libby from Plano Boomer Jacks, and we're bringing you the best deals this summer. $2 domestic drafts, $3 Dos Equis drafts, and $5 Jack's Ritas all day, every day. You're not dreaming. Just straight up cold drink starting at just $2. Whether you're kicking back after work or catching a game with friends, Boomer Jacks is the spot. We're open till 2 a.m. every night and serving our full menu late. Find your location at boomerjacks.com.
Men, are you ready to feel unstoppable again? Join me at Men's T Clinic to become stronger than ever with the experts on men's health. Men's T Clinic's dedicated optimization tools are designed to help you meet, maintain, and elevate your total wellness goals across key areas of men's wellness like hormones, weight, muscle mass, movement, and sexual wellness. It's individualized and comprehensive total wellness through Men's T Clinic's method, and it's yours for the taking today. 5 DFW locations, flexible hours, and affordable plans. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit menstclinic.com. That's menstclinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Our Rangers are in the wild card hunt, and the Fan is where to get that baseball fix. President of Baseball Operations Chris Young, Mondays at 4:20 with G-Bag. A different Rangers player every Tuesday afternoon, and then a doubleheader Wednesday with Brett Boone at 9:20 with Sean and RJ, followed by manager Bruce Bochy later that afternoon at 12:20 with the K&C Masterpiece. And of course, every pitch of Rangers baseball. Unmatched coverage of your local 9 is right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Jared Sandler coming up in just a second as the trade deadline is approaching. The Mariners made a move today. The Yankees made a move today. Do the Rangers need to? Sandler joins us now here, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Well, we're just talking about the other teams making moves here around baseball with the trade deadline approaching. Do you feel like the Rangers need to, or is this team good enough to go accomplish its goals here in the last 2 months?
No, I think they need to. Maybe they can make the playoffs without, making a move, if you consider that their moves are adding John Gray and adding Jock Peterson back. But I think, if all you're trying to do is make the playoffs, first of all, I mean, even if you do make a move, it's not a guarantee. But I think there are definite areas of need. Now, do they need to add a big-name marquee player? I don't know that they necessarily need to do that. We always like that, just like in the off season. We always love when, our team signs the big name, and, it's no different in the trade deadline, even though those don't always end up working out in retrospect. I think, if the Rangers were to add a big name, you could look at, maybe a bat that could add some pop in the middle of the order. I know some people thought Josh Naylor could fit that. Eugenio Suarez, probably not as much. He's another name that's been talked about. Some people at one point mentioned Luis Robert, but I don't know that the cost meets the potential return. But I do think areas in which the Rangers can add, and doesn't necessarily need to be a big name, and it might not be, a sexy move, but adding someone, we talked about this earlier in the week, someone who can hit lefties. So maybe that's a platoon guy who only starts against lefties, and that's okay because they got a pretty stout lineup against righties. And then just, reinforcing the bullpen. The bullpen's been really good, but they can absolutely add some muscle. And, the other thing with the bullpen, they've been remarkably healthy. And so the good thing is that, they haven't had to have a total carousel of relievers throughout the year. I don't know if it's a bad thing, but the one potential drawback is that, you get a bunch of guys rolling into, September with 50-plus appearances. Maybe you got a lot of gas tanks that, are nearing that empty light popping on before getting a little, a playoff rejuvenation. So I think adding some muscle to the bullpen and fortifying their lineup against lefties, bare minimum, are things that they're going to probably look to address. And then anything beyond that, would be gravy.
Jared, one name that I see popping up, like if the Rangers, and maybe it even is, they're still buying while selling at the same time, but I don't know if this is like the national media, they just need to pick a Rangers player that they could trade, or if there's any legs to this, but it's Adolis Garcia. Like even today in The Athletic, hey, one player that's not going to be on the team come trade deadline day, Doley was the pick for The Athletic. I mean, do you think that that's realistic with how well he's now started to play?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. just simply based on the fact that, we talked about the money. If the Rangers need to create room, he's a guy who he might have some value. There'd be about $4 million that you would save. And then you got to ask, are the Rangers planning on bringing him back next year? If the Rangers are definitely, without question, pencil or putting Adolis Garcia's name in Sharpie in their future plans, well, that's a different story. But, he's in his last year of arbitration this upcoming offseason, and he's probably going to make somewhere in the mid-teens. And so I think they've got to ask themselves, all right, do we want to pay Adolis Garcia $15 million, let's just say? I don't know exactly what the figure is going to be. And maybe the answer is yes. I don't know. If the answer is no, then I think it opens up that possibility. But then you have to weigh the strategic question of, all right, well, is what we are going to get by trading him worth what we are going to lose by trading him for a team that is competing? And what you're going to lose is a guy who's been, a Gold Glove caliber right fielder who can be dynamic on the bases, but obviously can be somewhat enigmatic at the plate. And so I think it's an interesting decision. It's one that, I'm sure that they are weighing. And, whether they want to be the aggressors and seeing what's out there for him or, other teams reaching out to the Rangers to see if he's available, no doubt that there are going to be conversations. And with the third wild card, you have a bunch more teams who go into the trade deadline not from a binary standpoint of we're either buyers or sellers, but more along the lines of, hey, we're open to doing both. Like, we feel like we can improve our team as a whole by, considering options on both sides. And with Adolis, that might be freeing up some money to help address some other needs that the team feels like they need to address.
Hey, Jared, I was going to ask you this question about it just seems like every other day I get a release from the Rangers about a player going up or going back. Is it getting closer to, and don't take the trade deadline or anything involved, but are they getting closer to really establishing their team for the second half, and it's not going to be so much movement, but this is kind of who we're going to go to battle with?
Well, I mean, obviously health comes into play there. But yeah, short of that, I mean, I think they'd like to, they'd like to be in a position where, they've got their guys. I think with the pitching, you still could see some movement, whether it's because this guy is just, he's reached that period of the season where he's got some dead arm and they need to give him 2 weeks. And so during that stretch, they're going to, bring someone up. Obviously, you'd like to avoid that, but, you think about some of the starters who are really pushing things with an innings, with their innings count, or maybe relievers. But yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, once you get past the trade deadline, you got to be prepared for that. I know you said you didn't want to make it in reference to the trade deadline, but the reality is that, that is such a pivotal period of time, especially because, Broadus, as you guys know, we no longer have the waiver. This used to always be the first trade deadline, right? This was the non-waiver trade deadline where you could trade players freely. Doesn't, waivers notwithstanding, you can still, you still see player movement, guys who get put on waivers and whatnot after August, but that ability to execute a trade for players who clear waivers is no longer an option. And so this really does become a really pivotal period because, if you have an injury to a guy, a key player on August 2nd, that puts you in a tough spot. Teams, if there's going to be an injury, they need those injuries to happen this week so that they can address it. It's tough to fill big needs after July 31st.
What does Sam Haggerty coming back mean?
Well, hopefully, gives them another answer for lefties. That was always, coming into this year, that was always the vision, was that if he made the team or if he got up, he would be a utility, a utility option defensively who can hit lefties. He's a switch hitter, but, his numbers against righties over the years have not been nearly as impressive. Coming into this year, he was a guy who had an 800-plus OPS against lefties, and he had performed really well against lefties. So, he's a spark at the top of the order. He can run on the bases, so adds that element. Like it was talked about, can play multiple positions, so that helps. And then, again, they just have such a need against lefties, and he's a guy who has had success not only this year, but has a track record of success against lefties.
What would be your outfield if you traded Dolly?
Well, against righties, you have Evan Carter, White, Langford in there for sure. And then, my guess is you would maybe acquire someone who would then get some at-bats there. I think that is a likely option. You could also go with Josh Smith, in an outfield spot. So now maybe you've got, Josh in left or right, and you've got Evan in center, and then Wyatt the other corner. Against lefties, though, that's the question. Sam Haggerty's in there, Wyatt's in there, but what are you going to do against lefties? And that's where I think they would definitely acquire someone who could probably play one of those outfield spots and hopefully perform against lefties.
And then what are you going to do against Houston?
That's a great question. Maybe they can have some sort of a lease back, where they get. They reserve a few days. It's like a timeshare. Like, we're trading you a lease, but we do have his rights. And you know what? There are some teams around the league who, if you ask them that, I mean, this is not legal, I don't think, but if you ask them that and say, "Oh, this will help screw over Houston," we're in. Sign us up. We'll make that happen.
We'll do double duty. Get him a helicopter going back and forth. Thank you, Sands. Have fun. Rangers, Braves coming up at 6:30. We'll catch you up with you next week.
All right, fellas, take care.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. It's quitting time. Crack him if you got him. What you drinking and what you thinking is next here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get your phone calls going. Let's get you over to the Frankels as well. If you find yourself the victim of somebody's negligence, 18-wheeler, commercial vehicle hit you, something like that, they turn your life upside down, sometimes literally, most often figuratively. When it comes to an ambulance ride, hospital stay, lost wages, do you need to change careers? You need a new job? You need a new car? All this stuff, unfortunately comes into play in just an instant. And if tragedy visits your life in the form of negligence, the Frankels will make sure you guys make a full recovery. 214 or 817-333-3333. You're going to see why the Frankels are the most respected personal injury team here in North Texas. Their name commands respect across courtrooms. And all the judges know who they are. Sometimes you don't even have to get to court. You do what we've done in the Dawson household. You call the Frankels, they start talking to the guilty party, and all of a sudden everything is right. 6 or 7 figures. I say it quite often, but when you think about how the money can pile up, it is a massive number, and you don't want to settle for less. That's why we recommend strongly you call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333, frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Sean and RJ, the K&C Masterpiece.
And what you thinking at 877-881-1053. Looks like we have a couple of lines open with a couple of legends already on hold. We're going to get to you shortly after we go around the room, tell you what we're drinking and thinking. Currently, drinking a 20-ounce Diet Dr. Pepper, and a pretty big fan here. It's definitely growing on me. I don't know if it'll ever replace Diet Coke, but the little store downstairs, their negligence with stocking Diet Coke's kind of turning me into a Diet Dr. Pepper fan. So if you see a slip in the Diet Coke stock or the Coca-Cola stock, you'll know why. But what I'm thinking about is what's going on at Fenway Park this weekend. Red Sox and Dodgers concession workers are going on strike, and they're commanding respect. They're asking Red Sox fans going to the game tonight, do not buy concessions inside the ballpark tailgate before the games. Apparently the Bo Sox are going to have some scab workers out there. But yeah, I'm surprised more people don't strike, because if you're working a job, anywhere near 40 hours a week, and you can't afford to support yourself, you're living with 5 roommates, you're living with your parents, something like that. I get it. I wouldn't be surprised if this is more and more common around the U.S. Everywhere I look, people are struggling more financially than ever. I did see the Don today. He was talking about how we might scale back on the tariffs now because, the first 2-3 months of tariffs gone really, really well. So hopefully we can get this money flowing again, Wolchuk. That's what I'm thinking.
That'd be fantastic.
What I'm drinking and thinking here as I'm in my middle-aged man mode here. How about you? What you drinking and thinking?
I've been sipping on some high-quality H2O. I'm thinking I got a text from Bobby Belt, and he said, hey, what do you guys think? Hour 4 of your show while you're in Oxnard. I want to come on for the 4th hour. It's like, what? You want to come on the G-Bag Nation for an hour? The morning show's Bobby Belt wants to join the nation for an hour. So,
sounds fun.
Do the Tolos want this? Do we want this? I like Bobby. I think if it were Sean and RJ, we'd probably have to say no, thank you. And I don't know, would Bobby bring our ratings down in any way, shape, or form?
I think he's trying to sabotage us. I think he is. I think he's coming on. He's trying to hurt the program. Yeah.
Well, that would be on brand.
Yeah.
It could be gold either way. Maybe we should try it out. Trial and error.
I'm not sure what to do. I guess whatever you guys want to do in that.
I think he feels bad. I think he feels bad that me having to get up at 6 a.m. to come do his show. I think he's trying to step in. Yeah, he's trying to make it. Yeah, he's trying to hey, listen, hey, I know Brian had to get up at 6 o'clock to be on our show. So. Might be what's going on.
Okay, well, the phone lines are now juiced. What do we got? Just one more line open, and we got till about 5:16, 5:17 to get these bad boys in, Brian. So let's have it. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm drinking the quality, the Deja Blue, the official water of the Dallas Cowboys. And what I'm thinking is tomorrow, make sure you check out me, Fred, and Blake. I'll be on from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. tomorrow doing some radio work.
Oh, some weekend fun. All right.
Yeah, 5 hours of radio weekend fun with 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday with Blake and them. So
cannot wait to get out there next week, and we'll be going wireless and having fun, describing all the action. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius. What you drinking? What you think?
Okay. Let me see if it's working. Hey, man, so I've had a gallon of water almost. Shoot, let me turn that down.
Hired bad.
Yeah, I've had a gallon of water. It's at the 7 p.m. mark. And
nice.
It's 5 o'clock right now, so I'm pretty sure I'll get this done at this point.
Ready for the weekend.
Yeah, and I'm thinking I'm going to share something with you guys. We like hamburgers here in the G-Bag Nation, right?
We do.
A place I always go to. I've never had a burger there, though. Eatsy's.
Really?
Yeah,
What?
Eatsy's. They make a fantastic burger at Eatsy's.
Nice.
A 10-ounce burger. They cook it right there in front of you.
Where do they get the grease?
They toast the buns and everything, bro. It is, oh my gosh.
They do a lot of great stuff over there at Eatsy's.
Yeah, you get that and some fries for $16. I figure that's
yes.
5 guys is doing that anyway,
Okay, let me ask you, what were you doing in Eatsy's besides getting a burger?
Well, I went in there to see if they had any of those little to-go meals real quick,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but then
they do have to-go meals. What kind were you looking for?
I didn't know, really.
That's a great place to go browse.
I wanted something to
for
pop
dinner.
out at me. Oh, I love the place. I get my 5-layer bean dip from that place. My turkey tetrazzini from Eatzi's.
Yeah, the turkey tetrazzini.
Oh my God! And don't show up around like 8:45 or something like that, where it's half off.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
clear it
half
out.
off, bro.
Man, that sounds like the perfect time to be walking in.
Well, you're so high end.
All right, at 8:77.
You're right, brothers. I got my Johnny O shirt on right now. You can tell I got my Johnny O shirt. I look like a rich
SMU
white
hat,
man, bro.
Johnny O shirt on.
I got my rich white man shirt on, Phil.
It's styling too with that purple Mercedes hat.
Come on, man.
Okay.
He got his Lewis Hamilton hat on.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All
He
right.
won again. Okay, it's time to hit these phone calls. We got LA Live coming up at 5:40 and the G-Bag of the Day at 5:30. We'll get the latest Cowboys headlines and breaking news coming up at 5:20. So that sets the agenda for the rest of this hour. Pre-game coming up 6:30. And line one is Rodeo Ron, buddy. It's great to hear from you. What you drinking, what you thinking?
I'm drinking a little bit of Jim Beam with a splash of sweet tea.
Yes, sir.
And I'm thinking I may have messed up once again.
What happened?
Because when I got home, Rodeo Crystal had a couple of her friends over, and I walked in, and all I hear is, "Here he is," she said. "We're just talking about having a foursome."
Whoa.
If you're up, yeah. And I said, "Hold on a minute." 2 minutes later, I appeared naked with the D in hand, and they all had tennis rackets in their hands. So that's when the fight began. And then I remember just one thing. I better turn it on that 105.3 The Fan and hang out with myself with Jim Beam, because if I'm not, then what the F am I, baby?
Well done, Rodeo Ron. He's done it again. I believe the best jokes. I mean, Rodeo Ron could compile these and have a decent set on stage, couldn't he?
Yes.
Could you imagine like 0.15 Rodeo Ron up there at the Improv Addison?
Ron stand
I'm
up.
in. I'm in.
Yeah.
Okay, line two.
If you ain't up here stinking with Rodeo Ron,
where you at, baby?
Where you at, baby?
Michael in Allen, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, buddy?
Well, I just took a shot at 1800 and chasing it down with the brewski. And happy belated birthday, Wooly Bully.
Thank
and
you.
Broadus, thank you for all your coverage and what you do. We appreciate
sir.
it over here.
Thank you, sir.
What I'm thinking is the Texas Rangers going into the trade deadline. So with Higgy going down, and obviously we need to shore up the back end of the bullpen, I'm trying to see, what do you guys think is going to be the bigger need moving forward? Do we go ahead and get something to help Jonah? Or do we go ahead and either A, get another starting pitcher for when we do hit the playoffs, or shore up that back end? I'll go ahead and hang up and listen.
Thanks, Michael. Enjoy that 18 hundo and that cold beer. I think you're going to be fine eventually with your starters. Mally's going to be back. You're going to have 3 aces in the postseason. Catcher Higgy will be back. I think bullpen arm is what makes the most sense here with the departure of Chris Martin there with the injury.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think we got good news on Higgy. The fact that they sent Cody Freeman down with Haggerty being activated. He was your backup catcher with Higgy out. So I think that means Higgy's not going on the IL, and he should be back sooner than later.
Just DH him, Yeah. I imagine like being in that catcher squat for 2.5 hours would not be good for a hammy. So let's just, DH him and have Heim handle it for a while. Black and Gold B, line 3. What you drinking? What you thinking, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? Man, I'm just driving home, so I'm drinking a bottle of water right now. Once I get to the house, I'll be sparking up a fat bowl. And I'm just thinking about, some of the people we lost this week, man. It sucks. I grew up listening to Ozzy, grew up watching Theo Huxtable on TV, and Hulk Hogan, man. He had one of the best movie quotes. Like, me and my brother used to laugh at this movie back when we was kids. Like, one of my favorite movie quotes of all time was about Hulk Hogan in a movie called No Holds Barred. It's, watching it now, it's corny, but that's the type of movies we loved back then. That's what I'm thinking, man. Thoughts and prayers for all their families. And the song I'm going to recommend this weekend is just probably one of my favorite songs that Ozzy did. It's Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. And it's by Black Sabbath. Have a great weekend, fellas.
You too, buddy. There he goes. Black and Gold B here in the G-Bag Nation almost every single Friday.
Yep.
And yes, Lucius told you, I guess after the first one happened, these things come in threes, and sure enough, they rolled out all week long. Line number 4 is Rafa. You're in the G-Bag Nation, Rafa. What you drinking? What you thinking?
I'm drinking the sparkling water right now till I get home and open up a Dos Equis. And what I'm thinking is, I don't know if you guys heard about it, but there was a study that came out that apparently Americans take fewer vacation days than any other country, but I think what they messed up, they didn't like question Sean because God damn, like it's just, all right, take it easy.
Thanks, Rafa. Yeah, they missed Sharif there on the vacation census. That's pretty funny. God dang. Yeah, we work a lot. Like the rest of the world's like, bro, what are you guys doing? You know, I think we're just addicted to it, especially Broadus. You know,
addicted?
Yeah,
I don't think we're addicted.
Think we're brainwashed into it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you're right.
100%.
Live to work instead of working to live.
Uh-huh. Everything we do costs money here. Everything, every aspect of our lives costs money here. You have to be.
I'm following this guy on Twitter. He's doing a homeless vlog. He's like, day 140 homeless. What do you guys think?
I can't go that far.
If it's not too hot, he's kind of winning.
I can't go that far, bro.
You know, I drive in on 30 every day, and between like Jim Miller and the fairgrounds, at some point off to the right, there's like this little camp, and they got a creek there. You know, they got tents.
Yeah.
They got their feet kicked up every day. They got the smoker going.
I'll tell you.
I'm like, dude, if you just give me a shower, that might actually be better.
I saw a clip the other day where they were hooking into a power pole that they'd figured out how to use electricity to run power to their little camp. Is what they were working on. Yeah.
So you just got to get an electrician, you know? Got to get an electrician, fill in some hard times, and, you know, decided to get off the grid. Next thing you know, he's pulling up. A lot of those guys have some pretty decent skills. Polo in Garland, you're on line 5. What you drinking? What you thinking?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I'm at the house. I'm drinking a mixed club cocktail. I'm sorry I haven't made a call to y'all the last couple weeks, but I've been kind of busy. To answer your question, bro, a couple weeks ago, no, I don't got a new phone because, man, I'm so broke. If it costs a quarter to take a crap at a restaurant, I just have to throw up, man. And I'm telling you right now, y'all talking about Rodeo Ron to be a comedian in improv? Nah, man, I'll kill Rodeo Ron in an improv. Y'all put me up against the dude. Anyway, what I'm thinking about is the 80s, man, growing up with the Cosby Show, Hulk Hogan, even though you admitted to be a racist, I forgive you for that, man, for saying the N-word.
For what?
And Ozzy Osbourne, I really didn't listen to much of your music. You know, I listen to, rock and roll. But what I've been thinking is, Dallas Mavericks, y'all better come on with it. Texas Rangers, everybody talking about making the playoffs. They're in third place, man. I don't know if we're going to make the playoffs. We need some hitting. They're paying Marcus Semien and Corey Seager all this money. Every time Corey Seager swings the bat, it's like he'll break his back, so I don't even know about that, man. I love my Rangers still. Those Garcia, somebody need to kick you in the head. He ain't worth no $100 million. And Michael Parsons, finally, you ain't worth $100 million either because, like I said, if you can't sack the quarterback, what you good for? You can't stop the run. Bye.
There he goes.
I swear he got a new phone. He got a new phone. That was as clear as a bell. I usually can't understand one word he's saying, but that was clear as a bell. Thank you,
Maybe
sir.
they got a new cell tower there in the area.
I don't know, man,
Coming
but
in loud
it is
and clear.
1,000% better. 1,000%.
I'm thinking maybe next fan event we have like a Tolo stand-up competition.
This could be good.
I think Polo would have some fans.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure RJ Choppy'd vote for him after that call. Okay, line 6 is Hayden. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Hayden, what you drinking? What you thinking?
Man, I've just been drinking about 37 bottles of water today with this heat. About to get home and have me a cold beer. Man, everything is good. I'm ready for the Cowboys this season. And I agree, man. I don't think Michael Parsons is worth no $100 million, man. I feel like we could get rid of him. And, dog, I really think, man, we could shore this thing up. We could get some talent in here and do that thing. I love Micah. Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
I love Micah.
awesome.
Man, I really don't.
Yeah.
I really don't like his. I think he's a little toxic, though, man.
Yeah. Thank you, Gavin.
Hayden.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I wouldn't say that that I would want to try to play defense without Micah Parsons. But with the right trade offer,
here we go.
With the right trade offer, I think you'd have to listen to it. You know, and it would be acknowledging like, hey, maybe we can't be good this year, but if we can get 2 future number ones, and here's the thing: it's Ezra Raku, Sam Williams, Nealand. Like, you have enough pass rushers now. Even if you lost Micah, I think you would be better than average in pass rusher. So there is a case to be made, but I would want that dude to say, I'm out of here. I'm not doing a contract with you before I really consider trading him. There's only a handful of players in the game, and I think they're all on the defensive side. They're all edges, and maybe there's only 3 of them where it's like, hey, if we have this guy, we got a chance to win. If we don't, we're probably going to give up 30. And I feel that's the truth about these Cowboys right now. Okay, we got to get to Nate Dell here coming up in a few minutes, so let's bang through some of these. We go to Big Jimmy on line 7. You're in the nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Hey, fellas, I ain't drinking anything, and I guess I out myself loose. I dozed off when I called in. I kind of woke up and dozed off, and I told Lucy I ain't been sleeping much at night, so I take little naps in the afternoon, and those commercial breaks weren't too exciting, but I heard your voice, Gavin, and I called in.
Right on, thank you.
So I ain't drinking anything yet. I'm about to go drink something, probably some coffee to wake up. But, boy, I tell you, I've enjoyed the coverage this week, and Broadus, you're doing great work out there, as usual. You set the bar high every time you get on whatever, different YouTube or the radio or whatnot, and it's been good. Jerry just really got things off stinky, and I wasn't too impressed with that. And word is, I hear, they've been giving a lot of attention to Mozzie and the weight loss. Word is he got wind that he needed to lose weight in case he ever ended up on the G-Bag Nation because he didn't want to be fat-shamed on the interview. So I think that's probably what happened. But good God, guys, I'm telling you, it's the funniest thing. I felt sorry for the fellow Ranger fella. Well, he ain't little, but man, good gosh. And then I heard what Bobby did. Oh, man, that was...
Yeah.
That was
good.
something. Look, I can't wait to have all you out there next week and see you out there and get the coverage. Thanks for the joy this week. Listen, you pace yourself and drink plenty of water and say hi. I know it's
Thank
good
you.
weather
Appreciate
out
that.
there, but
Thank you.
Don't forget you got to drink your water. All right, have a
Salute.
good one. Thanks for
Thanks,
Have
Jim.
a great weekend, Jim. Line 8 is Harrison in East Dallas. What you drinking and what you thinking, Harrison?
What's going on, fellas? I'm thinking pump the brake on the Cowboys. It's the underwear Olympics right now. When they put the pads on, let's see. Also, Parson will be in camp in under contract Monday. Jerry will sign him. Jerry just wants some attention. We used to this every year. Free agent start, he getting all the attention he wants. He'll be in camp Monday. All right. All these flip-flopper fans. Either you're going to be a Cowboys fan or you're not. Okay? Michael Parsons, the only player of the other 32 teams in the league who won't. Dallas Cowboys don't have another player, CD Lamb, but it's not another player on their roster all 32 teams who won't. And Polo, I see you made Bun.
Oh,
and Big Jim. Big Jim may not have been drinking on nothing, but he sure was smoking on something.
Thank you, Harrison. That's a good call. We'd love to have you back every Friday here at 5 o'clock. What you drinking and what you thinking? Should we get a couple of more in?
Yeah, try to burn through fast.
Chef T Fresh, what you drinking? What you thinking?
Chef T.
Yeah, I'm drinking a white sugar-free Rockstar. 2 a day like the General does with the Diet Cokes. Made it to the moon.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking is Zaddy brought us here to go. Love it, man.
Thank you.
In terms of Bobby Belt, I can listen to and solo a solo show of Bobby Belt for the rest of my life. But in terms of the small-handed sheriff, don't ever let that man on the G-Bag Nation ever again.
Wow, look at that, Chef T Fresh.
Chef T.
Guy coming over. I think he not only listens to the G-Bag Nation, he listens to my crypto podcast and interact with him on Twitter quite a bit. So it's good to hear your voice, buddy. And line 2, we're back at the top here. Delta, what you drinking and what you thinking?
Fellas, drinking the Delta 8 for my namesake.
Hey.
Very nice.
Thinking, hey, y'all guys are doing the Lord's work out there. I don't know sports as well as you guys, but hey, it's a lot of hard stuff going on in this world. Let's be kind to one another. Go Rangers! It's Bochy's year. Love y'all guys. Have a good one.
There he goes, Delta, reminding us that it is on schedule. This is another Bruce Bochy World Series. Next year might not be that great, but 2027 is going to be another iconic season. So let's drink to that. Pregame coming up at 6:30. We're chatting with Eric Nadell. Then we'll get you the G-Bag of the day coming up next, fan.
Okay, let's chat Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? That's Trajan. And look, the simple truth is that there is more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle through this next stage of life. And Trajan Wealth can help build a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and circumstances. So call Trajan Wealth today. Set up an absolutely free consultation. The number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. They've got a bunch of awesome facilities across the Metroplex. Frisco, I love that spot. Go see my guy Steve there. Arlington, Southlake, they're in Fort Worth and McKinney. You go to TrajanWealth.com as well. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. It's never too early to start planning for your retirement. And the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they understand no two retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns. So let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals. Again, call them today. Set up that free consultation, 469-579-3500, 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Best Buy Windows and Siding is a proud sponsor of training camp coverage on 105.3 The Fan. Upgrade your home like the boys upgrade their roster with
Steve. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very key here.
Eric Nadell is brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care. And here he is, the Hall of Fame voice of your Texas Rangers, Eric Nadell. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
I am doing great. How are you?
Doing wonderful, thank you. Man, I guess the first question is just set the scene here with the Braves coming in. How good is Atlanta this year, and how much of an opportunity do the Rangers have to keep the momentum going?
Well, surprisingly, Gavin, they haven't been very good. Along with the Orioles, they're probably the most disappointing team in all of baseball. You know, they've made the playoffs 7 years in a row. You know, they finished second last year and lost in the wild card series. Prior to that, they won their division 6 consecutive years. And here they're sitting with a record 13 games below 500. They have been beset by injuries, primarily to the pitching staff, but also to their lineup, and they rank 12th in the National League in runs. They rank 9th in pitching. That is not what you expect from a team that has people like Acuna and Marcell Ozuna and Matt Olson. You know, Ozzie Albies, Jurickson Profar is back after missing 80 games with a suspension. And Sean Murphy, longtime Ranger killer, is back. You know, he had done a lot of damage against the Rangers while with Oakland. So even though the Braves come in here 13 games under 500, their lineup is scary.
What'd you think about the Mariners being the first ones to strike within the division? They make the big trade to get Jonathan Naylor last night.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. You know, I figured they'd go out and be aggressive, and that's going to help them a lot. And maybe that forces the Rangers' hand a little bit, forces the Astros' hand a little bit, and the other teams that are in the wild card hunt. As you know, Seattle is sitting in a wild card position right now. The Yankees then go out and get Ryan McMahon today. So it's game on as far as the trade deadline goes.
Eric Nadell also brought to you by TXU Energy. Are you hearing anything, any added urgency or buzz, rumors going around the yard?
Haven't heard anything with regard to the Rangers. You know, personally, I think that Chris Young will find a way to get a high-leverage reliever or two in here. And I know the Rangers are right up against the luxury tax threshold, but, you know, there are ways of getting the salary covered by the other team. It generally means you have to give better prospects to the other team. But I think at this point, as close as the Rangers are to a wild card spot, and only 7 games out of first place right now, I think you've got to go for it in that way and do what you can to bring in relief help and still stay under the luxury tax threshold.
That is exciting. I hadn't thought about that, but they did that stuff in 2023 to offset, was it Scherzer and Montgomery or somebody else? But
right.
they made some hay that way.
Exactly. You know, they wound up giving up Luis Angel Acuna, a guy they probably didn't want to give up, but, you know, all in the interests of going for it. And again, considering the fact the Rangers have the oldest team in the league, you know, I think it's incumbent upon them to go for it.
Eovaldi tonight, how you feeling about him? Is he going to? Everything's fine with the back and all that?
They say everything's fine. You know, he wanted to pitch on Wednesday. They thought they should be careful, give him a couple of extra days, and I think he'll be fine. I'd be surprised if he doesn't go 6 innings or more tonight.
We were talking about Tyler Mahle, and is he going to come back and be a guy for you in September, or is he a guy that they should look at the salary maybe moving off of to free some payroll up?
Yeah, it's hard to move off him at this point. You know, you can't just dump the salary while the guy's on the injured list. I don't know that anybody's going to take him. They think he'll be back in late August and probably can be a player for them down the stretch. You know, you wonder if, like John Gray, perhaps he comes back and helps in the bullpen if everybody else is still doing a great job in the starting rotation. But I think they're counting on getting him back.
Does moving Adolis Garcia make sense to you?
Not now. Not now. If you're trying to win, and I think the Rangers should be trying to win, and I think they will be trying to win, I don't believe that moving Adolis makes any sense at all. You know, the team is scoring some runs now. You know, he's still not hitting for average, but I think he's got 30 RBIs in his last 38 games. So I certainly wouldn't move him now.
Well, it is a Friday, my man. If you have anything on the Rangers that you want to make sure that we know about before we let you go, I'd love to hear that. But I do got to know what you're drinking and what you're thinking, too.
We have been drinking these incredible tropical smoothies. We are really fortunate that we keep getting these handed to us, and we absolutely love them. What I'm thinking, though, is that this weekend in Cooperstown is going to be absolute madness because of Ichiro getting into the Hall of Fame. It's always crazy on induction weekend. I can only imagine how many people will be there when you've got Ichiro, you've got CeCe Sabathia, former Yankee, Billy Wagner, a former Met, all close proximity to Cooperstown. It's going to be crazy there. And in honor of Ichiro, Benjamin Gibbard of Death Cab for Cutie and the Baseball Project, which is a musical group that has 3 albums of just baseball songs, have put out a 7-inch record with, on one side, the Ichiro theme, and on the other side, Ichiro Goes to the Moon, which was a Baseball Project song. Ichiro's theme has been a favorite of mine for years, a Benjamin Gibbard song, and I think people should listen to it this weekend. Here we go.
Yeah. I was a Mariners board op his rookie year, and it was just unbelievable that the guy was that good so quickly. And it wasn't just the offense and the ability to get infield hits and his speed on the base paths, but his ability defensively was incredible and caught the league really on surprise there for the first couple of weeks. He was throwing guys out of third base from right field.
Yeah, that legendary throw from right all the way to third base is one that got everybody's attention, much like the throw that Ronald Acuna had earlier this week, and the Clemente throw, and Dave Parker had a couple of them over the years. But certainly Ichiro's arm was up there with the very best of them. I still think that he's one of the most exciting players I've ever seen, and still one of my all-time favorites to watch.
Well, have a great weekend. Go Rangers, and we will catch up with you next Friday, sir.
Thanks, Gavin.
You got it. Eric Nadel with you. Thank you here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. With Broadus in Oxnard, our training camp coverage continues. It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Terrence Steele going to be okay in just a couple of days with a sprained ankle. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag today.
Friday, man. Friday vibes, baby. Ooh, we feeling good.
Yeah.
Those ankles can be hella scary.
Yes.
Yeah, you and I, we know that about that very much so at this point.
Because it could change the way that you walk for the rest of your life. Yeah.
Everything is so connected to it.
Yeah.
All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan, 5:30-ish. My name is Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up this weekend at Lucky Lucius P on social media. That is Lucious. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, and you can follow us all. If you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, this is day 3 for this champion audio. Let's go to SEC Day. Reporter Savannah Avery. She asked Missouri Tiger Zion Young about alpha males, and he had this thrilling response.
You guys kept throwing around the term like alpha males in your locker room and within your team. Is that a thing, or can you elaborate a little bit more on that and what that means?
This is a quick. Would you rather date if you were in let's see, I'm gonna do an animal example. If you were in a tiger, would you want to date a cat? No. Yeah. You don't want to date a cat. You wouldn't want to. Well, of course, it's tiger's a cat. It's a bigger version of it. It's the cat. It's all around the stuff. But you wouldn't want to date a cat, though. Not something we bring. Nah, you know what I mean? So that's the difference. Like, it's more so of like, not in day. I mean, alpha male. Like, who? That's what we're recruiting. That's what we're standing on. Guys is alpha males. Guys is where their feet at. And guys is very vocal and want to compete. And have an edge on them. You know what I mean? So that's more so of being specific. You know what I mean? You won't want to date a cat. You would rather date another tiger, right? Or a lion. Something more manly.
Oh, my Lord.
Something more manly.
Oh, my gosh.
The voice and words of a defensive player.
All right, let's see what I got for you right here. John Gray, he joined the Texas Rangers radio broadcast for a post-game interview. What is that? You DJing down there, bro?
What was that? Did you zip something up?
DJ Broadus.
No, I was just sitting there. I was listening to you getting ready for the John Gray.
Sound like a little scratching you were doing down there.
A little Scotty Scheffler moment, maybe?
Yeah,
Squeaker coming out.
All right, here we go.
I need to trust better in the first inning at least.
And John, I have to ask, is your hair, is it a Samson thing? When's the last time that you had your hair cut?
This is my World Series hair. I haven't cut it since we won. So I'm hoping there's mojo still left in it, because if not, it's going.
Jared hasn't shaved his beard since we won.
Pretty close. You guys are just jealous. You want some of that hair, right?
I wish.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm sure we got some pictures of you guys with hair like this back in the day.
So it's like a playoff beard in hockey, but it's his World Series hair.
Yep.
And if they don't go on another run, he's going to cut it. I was wondering if it could be a Jacob deGrom thing, because when deGrom came aboard, he explained he had the long hair all the time because it messed up the batter's ability to see the ball.
Oh, that's
like
right.
it would just be a big distraction. You could harder to pick up the ball, but it's a good luck thing.
I love it.
Yeah, I do too. I love John Gray. I hope he's around here for a long time.
Shout out to Tolo Travis Smith. He had his ears on at the time and caught that, sent that to me.
It was well done. The jokes both ways there on Jared and then Jared returning serve.
I love them. Have your ears on. All right, let's see what else I got. DVD. I got to get this out the bag. It's a little girl cussing up a storm. Poor parents, they thought it was hilarious, which it is if your kids start cussing a little bit. You got to wipe that smile off your face or they'll keep doing it,
Yeah, I like to catch it on video and make like shorts out of it. Like, here's my 3-year-old cussing in the driveway. The dog.
Yeah, Dad doesn't. He doesn't want to laugh, but he is hitting the funny bone.
That's a bad word.
I got not bad word. That's not a bad word, Mommy.
Yes, it is.
No, it's a take a f***ing nap.
Oh, jeez.
Don't laugh. That's a bad word.
It's not a bad word, Mommy.
Take a bleeping nap.
That is hilarious the way she says it too, bro.
Yeah.
It's a take a f***ing nap.
That is hilarious. Who told her that? How about this one? This is a little crazy. Boom, 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 boom. Baylor's head football coach. Oh my God, bro! I cannot believe this is a real.
Dave Aranda. Yes.
I cannot believe this is real. He was out here using derogatory terms for people with dwarfism to describe like some answer he got for recruiting or whatever. Yo, bro. Oh my God, I can't believe this.
There's a scene in The Wolf of Wall Street where they're talking about throwing midgets, and it's like, hey, this midget, can he roll there? And you go, no, he doesn't roll. You throw him. You know what I mean? And they're made for throwing. And then after a while, they start talking, and they go, well, you know what? I think if you start talking, they may think they know we're making fun of them. The midgets may think we're making fun of them, so then I'm going to start. They may get mad at us. And then the guys go, well, what we need to do is make them think they're one of us. And they go, one of us. And I think that's the thing with coaching, call it recruiting, is it's that way. They talk about acquiring players, getting rid of players, just like that. And the whole thing underneath all that is they make them think they're one of us. You know what I mean? And it's like, but I don't know. Do you have to do that to win? That sucks. Yeah.
Sean.
That was wild, man.
How do you follow that up with a question?
He didn't know what to do.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Dave Aranda is so football obsessed. Maybe he didn't realize that word's been canceled.
Said it a bunch.
He did.
It's still a terrible example to use.
It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, yes, the analogy is terrible.
It's awful.
We got to make the recruits one of us.
Yeah, that's weird. That is very weird. And for
that guy won me a national championship, though. I'm just kind of
okay. I got you.
I mean, he was a hot coach like
crazy.
3 or 4 years ago.
He's a little. I mean, it's funny. His players love playing for him.
Yes,
it's so he's super quiet, super stoic on the sidelines. Doesn't get emotional. I mean, everything's going nuts, and he just stands there. And it's strange.
He's like that basketball coach. What's that weird basketball coach?
Oh my gosh, the Celtics coach.
These two need a pod together.
Yes.
Oh Dave, my God, they need a pod together, bro.
Dave has got some
Where's the
really.
ringer?
really weird thoughts.
Bill Simmons will get it going.
Yeah.
But man, he could get you off the field on third down. I swear he can't.
Joe Mazzulla or Brad Stevenson?
Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah, Joe Mazzulla and this guy on a pond together, bro.
Be wild.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Is it Zion Young's explanation of what being an alpha male is all about? John Gray on the post game is your Hera Sampson thing. Kid cussing. Take a bleeping nap, or Baylor coach Dave Aranda. I'm going to vote for John Gray here tonight. Lucius, how about you?
I'm going to go with the champion.
We're tied at 1.
Champion sound.
Woolchuck.
I'm going to go with Dave Aranda.
We're still tied at 1, Brian.
Yeah, the champ.
By a score 2-1. And still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's the Missouri defensive end, Zion Young, at SEC Media Days. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup because it's time for a Friday edition of LA Live.
Yeah. Here we go.
All right, G-Squares.
Fire up this phone.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
I'm 42.
What's the biggest issue you run into with dating?
Man, I say the 2 B's, man, beautiful and broke. These women think because they bad, that give them access to a top-level individual like me. They should be banished and thrown in a moat with the crocodiles.
What do you have to offer a woman?
Everything she could want and need and dream of. You gotta understand, sir. I'm 6'6", 230, right? And on that top of that, no kids, never drunk alcohol. So they gotta come with something that's gonna shock my core to make me be like, damn, she's the one. 'Cause I'm dropping big dog.
Hold on. Wow.
I like that.
Confidence.
Yeah, I'm going into the weekend with that type of confidence right there, baby. This is LA Live for Friday, July 25th, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday. Another wild-ass week of 2025 in the books. I mean, another wild-ass week. I'm talking about every week of 2025 has been wild. But let's enjoy this weekend safely. We earned it. Avoid the law dogs, because if you get arrested tonight, player, you will not see the judge until Monday. That means it's the whole weekend. Go! Go! Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend, because that place has been looking real scary, bro. Scary hours over there. In other words, do not crash out like this individual, like MMA fighter Aaron Tex Johnson. Have you fellas ever heard of Aaron Tex Johnson?
No.
If you haven't, you will.
Sounds like a live wire.
Oh, he's a live wire. He made it. It's shine time on Aaron Tex Johnson. Let's just call him Tex. Tex Johnson. It's shine time on you. Run! He's a 34-year-old male, former MMA fighter and a Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy. He was on a Southwest airline flight. Looks like he was from NYC to Atlanta, ATL, shawty. And he lost his cool over storing his bag over the little overhead baggage compartment, right?
Yeah.
He had some type of dispute with somebody, and he felt like he was wrong. He felt like he was wrong. Weekend warning, keep your emotions in check. Keep your emotions in check. Then the situation escalated. Man said he was going to call the police, hire a lawyer. This is Tex Johnson I'm talking about, over a bag. Then there was a passenger in the back that basically said something disrespectful to him. Set Tex Johnson off on a tirade. The whole plane ended up trying to kick this man off. Listen to this a little bit.
I have to get my bag. No, get your bag and go.
You're a loser. No, she's quicker than you.
That set him off right there. You're a loser. You're a loser. Set him off. And I'm talking about a nasty tirade if you go watch the video.
I have to get my bag.
No, get your bag and go.
You're a loser. No, she's quicker than you. Hey, at least she's taking care of her. Hey, you take care of your kids? Take care of your kids. You started this.
You started this.
Abuse! Don't touch me!
All right, it's enough. It's just chaos.
Wow.
It's total chaos.
I haven't been on one of those flights.
What's a chaotic one?
No, I have not. I have not, where they've asked passengers to leave and people have stood up.
They started clapping like they did for this guy?
I do sit by the exit row, and I swear if somebody ever gets up and tries to open the door, there will be some chaos.
Oh, yeah, as you should. As you should,
Yeah,
sir.
I am not. You're not coming in front of me to get to that door at all. So but I have not been, and I've flown a lot in my life, but I have not been on one of those.
Well, this entire Southwest flight teamed up and kicked this man off the plane, this MMA fighter. Now, he has some mighty strong-looking shoulders.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Strong, thick neck. So I can understand how they all kind of had a team up to get this guy out the paint. I didn't see the cauliflower ears. You know, that's one thing you look for when an unassuming guy that can kind of fight. Another thing I noticed, too, unassuming guys, like maybe if you get into a little spat with a dude that you may think he might be a fighter, they do this little elbow warm-up thing.
Oh, do they?
You seen that?
Uh-uh.
Yeah. If anybody does like a little warm-up with their elbows, cancel the fight, bro. Cancel it.
Hey, you win, bro.
Where's my keys, honey? Let's go.
You got it, bro.
I'm so sorry. I was in the wrong.
So, Lucius, warm up. I can't see. What kind of warm up you talking about? What?
I just see they warm up the little elbows. Bow, bow.
Oh, they do. Okay, Woolchuck's doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that right?
Yeah. Stay away from that dude, bro. He knows how to fight.
Gotcha.
This man was taken off a plane in a stretcher, by the way. Yeah, all
They had to
bound.
strap him down.
Yeah, they had to strap him down to a stretcher to get him off the plane, bro.
Was he drunk? He sounded like slurry and angry.
He sounded like he was pretty lit. Oh,
Yeah.
Tex Johnson. Nobody even heard of your fights, but now you Sean
Tex Cobb.
That was Sean Tom on you, bro.
So was he hurt, or was he? They just had to strap him down to
They
get him
just
out
had to
of
strap him down and get him on out of there. His feelings is hurt. Bank account about to be hurt.
That's the most embarrassing crash out, because you know how many videos they're going to be of you. You know, you're probably on a no-fly list now. Like, you've really screwed up your own life. Like, some personal guilt is coming along with this for a sustained period of time. Maybe some therapy.
Over a bag.
Maybe.
Over a bag in a compartment that was already stored. Here's a weekend warning, folks.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
LA
Warm
Live
up
is
the elbows.
Do what?
Warm up the elbows.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, bro.
just do that.
I'm telling you, start piecing it up when somebody does that. Be like, hey, you know what? My bad, bro. I'm tripping. I'm going through a lot.
So sorry. Let me buy you a drink. Come on, let me buy you a drink. Come on.
My bad, dude. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I have another little wild story for you. There was a dweeb on Twitter. Posted
Great word.
Yeah, I love the word dweeb. My brother used to call me that a lot. Come here, dweeb. And tick turd. Get over here, tick turd. Dweeb. Yeah, there was this dweeb on Twitter, posted a video of their neighbor confronting them. Now, my dude he has no awareness levels. Dude was in his backyard listening to a AI translate Hitler speeches.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so listen to him in German, and then AI would translate. And he had it on the big speakers, bro.
My goodness.
Okay.
So you can hear it. The whole damn neighborhood can almost hear it. So there's a fellow, he was shirtless. He was in jeans. I don't think he had any shoes on. He definitely had a beer in his hand.
Yeah.
And a dart hanging off his lip.
Okay.
I'm not lying whatsoever. And this gentleman right here, the dweeb that posted this on Twitter, felt like that he can play his stuff in his backyard, and posting this on Twitter, he thought he would get some help, like somebody would be on his side.
Yeah.
And no, it didn't work that way. Let's listen to this.
Whoever's got 10 times going on outside needs to stop. Just letting y'all know. Shut it the down.
Okay.
Because next time I have to come over here, it's going to come out their mouth.